A rogue, initially thriving in his own world, unexpectedly found himself transported to a strange new continent. Undeterred by this twist of fate, he resolved to remain true to his principles as a rogue. Training? No problem. Wooing women? Certainly. Engaging in brawls? Even better. Yet, as this rogue continued his escapades, he inadvertently evolved into a savior of sorts. Chapter 1. The Principled Rogue. On a summer evening in Jinghai City, the bustling pedestrian street was alive with activity. Chao Ko ambled along with his hands casually tucked behind his back, exuding an air of indifference. Navigating through the throngs of people and passing by various shops, he maintained a nonchalant demeanor. Clad in a slightly faded sky blue tank top and oversized shorts, with flip-flops adorning his feet, Chao Ko epitomized the image of a disheveled, impoverished youth. His tousled hair resembled a bird's nest, and his dark skin complemented his somewhat frail physique. From the pocket of his enormous shorts, he retrieved a pack of inexpensive cigarettes, worth a mere 5 yuan. He extracted one, slanting it precariously between his lips, and began to rummage through his belongings, muttering, "Damn it, where's my lighter? I could have sworn I had it." In the midst of his frantic search, a lit lighter was thrust into his view, accompanied by a light chuckle from his right. "Chao Go, hey race a light." Turning to the source of the voice, Chao Ko recognized the speaker, a young attendant from a nearby shop, whose name eluded him, although he vaguely recalled others referring to him as Xiao Gang. Chao Ko leaned in, bringing his cigarette to the flame that Xiao Gang offered, inhaling deeply and exhaling a perfect smoke ring, casually remarking, "Thanks, brother." Xiao Gang beamed, saying, "Chao Gu, there's no need for formality. It's an honor to light your cigarette." He then placed the lighter into Chao Ke's hand. "Since you forgot yours, feel free to use mine." Chao Ku accepted the lighter, tossing it playfully in his hand, and gave Xiao Gang a satisfied nod, patting him on the shoulder before waving dismissively. "You've got work to do, will be on my way to..." As Chao Ku strolled leisurely away, another shop attendant rushed out to Xiao Gang, whispering, "Xiao Gang, aren't you worried about dealing with someone like Chao Ku? What if you get taken advantage of? Taken advantage of?" Xiao Gang chuckled softly, shaking his head. Dealing with other rogues might pose a risk, but not with Chao Ku. He's a principled rogue. A principled rogue, this was a phrase that Chao Ku often repeated. Indeed, he was a rogue, albeit one with several years of experience. This pedestrian street, stretching over a kilometer, was his daily haunt, serving as his workplace. Chao Ke's job was deceptively simple, collecting protection fees. Some may find it amusing that, in this peaceful society, protection fees still existed. Yet, Chao Ke thrived in this endeavor, commanding respect from every establishment along the street. Each month, the shops large and small would present him with a token sum, typically 10 or 20 yuan. Thus, despite his apparent idleness, the fees he collected from nearly 300 shops were more than sufficient for a carefree lifestyle. Some envious individuals would inquire about his secret to success. Whenever this occurred, Chao Ku would hold up 3 fingers, solemnly declaring, "My formula for success consists of 3 elements: perseverance, resilience to beatings, and integrity." Many listeners were left perplexed by these points. When in a good mood, Chao Ku would elaborate. Perseverance means you must be willing to humiliate yourself, whether through begging, rolling on the ground, or being a nuisance. You must persist until they relent. Resilience to beatings is self-explanatory. You must withstand the blows. If they hit lightly, retaliate if they hit hard. Wait until they tire before you strike back. You can be sent to the hospital countless times, but once healed, you must return to confront them again. Integrity means that when you collect protection fees, you must genuinely provide assistance catching thieves, driving away troublemakers, or addressing mental health issues always. Ready to respond. After hearing this, many would reconsider their ambitions, realizing that while Chao Ke spoke lightly of his methods, executing them was far from simple. Each point required unwavering dedication to be successfully achieved. Some well-meaning acquaintances would suggest that Chao Ke should seek more legitimate employment. However, he would firmly reply, "Having chosen this path, I shall not retreat. I am a principled rogue." Being an orphan with no romantic prospects, Chao Ke led a life devoid of concern. Thus, he continued to thrive on the pedestrian street, diligently fulfilling his duties. Casually puffing on a cigarette, he strolled aimlessly, even humming a tune to himself. Suddenly, a sharp cry pierced through the noise of the street. Help. Someone is being robbed. Robbed? Chao Ku exclaimed, his heart racing with indignation. Damn it! Who dares to rob my territory? With a swift flick, he discarded the cigarette from his lips and dashed towards the source of the commotion. Before he could reach the scene, a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, rushed towards him in a panic. Close behind, an elderly man with graying hair struggled to keep pace, shouting, "Stop him! He stole my belongings!" Chao Ku's gaze, sharpened the oncoming man, was undoubtedly the thief. With a quick, determined stride, he lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at the man's head. The assailant, caught off guard, instinctively dodged to the side, narrowly evading Chao Ku's fierce blow, and continued his escape without losing speed. Damn it! Chao Ku cursed. This guy's luck is infuriating. He then sprinted after the fleeing man. However, it wasn't long before he halted, recognizing a dilemma. He was wearing flip-flops, which, while comfortable, were ill-suited for a chase. Unable to keep up with the thief, he faced a predicament. Yet, undeterred, Chao Ku bent down, removed his flip-flops, and clutched them tightly in his hands. With a determined stance reminiscent of a javelin thrower, he hurled the sandals towards the rapidly escaping figure. Unbiased and unyielding, two flip-flops struck the middle-aged man, one on the back of his head and the other at the crook of his leg. Particularly, the blow to his leg caused him to stagger, leading to a fall reminiscent of a dog tumbling in the dirt. Barefoot, Chao Ku swiftly lunged at the middle-aged man, engaging him in a struggle. The man desperately clung to a black package in his possession, using both hands and feet to fend off Chao Ku's advances. However, Chao Ku, unperturbed, was no stranger to brawls. Within no time, he had subdued the man beneath him. Realizing he was outmatched, the middle-aged man raised his hands in surrender. Are you some sort of police officer? Even if you are, you needn't be so relentless. All right, I concede. Let me go, and it'll give you the package. Chao Ku delivered a sharp slap to the man's head. Had you been compliant from the start, you wouldn't have faced this beating. Accepting the package handed over by the man, Chao Ku rose and released him. The middle-aged man shot a fierce glare at Chao Ku before scrambling to his feet and weaving through the crowd, vanishing into the throng. Don't let me see you around here again. Chao Ku shouted in the direction of the disappearing figure. He then surveyed the onlookers, waving his hands dismissively. Nothing more to see here. Disperse, disperse. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Chao Ku, clutching the package, retraced his steps in search of the elderly man to return the parcel. However, after several circuits of the vicinity, he found no trace of the old man. An hour later, he resignedly perched on a bench along the pedestrian street. This is utterly bizarre. How could he have vanished in such a short time? Did he abandon his own belongings? Glancing at the black package, curiosity piqued within him. What could be inside this package? Perhaps I should take a look. Just a peek won't hurt. Chao Ku muttered to himself nonchalantly. I have no intention of claiming it as my own, merely a fleeting glance. With that, he lifted the black package to eye level, gently unsealing it to peer inside. At that moment, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. As the seal was broken, a brilliant white light erupted from the package, enveloping Chao Ku and illuminating the entire area around the bench. When the light dissipated, Chao Ku and the package had seemingly evaporated into thin air, leaving bystanders astonished and bewildered. Unbeknownst to them, less than 20 meters away, at the entrance of a nearby shop, an old man with a head full of white hair watched the direction of Chao Ku's disappearance. A mysterious smile creeping across his face. Chapter 2. The Nine-Turned Spirit Stone. In a haze of confusion, Chao Ku gradually regained consciousness. Sitting up and rubbing his forehead, he felt as though his head might explode from the pain, prompting him to grumble, "What on earth happened? Did I fall asleep?" Before he could finish muttering, he noticed something soft beneath him. Startled, he looked down and, as if propelled by springs, leapt onto the nearby table, exclaiming, "What the? Why is there a person under me?" Indeed, the reason for Chao Ku's discomfort was that he was seated upon someone's back, who lay face down on the floor, utterly still. A table? How could there be a table here? Only now did Chao Ku realize he had jumped onto a table, recalling that he should have been resting on a bench in a pedestrian street. What had transpired? Faced with this unfamiliar setting, a tremor of fear gripped Chao Ku as he scanned his surroundings. Where was he? He soon discerned that he was in a modest room, adorned with a touch of antiquity. To the left stood a single bed, neatly made with satin bedding. In the center of the room was a table, where he now crouched, surrounded by two chairs that matched the table in their elegant, dark wood craftsmanship, exuding a sense of antiquity and weightiness. Aside from these furnishings, the room held little of significance, merely a few vases that paled in comparison to the bed and table. Cautiously, Chowka descended from the table and crouched beside the motionless figure, tentatively extending his finger to poke the person while murmuring, "Hey, are you all right? If so, please get up." After several prods yielded no response, he reluctantly brought his finger closer to the person's nostrils, hoping to detect any breath. Upon doing so, a chill gripped him. There was no airflow whatsoever. This individual had ceased to breathe. Chowka fell back onto a chair, his brow furrowed in deep concern. He could not fathom how he had transitioned from a bench on the street to this room, especially with a lifeless body present. Gazing at the door before him, he felt an overwhelming urge to flee, yet reason cautioned against it. If he fled and someone discovered the corpse, he would surely be implicated as a murderer. Regardless of his innocence, would anyone believe him if he claimed he had nothing to do with it? Thus, Chowka found himself trapped in a dilemma, unsure of how to proceed. He raked his fingers through his disheveled hair, attempting to take calming breaths while reassuring himself. Chowka, remain composed. You must first clarify the sequence of events to determine your next steps. Gradually, a vision surfaced in his mind, the moment he had unwrapped that ominous black parcel, releasing a strange white light. Slapping his thigh, he exclaimed, "The package! That black package!" With urgency, he scanned the room for the suspicious item. Without much effort, he spotted the black parcel in the corner beneath the table. He retrieved it and placed it on the table, contemplating whether to open it and discover its contents. With cautious hands, he slowly unsealed it, anxious of another unexpected event. Unlike the first time, there was no dazzling white light. Instead, as he fully opened the parcel, it revealed only a ruby necklace. Chowka examined the necklace with surprise, pondering if the white light had emanated from it. His attention was soon drawn to the small inscription on the back of the ruby pendant. 9 turns of the spirit stone, roaming the world, ascend to power. Bestow peace upon the realm. 16 powerful characters, carved with a bold hand, adorned the metallic backing of the ruby. 9 turns. Spirit stone? Chowka murmured, pondering the meaning behind these words. He placed the necklace on the table. Lost in thought, was there an intrinsic connection between this necklace and his sudden presence in this room? At that moment, a gentle knock interrupted him, accompanied by a sweet voice calling out, "Young Master Ke, are you in there? It is nearly time to meet the master. I have come to remind you not to miss your appointment." Panic surged through Chowka as he realized someone was approaching. If this person entered and discovered the body, he would be in grave peril. In his anxiety, he failed to notice the peculiarities in the caller's words. He considered hiding, but a glance around revealed no place to conceal himself. Reluctantly, he steeled his nerves and called out, "I'm tired today and don't want to go anywhere." You can leave." The voice outside grew anxious. "Young Master Ke, are you unwell? Please open the door. I can help you. If you are sick, I can fetch a doctor." "I don't need a doctor," Chowka replied, striving to keep his voice steady. "I'm fine, just a bit tired. I'll rest for a moment." "But that won't do," the voice insisted. "You can't sleep now. You must see the master soon. Please open the door so I can help you prepare. Time is of the essence." As the insistence continued, Chowka's anxiety mounted, prompting him to shout, "I've said I'm not going anywhere. Just go about your business and leave me alone." Hearing his outburst, the voice on the other side quivered with emotion. "Young Master Ke, please don't make it difficult for me. If you refuse to see the master, I will bear the brunt of his anger. None can withstand that. Young Master." Chowka felt a wave of frustration wash over him, his mind racing to formulate a response as silence enveloped the room. Just then, another voice rang out from outside. "What is wrong with you? The brother? Why have you made Hong Xiu cry?" The sound of steady footsteps approached, eventually halting at Chowka's door. "Young Master, please," the first voice called to the newcomer. Later, the individual referred to as the young Master Chuan lightly uttered a sound of acknowledgement and inquired with a tone of disdain, "What? Is the third not willing to come out?" The earlier speaker appeared to harbor a profound fear of this young Master Chuan. "Yes." Young Master Ke mentioned he is feeling rather fatigued. "Fatigued?" Young Master Chuan scoffed coldly. "Even if he is weary, one cannot neglect the summons of our esteemed grandfather." As soon as the words left his lips, young Master Chuan raised his leg and forcefully kicked open the door to Chowka's room. It was over. Chowka could hardly fathom the audacity of this young Master Chuan, brazenly breaching his door. Wasn't this the moment when his charade as the counterfeit young Master Ke would be utterly exposed, coupled with the unfortunate soul lying lifeless on the ground? Did this not render him a murderer, a fraud, and a burglar all at once? A chill of despair enveloped Chao Ku as he gazed at the entrance, where two figures entered, managing to muster a strained smile amidst the tension. The newcomers, a man and a woman, presented a striking contrast. The young man, likely in his 20s, stood around 6 feet tall with a slender, elegant physique, adorned in a refined scholar's robe. He gracefully wielded a folding fan in his right hand, his handsome visage exuding an air of refined nobility. Yet, beneath his charming facade lay a glint of ruthlessness in his eyes, sending a shiver down one's spine. It was evident that he was indeed the audacious young Master Chuan who had kicked open the door. The girl accompanying him appeared to be around 15 or 16 years of age, yet her height surpassed that of 170 centimeters. Clad in a flowing pink dress, her long hair cascaded like silk down her back, complemented by her delicate, picturesque features, leaving a delightful impression of innocence and charm. It was clear that this girl was the Hong Xiu mentioned by young Master Chuan. Upon entering the room, the pair directed their gaze toward the stunned Chao Ku. Seemingly oblivious to the lifeless body on the floor, as if it were invisible to them, Hong Xiu hurriedly approached Chao Ku, her eyes filled with concern as she asked, "Young Master Ku, what seems to be troubling you?" Young Master Chuan, however, scrutinized Chao Ku from head to toe and smirked. "Third, where did you find such a remarkably unique outfit? Truly, it showcases an extraordinary taste." Chao Ku, bewildered, glanced between Hong Xiu and the newly arrived young Master Chuan, perplexedly pointing at himself. "Are you speaking to me?" Upon hearing this, Hong Xiu flinched slightly and quickly reached out to feel Chao Ku's forehead. "No fever." "Young Master Ku, what nonsense are you speaking? Indeed, if we are not conversing with you, then with whom are we speaking? Is there a fourth person in this room?" Young Master Chuan cast a disdainful glance at Chao Ku. "Do not pretend to be foolish. The time is approaching, and we must make our way to grandfather." Chapter 3. I have truly transcended. Chao Ku cast a furtive glance at the lifeless body sprawled on the ground, which remained motionless. A wave of confusion washed over him. How could these two individuals fail to notice the corpse? Could it be that all of this was merely a figment of my imagination? Did you not see anything unusual, perhaps something on the ground? Chao Ku tentatively inquired of Hong Xiu and Chuan Xiaoya. The ground? Chuan Xiaoya paused, looking down and scanning the floor of the room before responding irritably. "Lao San, are you really daft? There's nothing on the ground." "Indeed, young Master Ku." Hong Xiu chimed in softly. "There's nothing down there. What do you want us to see?" Chao Ku was left speechless. It seemed these two truly could not see the body, which was a relief. At least he wouldn't be suspected of murder. Wait, just as he was beginning to relax, an epiphany struck him. He raised his finger and pointed at himself. "What do you call me? Young Master Ku? Are you certain? Am I truly your young master?" Chuan Xiaoya, visibly perplexed, replied, "Lao San, it appears you are genuinely ill. You don't even recognize who you are?" He shook his head in disappointment and glanced at Hong Xiu. "Hong Xiu, you continue to care for this foolish boy. I must hurry to grandfather's side and cannot indulge in this game of amnesia and confusion any longer." With that, he cast a lingering look at Chao Ku, flicked his sleeve, and exited the door, striding away. Hong Xiu gazed at Chao Ku's gaunt face, her eyes brimming with tears. "Young Master Ku, you truly are not unwell, are you? I shall fetch a doctor for you." Seeing Hong Xiu start to leave, Chao Ku quickly grasped her wrist, urgency lacing his voice. "Do not go. You must clarify the situation first." Hong Xiu halted, slowly turning to face him, her expression one of delicate sorrow. "Please, do not cry." Chao Ku, noticing the tears cascading down her cheeks, felt a pang of panic. "I do not even know where I am or who I should be. Why are you crying when I am not?" Hong Xiu wiped the tears from her face. "I merely grew sorrowful upon seeing young Master Ku's condition. I hope you do not take offense." Chao Ku sank onto a nearby stool, gesturing towards another chair. "Your name is Hong Xiu, is it not? Please sit down. Let us discuss this calmly." Hong Xiu shook her head. "No, young Master Ku. How could a servant like me take a seat in your presence? That would be inappropriate. Just sit." Chao Ku slammed the table, his voice booming. Startled by his outburst, Hong Xiu glanced at the furious Chao Ku and dared not protest further. Slowly taking a seat. Even so, she perched lightly on the edge of the chair, indicating her respect for him. Chao Ku picked up a ruby necklace from the table and draped it around his neck, then gazed sidelong at Hong Xiu, his tone icy. "Now, enlighten me, where exactly is this place? Who am I in your eyes? What is our relationship? And who is that individual you refer to as Chuan Xiaoya?" Upon hearing this, Tears that had been held back by Hong Xiu threatened to spill over once more. Young Master Ku, do you truly not remember any of this? Chao Ke smacked the table again, exasperated. If I remembered, why would I ask you? Do not waste time to speak. Hong Xiu nodded and began her explanation. You are in the Chao family residence in Wang Hai City, part of the Tong Tian Empire. You are the third young master, Chao Ke, of one of the three great families of Wang Hai City. I am your maid, Hong Xiu, who has served you since childhood. The boy I referred to as Chuan Xiaoye is your second elder brother, Chao Chuan. You have two brothers. Your elder brother is the current lord of Wang Hai City, Lord Chao Hong. Chao Ke fell into a brief silence, striving to comprehend the implications of Hong Xiu's words. It appears I, Chao Ke, have indeed experienced a rather glitched transcendence. He mused self-deprecatingly, from the obliviousness of Chuan and Hong Xiu to the corpse on the ground. In their continuous address to him as young Master Ku, it became evident that he had been fortunate enough to traverse into another existence. How fortuitous that I have assumed the identity of another named Chao Ke. How splendid. The Chao family of Wang Hai City? That sounds exceptionally prestigious. So, I am now a rich heir? How delightful. Chao Hong and Chao Chuan are my elder brothers, with a brother who is the lord of the city. Does this mean I can roam freely in Wang Hai City? This young lady, Hong Xiu, is quite lovely, reminiscent of the class beauty from elementary school. I wonder if, beyond being my maid, she might. Chao Ke's thoughts spiraled into exuberance, and his expression, as perceived by Hong Xiu, now seemed somewhat indecent. Young Master Ku, what are you thinking? Hong Xiu waved her hand in front of the distracted Chao Ku, her concern evident. And nothing, Chao Ku stammered. Snapping back to reality, he wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and continued. So, are there any relatives or elders of mine in this Chao residence? Hong Xiu nodded. There is your grandfather, the old master. Currently, everything in the Chao family is still under his authority. Oh? Chao Ke was taken aback. What of my father and mother? Do I have no uncles, aunts, or cousins? The old master has but one son, thus you have no uncles or aunts. Hong Xiu clarified. Your father and mother serve in the capital, Tong Tian City, and are not present in Wang Hai City. My father is a court official? Chao Ke's heart soared with joy. Heavenly Father, how generous you are to me. After my transcendence, you have bestowed upon me such a privileged lineage. It seems I shall enjoy a leisurely life henceforth. Content with this revelation, Chao Ke patted Hong Xiu's hand. Very well, from now on, you shall follow me closely, and I shall ensure you enjoy a life of luxury. Observing Chao Ke's sudden shift in demeanor, Hong Xiu felt a wave of confusion. What on earth is happening with young Master Ke today? First, he refused to open the door, then feigned amnesia, and now he appears so self-satisfied. What is he truly aiming for? At that moment, Chao Ke, lost in his delight, paid no mind to Hong Xiu's internal musings. He raised his foot and kicked the corpse, pushing it against the wall to avoid it obstructing his view. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He looked up at Hong Xiu. Earlier, I heard you mention something about going to see the old master. What is that about? Is it a customary visit to pay respects? At this, Hong Xiu was jolted into action, jumping to her feet in a flurry. Yes, how could I forget something so important? Today marks the 15th of the month, and the esteemed elder wishes to assess the cultivation levels of the young masters. Cultivation? Chao Ke was taken aback, perplexed by the term. Hong Xiu offered no explanation, instead grabbing Chao Ke's hand and hurriedly leading him out of the room towards the elder's residence. Chao Ke, entirely at the mercy of Hong Xiu's grip, found himself unable to resist. Her grasp was akin to a vice, rendering him powerless to escape, regardless of how forcefully he struggled. Fortunately, the Chao estate was vast. Despite Hong Xiu's speed surpassing that of the fastest human, they had yet to reach the elder's quarters after numerous twists and turns. Stop, please, just pause for a moment. Chao Ke gasped, struggling against the gust of wind created by Hong Xiu's swift pace. After a considerable effort, he managed to utter these words. Hong Xiu slowed her pace, turning to Chao Ke and saying, Young Master Ke, if we do not hasten, we may truly arrive too late. Chao Ke, still being pulled along, finally regained his balance and, with great difficulty, replied, What is the rush? If we're a bit late, what is the big deal? Yet Hong Xiu did not relent, continuing to pull him forward. If you truly arrive late, the elder will punish you with confinement. What? Confinement? Chao Ke exclaimed in alarm, even slipping into English. Then we should hurry. With that, he quickened his pace, intent on reaching the elder's side. However, he had forgotten that he was still clad in the attire from before his journey, his feet adorned with a pair of flip-flops. Just as he gained speed, he stumbled, nearly falling flat on his face had it not been for Hong Xiu's firm grip. With a faint smile, Hong Xiu remarked, "Young Master Ku, your footwear is ill-suited for such haste. Allow me to assist you." Without further hesitation, she pivoted gracefully, whisking Chao Ku away at an astonishing speed. After traversing several courtyards, they finally arrived at the entrance of a garden, where two striking young women stood waiting. Their attire bore a resemblance to Hong Xiu's elegant gown, suggesting they too were maids of the residence. Upon seeing Hong Xiu and Chao Ku approach, the two maids were taken aback, particularly by Chao Ku's disheveled appearance. The elder of the two stepped forward, offering a slight bow to Chao Ku before addressing Hong Xiu. "Xiu, why have you both only just arrived?" The elder has been growing increasingly irate within. Chapter 4. The Great Competition. Hong Xiu slightly inclined her body towards the maid, saying, "Xiang Jie, let young Master Ke hurry inside. We wouldn't want the old master to become agitated." The maid named Xiang Jie exchanged a glance with another maid, opened the garden gate, and respectfully addressed Chao Ku. "Young Master Ku, please enter quickly. However, do exercise caution, for the old master has already lost his temper." Chao Ku nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further conversation, and swiftly entered the garden. Watching Chao Ku's retreating figure, Xiang Jie curiously inquired of Hong Xiu, "What is going on with the third young master? Why is he dressed in such peculiar attire to see the old master?" Hong Xiu shook her head helplessly. "It's a long story. I will explain it to you later. I just hope nothing unfortunate befalls young Master Ku." Once inside the garden, Chao Ku felt no apprehension about losing his way, as the path from the gate was the only one available to him, surrounded by the vast sea of flowers. Even this boorish ruffian could not help but feel a wave of comfort wash over him. The fragrant blooms and the gentle sound of the trickling water from the pond filled him with a sense of serenity, as if he were enveloped by the embrace of nature itself. As he strolled forward, he soon arrived at the entrance of a grand house, nestled at the end of the path and shrouded by flowering trees. It appeared to exude an ethereal aura. This must be the old master's residence. Chao Ku mused to himself, preparing to step inside. Just then, a sudden, thunderous voice boomed from within the house. "You little rascal. You're a full quarter of an hour late. Do you not regard me at all? It infuriates me." Before the echo of that outburst faded, a fierce gust of wind surged from the interior, sweeping Chao Ku off his feet. Caught entirely off guard, he was lifted into the air, spinning uncontrollably before crashing unceremoniously to the ground. The manner of his landing was rather undignified, as he fell face first. When he finally stood up, his once handsome visage was marred by a chaotic mix of snot, tears, and blood, creating a ghastly blend of white, yellow, and red that smeared across his face. What on earth is happening? Chao Ku stared in bewilderment at the entrance of the grand house. Where did this tempest come from? It can even lift a person. As he cautiously observed the doorway, the voice from within boomed again. "You little rascal, are you going to stand there or come inside? Do you wish to be punished?" Taking a deep breath, Chao Ku summoned his courage and stepped inside the grand house. Upon entering, he was immediately captivated by the opulent decor. The room resembled an ancient assembly hall, spanning over 300 square meters. Upon his entrance, he was greeted by 2 rows of stately red pillars, 8 in total, flanking either side of the room. Directly opposite the entrance hung a magnificent ink painting depicting a striking striped tiger, its mouth agape, as if mid-roar. Even Chao Ku, with no knowledge of art, could discern that this masterpiece was crafted by a master artist. For the tiger appeared so lifelike that it seemed poised to leap from the canvas and attack. Below the painting sat a grand armchair, occupied by a venerable elder with a full head of white hair. His expression was stern, his square face adorned with bushy brows, small eyes, a prominent nose, and a long beard cascading down his chest. Clad in a flowing black cloak, he exuded an aura of authority. Undoubtedly, this was his grandfather, the current head of the Chao family, Chao Laozu. Chao Ku thought inwardly. To the left and right of the room, in front of the large pillars, were neatly arranged tables and chairs, facing each other. At the head of these arrangements sat 2 individuals who bore a striking resemblance to one another. The one on the left was Chao Chuan, whom Chao Ku recognized as his second brother, the one who had just kicked open his door. The man on the right, dressed in a purple silk robe that resembled an official's garb, appeared to be in his 30s or 40s. Chao Ku surmised he was his older brother, Chao Hong, the city lord. At that moment, the 3 men in the hall fixed their gazes intently upon the newly arrived Chao Ku. Clearing his throat and stepping forward, Chao Ku imitated the formalities he had seen in historical dramas, clasping his fists and bowing deeply as he proclaimed, "Chao Ku pays his respects to grandfather and greets my 2 elder brothers." Observing Chao Ke's disheveled appearance, Chao Chuan scoffed disdainfully, while Chao Hong frowned slightly. The elder in the armchair bellowed, "You good for nothing. You squander your days in idleness. And look at what you have made of yourself. Where did you even acquire such a ridiculous outfit? Are you pretending to be a beggar?" Chao Ke glanced down at his faded tank top, ill-fitting oversized shorts, and his ostentatious flip-flops, feeling a pang of embarrassment. In his haste, he had forgotten that he was still wearing the attire from his previous world, and he should have asked Hongxiu to provide him with a proper outfit. Though anxious internally, Chao Ke maintained a facade of calm. After a moment's contemplation, he raised his head to meet the old man's piercing gaze and slowly said, "This is a unique outfit I designed myself, intended for comfort in the summer. What does grandfather think of my creation? Design?" The elder scoffed in indignation. "Go back and change your clothes immediately. Do you understand?" "Yes," Chao Ke replied respectfully. "And how is it that you are a quarter of an hour late?" After a pause, the elder continued, "Did your maid not remind you? Or do you simply disregard me as your grandfather?" "Such words are unwarranted, grandfather," Chao Ke replied with a smile. "I merely felt unwell, hence my tardiness." "If you're unwell, then go see a doctor," Chao Hong interjected. "Grandfather, since the third young master is unwell, let this slide this time, but it must not happen again." With Chao Hong, the eldest grandson, interceding, the elder seemed reluctant to pursue the matter further. Moreover, as Chao Ku's grandfather, he had genuine concern for him. Upon returning, make sure to have Hongxiu fetch a doctor for you. Do not underestimate minor ailments. They can escalate into serious issues. The elder's tone softened considerably as he offered this advice, effectively dismissing Chao Ku's tardiness. Seated beside Chao Hong, Chao Ke noticed the elder's gaze linger on the unsightly mess that adorned his face. With a resigned shake of his head, Chao Hong produced a towel from seemingly nowhere and handed it to Chao Ku, signaling for him to clean himself up. Receiving the towel, Chao Ku expressed his gratitude with a nod and proceeded to wipe his face haphazardly. After a few cursory wipes, he carelessly draped the towel over the back of the chair and reclined slightly, adopting a rather slovenly posture. "Such disgraceful manners," Chao Chuan remarked with a cold huff. Observing the grim visage of elder Chao, which appeared as if it could weep, Chao Hong promptly addressed his younger brother. As a member of a prominent family, you must consistently be mindful of your appearance and demeanor. However, the indolent Chao Ku, accustomed to a lax lifestyle, could not immediately comprehend these notions. Only upon Chao Hong's reminder did he become aware, slowly straightening his posture. Once he saw that all three grandsons were finally seated properly before him, Elder Chao began to discuss important matters. "Today marks the 15th of this month, the designated time for our Chao family gathering. For this occasion, I shall temporarily refrain from assessing your individual progress, as I have something of greater significance to announce." Chao Hong and his brothers, including Chao Ku, turned their full attention to Elder Chao, who surveyed his three grandsons before continuing. "On the 20th of this month, we shall witness the triennial grand competition in Wanghai City. Both Chuan and Ku fall within the appropriate age bracket, and I have decided to appoint you two to represent our family in this esteemed contest." Chao Ku appeared bewildered by Elder Chao's words, while Chao Chuan was filled with exuberance. Rising to his feet, he clasped his hands and pledged, "Grandfather, rest assured, I shall not disappoint your expectations and will bring glory back to the Chao family." Chao Chuan's fervent vow delighted Elder Chao, who laughed heartily. "It is splendid to see your confidence, Chuan, but do not allow the slightest hint of complacency to creep in. Utilize every moment to enhance your cultivation. Ensure that you are thoroughly prepared." "Yes," Chao Chuan responded with a clear voice. Turning his gaze to the perplexed Chao Ku, Elder Chao advised, "As for you, Ku, refrain from your usual mischief and lack of focus. Seize this opportunity presented by the competition to diligently train, at the very least, to acquire the ability for self-preservation." Chao Ku was utterly ignorant of the details surrounding the so-called grand competition but could not afford to reveal his ignorance. Thus, after Elder Chao concluded his remarks, he merely clasped his hands in acknowledgement, planning to inquire with Hongxiu for clarification upon returning home. Chao Hong pondered for a moment before addressing Elder Chao. "This competition marks the first one since I assumed the position of Lord of Wanghai City. Given my limited experience, do you have any additional advice or reminders for me?" "I shall exert every effort." Elder Chao waved his hand dismissively. "I have no further instructions for you. Your subordinates will naturally provide you with guidance. However, I do have one caution to impart. I have heard that the Liu family has produced a remarkable talent in cultivation. If you acquire any information regarding this prodigy, Inform me at once so that we may remain well-informed and strategically positioned. This way, the Chao family shall maintain its invincibility. Yes, I shall remember, Chao Hong replied, bowing slightly. Chapter 5. The Source of Power. Subsequently, Grandfather Chao, Chao Hong, and Chao Chuan commenced a deliberation concerning the intricate particulars of the forthcoming grand tournament. Chao Ku, utterly disengaged, reclined languidly in his chair, feigning comprehension of their discourse, yet utterly unable to interject. Eventually, Chao Ku propped his head upon his hand and succumbed to slumber. The trio of Chao patriarchs, engrossed in their animated discussion, were abruptly interrupted by a faint sonorous exhalation, prompting them to turn their heads in unison toward Chao Ku's direction. There, they beheld Chao Ku, entirely prone upon the adjacent table, immersed in a tranquil dream. Coincidentally, as the three patriarchs fixed their gaze upon him, Chao Ku unconsciously smacked his lips, his sleep appearing utterly serene. Chao Hong's countenance betrayed utter exasperation, utterly speechless at his younger brother's conduct. Chao Chuan merely emitted a scornful snort, refraining from further comment. However, the irascible grandfather Chao, witnessing Chao Ku's current state, experienced a resurgence of his previously suppressed ire. With a resounding crash, Grandfather Chao slammed his fist upon his grand armchair. Fortunately, the armchair possessed sufficient sturdiness. Otherwise, a less robustly constructed chair would have been shattered to pieces by Grandfather Chao's forceful impact. Glaring at Chao Ku with unrestrained fury, Grandfather Chao, immediately after striking the armchair, bellowed, "Chao Ku, you little rascal! How dare you doze off in my presence?" Chao Ku, immersed in a profound slumber, was startled awake by Grandfather Chao's successive outbursts, instantly straightening up and squinting at Grandfather Chao, instinctively retorting, "Who are you calling a little rascal?" Observing that Chao Ku displayed no semblance of remorse, but instead, upon awakening, uttered an archaic term that he did not comprehend, he softly inquired, "Oh, it's similar in meaning to gunpowder, used to describe the old master's fiery temperament. Do you understand now?" Chao Ku explained cautiously. "Oh." Hongxiu nodded as if understanding, ceasing to dwell on the matter. "Young Master Ku, did you suffer any punishment during your visit with the old master?" "How could I not? Speaking of which," Chao Ku's ire flared up, "I was blown away by him, twice. Each time, I crashed heavily onto the ground. It was excruciating." Hongxiu smiled awkwardly, observing Chao Ku's face still covered in dirt, tentatively suggesting, "Perhaps, I should prepare some bathing water for young Master Ku, so he can take a refreshing bath first. And we can discuss matters later?" Hongxiu employed a tactic of distraction. Currently, Chao Ku was in a fit of pique, and regardless of what she said, he would respond with indignation. Therefore, it was preferable to have him bathe first, allowing him to alleviate his tense emotions, so that any subsequent discussion could proceed with equanimity. This was an experiential summation that Hongxiu, as a maidservant, had accumulated over time, and it had invariably proven effective. "Bathe." Chao Ku paused momentarily, then nodded with a smile. "Very well, I shall bathe first. Once I'm finished, I have matters to inquire of you." Upon Chao Ku's acquiescence, Hongxiu promptly rose to prepare the bathing water. In short order, a massive wooden tub was carried into Chao Ku's chamber by several servants. Subsequently, these servants successively brought in water, pouring it into the wooden tub. Before a quarter of an hour had elapsed, the massive wooden tub was filled with hot water. Hongxiu bowed slightly to Chao Ku, stating, "Young Master Ku, please bathe at your leisure. This servant will be waiting outside the chamber. If you require anything, please summon this servant at your convenience." Chao Ku waved his hand, signaling that Hongxiu could depart. Hongxiu hesitated momentarily before placing the new garment she had prepared for Chao Ku on the table, bowing once more, and exiting the chamber, closing the door behind her. Upon Hongxiu's departure, Chao Ku hastily discarded his attire from his previous life, tossing it aside, before leaping into the wooden tub with glee and commencing his ablutions. Hongxiu, standing guard at the door, was currently perplexed. Previously, whenever young Master Ku bathed, he invariably commanded her to scrub his back, never missing an opportunity to take advantage of her. Why, then, did he dismiss her this time? Could it be that young Master Ku had undergone a transformation? Regardless of how Hongxiu pondered, she could not fathom the underlying reasons. However, she keenly sensed that young Master Ku of today seemed different from before. After the passage of half an hour, Chao Ku's voice resonated from within the chamber. "Hongxiu, I am finished bathing. Summon someone to clean up." Hongxiu promptly responded, departing to make the necessary arrangements. Once Chao Ku's chamber had been tidied, Chao Ku, radiating a sense of invigoration, seated himself upon a stool, smiling as he observed Hongxiu standing opposite him, cheerfully stating, "Hongxiu, behold, do I not appear exceedingly handsome now?" Upon hearing this, Hongxiu looked up. The current Chaoku undoubtedly appeared more dashing and attractive than before his ablutions. At the very least, the long-robed Chaoku now donned was a vast improvement over his previous attire. Nodding, Hongxiu affirmed, "Young Master Ku is indeed more refined and dashing, practically unparalleled in his magnificence." Although fully aware that Hongxiu's words contained a significant degree of insincerity, Chaoku had never before been lauded as handsome and dashing by a beauty such as Hongxiu. Even if Hongxiu's words were entirely mendacious, Chaoku's heart was nonetheless filled with joy. After emitting a few unrestrained guffaws, Chaoku gestured for Hongxiu to sit down. This time, Hongxiu did not engage in superfluous chatter, obediently seating herself upon another stool. After a moment of contemplation, Chaoku slowly inquired of Hongxiu, "Hongxiu, are you cognizant of an event known as the Grand Tournament in our Wanghai City?" "The Grand Tournament?" Hongxiu nodded. "Of course, I am aware of it. The Grand Tournament, in its full designation, is the Wanghai City Youth Elite Martial Arts Tournament, held every 3 years. It is a grand spectacle unique to our Wanghai City. Each grand tournament renders Wanghai City even more festive than a holiday. Nearly all the inhabitants from the surrounding villages converge upon Wanghai City at that time. The lively ambience is something I long for." "Wanghai City Youth Elite Martial Arts Tournament?" Chaoku murmured. "Could it be that the old master is having me participate in this so-called grand tournament to fight on stage?" Although Chaoku's voice was soft, Hongxiu, standing nearby, heard him clearly. "The old master wants young master Ku to participate in this grand tournament?" Chaoku nodded. "That is what the old master said. He also instructed me to make haste in my cultivation." Upon saying this, Chaoku turned his head, looking at Hongxiu and asking, "Was I originally proficient in martial arts?" Hongxiu said speechlessly, "In the past, this servant has always urged young master Ku to cultivate, but you refused, spending your days mingling with young master Bai and his cohorts. Now that the old master wants you to participate in the grand tournament, you remember to practice martial arts? It is a basic understanding that no skill can be acquired overnight." Chaoku was aware of this. The reason he was asking Hongxiu this question was to determine what level he was capable of reaching, so that he could have a clear understanding. As for cultivation, Chaoku was not at all apprehensive. With his unwavering spirit, he possessed absolute confidence that he would attain a considerable level of attainment in cultivation. Of course, these were matters for the future. Currently, Chaoku was eager to learn about the martial arts system of this world. If he did not even know that, how could he cultivate in the future? Therefore, Chaoku looked at Hongxiu, eagerly saying, "Hongxiu, please tell me about the entire martial arts system first." Hongxiu was clearly unprepared for Chaoku's sudden eagerness to learn, and it took her a long time to recover. In any case, it could not be a bad thing that young Master Ku was starting to learn. Thus, Hongxiu began to enthusiastically impart the martial arts knowledge of this world to Chaoku. In our Ling Tian continent, the warriors cultivate something known as source power. The continuous accumulation of source power enables a warrior's level to rise incessantly. To put it simply, the process of a warrior's enhancement is fundamentally the process of source power's accumulation. Source power? Chaoku did not interrupt Hongxiu, but silently contemplated the term in his mind. From her narration, he easily discerned that this so-called source power was of paramount importance in cultivation. Hongxiu continued her exposition. Source power exists in every corner of the Ling Tian continent. It is present in nature, within flora and fauna, and even within ourselves, although the vast majority of ordinary individuals remain oblivious to its existence. As she spoke, Hongxiu elegantly waved her hand, and numerous colorful specks of light suddenly materialized around her delicate fingers. These tiny luminescent orbs floated gracefully in the air, swirling around her hand as if engaged in a delightful dance. "This is source power," she said, extending her jade-like hand toward Chaoku with earnestness. "Do not underestimate its diminutive form. When thousands upon thousands of these tiny entities unite, they possess the ability to upheave mountains and alter the very course of rivers." Chaoku observed these small points of light up close. Initially, he felt indifferent, but as he gazed longer, he began to sense that each of these luminous specks seemed to harbor boundless strength, each one extraordinary in its own right. Eventually, in Chaoku's eyes, these tiny points appeared to dance with the wind, enchanting him with their mesmerizing and ethereal beauty. Chapter 6. The Classification of Warriors Observing the Enchanting Gaze of Chaoku. Hongxiu smiled slightly and gently waved her hand, causing the small points of source energy to vanish. Soon after, her gentle and delicate voice resonated. "Young Master Ku, Do you find these source energy points particularly captivating? Still immersed in the dreamlike quality created by the shimmering lights, Chowko instinctively nodded in agreement. Indeed, these source energy points are truly beautiful and mesmerizing. Hong Shou affirmed, source energy, as the name suggests, is the fundamental power of all things in the world. Any creature that perceives it will feel an irresistible attraction. This is due to the omnipresence of source energy. Humans and animals require it for their activities. Plants need it for growth, and even the natural phenomena of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning rely on it. It is the most essential driving force of existence. Because of this, when an individual learns to absorb and control source energy, the amount they possess will greatly exceed that of others, far surpassing what is necessary for their survival and development. Consequently, they can utilize this surplus energy for various purposes. Naturally, the most direct manifestations of source energy are in attack, defense, and healing, giving rise to what we commonly refer to as warriors. A warrior transforms the source energy they absorb into a tangible form of energy to achieve their objectives in offense and defense. Every 15th day of the month, the elder evaluates the martial prowess of the young masters, essentially assessing the extent of their source energy absorption. Chowko nodded, I understand. A warrior's cultivation level is determined by the amount of source energy they have accumulated, correct? Essentially, Hong Shou replied, the more source energy a warrior absorbs, the more their body is transformed by it, leading to significant enhancements in strength, speed, judgment, and overall constitution. These benefits are indicators of a warrior's comprehensive strength. However, as you rightly pointed out, young Master Ku, the decisive factor in a warrior's cultivation remains the source energy itself. Chowko remained silent for a moment, digesting Hong Shou's insights on source energy. In his former world, although he was a delinquent, it did not imply a lack of learning ability. In fact, he was quite intelligent. His circumstances as an orphan, devoid of support for education, compelled him to rely solely on himself for survival and other needs. Thus, it took him less than 5 minutes to organize and firmly embed the knowledge imparted by Hong Shou into his mind. Please continue. He gestured casually for her to proceed. Hong Shou acknowledged with a nod. Next, I shall introduce the specific classifications of warriors. Warriors are divided into 9 tiers, comprising 99 levels. With each 10 levels of cultivation attained, a warrior's rank ascends by 1 tier. This is a stringent classification system that has been adhered to since ancient times. From awakening the perception of source energy to achieving the 9th level, this initial phase is referred to as warrior. It represents the enlightenment stage of a practitioner, with a crucial milestone being the awakening of source energy perception. Some individuals can sense source energy as children, marking them as prodigies. Most people typically awaken this perception in their teenage years, which is a common phenomenon in the martial community. Those who fail to sense source energy by the age of 20 are deemed unsuitable for cultivation and are destined for a life of mediocrity. Chowko, upon hearing this, lifted his gaze and inquired, does this mean that since I have yet to sense the existence of source energy, I cannot become a warrior? Hong Shou smiled and gently shook her head. Young Master Ku need not worry, for you have only just turned 15, granting you several more years to awaken your perception of source energy. There is no need to rush. I'm only 15. Chowko paused in surprise, realizing his age had changed upon his arrival in this new world. He then glanced at the lifeless body slumped against the wall, musing quietly. It seems this unfortunate corpse must belong to the true young Master Chow. Alas, dying at the tender age of 15, doesn't that qualify as a tragic early demise? What a pitiful child. Hong Shou remained oblivious to Chowko's contemplations and continued her exposition, from levels 10 to 19. Warriors are known as warrior masters. Each subsequent tier is categorized by levels. From 20 to 29, they are called warrior lords. From 30 to 39, warrior generals. From 40 to 49, warrior monarchs. From 50 to 59, warrior kings. From 60 to 69, warrior emperors. From 70 to 79, warrior deities. From 80 to 89, warrior saints. And from 90 to 99, warrior gods. After Hong Shou finished detailing the entire classification of warriors, Chowko slowly asked, what lies beyond the 99th level? Hong Shou shook her head. No one knows what level of cultivation above 99 would entail, as historically, no practitioner has ever surpassed this limit. As for the existence beyond 99, it may well be nothing more than a legend. Chowko understood and proceeded to inquire about another matter. I see that you also appear to be a practitioner. Hong Shou, what level have you attained? Warrior Master? Or perhaps Warrior Lord? Hong Shou smiled awkwardly. Young Master, please do not mock me. My cultivation has only just reached the 6th level. I have yet to attain the status of a high-level warrior. Chowka responded, and what about my 2 brothers? My parents and the elder? What levels have they achieved? Hongxiu pondered for a moment. I have heard that young Master Chuan has already broken through to the 9th level, just a step away from becoming a warrior master. As for young Master Hong, I am unsure, but I know he was at the 31st level of warrior general shortly after he assumed the position of city lord. Regarding the elder and madam, I truly do not know, as they have been gone for quite some time, making it difficult to speculate on their cultivation. However, I am quite certain of the elder's level. He has been stuck at the threshold between the 59th and 60th levels for quite a long time, which suggests he is a peak warrior king. I see. Chowka fell into deep thought again, realizing that even that scoundrel Chao Chuan was nearing the rank of warrior master while he himself could not even sense source energy. The disparity was indeed quite significant. After a long pause, Chowka finally exclaimed, "All right, that is sufficient information on the martial system for now. Next, please provide me with a detailed introduction to the so-called Youth Elite Tournament of Wang Hai City. After all, my grandfather has tasked me with participating in this competition, and I should gain some understanding of it." Hongxiu nodded in agreement. This tournament originally stemmed from a small-scale competition among the 3 major families of Wang Hai City, aimed at assessing the strength of their respective reserves. About 10 years ago, it was proposed by the then city lord to expand this small-scale contest to encompass the entire jurisdiction of Wang Hai City, thus organizing a brand new competition event, officially titled Youth Elite Tournament of Wang Hai City, as long as one is under the age of 18. Regardless of their family background or whether they have awakened their perception of source power, they may apply to participate. However, a cultivator must possess not only a commendable talent for cultivation but also robust familial support. For instance, the alchemical elixirs and potions that assist in cultivation are far beyond the financial means of those who rely solely on their personal efforts. Thus, in the previous 3 grand competitions, it was predominantly the progeny of affluent families who ranked at the forefront. Even so, many impoverished young cultivators chose to enter the competition. For should they excel, they have a significant chance of becoming aides to the 3 great families or even the city lord's mansion, thereby securing a stable and powerful backing that greatly aids their future cultivation endeavors. At the very least, it is certainly less arduous than solitary cultivation. Our Chow family has successfully recruited no fewer than 20 promising young cultivators in the grand competition. Currently, these individuals are diligently cultivating within the estate, with the family providing for all their daily needs and even their cultivation requirements. They are only called upon when the Chow family truly needs their assistance. In simpler terms, they are merely a group of hired hands. Chowka smirked knowingly. "You are quite right, young master," he said. "These individuals are essentially our family's enforcers, albeit those with potential for development." Hongxiu concurred with Chowka's sentiments. However, this is unavoidable. Our Chow family is vast and prosperous. Relying solely on a handful of our own kin is insufficient for protection. Thus, employing some enforcers has become an inevitable trend. As for the young recruits, the Chow family provides for their sustenance, clothing, and cultivation. They will only act when we require them, and since such occasions are few and far between, why should they not be willing? Ultimately, the relationship we share with these enforcers is merely one of mutual benefit based on interests. Chowka rose, contemplatively stating, "It appears that for a family to ensure its enduring prosperity, it must cultivate its own practitioners to flourish. That is fundamental." Hongxiu chuckled softly. This is precisely why the elder master inspects the cultivation progress of several young masters on the 15th of each month. I believe he is considering which of you might meet his expectations, allowing him to entrust the position of family head and enjoy his later years in peace. Chowka's expression grew grave as he reflected. The more he spoke, the more he felt that this unforeseen journey was not as effortless as he had previously imagined. As a scion of a prominent family, he bore many responsibilities, burdens he could not simply cast aside. Turning to Hongxiu, Chowka asked earnestly, "Do you know of any means by which I can immediately sense source power and significantly enhance my cultivation?" Hongxiu was taken aback, exclaiming, "Young master, do you mean?" Chowka's gaze was resolute as he replied, "My grandfather has asked me to participate in the grand competition in 5 days, and I do not wish to disappoint him. I do not want others to mock me." Chapter 7. Option A. Hongxiu pondered for a moment and hesitantly said, "Young Master Ku, awakening one's perception of source energy is not impossible, but it requires a considerable sum of money." "Money?" Chowka was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Hongxiu explained, Awakening the perception of source energy is fundamentally a sudden realization for a practitioner, closely tied to their innate talent for cultivation. If someone wishes to bypass this and forcibly awaken their perception, there is only one path to take, through the use of medicine. Medicine? Chowka questioned. Will using medicine to awaken source energy perception have any side effects? For instance, could it prevent future cultivation from reaching its peak? Hongxiu shook her head. There are no side effects per se. Those who utilize medicine to perceive source energy are no different from those who grasp it through their own comprehension. As for how far one can cultivate in the future, that depends on innate talent and is unrelated to the use of medicine. Chowka, upon hearing this, snapped his fingers in excitement, as long as there is a shortcut. If you truly want me to feel this source energy right now, I want to have time to prepare for the grand competition in 5 days. Hongxiu wore a worried expression. However, young Master Ke, this medicine is not so easily obtained. The excitement in Chao Ke's heart sank. Didn't you say that these medicines could be purchased with money? How is it not easy then? You may not have heard me clearly. Hongxiu softly replied, this medicine can indeed be bought with money, but it requires a significant amount. Significant? Just how much? Chao Ke retorted coldly, is a mere pill something our Chao family cannot afford? Hongxiu awkwardly smiled. It's not that our Chao family cannot afford it, but rather that you cannot afford it. What do you mean by that? Chao Ke was even more perplexed. Am I, the third young master of the Chao family, not allowed to ask for some money for such a critical matter as awakening my perception of source energy? No. Hongxiu leaned closer to Chao Ke and whispered, have you forgotten? On the 15th of last month, after the elder examined the cultivation levels of the young masters, he was furious about your inability to perceive source energy. Later, you requested a large sum from him under the pretense of buying medicine to awaken your perception. The elder, seeing your eagerness to learn, generously obliged. But you didn't use the money to purchase the medicine. Instead, you lost it all gambling with young Master Bai and the others. Chowka was taken aback. What? That scoundrel? In his anxiousness, he not only spoke in English, but also began to curse in his original identity as young Master Ke. After venting, he realized he had spoken too freely and hurriedly explained to the puzzled Hongxiu. What I meant was, how could I have been so foolish at that time? Hongxiu shook her head helplessly. So if you were to ask the elder for money to buy the medicine again, wouldn't he just tear you apart? Imagining the elder's furious visage, Chowka shuddered. It seems I really cannot ask the elder for money. By the way, how much does that pill cost? Hongxiu contemplated. I estimate it to be around 50,000 gold coins at the very least, and that is a conservative estimate. When you asked the elder for money last month, he actually gave you 80,000 gold coins just to be safe. 80,000? Chowka, as a traveler, had no real concept of the value of money in this world. Just how much is that? How can I explain this to you? Hongxiu glanced around, hoping to find something to illustrate the concept of 80,000 gold coins, but after searching for a long while, she could only attempt to describe it with words. Let us put it this way. The living expenses for an ordinary family of 3 for a month is 5 gold coins. As a maid in the Chao household, my monthly pay is also 5 gold coins, while as the third young master of the Chao family, your monthly allowance is 100 gold coins. Does that give you a clearer understanding of the value of 80,000 gold coins? Chao Ke nodded in realization. It appears that 80,000 gold coins is indeed an astronomical sum of wealth. Seeing Chao Ke lost in thought, Hongxiu rose and said softly, Young Master Ke, it's getting late. May I go prepare dinner for you? Chao Ke waved his hand dismissively. Just leave it for now. I'm not hungry. Understanding that Chao Ke was troubled by money, Hongxiu didn't press further. Instead, she picked up the old outfit that Chao Ke had discarded against the wall and inquired, Young Master Ke, do you no longer need this clothing? If not, I shall dispose of it, as it is indeed quite worn. Clothing? Upon hearing Hongxiu mention his old outfit, Chao Ke suddenly had a thought, leaping up from the bed and snatching the clothes from her hands, hurriedly sitting back down to rummage through them. Seeing Chao Ke's sudden urgency, Hongxiu curiously leaned closer, her big eyes blinking as she watched him frantically sift through the garments. $5 cheap cigarettes, a lighter worth $62, and a no-name smartphone. After a lengthy search, Chao Ke finally pulled these items from his pockets. Looking at the items laid out on the bed, Hongxiu was puzzled. Young Master Ke, what are these things in your pocket? I've never seen anything like them. Bursts of laughter erupted from Chao Ke as he exclaimed, Heaven has not forsaken me. I have found a way to acquire those 80,000 gold coins. He pulled Hongxiu closer by the shoulders and gently asked, Is there an auction house in our Wahai city? Feeling the warmth of his breath as he spoke, Hongxiu blushed and shyly replied, Wanghai City is the capital of the Eastern Sea province of the Tongtian Empire, so there certainly is an auction house. But why does young Master Ku inquire about it? We hardly have any money to participate in an auction. Chao Ke released his grip on Hongxiu and pointed at the items on his bed, grinning widely. Who said we're going to the auction house to buy things? We're going to sell things. Are you really going to sell these peculiar items? Can this be done? Hongxiu glanced at Chao Ke and then at the items, feeling a sense of unreliability in her heart. The following morning, with Hongxiu's assistance, Chao Ke tidied himself up and then, with a gentle grip on Hongxiu's small hand, set forth from the Chao residence, making his way to the auction house in Wanghai City. Feeling quite embarrassed by Chao Ke's hold on her hand, Hongxiu recognized that he was her master. Whether it was merely holding hands or something more intimate, she dared not utter a word of dissent. Thus, she resigned herself to walking hand in hand with Chao Ke through the bustling streets. Under Hongxiu's guidance, they meandered through alleys and streets. Arriving at the entrance of the Wanghai City auction house after approximately half an hour, it was still early, and the auction house had yet to open its doors. The actual auction would not commence until the afternoon. The entrance could be described as deserted, with only two burly men standing guard like sentinels on either side of the door. Hongxiu stepped forward and addressed the two men. "Gentlemen, my master has items to auction here. Please notify your proprietor." The two men first cast a glance at Hongxiu, then looked at Chao Ke behind her. One of them waved his hand dismissively and said, "It's too early. Our proprietor hasn't risen yet. If you wish to auction, please return in an hour." Before Hongxiu could respond, Chao Ke swiftly advanced to stand before the two men, hands firmly on his hips, and coldly remarked, "Opening your doors for business. Is this how you treat customers? Are you unaware of the saying the customer is king?" At this, the two men chuckled derisively. "King? Kid, did you stumble out of bed this morning?" One of them retorted, eyeing Chao Ke's slight frame. As he spoke, one of the men raised his large hand, akin to a fan, and swung it toward Chao Ke with force. Caught off guard by their sudden aggression, Chao Ke only realized the imminent strike at the last moment. But it was too late for him to evade. Chapter 8. The auction. In a moment of desperation, Chao Ke could only shut his eyes tightly, bracing himself for the impending slap to his face. A dull thud resonated, yet Chao Ke felt no pain whatsoever. Could it be that the burly man had a change of heart and chose to refrain from striking him? But that sound, how could he not have been hit? As doubt filled his mind, he cautiously opened his eyes. Before him stood a graceful figure. Upon closer inspection, it was Hongxiu, who had intervened to shield him from the blow. Her delicate hand grasped the burly man's wrist with an iron grip, while he struggled with all his might to free himself from her control. Panting heavily, his face flushed with exertion, he half-squatted, pulling back forcefully with his other hand. In stark contrast, Hongxiu remained composed and unbothered, regarding the man with a condescending gaze. The disparity in their prowess was evident. He was clearly outmatched. Seeing his companion subdued by this seemingly delicate girl, another burly man was taken aback and prepared to assist. However, before he could take a single step, Hongxiu's icy glare fell upon him, followed by her equally cold voice. "You are no match for me. I advise you to refrain from futile resistance." Under the weight of her frosty stare, the man felt a chill run down his spine, causing him to involuntarily shudder, and the foot he had raised instinctively returned to the ground. Witnessing Hongxiu effortlessly control the situation, Chao Ke felt a surge of confidence. He puffed out his chest and swaggered out from behind her, casting a dismissive glance at the two men. "I, Chao Sanxiao, have come seeking wealth, not to engage in a brawl. However, if you believe me to be an easy target, you are gravely mistaken. Now, summon your boss forth, or else." He chuckled ominously. At this, Chao Ke exchanged a subtle glance with Hongxiu. Understanding her master's intent, she tightened her grip on the burly man's wrist, eliciting a pained cry from him. The other man, witnessing his companion's discomfort, quickly addressed Chao Ke. "My apologies, young sir. We brothers were blind to your stature and obstructed your path. I shall fetch our boss immediately. Please, let my brother go." Chao Ke, too lazy to speak, merely grunted in acknowledgement and signaled to Hongxiu. She complied, loosening her grip, allowing the man to rub his sore wrist, now filled with an unspoken fear as he looked at her. The other burly man whispered something to his companion before bowing slightly to Chao Ke and turning to enter the auction house. He gestured for them to follow, stating, "Please, come with me. My brother will find the boss shortly." Hongxiu fell back half a step, positioning herself beside Chao Ke. With a cold snort, he clasped his hands behind his back and followed the man into the auction house. Upon entering, they were greeted by a square courtyard measuring 400 meters on each side. at the far end of which loomed a massive four-story structure, entirely clad in black, with black curtains obscuring every window. Once inside, the man led them to the left, up a staircase to the fourth floor. The entire floor was a long corridor, with a row of windows draped in black curtains on the right and a series of doors on the left, each adorned with a golden plaque. Through the dim light of the corridor, Chaoku could discern that each plaque bore the same inscription, VIP XX. The man brought them to a stop outside one of the doors, bowing respectfully. "Young sir, please wait here in this VIP room. Our boss will arrive shortly." Pleased with the man's demeanor, Chaoku waved his hand dismissively, signaling him to leave. After a slight bow, the man departed. Chaoku raised his head to examine the plaque on the VIP room, intrigued. "VIP room 11? He mused aloud. Hongxiu softly explained. "This auction house in Wanghai City is part of the largest auction institution in the Tongtian Empire, Wanli Auction. According to their rules, all VIP rooms are assigned by rank. Rooms 1 to 5 are reserved for officials, rooms 6 to 10 for local aristocrats. Only from room 11 onwards are they allocated for casual customers." Chaoku nodded in understanding, gently pushing the door open, which creaked ajar. The room's decor was far from extravagant, evoking a sense of standardization rather than opulence, with nothing particularly striking to catch Chaoku's eye. However, a large floor-to-ceiling glass window opposite the entrance piqued his interest. Standing before the glass, he could clearly observe the entire auction hall below, from the stage setup to the thousands of seats, offering a panoramic view that instilled a sense of superiority. "Ah," he chuckled, "this auction house truly treats its guests well." "Indeed," Hongxiu replied. "These guests are their true patrons, the primary source of income for the auction house." Chaoku sank into the sofa, nonchalantly responding, "It's merely a mutual benefit." After a brief interlude, a middle-aged man in his 40s entered the room. Upon entering, he courteously greeted, "Good day, young sir. I am the steward of this auction house and also an appraiser. I understand you have items you wish to auction?" Chaoku nodded slightly, affirming, "Indeed." The middle-aged man maintained a polite smile as he sat down across from Chaoku, observing him reclining on the sofa. "I see you are new here. I wonder if you are familiar with our rules?" "Rules?" Chaoku was taken aback, shooting a sidelong glance at the man. "Isn't it's simply a matter of me providing you with items to auction, and you taking a commission from the sale?" The man smiled faintly. "Since you are not well acquainted with our regulations, allow me to explain. Here, clients are categorized into tiers: regular clients, VIP clients, and diamond clients. Regular clients have no specific requirements. When purchasing, they pay the total amount, and when selling, we take a 30% commission from the sale price. Once you accumulate over 1 million gold coins, you can upgrade to VIP status, enjoying a 5% discount on purchases and a 15% commission on sales. Should you exceed 5 million, you will attain diamond status, with discounts of up to 10% on purchases and only 5% commission on sales." Chaoku shrugged indifferently, replying, "Very well, let us proceed according to your rules." A middle-aged man, wearing his customary smile, once again reminded Chaoku, "Your cumulative amount with us is currently 0, which means you are merely a standard user of our auction house. Should you wish to auction items here, according to our regulations, we will deduct 30% of the final sale price as commission." Chaoku responded with a faint acknowledgement, then emptied the contents of his pockets onto the coffee table in the VIP room: a smartphone, a pack of inexpensive cigarettes, and a lighter. The moment these items appeared, even the worldly middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback. He picked up each item, inspecting them closely. Yet he could not discern their true nature and could only awkwardly gaze at Chaoku, apologetically inquiring, "I beg your pardon for my ignorance. But what precisely are these items used for?" Chaoku snorted coldly, inwardly musing, "Oh, do continue your charade. Are you not a mere standard user? Do you not take 30% commission? Now you realize your limitations? Now you seek clarity on their purpose?" Though such thoughts raced through his mind, he maintained a perfectly composed exterior and replied to the middle-aged man with a serious tone, "These are merely exquisite items for leisure, used by individuals of exceptional caliber during their spare time, things that someone of your common status would naturally have never encountered." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man frowned in disbelief. "For leisure? Surely you jest?" Sensing the flicker of anger in the man's expression, Chaoku let out a cold laugh, grasped the smartphone from the table, activated the screen, and with a gentle swipe, unlocked it. He proceeded to demonstrate feature after feature right before the middle-aged man's eyes: photography, videography, video playback, calculations, and various functions that were barely acceptable in this world, each meticulously showcased. As Chowko presented these capabilities, the middle-aged man's eyes widened in astonishment. What was a commonplace smartphone in our society was an absolute rarity for him. Not only he, but even the woman named Hong Xiao standing behind Chowko was equally awestruck by the smartphone's capabilities. A treasure. This is undoubtedly a treasure. Before Chowko could finish his demonstration, the middle-aged man snatched the phone, examining it thoroughly from every angle, captivated by its allure. Chapter 9. Young Master Lu Qigong Chowko did not interrupt the middle-aged man's examination of the phone. Instead, he leisurely picked up the teapot from the coffee table and poured himself a bowl of clear tea, savoring it slowly. After a considerable time had passed, the middle-aged man excitedly set down his phone, lifted his gaze, and earnestly asked, "May I inquire about the specific name of this object of yours?" With graceful poise, Chowko set down his teacup and replied, "It is called a mobile phone." A mobile phone? The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. "What a fitting name. May I ask what you intend to set as the base price for it?" Chowko, considering the inquiry, smiled noncommittally and replied, "What do you believe such a device is worth?" It was not that Chowko was reluctant to set a price. Rather, he found himself perplexed by the monetary values in this world. Although Hong Xiao had provided him with an explanation the previous day, her simplistic approach had only informed him that 80,000 gold coins was indeed a substantial sum, without allowing him to fully grasp a coherent value system. Thus, he was compelled to relinquish the responsibility of pricing the phone to the middle-aged man. After a moment of contemplation, the middle-aged man declared, "In my view, while your mobile phone is undoubtedly powerful, it remains merely a tool for entertainment, lacking the practical utility of items that enhance one's cultivation. Therefore, if I were to set a price, I would suggest a base auction price of 100,000 gold coins. What say you?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man cautiously observed Chowko's expression. 100,000? Chowko pondered briefly before nodding. "Very well, 100,000 it shall be. After all, it is merely a base price. If someone truly desires my mobile phone, they will certainly bid higher." The middle-aged man, relieved by Chowko's agreement, exhaled a sigh of relief. In truth, his suggested base price was not particularly generous. In this world, a mobile phone was merely a commonplace item, yet in their realm, Chowko's phone was undoubtedly unique. The capabilities it possessed, such as photography and videography, were beyond the wildest imaginings of the people in that world. Even if it were true that, as the middle-aged man said, the phone served only for amusement, its value to this world was certainly far greater than 100,000 gold coins. To put it differently, the mobile phone in this world was akin to an antique in ours. Aside from some archaeological value, antiques serve primarily as collectibles, with their worth determined by their rarity rather than their functionality. Yet, who would dare say that antiques lack value? Thus, the middle-aged man felt a degree of trepidation in proposing the figure of 100,000, fearing that Chowko might refuse and take his business elsewhere, depriving the auction house of a significant commission. However, if he were to set a price based on his conscience, it would be utterly unacceptable. The number of distinguished guests at the auction house was strictly regulated, with clear limits on annual increases. Should he set a fair base price, it was likely that Chowko could ultimately fetch a sum exceeding 1 million, thereby elevating him to the status of a distinguished client and granting him access to exclusive benefits, something the middle-aged man could not abide. Although Chowko was the third son of the esteemed Chow family in Wanghai City, he had previously mingled only with the frivolous scions of the Bai family, having no prior dealings with the auction house. Even if they were aware of his identity, they had never met him in person. This led the middle-aged man to harbor the illusion that the youth before him had merely stumbled upon a treasure by chance, intending to sell it for a modest sum, and would not return to his establishment. Thus, the middle-aged man genuinely wished not to see his precious guest's spot taken so easily. For these reasons, the middle-aged man felt compelled to forego a higher commission, suppressing the phone's base price. However, Chowko, being a ruffian, could not possibly comprehend these intricacies. His sole objective was to sell the items he had brought from his journey to gather the necessary 80,000 gold coins for medicine. Since the middle-aged man had already met his requirement with the proposed base price, he had no grounds for disagreement. In a matter of moments, the two settled on the base price for the mobile phone, leaving the middle-aged man quite elated. "Young master, please do share details about the remaining two items." Chowko nodded and picked up a packet of inexpensive cigarettes, stating, "This item is called tobacco. Its purpose is to provide immense comfort to those who partake." Partake? The middle-aged man looked at the cigarette in confusion. "Is this something one inhales?" Chao Ke nodded and casually reached for the lighter on the coffee table, pressing a button to ignite a flame, intending to demonstrate smoking to the middle-aged man. However, upon witnessing the flicker of fire from the lighter, the middle-aged man was taken aback. Even Hong Xiu, standing behind Chao Ke, instinctively took a step back. Fire! The middle-aged man exclaimed, pointing at the lighter. You conjured flames so effortlessly? Chao Ke, puzzled, responded, Is there a problem with that? Hastily, Hong Xiu leaned closer to Chao Ke and whispered, Young master, we usually create fire by striking flint together or by vigorously shaking an expensive fire stick. It is not something one can ignite so easily. Realizing the difference, Chao Ke responded with an understanding nod. Once he demonstrated how to smoke and allowed the middle-aged man to experience it himself. The middle-aged man adopted a serious demeanor and remarked, Young master, I believe your so-called tobacco may prove cumbersome for the uninitiated. Those unfamiliar with it may well reject it. However, your lighter is indeed remarkable. After a moment of reflection, the middle-aged man continued. Perhaps we should consider this. Let us feature your lighter as the primary item, with the cigarettes serving as a complimentary addition. Then we can establish a total price, alleviating concerns that the cigarettes might go unsold due to lack of recognition. Chao Ke nodded in agreement. Very well, let it be as you suggest. What base price should we assign to the lighter and the cigarettes? The middle-aged man replied, The true value of these items lies in their rarity. And compared to the previous mobile phone, their practicality is significantly diminished. However, as collectibles, they still possess considerable worth, given their unique existence in this world. I propose we set their combined price at 10,000 gold coins. Chao Ke nodded in affirmation. That sounds agreeable. Seeing that Chao Ke had no objections, the middle-aged man promptly gathered his belongings from the coffee table, including his mobile phone, and then issued a receipt for the items, indicating a base price. Without further delay, the middle-aged man bid farewell and hurriedly exited. Shortly thereafter, a gentle knocking sound echoed from outside Chao Ke's private room. Come in, Hong Xiu responded. The door opened, revealing a beautiful waitress who first bowed deeply to Chao Ke, who was reclining on the sofa, and then respectfully announced, Esteemed sir, the items you wish to auction have been taken by our appraiser for preparation for this afternoon's auction. You may either remain in this private room to await the commencement of the auction or feel free to leave and attend to other matters. In any case, this room will be at your disposal until the conclusion of today's auction. Chao Ke merely nodded in acknowledgement. The waitress continued, If you choose to stay for lunch, please inform me in advance so that I may prepare a meal for you. Chao Ke waved his hand dismissively. There's no need for that. We will be leaving shortly and will return in the afternoon. Understood, the waitress replied, bowing once more to Chao Ke before turning to depart. Chao Ke picked up the teacup from the coffee table and drained the remaining tea in one gulp. He then stood up and gestured to Hong Xiu. Let's go. Hong Xiu softly acquiesced and followed Chao Ke out of the room, down the stairs, and across the small square to the entrance of the auction house. Just as they stepped outside, a mocking voice emerged from their left. Oh, who do we have here? Is that not young Master Chao San? What brings you here today? Skipping gambling for a visit to the auction house? Chao Ke frowned and turned to see a handsome young man accompanied by two burly subordinates, striding confidently towards him. Who is this person? Chao Ke asked quietly, glancing back at Hong Xiu. Leaning closer, Hong Xiu whispered in Chao Ke's ear, This man is Lu Long, the seventh son of the Lu family. The Lu family? Upon hearing this, Chao Ke suddenly recalled that the previous day, when he had met old Master Chao, there had been mention of the Lu family, along with a reference to a prodigious talent in cultivation emerging from that lineage. Isn't the Lu family one of the three major families? Chao Ke continued to inquire. Hong Xiu nodded. Indeed. Unlike the Bai family, which is another of the three major families, the Lu family constantly opposes our Chao family. Young Master Chao, you must exercise caution in dealing with Lu Qi today. A glint of determination sparked in Chao Ke's eyes as he let out a dismissive snort. Chapter 10. The young master of the Bai family with a broad smile plastered across his face, Chao Ke approached the direction of Lu Kagongzi, cheerfully exclaiming, I wondered who it was. It turns out to be Lu Nong, young Master Lu Qigong. Upon hearing Chao Ke's earnest mispronunciation of Lu Long's name as Lu Nong, Hong Xiu could not help but giggle uncontrollably. Flowing pus? Lu Long's expression darkened, and he coldly remarked, Chao San Xiao, are you jesting at my expense? Chao Ke, standing before Lu Long, feigned surprise. Really? Am I making fun of young Master Seven? I had no idea. Following closely behind Chao Ke, Hong Xiu suppressed her laughter and boldly interjected, Young Master, his name is actually Lu Long, not whatever you just said, Lu Nong. Upon hearing this, Chowka's face turned sheepish as he turned to Lu Long and apologized. Lu brother, I sincerely apologize. It seems I misremembered your name. I hope you won't take offense. As if deep in thought, Chowka continued, however, Lu brother, your name is quite peculiar. Lu Long, flowing pus, such similar pronunciations. It can easily lead to confusion. At this point, Lu Long's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. And the two attendants behind him were eager to confront Chao Ku, seething with indignation, ready to defend their master's honor. Lu Long raised a hand to halt them and cast a sidelong glance at Chao Ku, softly huffing, Chao San Shao, you possess quite the silver tongue. With just a few words, you can incite my anger. I must admit, I previously underestimated your talents. Chowka chuckled, Lu brother, you flatter me. My interests lie solely in gambling and women. As for other matters, I simply lack the energy to manage. Lu Long gritted his teeth, nodding vehemently, so, what brings you to the auction house this time, San Shao? Are you perhaps here to purchase a couple of beautiful maidens after winning some money from Bai Shao and his companions? Chowka feigned astonishment. Lu brother, you truly are like a worm in my belly. My thoughts cannot be concealed from you. I have only had Hong Xiu attending to me, and seeing her so fatigued. I wish to acquire another concubine. Hence, I came to the auction house to try my luck, but alas, it is still early, and the establishment has yet to open. Nevertheless, I am fortunate to have encountered you, Lu brother. I have heard that you possess a multitude of concubines. Would you kindly grant me one? It would alleviate my pressing predicament. Is that merely a request for one? Lu Long's eyes gleamed with intensity. San Shao desires one of Lu Long's women? Chowka froze momentarily, hastily waving his hands. Please, Lu brother, do not take offense. If you are truly reluctant, let us forget my previous words. Lu Long narrowed his eyes. Forget? San Shao, you underestimate my position, do you not? While concubines may ultimately be considered servants, they are nonetheless my women. To so casually demand one of them, do you not think that is somewhat inappropriate? Chao Ku, having never won a single hand, paused for thought. Realizing that Bai Pongzi must have been duped by Lu Si and his companions, it was implausible for anyone to lose every single game within an hour. With a faint smile, Chao Ku gestured to Bai Fan. Come, Bai Shao, lead the way. I shall assist you in teaching Lu Si and his cohorts a lesson. Bai Fan, elated by the response, quickly guided Chao Ku forward. Hong Xiu hastened a few steps to walk beside Chao Ku, whispering in his ear, young master. When you gambled against Lu Si before, you lost more often than not and gained little. Now, we have brought very few gold coins. How do you plan to avenge Bai Shao? Chao Ku tightened his grip on Hong Xiu's hand and replied softly, do not worry. This is something you need not fret over. I, Chao Ku, do not concern myself with how much money I possess. I only need to know how much my opponent has. As he spoke, Chao Ku flashed Hong Xiu a knowing smile. Chapter 11. The gamble Bai Fan led Chao Ku and Hong Xiu to a tavern named Wan Fu Lai. Inside, in room 206, were Chao Ku, Lu Lao Si, and their companions. Bai Fan halted at the tavern's entrance, turned to Chao Ku, and remarked, he mentioned yesterday that he was waiting for us to come here for revenge today? Chao Ku nodded, then stepped inside the tavern alongside Bai Fan. Upon opening the door to room 206, Chao Ku observed that the modest space already housed 6 individuals. At the center sat a young man, likely in his 20s. Clad in an opulent black robe, nonchalantly reclining with his legs crossed, casting a disdainful gaze at Chao Ku and the others. This must be the Lu Si that Bai Fan had mentioned, Chao Ku mused. From the name alone, he could easily deduce that Lu Si was indeed the younger brother of Lu Long, whom he had encountered at the auction house, belonging to one of the 3 prominent families of Wanghai City. As for the other individuals in the room, Chao Ku paid them little heed. Their eager attention on Lu Si indicated they were merely his lackeys. After exchanging a few words, the gambling commenced, igniting excitement among the onlookers, who cheered and rallied for Lu Si. Bai Fan plopped down beside Chao Ku, cautiously advising, Chao Ku, you're betting so heavily. Be careful not to lose your trousers. Chao Ku shot Bai Fan a glare, retorting, shut your mouth. Just watch quietly. What's the big deal? Bai Fan muttered, I'm merely trying to warn you. If you lose everything, you'll be in quite a predicament. Ignoring Bai Fan, Chao Ku focused on Lu Si, asking, do you wish to go first, or shall I? Lu Si shrugged, as you wish. Chao Ku nodded, then you go first. Lu Si wasted no time, grasping 3 dice in his hand, shaking them vigorously before declaring, roll. He tossed the dice onto the table, where they spun for an extended moment before finally settling. 5, 5, 6, 16 points. Someone exclaimed excitedly. Lu Si appeared pleased with his roll, offering a subtle smile while gesturing for Chao Ku to proceed. Bai Fan slapped his forehead in dismay, muttering, "It's over." Lucy's luck seems as strong as yesterday. 16 points on the first roll. How can we compete with that? Behind Chao Ku, Hong Xiu watched anxiously. Fully aware of her master's gambling skills, which often relied on luck and had led to significant losses in the past, with only 70-odd gold coins remaining. A loss here would leave Chao Ku in a dire situation. However, Chao Ku remained unfazed by Lucy's score. Calmly, he picked up the dice, weighing them lightly. A knowing smile gracing his lips. In his previous life, gambling had been his favored pastime, and he had diligently studied the art of dice throwing, particularly confident in his skills. When Lucy proposed a dice game, Chao Ku felt utterly at ease. From the weight of the dice, he was certain they had been tampered with, filled with mercury or similar substances, allowing those with special techniques to manipulate the outcome. Casting a meaningful glance at Lucy, Chao Ku shook the dice in his hands before tossing them onto the table. To everyone's astonishment, all 3 dice landed showing sixes. Chao Ku's first roll yielded a remarkable 18 points. An eerie silence enveloped the room, which lingered until Bai Fan erupted with excitement. 18 points. Chao Ku, you rolled an 18. Chao Ku, exasperated, replied, "I can see that for myself. Thank you very much. Can you not contain your enthusiasm?" Across the table, Lucy forced a smile. Third young master is indeed fortunate. To roll the highest score on the first throw is quite enviable. Chao Ku dismissed Lucy's flattery. "No need for compliments. We are adversaries now. Your true feelings should be disappointment. So stop stalling and pay up." Lucy signaled to one of his companions, who produced a 100 gold coin note and presented it to Chao Ku. Hong Xiu eagerly accepted the note, tucking it into her sleeve with glee. Pushing the dice toward Lucy, Chao Ku declared, "For the second round, the stakes rise to 200 gold coins. Do you dare?" Lucy locked eyes with Chao Ku, responding defiantly. "Why should I fear? 200 it is. Your roll was merely a stroke of luck. The rest nothing to brag about." Chao Ku smiled faintly, gesturing for Lucy to proceed. Lucy snatched the 3 dice, shaking them vigorously before blowing on them, then casting them onto the table. 5, 6, 6, 17 points. Lucy's roll surpassed his previous one, and he shot a challenging look at Chao Ku, clearly skeptical that his opponent could replicate such fortune. Chao Ku picked up the dice, shook them lightly, and tossed them onto the table. Miraculously, all 3 dice again landed on sixes. 18 points once more. Bai Fan turned, enveloping Chao Ku in an enthusiastic embrace, shouting, "Another 18. You're incredible today, Chao Ku. I adore you." Struggling for breath amidst Bai Fan's embrace, Chao Ku gasped, "You nearly suffocated me. Do you want to kill me?" Bai Fan sheepishly waved his hands. "I was just overly excited." Lucy's expression paled slightly, not out of concern for the gold coins, but rather from suspicion regarding Chao Ku's extraordinary luck. Could it be that Chao Ku had mastered the art of dice throwing? That seemed implausible. After receiving the 200 gold coin note, Chao Ku once again pushed the 3 dice toward Lucy, wearing a mocking expression as he proposed for the third round. "The stakes rise to 1,000 gold coins. Do you dare to continue, Lu young master?" Lucy trembled at the prospect, his heart racing as he pondered whether to proceed with this strange gamble. Chapter 12. The young lady of the Lu family. At the moment when Lu Tong found himself in an awkward predicament, the door swung open, and a figure stepped inside. Simultaneously, a voice, light and airy like a lark, rang out. "Fourth brother, I knew you would be here gambling. Seventh brother has been waiting for quite some time, and is urging us to join him." With that voice, a stunning beauty, standing at least 175 meters tall, appeared before them. She wore a long dress of bright yellow, and her 2 dark braids danced gracefully across her chest. Her slightly rounded, supple face was adorned with large, blinking eyes that evoked an irresistible sense of familiarity, reminiscent of a celestial fairy descending from the heavens. Seeing this enchanting beauty enter, Chao Ku was momentarily taken aback. To be honest, who was Chao Ku? He was a remarkable individual who had traversed from their world to this one. In this highly digitized era, he had encountered countless beauties, both natural and enhanced, through television and the internet. By all accounts, he had seen a plethora of beautiful women, thus earning him the reputation of an experienced connoisseur in their current world. However, the beauty before him was not only of unparalleled appearance, but also possessed an endearing aura that was utterly unique to him, coupled with her flawless physique and ethereal voice. She was indeed a paragon among women. Chao Ku's eyes sparkled with unabashed admiration as he unabashedly appraised the beauty, instinctively turning to Hong Xiu behind him, saying, "Hong Xiu, who is this stunning lady?" Hong Xiu, observing her master's infatuated expression, felt a pang of jealousy but respectfully replied, "This girl is named Lu Hongyu, the only girl in this generation of the Lu family, the younger sister of Lu Tong and Lu Long Lu Hongyu." Chao Ke stroked his chin, sarcastically praising, "Indeed, quite impressive." Lu Hongyu, of course, noticed Chao Ke's unabashedly lecherous gaze and shot him a glance filled with indignation. Ignoring him, she gracefully moved past the others and approached Lu Tong. Clearly, everyone in the room, except for Chao Ke, recognized the eldest daughter of the Lu family. Even Bai Fan, among others, was fixated on Lu Hongyu, unable to divert their gaze. After her entrance, an unusual silence enveloped the room, adding to the strangeness of the atmosphere. "Little sister, what brings you here?" Lu Tong frowned, irritated by the knowing looks exchanged among the others. "Did I not tell you not to seek me out? Why do you not listen?" Lu Hongyu pouted, somewhat offended. "Do you think I enjoy coming here? It's seventh brother who is anxious. This matter is of great importance. We cannot afford any slip-ups." Lu Tong raised his hand to halt her. "All right, I understand. I can distinguish between urgency and triviality. Just wait here for a moment. I will conclude this gambling game as swiftly as possible, and then we shall depart." Lu Hongyu obediently nodded and quietly sat beside Lu Tong. He then turned to Chao Ke and said, "Third young master, let us resume our game. I have matters to attend to, and time is limited." However, upon noticing Chao Ke's expression, Lu Tong felt a surge of anger, nearly tempted to slap him. At that moment, Chao Ke was entirely oblivious to Lu Tong's words, his eyes fixated on Lu Hongyu, his mouth slightly agape, even drooling as if he wished to devour her whole. Lu Tong's teeth clenched, his eyes twitching. He coldly remarked, "Chao Ke, is it not rather impolite to gaze at my sister in such a manner? It is unbecoming of a gentleman from a prominent family." Chao Ke waved his hand dismissively, responding nonchalantly, "A gentleman's demeanor? What purpose does that serve? As the saying goes, a graceful lady is a gentleman's delight. I find it entirely natural to admire beauty. What is wrong with that? Does she look so splendid merely for her own enjoyment?" "You." Lu Tong was momentarily speechless, unsure how to counter Chao Ke's twisted logic. The phrase "a graceful lady is a gentleman's delight" echoed in Lu Hongyu's mind, prompting her to chuckle softly. Her gaze towards Chao Ke now tinged with curiosity. It was evident she had never encountered this famous adage from their world. So hearing Chao Ke's eloquent words sparked her interest. After a prolonged silence, Lu Tong finally ceded, "I have no time for a verbal sparring match with you. Let us proceed with our gambling to avoid further wasting each other's time." Chao Ke wiped the drool from his chin, then looked back at Lu Tong, sneering, "Since we both have pressing matters, why not engage in one final round? As for the stakes, let them be determined by the amount of gold coins you currently possess, a life and death wager." Lu Tong paused. "I have over 17,000 silver notes on me. Do you have that much money, Chao Ke?" Chao Ke smiled and shook his head. "Do you truly believe that, in front of all these witnesses, I, the illustrious third young master of the Chao family, would renege on a mere 10 or 8,000 gold coins?" "Very well," Lu Tong shouted, pulling a stack of silver notes from his pocket and slamming them onto the table. "I do not believe that you, Chao Ke, can possibly roll 3 sixes in a row today. All my silver notes are at stake." Faced with Chao Ke's arrogance and relentless pressure, Lu Tong made a bold decision. Convinced that Chao Ke's previous rolls of 18 were merely the result of luck and had nothing to do with his gambling skills. Good fortune may hold for 1 or 2 rolls, but the odds of 3 consecutive lucky rolls were exceedingly slim. Thus, Lu Tong steeled himself, betting his entire fortune on this final gamble. Seeing Lu Tong accept his proposal, a glint of excitement flashed in Chao Ke's eyes as he proclaimed, "Brother Lu, you truly possess great spirit. I admire you." He gestured invitingly. "Brother Lu, please proceed." Lu Tong cautiously picked up the dice, shaking them in his hands before casting them onto the table, calling out loudly, 18, 18, 18. Lu Hongyu watched the 3 spinning dice intently, her expression fraught with tension. Chao Ke lounged in his chair, seemingly unfazed by the outcome, as if Lu Tong's roll was of no consequence to him. After spinning for what felt like an eternity, the dice finally came to a halt. 5, 6, 6, totaling 17 points. This result allowed Lu Tong to breathe a slight sigh of relief, though the tension remained palpable. He pushed the dice towards Chao Ke, his gaze fierce. "It's your turn, Chao Ke. If you have any skill, show me you can roll an 18. Chao Ke accepted the dice with a smirk, casually shaking them before flinging them onto the table. Everyone in the room, except for Chao Ke, rose to their feet, their faces etched with concentration as they focused on the dice. This seemingly casual throw could decisively determine the outcome of the day's wager. especially given the substantial stakes involved. Everyone was eager to discover whether the extraordinarily lucky Chao Ku would emerge victorious or if Lu Tong, the fourth young master of the Lu family, would claim the final triumph. Slowly, the three dice came to a stop. The results of the previous 3 rounds remained unchanged, with 3 vibrant sixes facing upwards once again. 18. 3 consecutive scores of 18. Everyone fell into a profound silence, including Bai Fan, whose eyes now reflected nothing but sheer astonishment. This is impossible. Suddenly, Lu Tong shouted, his eyes blazing as he fixed his gaze on the opposing Chao Ku, desperately exclaiming, "You could not possibly roll 3 consecutive 18s. You must be employing some underhanded trickery. Chao Ku, you are despicable. You are shameless." Chao Ku waved his hand dismissively. "Lu Laosi, one may indulge in reckless eating, but one must speak with integrity. Do you possess any evidence to substantiate your claims that I, Chao Ku, have resorted to deceit? Everyone present here has witnessed the entire gambling process with clarity. Furthermore, I arrived empty-handed. The dice, which served as our gaming apparatus, were provided by you. What means could I possibly employ to cheat?" Lu Tong's outburst had been a moment of impulsiveness. He had no evidence to prove that Chao Ku had indeed cheated. Noticing Lu Tong at a loss for words, Chao Ku smiled slightly, stood up, and took the thick stack of banknotes from the table, handing it to the attendant behind him. He then approached Lu Tong, who remained seated in stunned silence, and gently patted Lu Tong on the shoulder, speaking with earnestness. "Lu Laosi, Lu Sai, one must possess integrity in life, and in gambling, one must also uphold the spirit of the game. If one chooses to gamble, one must accept both victory and defeat. 17,000 gold coins, allow me to graciously accept this from you." Having said this, Chao Ku bypassed Lu Tong and approached Lu Hongyu, his face suddenly adorned with a sincere smile. He slightly bowed and addressed her. "I am Chao Ku. Today, having been fortunate enough to witness your beauty, I dare to seek your friendship. Might you consent to this?" Lu Hongyu's cheeks flushed, and she softly replied, "Young Master Chao, is this not a bit abrupt?" Chao Ku let out a boisterous laugh, and to everyone's astonishment, he swiftly leaned in and planted a forceful kiss on Lu Hongyu's delicate face, the sound of the kiss echoing audibly. Both Lu Hongyu and the onlookers were taken aback by Chao Ku's audacity, caught off guard and without consent, and the forcefulness of the kiss left them wide-eyed and agape, as if frozen in place by an unseen spell. Chapter 13. The auction commences. After finishing his encounter with Lu Hongyu, Chao Ku wasted no time and hurried to Hong Shou's side. He swiftly took a few banknotes from the stack in her hand and tucked them into Bai Fan's embrace. Then, grasping Hong Shou's small hand, he dashed out of the tavern, making a beeline for the auction house. Shortly after their departure, Lu Tong frantically chased after them, shouting angrily at the sight of Chao Ku and Hong Xiu in the distance. "Chao Ku, you despicable scoundrel! To take advantage of my unawareness and force a kiss on my younger sister. I, Lu Tong, will never forgive you, you rogue. You lecher." Lu Tong's fury escalated. In his rage, he even removed his shoes and hurled them in the direction where Chao Ku had fled. As he ran, Chao Ku let out a derisive laugh. "Is that all you can do? Bark like a mad dog. Yes, I kissed your little sister, what of it? If you have the guts, go to the Chao residence and settle the score." Of course, due to the distance, Lu Tong could not hear Chao Ku's taunts. Had he heard, he would have surely fought Chao Ku to the death. After turning several corners, Chao Ku finally slowed his pace, reveling in the thrill of seeing Lu Tong's furious expression. What a delight! Why does witnessing Lu Tong's anger fill me with such pleasure? Hong Xiu, holding Chao Ku's hand, followed behind him in silence for some time before softly inquiring, "Young Master Ke, why did you suddenly kiss Miss Lu?" Chao Ku paused, glancing back at Hong Xiu. "Is there a problem? Lu Hongyu is quite beautiful, and I couldn't help myself. Besides, what does it matter? A kiss is merely a kiss. It won't cost her anything. Why is everyone so fixated on this?" Hong Xiu lowered her head, murmuring, "But have you considered Miss Lu's feelings? As a young lady, how can she face the world after being kissed so forcefully in public?" Chao Ku furrowed his brow. Is our society's etiquette really that severe? Can't a person go out after a simple kiss? Besides, it was merely a peck on her cheek. Hong Xiu pressed her lips together. A girl's reputation is of utmost importance. No man should touch her, whether it be lips or cheeks. Even holding hands ought to be avoided. Chao Ku, hearing this, finally halted, raising the hand that held Hong Xiu's with a puzzled expression. "Even that is unacceptable?" Hong Xiu's face flushed. "I am not the same as Miss Lu. I have been by your side since childhood, so I am. I am already yours. But Miss Lu is a genuine young lady. You should not have acted in such a manner." Chao Ku's brows twitched involuntarily, and after a moment of reflection, he chuckled. I understand your concerns, but I can't guarantee I can restrain myself. You know, old habits die hard. Hong Xiu had initially felt a pang of jealousy upon witnessing Chao Ke kiss Lu Hongyu, which prompted her impulsive remarks. She had expected Chao Ke to berate her. Yet to her surprise, he showed no signs of reproach and even offered an explanation, assuring her he would be more mindful in the future. This left her feeling both flattered and astonished. Young Master Ke, Hong Xiu ventured cautiously. I can't help but feel that since yesterday, you have been different. Though your actions remain the same, there seems to be an additional layer to your demeanor. I can't quite articulate it, but you have changed significantly. Could you tell me why? Chao Ke was momentarily at a loss for words, thinking to himself, how do I explain this to you, girl? Should I tell you that I am not the same master you once knew? That I am a traveler from another world? Please, do you even understand what crossing over means? Even if you did, would you believe my tale? After a lengthy pause, Chao Ke waved his hand dismissively. You wouldn't understand if I told you. So it's best not to ask. Oh, Hong Xiu replied, though her eyes remained filled with curiosity, as if she were determined to see through Chao Ke entirely. Her gaze made him feel uneasy. After all, he was not the true third young master of the Chao family, and he could not reveal the truth of his situation to anyone. Thus, Chao Ke felt a profound frustration, almost wishing to shout at the heavens to vent his pin-up feelings. Where are we headed? Hong Xiu, noticing Chao Ke's mood, smiled gently and deftly shifted the topic. The auction house, Chao Ke replied succinctly. Hong Xiu hesitated. Aren't you going to eat something first? There's still some time before the afternoon auction begins. There's no need to rush. Chao Ke shook his head. Did you not hear Lu Hongyu mention that she was looking for Lu Tong on behalf of her seventh brother? Who is Lu Hongyu's seventh brother? Is it not the Lu Long we encountered at the auction house entrance? From Lu Hongyu's words, it becomes evident that the three siblings seem to have arranged to meet at the auction house. What could the meeting at the auction house entail? Hong Xiu inquired. Chao Ke mused. It is highly likely that the three of them, or perhaps the Lu family behind them, have set their sights on one or several treasures at this auction, prompting their attendance. Hong Xiu remarked. So, you mean to say that the Lu siblings' goal is indeed the auction items this afternoon? Though not fully certain, Chao Ke nodded, expressing confidence. I am fairly certain that's the case. Hong Xiu considered for a moment. In that case, we must hurry back to the auction house to avoid missing anything. Please wait a moment. I will fetch something to eat. We can dine in the VIP room once we return. After all, we cannot go hungry. When Chao Ke and Hong Xiu finally returned to the designated VIP room 11 at the auction house, the main hall below was already filled with no fewer than 700 or 800 attendees, all eagerly awaiting the commencement of the afternoon auction. After a light meal, Chao Ke settled Hong Xiu onto the sofa before reclining comfortably against her lap, relishing the moment. Hong Xiu, do wake me when the auction begins. I shall take a brief nap. Understood, Hong Xiu replied softly, gazing down at him. Time passed, and eventually, Hong Xiu's gentle voice reached Chao Ke's ears. Young Master Ke, wake up, the auction is about to start. After several calls, Chao Ke reluctantly opened his bleary eyes, muttering, so soon? Gradually sitting up, he peered through the floor-to-ceiling glass window, overlooking the auction venue. Just as Hong Xiu had said, the auction had indeed begun, with thousands of seats occupied. Even the aisles brimming with people, creating a sea of heads below. In stark contrast to the bustling crowd, only one figure stood on the stage, a tall woman. Although somewhat distant, Chao Ke could not clearly discern the features of the enchanting woman before him. Yet, he was certain that she was indeed a beauty, for her mere appearance elicited a chorus of whistles from the audience, with some even audibly declaring their affection in unabashed terms. The woman, holding a microphone, gracefully approached the stage and, with a voice sweet to the point of being cloying, addressed everyone below. Hello, everyone. I am Lu Riyun. Thank you all for attending today's auction at our esteemed auction house. On behalf of our host, I extend a warm welcome and my utmost gratitude for your presence. Though Lu Riyun's words were merely formalities, the audience responded with an even more fervent cacophony of whistles and cheers, creating waves of sound that surged and ebbed, relentless in their enthusiasm. Chao Ke let out a soft chuckle, acknowledging the considerable charisma Lu Riyun possessed that could incite such fervor. Beside him, Hong Xiu observed Lu Riyun on stage and remarked, this woman is quite remarkable. Under her stewardship, no item has ever gone unsold, regardless of its inherent quality. Coupled with her formidable appeal, any auction she hosts attracts buyers not only from Huahai City but also from other cities eager to participate. It is said that the highest auction record in the Tongtian Empire was established and is still held by Lu Riyun herself. Truly impressive, Chao exclaimed, intrigued. I must seize the opportunity to meet her. At this, Hong Xiu fell momentarily silent, regarding Chao with a gaze rich in unspoken implications. Instinctively, Chao turned to meet her expression, remarking with a hint of exasperation, "What are you thinking now? My desire to meet Lu Ruyun is purely to make a friend. There are no ulterior motives whatsoever." Such a candid admission, Hong Xiu replied with a playful hum and a gentle smile. At that moment, Lu Ruyun finished her welcoming remarks and summoned the first auction item. Encased within a modest square red box, the item appeared unremarkable, suggesting that it was not of great value. "This is our first auction item of the day," Lu Ruyun's melodious voice rang out once more. "I need not elaborate on it. Once you hear its name, you will surely recognize its significance." After a brief pause, she continued, "It is called the Awakening Pill." Chapter 14. The Awakening Pill of the Evil Soul Stone. As Lu Ruyun's words echoed through the hall, Chao Keating was taken aback, rising abruptly from the sofa. "Is this the awakening pill I've been searching for?" he exclaimed. Hong Xiu nodded affirmatively. Chao Keating approached the floor-to-ceiling glass, fixating intently on Lu Ruyun on stage. Although the awakening pill was indeed what he desired most at that moment, he felt no urgency to bid, for while the pill was scarce, it was not particularly difficult for someone of his stature to acquire. Thus, he chose to observe, gauging the auctions unfolding to ascertain how high the price might soar, affording him a better understanding should he wish to procure the pill elsewhere. Perhaps it was due to the relative commonality of the awakening pill that the audience's response was tepid after Lu Ruyun announced the starting bid of 8,000 gold coins. Only 4 individuals stepped forward to raise the bid, elevating the price to 30,000 gold coins. Subsequently, a brief silence enveloped the auction house, as no one dared to bid higher. 30,000 gold coins. Chao Keating was momentarily startled. Although he had initially adopted a passive stance, this price stirred his unease. Hong Xiu had mentioned that on the market, the awakening pill was valued at no less than 50,000 gold coins. Why then had it only reached 30,000 at auction? "Hong Xiu, let us place a bid. 35,000 gold coins," Chao Keating declared without looking back. Hong Xiu nodded, deftly inputting the amount on a device atop the coffee table. Almost immediately, the display screen above the auction stage illuminated with Chao Keating's bid. Lu Ruyun smiled gently and announced, "The guest from VIP room 11 bids 35,000 gold coins. Is there anyone willing to bid higher?" The response was met with silence. No one dared to surpass Chao Keating's offer. After counting to 3, Lu Ruyun struck the gavel, confirming that the first item belonged to Chao Keating. With a triumphant smile, Chao Keating reclined back into the sofa, leaning against Hong Xiu, relishing the moment. "What a splendid bargain! I acquired the awakening pill for 35,000 gold coins, saving myself a significant sum." Hong Xiu chuckled. "Indeed, this is a delightful surprise." Without delay, Lu Ruyun introduced the second item for auction. Upon seeing what she held, Chao Keating's lighter and a packet of 5 yuan cigarettes, his interest piqued once more, and he sat up attentively. "Let us see how much these 2 items can fetch," he said with excitement. After briefly explaining the lighter and cigarettes, Lu Ruyun invited bids. But chaos ensued in the auction hall. As predicted by the appraiser, the crowd was captivated by the lighter, while few paid heed to the inexpensive cigarettes. The lighter's ability to effortlessly ignite a flame astonished everyone, shattering their preconceived notions. 15,000. A voice broke through the din, initiating a flurry of bids. 20,000. 21,000. 24,000. The bidding escalated, creating an electrifying atmosphere as the auction spiraled into a frenzy. Chao Keating reveled in the cacophony of bids, each increment signifying more gold coins for him, fueling his elation. After an intense bidding war, his lighter and cigarettes were ultimately claimed by a guest from VIP room 1 for 55,000 gold coins. Chao Keating and Hong Xiu exchanged jubilant high fives, exclaiming, 55,000 gold coins. Haha, I've truly struck it rich. The appearance of the lighter had propelled the auction into a thrilling crescendo, with the subsequent 4 items fetching similarly lofty prices, even bringing a smile to the usually composed Lu Ruyun. As she lifted the 5th item presented by a server, Lu Ruyun remarked, "Next, we have this item, which is, to be precise, merely a stone. The seller has not provided us with any explanation regarding its specific effects or uses, only revealing its name. According to the seller, those who truly understand the stone's properties will undoubtedly recognize its genuine value." Raising the 5th item above her head, she mused, "Who are those in VIP room 11? Daring to interfere and claim our evil soul stone?" Seated across the room, Lu Tong's expression grew grave. It seems we are not the only ones privy to the true purpose of the evil soul stone. Lu Long pointed at the bidding device on the coffee table, urging Lu Hongyu, quickly, 85,000 gold coins. Lu Hongyu nodded, entering the bid into the device. 85,000 gold coins. The guest from VIP room 7 has bid 85,000 gold coins. Lu Riyun's sweet voice rang out once more. It appears the guest from VIP room 7 is quite determined to possess this evil soul stone. Chao Keating smirked coldly, murmuring, as expected. He then commanded Hong Xiao, 90,000 gold coins. 100,000. Upon seeing Chao Keating's new bid, Lu Long kicked the sofa in frustration, nearly losing his composure. 110,000. Chao Keating remained unfazed. 150,000. I refuse to believe this. Lu Long teetered on the edge of fury. 200,000. Through the floor-to-ceiling glass, Chao Keating directed a gaze filled with mockery towards VIP room 7, envisioning the Lu family members seething with indignation, even as the unique glass obstructed any view of the room's interior. Damn it. 300,000. Lu Long bellowed, nearly storming out of the VIP room to confront Chao Keating, only to be restrained by Lu Hongyu. At this moment, even Lu Tong stood up, his expression solemn as he focused intently on the auction below. 300,000? Lu family, surely this hasn't reached your breaking point yet? Chao Keating scoffed derisively. Let us rub some salt in their wounds. Hong Xiao, 500,000 gold coins. Chapter 15, bidding 500,000. Chao Ke's bid made Lu Tong's heart race. Who on earth was the individual in the number 11 VIP room, willing to spend such an extravagant sum? In Wanghai City, there were but 3 families with such economic prowess, yet neither the Chao family nor the Bai family should have been present in the number 11 VIP room. Damn it. This person is undoubtedly here to cause trouble. Fourth brother, let me go over there and teach this blind fool a lesson. So he knows that the Lu family's path is not so easily obstructed. Lu Long exclaimed, his face flushed with anger. Seventh brother, sit down and behave. Lu Tong admonished sharply. I am already impulsive enough. Why are you even more restless than I? Do you not comprehend where we are? This is the Wanli auction house, not a place for us to run amok. Is such an obvious truth something I need to teach you? Lu Long huffed and plopped down on the sofa, grumbling. I simply cannot swallow this grievance. The person in the number 11 VIP room is clearly opposing us. Lu Long shook his head. Whether they are truly opposing us remains uncertain. Perhaps they, too, possess a profound understanding of the evil soul stone, just as we do, and are here for it. In an auction, we must allow others to bid. That is simply the way of things. However, they have already raised the price to 500,000. Fourth brother, Lu Long anxiously protested. Grandfather sent us 3 siblings to bid for this evil soul stone, providing us with only 500,000 gold coins. Now, they have already offered 500,000. What are we to do? Are we to hand over this evil soul stone so easily? What about ninth brother? He is eagerly awaiting this stone. Lu Tong waved his hand, signaling Lu Long to calm down. We certainly cannot concede. Although grandfather has only given us 500,000 gold coins, he did not specify that we must adhere strictly to this limit. Given the circumstances, we can still raise our bid. After a pause, Lu Tong finally made up his mind and turned to Lu Hongyu beside him. Younger sister, 65,000 gold coins. Lu Hongyu furrowed her brows, contemplating whether to say something, but ultimately sighed internally and entered the 65,000 bid into the bidding machine. 65,000. The number 7 VIP room has now bid 65,000 gold coins. I wonder if the guests in the number 11 VIP room will continue to follow suit. Lu Riyun remarked excitedly upon witnessing the Lu family's bid. At this moment, Lu Riyun did not even consider the possibility of others bidding. She fixated her gaze on the floor-to-ceiling glass of the number 11 VIP room. Since the auction of the evil soulstone had commenced, it had been a battle of bids between the number 11 and number 7 VIP rooms, with no one else daring to participate. Moreover, with the price of the evil soulstone having soared to a staggering 65,000 gold coins, even if someone regretted their earlier hesitation and wished to join the bidding, it would now be impossible. 65,000 gold coins. Without the robust financial backing of the 3 prominent families in Wanghai City, no one could muster such an amount. Across the world, how many exist like the 3 great families? Therefore, when Lu Tong raised the price to 65,000 gold coins, Lu Riyun unhesitatingly sought to test Chao Ke's willingness to raise the bid, disregarding all other factors. 65,000. Chao Ke smiled knowingly, nodding in nonchalance. Hongxiao attentively observed her master, waiting for his command. As Chao Ke refrained from increasing the bid, the entire auction hall fell into a hushed silence. After approximately a minute, Lu Ruyun called out, "The evil soul stone, 65,000 gold coins," for the first time. At this moment, all eyes in the hall were riveted on the floor-to-ceiling glass of the number 11 VIP room, awaiting the occupants to make their decision. The evil soul stone, 65,000 gold coins, for the second time. After another half-minute, Lu Ruyun announced once more. In the number 7 VIP room, the Lu siblings finally exhaled a sigh of relief. It appeared that the number 11 VIP room was struggling to keep up with their bid of 65,000. In just a few more seconds, the evil soul stone would belong to the Lu family. Although the price exceeded their initial expectations by a modest sum, it remained within an acceptable range for the affluent Lu family. Suddenly, Lu Long sprang from the sofa, approached the floor-to-ceiling glass, and shouted boldly towards the No. 11 VIP room. "Keep raising your bid, will you? What is the matter? No response? Have you run out of money? Good. That will teach you to oppose the Lu family. Now you're thoroughly humbled, aren't you?" Though Lu Long knew full well that Chao Ke in the No. 11 VIP room could neither see nor hear him, he felt compelled to vent his frustration, a release from the pressure he had endured. However, as if responding to Lu Long's provocation, the display screen above suddenly lit up just as Lu Ruyun was about to begin the third countdown. 80,000 gold coins. The guest in the number 11 VIP room has bid 80,000 gold coins. Lu Ruyun exclaimed, her composure lost in the excitement. At that moment, even if she wished to maintain her poise, it would have been utterly futile. All attention in the auction hall was captivated by the display screen, which revealed Chao Ke's astonishing bid of 80,000, leaving the audience utterly stunned, unable to process what had just transpired, with no time to notice Lu Ruyun's current state. Like everyone else, the Lu siblings in the number 7 VIP room were engulfed in shock. When Lu Long finally regained his senses, he slapped himself hard. Filled with regret over his earlier provocative remarks. "What a jinx I've been," Lu Long muttered in dismay. Lu Tong's expression darkened as he gazed towards the No. 11 VIP room, at a loss for words. The price of 80,000 gold coins had exceeded his control. Lu Hongyu anxiously approached Lu Tong, fourth brother. "What should we do now? Should we continue to raise the bid?" Lu Tong shook his head helplessly. 65,000 is already my limit. 80,000. I truly cannot make that decision. Damn it. Lu Long shouted in anger. "I'm going to the No. 11 VIP room to see who on earth is bold enough to bid 80,000 for a mere stone." With that, Lu Long strode decisively towards the door. This time, Lu Tong did not attempt to stop his brother, for he too was eager to uncover the identity of the individuals in the number 11 VIP room. However, just as Lu Long opened the door, a figure appeared at the entrance, blocking his path. Upon seeing the individual obstructing his way, Lu Long was about to explode in anger, but upon recognizing the stern face, he froze, stammering, "Father, father." Indeed, the one standing in Lu Long's way was none other than Lu Wentian, the patriarch of the Lu family and Lu Long's own father. Unlike the Chao family, which had only one son, Chao Ke, Lu's family was more robust, with descendants aplenty, yet they still faced their own challenges in a world dominated by powerful clans. However, the venerable patriarch of the Lu family harbors no concerns regarding the number of his descendants. He is blessed with 5 sons and 3 daughters, and disregarding the latter, his 5 sons have collectively bestowed upon him 13 grandsons and a granddaughter. Thus, it is indisputable that the Lu family thrives in prosperity. When the 2 old men, Lu and Chao, meet, the former often seizes the opportunity to tease the latter, with remarkable success, leaving Chao fuming in silence, unable to retort, merely stewing in his indignation. Now, at the entrance of the VIP room number 7 stands Lu Wentian, the third son of the Lu patriarch and the biological father of Lu Long and Lu Hongyu. Despite Lu Long's earlier boisterousness, he dares not exhibit any irreverence in the presence of Lu Wentian. With utmost respect, he steps aside and bows deeply, "Father, please come in." Lu Wentian casts a glance at Lu Long and strides into the room. At this moment, Lu Hongyu has approached Lu Wentian, wrapping her arm around her father's, and inquires with curiosity, "Father, what brings you here?" Lu Wentian gently pats Lu Hongyu's small hand and smiles. "If I had not come, it seems you would not have been able to acquire this sinister soul stone, would you?" Lu Tong steps forward, bows to Lu Wentian, and softly asks, "How did you know we were in trouble, third uncle?" Lu Wentian waves his hand dismissively. "I am no oracle. It is impossible for me to foresee your predicaments. It was your grandfather who, fearing for your youth and the potential for unforeseen mishaps, summoned me to check on you. However, it appears my arrival was indeed timely. Standing behind Lu Wentian, Lu Long interjects coldly, "We could have easily secured that sinister soul stone, but unexpectedly, someone from VIP room number 11 intervened, driving the price to an exorbitant 80,000 gold coins." Lu Wentian nods. "I am already aware of this. Since he wishes to play, let us indulge him." He then lightly pats Lu Hongyu on the shoulder, saying, "Hongyu, raise the bid to 100,000 gold coins." "Yes." Lu Hongyu replies without hesitation, proceeding to the bidding device to input the 100,000 gold coin offer. Lu Tong and the other younger generation find themselves unable to make decisions regarding the 80,000 gold coins, but Lu Wentian is entirely capable. As the third elder of the Lu family, he is not merely limited to 80,000 gold coins. Even 180,000 gold coins would be a trivial matter for him, should he deem it worthwhile. Such distinctions in status and authority are entirely natural and beyond reproach. Chapter 16. Mutual Calculations 1 million. The guest in the VIP room number 7 raised the price to an astronomical figure of 1 million. Upon witnessing Lu Wentian's bid, Lu Ruyun almost screamed in a frenzy. 1 million is undeniably a staggering sum. The fact that this stone, whose specific utility remains unclear, could command such a price was beyond anyone's imagination. The auction hall erupted into a frenzy as soon as the bid of 1 million was announced. People murmured in disbelief, questioning which affluent individual could be so foolish as to spend 1 million on a mere stone. Oh, it seems that these young heirs of the Lu family possess some audacity, daring to make such a high offer. Chao Ke was equally astonished in his mind. 80,000 was the absolute limit that Lu Tong and his companions could afford. If the Lu family truly desired this evil soul stone, they might increase their bid slightly, perhaps to 81 or 82,000, but Chao Ke had already resolved that should the Lu family raise their bid, he would not follow suit, content to take what he could get. However, the audacity displayed by the Lu family left Chao Ke utterly dumbfounded as they directly escalated the bid by 200,000 gold coins, offering the staggering sum of 1 million. Hong Xiao, observing Chao Ke deep in thought, cautiously remarked, "Young Master Ke Wei." Chao Ke waved his hand dismissively. "That's enough. Since the Lu family has graciously raised the price to 1 million, I shall let them have their way for now. After all, we are merely playing a game of deception. If we squeeze the Lu family too tightly and they decide to walk away from purchasing this evil soul stone, we may find ourselves in a predicament. Having already made the Lu family spend so much gold, I would feel rather embarrassed. So let us be satisfied with what we have." Hearing Chao Ke's words, Hong Xiao couldn't help but feel a pang of disbelief, silently criticizing him. "Embarrassed? Just look at how smug you were earlier when you urged me to raise the bid, completely devoid of any embarrassment." As Lu Ruyun counted thrice, the gavel fell, and the Lu family finally secured the evil soul stone for 1 million gold coins. In VIP room number 7, Lu Tong and Lu Long leaped for joy, exchanging high fives. Lu Hongyu let out a long sigh of relief, her previously anxious heart finally settling. Lu Wentian remained composed, his gaze shining with brilliance as he looked toward VIP room number 11. The young man in room 11 has finally been subdued. It seems that my third uncle possesses great resolve. With just one move, he has compelled them to concede. Lu Tong exclaimed with excitement. "Indeed. Let us see how he can continue to act so arrogantly. Thinking he could compete with our Lu family just because he possesses a bit of wealth, what foolishness." Lu Long echoed. Lu Hongyu observed her father's unruffled demeanor and softly inquired, "Father, since we have already secured this evil soul stone, should we not make the payment and leave?" Lu Wentian waved his hand. "There is no rush. We shall wait until the auction concludes, at which point the auction house will bring us the evil soul stone. For now, let us see if there are any other valuable items up for bid." Lu Hongyu nodded in agreement and fell silent. Following the auction of the evil soul stone, the event reached its climax. During the bidding of the remaining 3 items, neither Chao Ke nor the Lu family made any further bids. Nevertheless, the 3 remaining items were auctioned off at prices significantly exceeding their actual value, prompting Lu Ruyun to beam with delight, as she, being the auctioneer, would receive a commission from the sales. At last, a server handed Chao Ke's phone to Lu Ruyun. This phone was the final highlight of the auction. Lu Ruyun, with her signature sweet voice, introduced the phone's specific functions, performing a few simple demonstrations in front of the audience. As Lu Ruyun announced that the starting price for the phone was 100,000, the auction hall erupted into a cacophony. Who in this world had ever seen a device such as a phone? Although Lu Riyun's demonstration merely scratched the surface of its capabilities, it was enough to leave the audience in profound shock. As the crowd fervently discussed the phone, they eagerly began to place their bids, and in a flash, the price soared from the initial 100,000 gold coins to 350,000, continuing to rise. Chaoku, however, was completely indifferent to the bidding frenzy in the hall. He comfortably rested his head on Hong Xiu's lap, eyes closed in contentment, indulging in the fruits prepared for the various VIP rooms while humming a tune that Hong Xiu had never heard before, exuding an air of tranquility. Hong Xiu looked at Chaoku in astonishment, perplexed. "Young Master Ke, do you not care how much your item will sell for? Why are you not the least bit anxious?" Chaoku lazily lifted an eyelid, casually explaining, "There's no need to rush. The bids from those down below will not reflect the final selling price." Hong Xiu, unable to comprehend Chaoku's words, could only gaze at him with her bright eyes, silently hoping for a more detailed explanation. To her dismay, Chaoku seemed oblivious to her anxiousness and closed his eyes once more, continuing to enjoy his fruits, which only made Hong Xiu pout in frustration. After a quarter of an hour, the noise in the auction hall gradually subsided, and the price for the phone halted at 580,000 gold coins. 580,000 gold coins for the phone. Lu Riyun felt that this price aligned with her expectations, and without further delay, she began the final countdown. Chaoku abruptly sat up and said to Hong Xiu, "Quick, let us bid 700,000 gold coins." Hong Xiu was taken aback. She never anticipated that at this final moment, her master would instruct her to bid on his own auction item. "Young Master Ke, did you say we should bid 700,000 gold coins?" "This is a significant matter," she confirmed with him once more. Chaoku nodded firmly, indeed. Seeing Chaoku's resolute response, Hong Xiu had no choice but to comply with his request, inputting the 700,000 bid into the bidding machine. Upon seeing the information displayed on the screen, Lu Riyun was momentarily taken aback. In her memory, this phone had been put up for auction by the guest from VIP room 11. Why would the guest from that room now bid on their own item? Could it be that he was regretting his decision and wished to buy back the phone himself? Regardless of Lu Riyun's thoughts, the auction had to proceed. According to the auction laws of the Sky Empire, there was no stipulation against a seller bidding on their own item. Thus, after a brief pause, Lu Riyun announced, "The guest from VIP room 11 bids 700,000 gold coins. Is there anyone willing to bid higher?" In VIP room 7, Lu Wentian chuckled coldly. "It seems the person in room 11 is quite interested in this object called a phone. Very well, I shall play with him." "Xiaoyu, bid 800,000 gold coins." "Yes." Lu Hongyu replied, inputting Lu Wantian's bid into the machine. "Yes." Seeing Lu family's bid of 800,000, Chaoku was filled with exhilaration, snapping his fingers and exclaiming in English, before quickly turning to Hong Xiu, "Quick, let us bid 900,000. 900,000 gold coins?" Lu Wentian was slightly taken aback. Did he truly perceive the value of this phone to surpass that of the evil soul stone? Lu Tong took a few steps forward, arriving beside Lu Wentian, and spoke with a grave expression, "I fear so." The individual in VIP room No. 11 bid 800,000 gold coins for the evil soul stone, yet offered an even higher price of 900,000 gold coins for this mobile phone. It appears that, in his estimation, the mobile phone holds greater value than the evil soul stone. Lu Wentian crossed his arms over his chest, raising a hand to stroke the stubble on his chin, lost in contemplation, the person in VIP room number 11. Having bid 800,000 gold coins for the evil soul stone, must possess a thorough understanding of its specific capabilities. Under such circumstances, the fact that he still offered 900,000 gold coins for the mobile phone clearly indicates that he perceives its value to exceed that of the evil soul stone. So, what course of action should I pursue? Should I continue to raise the bid, or concede defeat? Initially, Lu Wentian held little interest in the mobile phone. Although its features were sufficiently novel to him, he found it rather mundane to spend a substantial sum on it. His initial bid of 800,000 gold coins was purely an act of malice aimed at inflating the price for Chaoku. However, Chaoku's subsequent bid of 900,000 coins left Lu Wentian in a quandary, unable to ascertain a clear path forward. On the stage, Lu Riyun had begun her second round of counting. Mobile phone, 900,000 gold coins, second time. Chaoku clenched his hands tightly, his gaze fixed intently on the direction of VIP room number 7, fervently praying that the Lu family would raise their bid once more. Chaoku's true intention behind his bid was to entice the Lu family into increasing their offer. His earlier intervention during the auction of the evil soul stone had likely infuriated the Lu family. As they observed his determination to acquire the mobile phone, there was a significant chance they would retaliate with a malicious counterbid, exacerbating his potential losses. It was precisely this thought that prompted Chow Ku to cleverly raise the bid for the mobile phone twice, hoping to provoke a response from the Liu family and thereby secure greater benefits for himself. If the Liu family ultimately chose to withdraw from the bidding, he would have to bear the consequences of his own cleverness, a burden he could ill afford. Thus, Chow Ku was now rendered speechless, anxiously awaiting the Liu family's final decision. Mobile phone, 900,000 gold coins, third time. Just as Liu Ruyun commenced her third round of counting, the display screen flickered to life once more. As anticipated, the Liu family, specifically Liu Wentian, raised the bid for the mobile phone to 950,000 gold coins. Chow Ku felt a wave of relief wash over him, exhaling deeply as he slumped onto the sofa, murmuring to himself, "The Liu family has indeed fallen into my trap." Chapter 17, The Mysterious Necklace. As Liu Ruyun finally counted to 3, the gavel fell, sealing the fate of the mobile phone purchased by the Liu family for a staggering 950,000 gold coins. The auction hall erupted into a cacophony of excitement, with the soul stone fetching 1 million gold coins and the mobile phone attracting 950,000. These transactions became the focal point of attention. It had been quite some time since such lofty prices were witnessed throughout the entire Tongtian Empire, and it was only a matter of time before this news spread far and wide, captivating countless individuals. In the VIP room number 7, Lu Long exclaimed joyfully, "Father is truly formidable. With just 2 bids, that brat in VIP room number 11 has suffered twice. Let us see if he dares to be arrogant again." Lu Tong chuckled, "With the strength of our Liu family, none in northern Tongtian Empire can challenge us head-on. Why should we concern ourselves with an unknown brat?" However, Lu Hongyu, observing the excitement in her brother's expressions, found herself unable to share in their joy. She paced over to Liu Wentian, her father, and solemnly whispered, "Father, I can't shake the feeling that things aren't as simple as they seem. Have we fallen into their trap?" Liu Wentian had been frowning since the auction concluded, his gaze fixed on the direction of VIP room number 11. Upon hearing his daughter's words, he nodded gravely. "I have been pondering this as well. If the individuals in room number 11 never intended to purchase the soul stone or the phone, but were merely driving up the prices maliciously, our losses today would be catastrophic. Not only have we suffered financially, but our family's reputation has also been severely tarnished." The previously jubilant Lu Long and Lu Tong were taken aback by this revelation. Lu Long, incredulous, exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that we were played by that brat in room number 11? Lu Wentian shook his head. "I cannot confirm this yet. I am merely suspecting." Fuming, Lu Long shouted, "Damn it. I've long wanted to deal with that brat. This is the perfect opportunity to make him regret it." He turned to storm towards the door. "Come back," Lu Wentian bellowed. "What impulsiveness is this? Do you not realize where you are? This is not a place for you to run amok. Stay put and do not venture out." Reluctantly obeying his father, Lu Long returned to the sofa, muttering angrily, "They've already bullied us, and you can still endure it." Ignoring his son, Lu Wentian continued to fixate on VIP room number 11. In stark contrast to the tense atmosphere of the Liu family, Chow Ku exuded an air of relaxation. Sipping from a teacup, he sighed contentedly. "With over 1 million gold coins in gains, I, Chow Ku, have become quite the wealthy man." Hong Xiu, sitting beside him, inquired excitedly, "Young Master Ku, how did you predict the Liu family's bidding limits? You managed to draw out so much money without them realizing it." "Predict?" Chow Ku smiled and waved his hand, pointing to his head. "This is not mere guessing. It is the result of my astutely calculating mind." Looking at him with skepticism, Hong Xiu asked, "Calculated? Is that for real?" Chow Ku shrugged casually, "Believe it or not." Before long, there was a knock at the door. Upon opening it, Hong Xiu found the middle-aged man who had received them in the morning. The man sat across from Chow Ku, placing a red card and a gray pill gently on the coffee table, beaming as he said, "Young master, your auction items fetched a total of 1,050,000 gold coins, qualifying you as a VIP client of our auction house. This red card is not only a nationwide rechargeable card, but also symbolizes your VIP status at Wanli Auction House. With this card, you will enjoy VIP privileges at any Wanli auction house across the nation. Furthermore, after deducting a 15% commission and the 35,000 for the awakening pill, the remaining 857,500 gold coins have been credited to this card." Chow Ku nodded nonchalantly, taking the red card and gray pill, which he handed to Hong Xiu without a glance. "Since everything is settled, may I take my leave?" The middle-aged man paused, somewhat puzzled by the term "okay." Yet understanding the inquiry, he stood respectfully. Of course, you may leave at any time. We look forward to your next visit. Safe travels. Chowko acknowledged him and, accompanied by Hong Xiu, gracefully departed VIP room number 11, making their way towards the exit of the auction house. Watching them leave, the middle-aged man shook his head in resignation. He had initially been reluctant to grant Chowko VIP status, even lowering the starting price of the mobile phone intentionally. Yet fate had intervened, resulting in Chowko becoming a VIP regardless. The man felt powerless against the rules. They were not to be defied by someone of his lowly position. Meanwhile, not only the middle-aged man observed Chowko's retreating figure. In the corridor outside VIP room No. 7, the Liu family stood silently, gazing intently at Chowko, who had reached the entrance of the auction hall. With a forceful slap on the window frame, Liu Tong exclaimed bitterly, "I can't believe the one causing us trouble in room number 11 was that wastrel." Chowko. Lu Long replied solemnly. Perhaps Chowko genuinely intended to buy the soul stone in the mobile phone, which is why he bid against us. If you told me that this wastrel could maliciously drive up the prices with such precision, I would never have believed it, Lu Tong stated, nodding in agreement. Lu Long continued, with bids soaring into the hundreds of thousands. If we hadn't raised our offers, Chowko would have been the one left in a predicament. I also doubt that Chowko possesses such audacity. It seems as though what Seventh Brother suggested is true. Chowko truly desires the soul stone and the mobile phone, which is why he was so fervently bidding. Lu Wentian snorted softly, murmuring, "A wastrel. Is it really so?" Returning to the Chow residence, Chowko flopped onto his bed, turning to Hong Xiu and exclaiming, "Not only did I earn a substantial amount of gold today, but I also acquired the crucial awakening pill. This is truly beyond my expectations." Hong Xiu smiled slightly. "This is solely your fortune. You achieved your desires with little effort." Enough with the flattery, Chowko waved his hand. "You've been running around with me all day. Go rest and come back for dinner later." "Yes," Hong Xiu replied softly, bowing to Chowko before turning to exit the room, closing the door behind her. Chowko held the red card in his left hand and the awakening pill in his right, glancing from one to the other, and could not help but laugh aloud. Ah, the joys of traversing worlds. Everything I endeavor seems blessed by fate. In just one day, I not only purchased the awakening pill at a low price, but also amassed a fortune. How delightful. Just as Chowko was lost in a state of exhilaration, a voice suddenly resonated. "Whether heaven is shielding you, I cannot ascertain, but your fortune is undeniably remarkable." Startled by the unexpected sound, Chowko jerked upright, exclaiming, "Who? Who is speaking?" "Of course, it is I who am addressing you. Who else could it be?" The voice replied with a sense of entitlement. Chowko, astonished, glanced around in bewilderment, seeing no one, and a cold sweat broke out as he stammered, "Wah. Who are you? Where are you hiding? Look down, and you shall find me right before your chest." The voice quipped with a note of jest. Before his chest? Chowko lowered his gaze, discovering nothing but a ruby necklace. "Do not joke with me. There is nothing on my chest. Please, do not frighten me." At this moment, his complexion shifted from a sickly yellow to a ghostly pallor. The eerie phenomenon of hearing a voice without a visible figure sent tremors coursing through him. "Look at how terrified you are. What a pitiable sight." The voice mocked. "I told you, I am right before you. How can you insist that you cannot see me?" Upon hearing this, Chowko glanced down once more, and suddenly, his attention fixated on the ruby necklace. His eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at it, exclaiming, "The necklace! Could it be that this necklace is speaking to me? Finally catching on, are we? You truly are rather slow." The voice chimed in again. This time, Chowko was entirely convinced that the voice emanated from the necklace itself. Goodness, the necklace can actually talk? His astonishment was palpable, prompting him to yank the ruby necklace from his neck and fling it across the room. "How rude of you to toss me aside like that." The necklace lamented. Chowko pointed at the necklace, cautiously inquiring, "Are you a human, a ghost, a deity, or a demon?" The necklace erupted into laughter. "What I am is of no immediate concern to you. Just know that I am the one who brought you into this world." "What do you mean?" Chowko gasped, his heart racing as he crawled forward and seized the necklace in his grasp. "You brought me into this world? Explain yourself at once." Chapter 18, The Space Manager. "Indeed, you heard correctly. It was I who brought you to this world," the necklace remarked nonchalantly. "Are you perhaps inclined to express your gratitude toward me?" "Not at all. I am a person of modesty and require no appreciation from you. I have no reason to thank you." Chowko retorted vehemently, "I was living quite well in my original world. Why did you bring me here without my consent? If you were merely seeking entertainment, you could have chosen someone else. Why me?" The necklace was taken aback. "What? It seems you are quite distressed about my decision to transport you here? Of course. Chowka responded helplessly. Who would willingly leave a place they've inhabited for over 20 years to come to this backward world? There are no cars, no airplanes, no televisions, no computers. And even starting a fire requires flint. How can a modern individual from a civilized world endure such conditions? The necklace let out a scornful laugh. You? Chowka, the notorious ruffian, claiming to be a modern individual? How could you dare to utter such words? Do you possess no sense of shame? Cars are far too sophisticated for you to comprehend. Let me put it this way. The world you once inhabited is known as Earth. Situated in a solar system, which in turn resides within the Milky Way galaxy. The Milky Way is merely one of the countless galaxies in what you refer to as the universe. Surely, you are aware of this? Chowka nodded. The necklace's words were merely fundamental knowledge, and despite his limited education, he was well aware of such facts. However, this is merely a misconception arising from your species' technological limitations. The necklace continued. Your understanding of the universe is fundamentally flawed. The true vastness of the universe far surpasses human imagination. To illustrate, if your universe were likened to a soccer ball, then the genuine universe would be the size of the Milky Way. Thus, your conceptualization of the universe is not the actual universe. It should be referred to as the celestial expanse. It is this multitude of celestial expanses that constitutes the true universe. Do you comprehend this explanation? Chowka, taken aback by the necklace's exposition, could only respond instinctively. I understand, but isn't what you're saying akin to a myth? Can the actual universe truly be that immense? The necklace replied earnestly, I have no reason to deceive you. Even I, as a space manager, do not know the true extent of the universe. Hence, I can only explain it in this manner. Chowka nodded. So, as a space manager, you oversee what we humans consider the universe, or the celestial expanse you mentioned. Precisely. The necklace chuckled. You're not as dim-witted as you appear. Stop flattering yourself. Chowka shot a glance at the necklace. Now, please, continue with your narrative. The necklace cleared its throat, lamenting. I am indeed the most unfortunate space manager in history, subjected to your whims. Chowka merely smirked, remaining silent as he awaited the necklace's tale. After a moment of sorrow, the necklace resumed. I can barely recall my original name, and as for my age, it is a vague memory. 251,000 years? Or perhaps 252,000. In any case, it hovers around 250,000 years. Upon hearing this, Chowka nearly burst into laughter, inwardly scoffing. 250,000 years? You must be a fool. How could someone who can't even remember their own name attain the position of a space manager? Unbeknownst to the necklace, Chowka's thoughts remained unspoken, and it continued without pause. I have been a space manager for 27,000 years, having succeeded a retired predecessor. I once believed that wielding control over the celestial expanse was a grand and exhilarating endeavor. However, the reality was entirely different from my expectations. Though I oversee 10 celestial expanses and possess remarkable abilities, I am utterly forbidden from intervening in the internal affairs of any planet within these expanses, whether it be war, plague, species extinction, or natural disasters. I am powerless to intervene. Each planet must resolve its own issues. This is the divine order, and I cannot oppose it. Thus, my sole duty as a space manager is to maintain the stability and normal operation of each celestial expanse. Beyond that, I am left with nothing to do, which has left me in a state of profound discontent, unable to accept this reality. Chowka scoffed, interjecting, regarding the divine order's prohibition on your interference in planetary affairs. I find no fault in that. In 10 celestial expanses, there are countless beings. Why should you managers impose your will upon them? Every individual has their own way of life, and every history has its own trajectory. If everything were to proceed according to your desires, it would indeed descend into chaos. Furthermore, you cannot tolerate this? I genuinely question your intelligence. If you possessed any sense, why would you fret over such matters? As a space manager, you have your responsibilities. Having accepted this role, you should see it through to the end. You ought not to concern yourself with matters beyond your duties. This is a matter of principle. The necklace chuckled self-deprecatingly. If even an ordinary person like you can grasp this principle so clearly, why was I unable to see it back then? Chowka shuddered at the implication. Did you, in your efforts to alleviate your boredom, commit an irreversible mistake? Chapter 19. The nightmarish entity. The necklace emitted a bitter laugh. You guessed correctly. Inadvertently, I have unleashed a demon. A demon? Chowka paused slightly. The necklace claimed to be a space administrator, overseeing 10 vast realms of existence. It was easy to surmise the extent of its power. If this entity it had released could be deemed a demon in the eyes of such a space administrator, then surely this demon must possess strength surpassing that of the administrator itself. It could very well be capable of annihilating an entire planet with a mere gesture. Chowka furrowed his brow, cautiously inquiring, "Can you tell me what this so-called demon you have released is?" The necklace fell silent for a moment before responding slowly. "The demon I have released is referred to as the nightmarish entity by us space administrators." Nightmarish entity? Chowka murmured repeatedly. Of course, you could not have heard of the nightmarish entity, for until now, it has yet to manifest in your realm, the necklace explained softly. Seemingly aware of Chowka's thoughts, Chowku adjusted the necklace's position, placing it atop his pillow, and continued, "What, precisely, makes this nightmarish entity so terrifying that it leaves even a space administrator, such as yourself, feeling powerless?" The necklace replied, "In terms of cultivation, the nightmarish entity may only be a match for me. However, the crux of the matter is that it does not engage me directly. The nightmarish entity is aware of our responsibilities and restrictions as space administrators. Thus, upon my release of it, it swiftly concealed itself upon a planet, and to this day, I have yet to locate it." "That doesn't make sense," Chowku exclaimed, perplexed. "If it has hidden itself, then let it remain hidden, after all. It has not committed any wrongdoing. Why are you so insistent on capturing it? Is it merely because it bears the title of a demon?" "It is not as simple as you think," the necklace sighed softly. "The nightmarish entity is classified as a demon not out of whimsy, but due to its very nature. At some point, the nightmarish entity formed within a realm of existence, and initially we space administrators did not regard it with sufficient gravity, treating it merely as a nascent entity. However, subsequent events led us to realize our grave misjudgment regarding the nightmarish entity. Its essence is solely characterized by destruction and consumption, with no other aspects to speak of. In merely 10 years, it effortlessly obliterated an entire planet." 10 years? To annihilate a planet? My esteemed administrator, you must be jesting." Chowku was rendered speechless, staring incredulously at the string of ruby-red beads resting quietly on his pillow. "I have no inclination to jest with you," the necklace retorted playfully. "Although when we space administrators first received this news, we were equally astonished, we still failed to accord the nightmarish entity the attention it warranted. Unbeknownst to us, this momentary lapse allowed the realm in which the nightmarish entity was born to face obliteration. My arrival did not attract the attention of the Codex. I could converse with the beings on that planet, even dance and sing alongside them. Thus, I played without a care. The more I indulged in play, the more I reveled in joy. If I so wished, I could easily cause the earth to tremble and the seas to roar. On that planet, I was venerated as a deity, and all obeyed my commands without question. Gradually, I became somewhat intoxicated by my own power. It was during this period of negligence that the nightmarish entity exploited my distraction and escaped my control, hiding away in some unknown corner, eluding my search. Only at that moment did I finally grasp the gravity of the situation, but by then, it was too late. The nightmarish entity had vanished without a trace. Subsequently, my dereliction of duty drew the attention of the Codex, and with no choice left, I had to abandon my pursuit of the nightmarish entity and return to my post." Chowku shook his head, pointing at the necklace resting on the pillow. What can I possibly say to you? To have such an individual as you as a space administrator is truly a lamentable fate. Forget it. I no longer wish to squander my breath berating you. Just step outside, turn right, and there is a wall and your own suffering, so you no longer pose a threat to the world." With that, Chowka even stood up and opened the door for the necklace. Chapter 20. The Plan. "Wait, are you truly asking me to die?" exclaimed the necklace in distress. Chowka retorted, "Otherwise, what do you propose? If you have the ability, why not retrieve the evil nightmare yourself?" With a hint of frustration, the necklace replied, "Do you think I do not wish to capture it? However, I am still under the surveillance of the Cosmic Codex, leaving me no time to spare. I can only remain within my own management domain. You have no idea the effort I expended to bring you into this world. I nearly attracted the Codex's attention just to leave a fragment of my consciousness upon this necklace. The Codex, the Codex, the Codex." Chowka fumed. "I have been listening to your incessant talk of this Codex for half a day. What exactly is it that instills such fear in you?" The necklace explained, "The Codex, formerly known as the Cosmic Codex, exists to oversee and constrain entities like us, the space managers. How could I not fear it? If the Codex were to discover my current actions, I would undoubtedly be reduced to cosmic dust, doomed to eternal oblivion." Chowka returned to his bedside, sitting down. "Then why not reveal your true form to me? Don't you find it cramped to remain within the necklace?" "That is not a concern," the necklace chuckled. "In truth, it is merely a wisp of my consciousness conversing with you, not my physical self. were it otherwise. How could I evade the Codex's scrutiny and speak with you for such an extended period? Chowka nodded. Given that, how do you plan to recapture the evil nightmare? After a moment of contemplation, the necklace slowly replied, this requires your assistance. Chowka crossed his legs, leaning forward to scrutinize the necklace. Elaborate on your plan. How can I assist you? Upon hearing this, the necklace was jubilant. So, you have agreed to help me capture the evil nightmare? Chowka smirked. Though I am a rogue, I possess principles. Everything I do is to ensure my own survival and the safety of those I care about. Since the evil nightmare threatens my principles, I will do my utmost to eradicate it. However, I must emphasize that I am merely an ordinary person with limited capabilities. If you expect me to undertake tasks beyond my reach, I cannot oblige. Chowka's candidness was evident, and the necklace understood. It let out a hearty laugh, filled with excitement. As long as you agree to collaborate, that is enough. Allow me to outline my plan so you can grasp the situation fully. Just a week ago, I inadvertently discovered traces of the evil nightmare on the Lingtian continent. Yet, due to the Codex's watchful eye, I could not personally capture it. Hence, I brought you from Earth to assist me in this endeavor. Stop. Chowka interrupted. What were you thinking? Can you clarify? I have told you. I am just an ordinary person, far from being a match for the evil nightmare you speak of. How am I supposed to help you capture it? I might as well be offering myself up for slaughter. Absolutely not. That's not quite it. The necklace, bemused by Chowka's abruptness, replied, in truth, you do not truly understand yourself. You are far from ordinary, but I cannot divulge more. If I do, I may find myself in dire consequences. Just know this. You have every capability to fulfill my task. Chowka was taken aback, confusion swirling within him. According to the necklace, he was not a simple orphan. I am not ordinary? Why can't I comprehend your words? The necklace swiftly diverted the topic. You will come to understand in due time, but I cannot elaborate further. Our primary focus remains on how to capture the evil nightmare. Chowka nodded, suppressing his curiosity for the moment. Since the necklace was unwilling to elaborate, he felt no need to press the matter. After all, he had been an orphan for over 20 years. He had long since grown indifferent. Thus, he gestured for the necklace to continue. The necklace sighed in relief that Chowka had not pursued the issue further. Clearing its throat, it continued, as I previously mentioned, the evil nightmare's cultivation is nearly negligible. In terms of martial arts rankings in this world, it could be classified as a martial king level practitioner. Martial king? Chowka queried. So, does that mean the evil nightmare is currently at a cultivation level of around 50? Indeed, the necklace affirmed. Do not underestimate its current strength. Believing that capturing it would be an easy feat, you would be gravely mistaken, precisely because the evil nightmare is not at its peak. It will not reveal itself, but will instead seek obscure methods to strengthen its abilities, concealing its movements from all. Obscure methods? Chowka inquired, puzzled. What specific methods does it employ? The necklace patiently elucidated. The evil nightmare's means of enhancing its cultivation are multifaceted. Even if it cannot present itself, it still has ways to indirectly reach its goal. To elaborate, the evil nightmare can bestow a portion of its power upon an individual. Once that individual elevates their cultivation, it can control their consciousness and ultimately consume them, thereby enhancing its own abilities. Chowka was taken aback. Are you suggesting that the evil nightmare can utilize puppets to consume and elevate themselves, and then devour these puppets, allowing it to enhance its cultivation without revealing itself? Only when it has fully restored its power or reached its desired level will it emerge to continue its malevolence. Precisely, the necklace affirmed confidently. This is the most effective and safest method the evil nightmare can devise under the current circumstances. If that is the case, locating it becomes exceedingly challenging, Chowka remarked, furrowing his brow with concern. That is not a worry for now, the necklace replied breezily. As I mentioned earlier, I have discovered some clues, which is why I brought you from Earth to this Lingtian continent. Clues? Chowka looked quizzically at the ruby necklace resting on his pillow. Yes, the necklace confirmed. As I stated, just a week ago, I sensed the evil nightmare's presence on this planet. To be precise, I caught a fleeting glimpse of its aura. Although I lacked the means to track it, this does not imply I was entirely powerless. I merely released a piece of evil soulstone, which caused a puppet the evil nightmare had embedded in this world to reveal itself. Evil soulstone? Chowka gasped in astonishment. Is that not the stone from the auction? Indeed, the necklace affirmed. The evil soulstone, which fetched a staggering 1 million gold coins at the auction you attended, was provided by me. The purpose was straightforward, to draw out the evil nightmare's puppet. The Soul Stone is a mineral originating from the planet where the nightmarish evil was born, and it greatly aids those who cultivate the techniques of the nightmarish evil. Every practitioner yearns to possess a piece of the Soul Stone. Thus, upon sensing the aura of the nightmarish evil, I disseminated the news of an auction for the Soul Stone in this city of Wangheching, where the aura was detected. Naturally, the puppets would rush to acquire it, even at exorbitant costs. As for the necklace, Chowka furrowed his brow increasingly. Are you suggesting that the Liu family paid an astronomical price for the Soul Stone? Consequently, the puppet of the nightmarish evil must be concealed within the Liu family? Clever. The necklace praised. When I auctioned the Soul Stone, I did not specify its effects. Yet, under such circumstances, the Liu family still opted to purchase it at a high price, which clearly indicates the puppet's presence among them. Therefore, your current task is to uncover this puppet within the Liu family and see if we can trace the clues back to find the hiding place of the nightmarish evil. If all goes well, I shall personally intervene and return the nightmarish evil to the black hole prison. Chowka nodded. I understand all that you have said. However, I have a few questions to pose. Ask away. I shall answer without reservation, the necklace replied. Chowku, without delay, asked. First, your abilities as a space manager are boundless. So why did you not report the escape of the nightmarish evil to headquarters and request their assistance? Surely, that would be the most prudent and effective course of action. The necklace smiled awkwardly. I dare not disclose this matter to the headquarters of the space managers. It was due to my negligence that the nightmarish evil escaped. If headquarters were to learn of this, I would no longer be a space manager and might even face severe repercussions. Who does not have their own selfish motives? I too cannot escape this nature. So I must find a way to recapture the nightmarish evil on my own. Chowka cast a disdainful glance at the necklace and retorted, What can I possibly say about you? How did someone so self-serving become a space manager? Never mind. Since we have come this far, I will do my utmost to help you recapture the nightmarish evil. This shall serve as my contribution to the greater good. The necklace praised, Your concern for the world truly marks you as a hero. It seems I have not chosen the wrong person. Oh, spare me. Chowka waved dismissively. Do not simply speak flattering words. I am no hero. I merely understand my role in the task at hand. The necklace could discern the double entendre in Chowka's words, alluding to his negligence that allowed the nightmarish evil to escape, a point he could not refute. What Chowka said was undeniably true, leaving the necklace in a state of awkward silence, unable to articulate a response for a considerable time. Chowka paid no heed to the necklace's reaction and continued. Now, for the second question. I remain an ordinary person, unable to contend with the entire Liu family. In such circumstances, what should be done? Chapter 21. Benefits Necklace chuckled softly. You needn't worry about that. Since I've invited you to assist me in locating the evil nightmare, rest assured, I will ensure you possess at least a modicum of self-defense before you charge into battle. In a short span of time, I will facilitate the maximum enhancement of your abilities. This is something you need not fret over. Chowku, upon hearing this, exclaimed urgently, Let me tell you. Back on Earth, I devoured numerous novels about cultivation and transmigration. If you intend to employ some method that harms my essence to elevate my abilities, I advise you to reconsider. I, Chowku, am not so foolish as to focus solely on immediate gains without regard for future ramifications. Therefore, your method of enhancement had better come without any side effects. Of course, how could my approach to enhancing your abilities possibly have side effects? Necklace retorted, a hint of irritation evident in her tone. Do you take me for one of those charlatans? I am a distinguished space manager, overseeing 10 vast celestial realms. Would I deceive someone as inconsequential as you? Before Necklace could continue her tirade, Chowka raised his hand, signaling her to cease. I understand, esteemed space manager, that you would not deceive me. Can you refrain from being so tedious? With a sidelong glance at Necklace, he stroked his chin, adopting an exaggeratedly lewd tone. Your incessant prattle makes me wonder, are you a woman? If so, come forth and let me see your beauty. If you are pleasing to the eye, I shall, without hesitation, lead a raid on the Liu family's stronghold and retrieve that evil nightmare's puppet for you. Get lost. Necklace bellowed. You are the one who is a woman. I am a bona fide man. Besides, do you think you can simply raid the Liu family? Have you considered your own capabilities? Aren't you afraid of overreaching? All right. Chowka hastily surrendered. Please, no more nagging. I yield, I completely yield. From now on, if you utter another word of complaint, I shall abandon this endeavor entirely. You can seek out whomever you wish. Very well, Necklace sighed, conceding to Chowka's request. If you have any further questions, ask them now. I shan't continue my nagging. as I need to conceal my consciousness promptly to avoid detection by the Codex. Upon hearing this, Chowka ceased his playful antics. After a moment of contemplation, he solemnly inquired, "Yesterday, when I first arrived here, I discovered a corpse on the ground." He gestured toward a corner. "I recall kicking the corpse against the wall. When I awoke this morning, it remained there, yet now it has vanished. Furthermore, aside from myself, no one else could see this corpse. I wish to ask you, was that corpse the original Chao Ku, the third young master?" Necklace chuckled softly. "Indeed, that corpse belonged to the original Chao Ku. However, your arrival has rendered him unable to exist in this world any longer. So I had to transport him to another realm. Unfortunately, in my haste to avoid detection by the Codex, I could not dispose of the body thoroughly, which is why you were still able to see it. But now, the body has been entirely dealt with, and as you can see, it is no longer in sight." "Dealt with?" Chowka pondered. "When did you manage that? I've had you by my side this whole time. You had no opportunity to do so." Necklace smiled proudly. "That is something you need not concern yourself with. The disparity in our abilities cannot be measured by conventional reasoning. Even if I explained, you would not comprehend." Chowka nodded, choosing not to pursue the matter further. The corpse was gone, and there was no need to dwell on how it had disappeared. As long as it no longer lingered in his vicinity, that was sufficient for him. He merely sought a moment of tranquility. "One more question," Chao Ku continued. "The back of this ruby necklace bears 16 characters. Spirit stone 9 turns, roaming the world, becoming king and dominating, achieving peace across the land. I would like to know, did you inscribe these characters? What do they truly mean?" Necklace replied, "These characters were not inscribed by me, and I do not know their origin. When I acquired this necklace, I was drawn solely by the extraordinary sensitivity of this ruby. It is precisely this sensitivity that enables me to easily attach my consciousness to it. As for the meaning of those characters, without understanding the context, I cannot provide a detailed explanation. However, on the surface, it seems to suggest that acquiring this spirit stone allows one to roam freely in the world, becoming a pinnacle expert and dominating the martial realm, thus creating a legendary legacy. I have attempted to investigate this so-called 9-turn spirit stone, but found no valuable discoveries. So I paid little heed to those 16 characters. They were likely an exaggeration from the creator of this necklace." "Exaggeration?" Chowka furrowed his brow, murmuring. "Yet I cannot shake the feeling that this spirit stone is far from ordinary." Necklace generously offered, "Since you believe this stone is extraordinary, I shall gift you this necklace. However, until we capture the evil nightmare, my consciousness will remain attached to this spirit stone. Once we have successfully captured the evil nightmare, I will naturally reclaim my consciousness, at which point the 9 turns will entirely belong to you." "In that case, thank you," Chowka replied with a slight smile, addressing Necklace. "Are there any further inquiries?" Necklace asked, observing Chowka's pleased demeanor. "If there are no more questions, I shall take my leave. The Codex could discover my consciousness at any moment, and I cannot afford to take further risks." Seeing Necklace's intent to depart, Chowka hurriedly shouted, "How will I contact you in the future? Moreover, you promised to assist me in enhancing my abilities. You need not contact me, merely await my summons. Everything you do will be visible to me through the necklace, so you need not worry about that," Necklace replied, her pace quickening as if pressed for time. "As for your abilities, the awakening pill you acquired at the auction will be quite beneficial. You should consume it promptly to awaken your perception of source power. Regarding your future training, I will provide you with a book and a pill shortly. The pill is to be swallowed whole, and the book contains methods of cultivation relevant to this world. Simply follow the instructions within." At this moment, Necklace fell silent, and the room was enveloped in a profound stillness. "Hey, Necklace." After a prolonged wait, Chowka tapped on the necklace, calling out anxiously, "I understand you are in a hurry, fearing capture by the Codex, but you must keep your promises. What about the pill? The book? You cannot simply vanish after saying you would provide them." Just as Chowka lamented, the 9-turn spirit stone atop Necklace suddenly radiated a brilliant light, causing him to shut his eyes against the glare. When he opened them again, a black pill and a tome resembling an ancient book appeared beside the necklace, resting atop the pillow. Chowka laughed heartily. Now this is more like it. He eagerly picked up the pill and the ancient book, examining them with excitement, repeatedly exclaiming, "Excellent! Excellent! These 2 items are evidently of extraordinary quality. As a space manager, it stands to reason that you possess many fine treasures. Hee. In that case, I need not fret over my meager skills. Who am I? I am but a traveler from another realm, a veritable anomaly within this world." Just as Chowka was lost in his endless reverie, A gentle knock echoed at the door, promptly followed by the sweet voice of Hong Xiu calling out, "Young Master Ku, it is getting late. Shouldn't it be time for dinner?" "Indeed," responded the elated Chao Ku hastily. "Dinner. It is indeed time for dinner. Hong Xiu, kindly instruct the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous meal for me, and join me for dinner as well. I am in quite the jubilant mood today, and would appreciate some company." "Yes," replied Hong Xiu softly before turning to relay the message to the kitchen. In Haicheng, at the Lu family estate, the patriarch, old Master Lu Sheng, sat gravely in his grand armchair, gazing at his third son, Lu Wentian, who stood at the foot of the stairs. "Wentian, are you telling me that the notorious Chao Ku compelled you to pay a staggering price of 195,000 for this evil soul stone, as well as this device referred to as a mobile phone?" "Indeed, father," Lu Wentian answered respectfully. "It was Chao Ku who has been subtly competing against our Lu family, forcing me to acquiesce to such an exorbitant price." Old Master Lu furrowed his white brows tightly. "In your opinion, does this Chao Ku genuinely desire the evil soul stone and that mobile phone? Or is he merely engaging in a futile price hike to inflict greater losses upon our family?" Lu Wentian replied earnestly. "I regret that I cannot provide you with a definitive answer, father. Based on past experiences, it is improbable that Chao Ku would dare to maliciously inflate our family's price. Thus, I personally believe that his actions today do not stem from a desire to oppose us, but rather from a genuine wish to acquire those two items." Old Master Lu nodded. "I share your sentiments. I have heard quite a bit about this Chao Ku. He is often embroiled in disputes at brothels or engaged in brawls with gamblers. His demeanor is frivolous and dissipated, lacking any ambition. Such a person, even if inclined to raise our price, would not possess the capability to do so." Lu Wentian pondered for a moment before continuing. "However, my concern lies not with this, but rather with another issue. If Chao Ku is not genuinely attempting to inflate the price, does that not imply that the Chao family has produced a martial talent akin to that of the ninth young master? Hence, they too are in urgent need of the evil soul stone." Chapter 22. Settling accounts. Old Master Lu's powerful physique trembled as he fixed his gaze intently on his third son, exclaiming in astonishment, "Indeed, as you have said, if Chao Ku truly desires the soul stone, it can be confidently deduced that the Chao family has produced a martial genius akin to that of the ninth young master." Lu Wentian stepped forward and whispered, "The ninth young master seemingly transformed into a martial prodigy only a few months ago. It is entirely possible that the Chao family has someone who has similarly experienced an awakening. Father, we must remain vigilant." Old Master Lu nodded thoughtfully. "You are correct. Should the Chao family nurture this newfound talent, it would pose a significant threat to our Lu family." After a prolonged silence, Old Master Lu suddenly struck his armchair with determination, declaring, "In that case, I shall personally visit the Chao family to ascertain which young master has awakened and become a martial genius." Old Master Lu was a man of action. Once he made a decision, he acted without hesitation. Rising swiftly, he strode purposefully towards the door. "Father," Lu Wentian hurried to keep pace with him, earnestly advising, "if you truly intend to visit the Chao family, I must caution you that the most likely candidate to have experienced a sudden transformation akin to the ninth young master is that debauched scion, Chao Ku." "Oh." Old Master Lu halted, regarding Lu Wentian with curiosity. "How do you arrive at such a conclusion?" "By all accounts, Chao Ku is the least likely to achieve martial prowess. Indulging in revelry and carousing with women, how could he possibly attain such heights?" Lu Wentian shook his head. "Perhaps we have been misled by Chao Ku's previous behavior. I have heard Lu Tong mention that prior to the auction, Chao Ku employed a strategy to win over Lu Tong by a staggering sum of over 10,000 gold coins. Moreover, he..." Suddenly, Lu Wentian fell silent, his expression darkening with indignation. Old Master Lu, puzzled, urged, "What else? Speak up. Why the hesitation?" Lu Wentian gritted his teeth, seething. He even dared to kiss Xiao Yu. The former cowardly Chao Ku would not have had the audacity to act so brazenly. "What did you say?" Old Master Lu exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "That little scoundrel Chao Ku dared to kiss my granddaughter?" He quickly commanded, "Third, summon your elder brothers. I have matters to discuss upon my return. I am going to the Chao family to confront that rascal, old Chao, about how he is raising his grandson. A young girl should not be treated so frivolously." With that, Old Master Lu swept away, vanishing like a gust of wind. At the Chao family estate, Old Master Chao reclined leisurely in his chair, one hand holding a book, the other an apple, indulging in both reading and snacking. Suddenly, a frantic servant rushed into the room. The servant hurried to Old Master Chao's side and exclaimed, "Old Master, it's terrible. The head of the Lu family, Old Master Lu, has burst in through our front door." striking anyone in his path and loudly demanding that you leave. Old Master Chow froze for a moment before angrily casting aside his book and apple, bellowing, "That old lunatic Lu! What madness is this? Does he think my Chow family is a place where he can run amok? Lead the way. I shall confront this old fool." Old Master Chow was acutely aware that when Old Master Lu was in a rage, no one could restrain him. Only he, as the head of the household, could hope to intervene. Thus, he promptly stood and followed the servant towards Lu's approach. Before long, Old Master Lu's imposing figure came into view. He had just sent a servant sprawling with a fierce slap, striding forward with palpable ferocity. The fallen servant twitched on the ground before losing consciousness, a testament to Old Master Lu's formidable strength. "Lu, old fool, what madness is this?" Old Master Chow bellowed from a distance. "This is my Chow estate, not your dilapidated Lu family courtyard, where you can strut about." Hearing the voice, Old Master Lu recognized it belonged to Old Master Chow and retorted loudly, "To hell with you. Old Chow, I have come here to settle accounts. So why engage in discussions of reason or decorum?" As the two old men approached each other, Old Master Chow gestured for the servant to tend to the injured before turning to Lu. "Old Lu, clarify for me. How have we offended you to warrant this personal visit? How have you offended me?" Old Master Lu scoffed. "You need only inquire of your precious grandson, Chao-ku." Old Master Chow was taken aback. "What has he done to offend you? Speak plainly." "Old Chow, do not feign ignorance with me. Am I so easily deceived?" Old Master Lu's rage was evident. "My granddaughter, the youngest in our family, Lu Hongyu, was forcibly kissed by your Chao-ku. Xiao-yu is a pristine young lady, not to be trifled with so lightly. Old Chow, you must adjudicate this matter. My grandson forcibly kissed your Xiao-yu?" Old Master Chow paused, then burst into laughter. "What a lad, to have audaciously kissed old Lu's precious granddaughter." "Ha." After a hearty laugh, Old Master Chow teased, "Old Lu, was it merely a kiss? Did that boy not take the opportunity to go further?" "What do you mean?" Old Master Lu shouted in fury. "You old scoundrel! It is evident that your Chow family has gone awry. I have wondered why Chao-ku has become so disrespectful, and now it is clear he learned it from you." Old Master Chow straightened up, dismissing Lu's words. "Old Lu, it is not for you to judge my grandson's character. If you continue to hurl baseless accusations, I shall not hold back my temper." "Hold back? You think I fear you?" Old Master Lu retorted dismissively. The two elderly gentlemen were on the verge of a confrontation when a languid voice emerged from behind Old Master Chow. "What is all this commotion at this hour? Is there no peace to be had?" Both old men ceased their quarrel and turned towards the source of the voice, seeing Chao-ku, draped in a snowy white robe, yawning as he approached them, swaying slightly with each step. "Kuya?" Old Master Chow swiftly stepped forward, positioning himself between Chao-ku and Old Master Lu, and inquired with genuine concern, "How did you come out? Why aren't you staying quietly in your room?" Naturally, Old Master Chow did not wish for Chao-ku to appear at such a sensitive moment. After all, Old Master Lu had come with the intent of settling accounts with Chao-ku. If these two were to confront one another, it would surely lead to trouble. Thus, Old Master Chow took the initiative to occupy the middle ground, ensuring that if Old Master Lu intended to harm Chao-ku, he could still provide protection. "Grandfather, with the volume you two are making, it would be impossible not to hear," Chao-ku complained. "You're both at such an advanced age, nearing 200 combined. Yet you behave like children, squabbling over trivial matters. It's late at night. If you find it tiresome, then imagine how I feel." Old Master Chow shot him a stern glance. "How can you complain? Our quarrel is entirely for your sake. Just look at the trouble you've caused outside. What possessed you to provoke the young lady of the Lu family, and to forcefully kiss her, no less? Do you understand how vital a girl's honor is?" Chao-ku waved his hand dismissively. "I thought it was something significant. It was merely a kiss with Lu Hongyu. Fine. If she desires honor, I shall take responsibility. Tomorrow, grandfather, prepare a betrothal gift for me. I will personally go to the Lu family to propose and bring home the young lady. Problem solved. Isn't it?" Old Master Lu snorted in disdain. "You two truly share the same delusions. Chao-ku, do not indulge in your whimsical fantasies. Our little Yuer would never marry a scoundrel like you." Taken aback, Chao-ku looked at Old Master Lu, then turned to Old Master Chow and asked, "Grandfather, who is this old fellow?" Feigning anger, Old Master Chow replied, "Alas, how can you speak so recklessly? This esteemed gentleman is the head of the Lu family. Old Master Lu Sheng. You should address him as Grandfather Lu." "The head of the Lu family?" After a moment of contemplation, Chao-ku exclaimed, "Oh, Old Master Lu. Lu Hongyu's grandfather, isn't it?" "Indeed," Old Master Lu responded, his face flushed with anger. Chao Ke's earlier remark nearly pushed Old Master Lu to the brink of fury. Were it not for Old Master Chao standing in front of him, Chao Ke might very well have been sent soaring across the sky by a single punch from Old Master Lu. Chapter 23, Concealment. Chao Ke chuckled, entirely unperturbed by the murderous glare of Old Master Lu. With an air of nonchalance, he remarked, "Well, since you believe I am unworthy of your precious granddaughter, what brings you to my Chao residence? Could it be that you are longing to reminisce with my grandfather after a prolonged absence? That hardly seems likely. When it comes to reminiscing, one does not typically call for bloodshed." Old Master Lu, his beard bristling with indignation, retorted, "Reminisce? You insufferable brat. I have already made it clear that my visit is solely to hold you accountable. My granddaughter cannot be treated so lightly. You shall pay the price." "Pay a price?" Chao Ke was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "Why didn't you say so earlier? You merely wish for me to compensate you. That is easily arranged. I shall have Hong Xiu deliver a sum of 18,000 gold coins to your Lu family as a token of apology for my impudent kiss upon Miss Lu. Do not feel embarrassed to accept. Those few coins are nothing but a drop in the bucket for me. How dare you? What do you take my daughter for?" Old Master Lu exclaimed, taken aback by Chao Ke's shamelessness. "My Lu family is prosperous and holds no regard for your paltry sum." Before Old Master Lu could finish, Chao Ke interjected with a derisive snort. "Ah, I had forgotten that Lu Hongyu is a true lady of high standing, incomparable to the common courtesans. There is no need for you to be so agitated. Let us do this. I, Chao Ke, am not a miser. I will increase the amount to 20,000 gold coins. Surely you can find no objection to that?" Old Master Lu's eyes widened, ready to retort. But Chao Ke hastily shouted, "Let me make myself clear, Old Lu, 20,000 gold coins is the utmost I can afford. Do not push your luck. If you provoke me further, I may well withdraw even that amount. What can you do about it?" With that, Chao Ke clasped his hands in a gesture of farewell and declared, "That is all I have to say. Safe travels." He then turned on his heel and departed without a backward glance. Watching Chao Ke's retreating figure, Old Master Lu was so incensed he could scarcely catch his breath. Trembling as he raised a finger to point in the direction of Chao Ke's departure, unable to utter a single word. Meanwhile, Old Master Chao was thoroughly pleased. Though his grandson had been out for a short while, his words had struck home, leaving the usually arrogant Old Master Lu at a loss. This brought a secret smile to Old Master Chao's face, who had long held animosity toward Lu. "Old Lu, in my opinion, you should hasten back to your Lu residence. Being verbally trounced by someone of a younger generation, how can you still bear to remain here?" Old Master Chao teased. Old Master Lu finally regained his composure and straightened his posture, glaring at Old Master Chao as he declared, "Very well. Old Chao, this matter is far from over. We shall meet again under different circumstances." Without waiting for a reply, he turned and strode toward the entrance of the Chao residence. It was only after Old Master Lu's figure vanished from sight that Old Master Chao allowed his mischievous grin to fade, deep in thought as he made his way toward Chao Ke's room. Before long, Old Master Chao arrived at Chao Ke's door, and without knocking, he pushed it open and stepped inside. However, in the next moment, Old Master Chao was left red-faced. There stood Chao Ke, previously so full of bravado. Now with Hong Xiu sprawled across the table, their lips locked in a fervent kiss. Not only that, but Chao Ke's hands were busily exploring Hong Xiu's figure, caressing her ample bosom, slender waist, and curvaceous backside. Their attire was disheveled, and Hong Xiu's undergarments lay discarded on the floor. Old Master Chao found himself frozen in place, caught in a moment of profound awkwardness, realizing someone had entered. Chao Ke and Hong Xiu sprang apart, as if propelled by springs, hurriedly attempting to straighten their disheveled clothing. "Grandfather, couldn't you have knocked before entering?" Chao Ke's face was a picture of displeasure as he glared at his grandfather, reproaching him. "Even if you are my elder, you ought to respect my privacy." Old Master Chao snorted in annoyance, muttering, "I have always entered your rooms without knocking, so how was I to know that today you would? Never mind. I can't be bothered to deal with you, you scoundrel. Just remember to lock the door next time to avoid such embarrassing situations." With that, he waved his sleeve and departed. Initially, Old Master Chao had been pleased with Chao Ke's newfound assertiveness, thinking his grandson had finally matured, only to turn around and find him in such an indecent situation. This dashed his hopes into oblivion. Filled with disappointment, Old Master Chao felt no desire to linger, and he retreated to his own chambers. Once Old Master Chao had left, Chao Ke collapsed onto his bed and turned to the blushing Hong Xiu. "Xiu'er, thank you for your cooperation. Rest assured, I, Chao Ke, will surely provide you with a proper resolution. After a brief pause, he waved his hand wearily, adding, "You may leave now. I wish to be alone for a while." "Yes." Hong Xiu offered a slight bow before hastily exiting Chowke's room. It was during the brief interval after humiliating old Master Lu that Chowke's necklace, which hung around his neck, emitted a warning. "Chowke, you have been too ostentatious. This will attract the attention of those with ill intentions. I believe it would be wise for you to revert to your previous frivolous demeanor to disguise yourself, ensuring you are not perceived as a primary target, thus enhancing your safety." Unquestionably, the voice belonged to the space manager who had released the sinister nightmare. With this reminder, Chowke finally recognized his oversight. Upon returning to his room, the necklace gently warned again, "Your grandfather is now approaching your room. He may wish to inquire whether your earlier demeanor was accidental or intentional. Quickly devise a plan to feign ignorance. Do not let him perceive any change in you." Panic-stricken, Chowke realized he had little time to concoct a ruse. In his frantic state, his gaze drifted and suddenly landed on Hong Xiu, who was tidying the table. An idea struck him. He quickly rose, embraced Hong Xiu from behind, and whispered in her ear, "Xiu'er, I need your assistance." And thus, the scene that old Master Chow walked in on unfolded. After Hong Xiu exited and closed the door behind her, Chowke hastily retrieved the ruby necklace, softly asking, "You mentioned I should feign ignorance, which I understand, but why must you conceal this even from my grandfather? He is my own kin, the closest person I have in this world." The necklace replied earnestly, "You possess too many elements that others cannot comprehend, and these must remain hidden from all. If your enemies were to uncover all your secrets, they would extinguish you before you amassed sufficient strength. If your family were to learn the entirety of your being, they would share in the peril you face, perhaps even distancing themselves from you. For in their hearts, you are not the true Chowke, but merely a traveler from another realm. I trust you comprehend my words." Chowke despondently sank onto his bed. Xiang, with a steady gaze, remarked, "Every aspect of this, including your transformation, must be borne solely by you. The fewer who are aware, the greater our chances of success. You must learn to conceal yourself, for your own benefit." "Very well," Chowke murmured in resignation. "It seems I must continue in my former ways. Alas, in both lives, I have been a rogue. How vexing it is to be a mere traveler." Meanwhile, having exited the Chow residence, the elder Lu transformed from a state of fury to one of tranquility, meandering into a sparsely populated alleyway, gradually making his way towards the Lu estate, lost in contemplation. The Chow and Lu residences are not far apart, both situated in the affluent district at the heart of Wanghai City. Alongside the Bai family, the three clans stand in a formidable triangular formation. If one were to connect the points of these three families on a map, it would yield a peculiar equilateral triangle. Within this triangular domain lies a plaza, where no others dare to reside. Even the lord of Wanghai City must seek another location for his abode, too intimidated to intrude. Such is the power of the three families. Instead of traversing the triangular area directly, the elder Lu took a lengthy detour through the alley for over an hour before finally returning to his Lu estate. Upon entering, a servant hurried forward, bowing respectfully and softly stating, "Esteemed elder, the eldest master, the second master, and the third master have been awaiting you in your study for quite some time." Acknowledging with a grunt, the elder Lu proceeded towards his study. "Father." Upon seeing the elder Lu enter, Lu Wenyu, Lu Wenzhou, and Lu Wentian promptly rose and bowed deeply. "Please, take your seats." The elder Lu gestured for his three sons to sit as he settled into the principal seat. The Lu brothers waited until their father was comfortably seated before they took their respective places. Lu Wentian inquired, "Might I ask, father, did you encounter that rascal Chowke at the Chow residence?" The elder Lu nodded, his expression grave. "Indeed, I did. In my estimation, Chowke is not as inconsequential as rumors suggest. There are elements about him that even I find inscrutable." Chapter 24. The Lu family strategy. The venerable Lu Wenyu expressed his astonishment with a soft exclamation, "Father, while you were away, the third son already informed us about this young master of the Chow family. I have also heard of him, apart from women and gambling. It seems that there is nothing else occupying Chowke's mind. How could such a debauched youth possibly grasp the true essence of martial arts like the ninth son?" Old Master Lu waved his hand dismissively. "Not at all. We have all been deceived by Chowke." Confused, Lu Wenzhou inquired, "Father, what do you mean by that?" Old Master Lu furrowed his brow, his tone grave as he explained, "Just now, I went to the Chow residence, under the pretense of seeking justice for Xiaoyu, and I made quite a scene. Then, old Chow stepped out first, and in the heat of the moment, we nearly came to blows. At that critical juncture, Chao appeared. Upon hearing this, Lu Wenyu's brow furrowed. If what you say is true, then the timing of Chao's appearance is indeed suspect. Lu Wenyang nodded in agreement. Indeed, the timing of this fellow's arrival is too coincidental. If it were mere happenstance, it would be manageable. But if it was intentional, it suggests he possesses a keen sense of timing. Such insight is not typical of a frivolous playboy. Old Master Lu lifted his teacup, taking a sip before continuing earlier. My argument with old Chao is quite loud. Chao, who was already nearby, could not possibly be unaware of the reason for our dispute. Yet, the first words out of his mouth were complaints about our noise disturbing his rest. Lu Wenzhou remarked thoughtfully to deflect blame so effortlessly. Placing himself in a relatively advantageous position, it appears that Chao is indeed a formidable character. Lu Wenyu added, moreover, knowing that both you and old Chao had raised your voices, Chao must have been fully aware that your purpose was to confront him. Given this context, he still dared to appear before you. It is truly audacious. Does he not fear you could easily strike him down? Old Master Lu scoffed coldly. It goes even further. This Chao dared to call me old immortal. Had old Chao not intervened, I would have been tempted to incapacitate him on the spot. After hearing this, Lu Wenzhou, Lu Wenyang, and Lu Wenyu involuntarily shuddered. Who was old Master Lu? A figure whose mere footfall could shake the very foundations of Wanghai City, an indomitable force. For someone to boldly insult him in such a manner, that person could either be a fool or harbor ulterior motives. Lu Wenyang speculated. Chao's blatant provocation, in my view, was designed to incite your anger from the outset of your conversation. One tends to lose their capacity for sound judgment when engulfed in rage. This would allow him to exploit your fury and slip away unscathed. Lu Wenzhou continued. Additionally, he is acutely aware that his grandfather stands nearby. Even if you intended to act against him, his grandfather would undoubtedly intervene, ensuring his safety. Lu Wenyang concurred. In such circumstances, even I would aim to provoke the other party, undermining their calm judgment, thereby securing the upper hand. After their analysis, the three brothers exchanged incredulous glances. From their discourse, it became evident that Chao was far from the mere debauched youth he was rumored to be. Rather, he was a cunning strategist. But the revelations did not cease there. Old Master Lu chuckled ironically. Throughout the ensuing dialogue, I found myself led by the nose, unable to fully articulate my perspective. In contrast, Chao and old Chao displayed a remarkable synergy, effortlessly casting aspersions upon me while managing to extricate themselves unscathed. It truly exemplifies the saying, the waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead, while the previous waves perish on the shore, as old Master Lu concluded. The four highest decision-makers of the Lu family exchanged silent glances, rendered speechless. Recalling Chao's earlier antics, his reckless bets, his bold advances towards Lu Hongyu, and his inflated auction prices, they finally recognized that this so-called young master of the Chao family was not nearly as inept as the rumors suggested. What should we do now? Lu Wenyang asked, his frustration evident. The more we analyze, the more we realize Chao is no ordinary foe. Compared to him, our pride, the ninth son, seems merely a pawn in this game. We absolutely cannot allow Chao to rise. Such a development would be detrimental to the entire Lu family. After a moment of contemplation, old Master Lu replied, if we wish to eliminate Chao in a conventional manner, we are indeed chasing shadows. The Chao family is no pushover. How could they allow their young master to be ambushed? However, while conventional means may fail, extraordinary circumstances might offer an opportunity. The Grand Tournament, held once every 3 years, is approaching. I have heard that today, old Chao has submitted their family's participants, and Chao's name is among them. Lu Wenzhou's eyes brightened. So, you mean to suggest that our Lu family's competitors should strike decisively against Chao when they encounter him, using the tournament as a guise to extinguish this talent in its infancy? Precisely. Old Master Lu declared emphatically. One must be ruthless to stand firm. Only by eliminating Chao can we eradicate future threats. Once the ninth son matures, Wanghai City will surely become the Lu family's domain. But, father, Lu Wenyang interjected urgently, let us not forget, according to our predictions, Chao is a true genius awakened to martial understanding, akin to the ninth son. Our competitors lack absolute certainty in overcoming him. Even the ninth son's match against someone of Chao's caliber remains uncertain. Old Master Lu laughed heartily. You need not worry on that front. From my observations, there is not the slightest trace of source power emanating from Chao. I suspect he has merely just awakened to martial understanding and has not yet begun his training. With the tournament commencing in 4 days, no matter how talented he may be, he cannot make significant progress in such a short time. Our participants should easily defeat him. The three Lu brothers nodded in understanding. Old Master Lu continued, in the coming days, third son, ensure you have someone closely monitor Chowka's every move. Whatever he does in a day must be reported to me immediately, without fail. Understood. Lu Weniang rose, fists clasped respectfully. As for the first and second sons, focus on training our competitors for the tournament, particularly the ninth son. He must be diligently supervised to prevent any lapse in effort. Old Master Lu said coldly. Regardless of the cost, I must ensure that Chowka leaves the tournament in defeat, never to return. His demise is more crucial than our victory in the competition. Yes. Lu Wenzhou and Lu Weniang quickly stood, responding with utmost respect. That will be all for today. Old Master Lu waved his hand, signaling his three sons to depart. After bowing deeply once more, Lu Wenyu and the others slowly exited the room. As Old Master Lu gazed in the direction of their departure, an involuntary cold smile crept upon his lips. Old Chao, do you think that your family can rest easy just because you have a prodigy like Chowka? I, Lu Sheng, shall never allow you to bask in such complacency. In the Chao family courtyard, within Chowka's chamber, the hour had grown late, approaching midnight. Despite the overwhelming drowsiness that assailed him, Chowka sat at the edge of his bed, fretting over the awakening pill in his hand. How on earth am I to use this awakening pill? There isn't a soul here to elucidate its purpose for me. Curse it. The necklace offers no response, Hongxiu feels awkward, and I dare not approach the old master. Is this truly a fate designed to drive me to despair? After much contemplation, Chowka placed the awakening pill on his bed. I genuinely lack the courage to consume this awakening pill directly. Should anything go awry, my life would be in jeopardy. Perhaps I shall wait until tomorrow to seek guidance from someone knowledgeable. Thus, I have made a delightful decision. The timid Chowka finally convinced himself to postpone his attempt until he could ascertain the proper method. Consequently, he tidied his bed with a carefree demeanor and lay down to sleep soundly. At the break of dawn, before the sun had risen, Chowka awoke, donned his attire, and, after preparing himself, made his way to Hongxiu's room. He gently knocked on the door and called out in an overly sweet voice, Xiu'er, are you awake? Before long, Hongxiu emerged draped in a crimson cloak and opened her door. Young Master Ku, why are you up so early? Has something occurred? Upon seeing Hongxiu, Chowka was reminded of the previous night's events, causing an involuntary flush to heat his cheeks. After a moment's pause, he finally spoke. Xiu'er, are you still upset with me for my actions last night? Hongxiu's face turned crimson at his words, and she shyly replied, how could a mere maid dare to be angry with young Master Ku? After all, I am destined to be yours in due time. Hearing her say this, Chowka burst into hearty laughter, wrapping his arm around Hongxiu's shoulders, joyfully exclaiming, I'm relieved to hear that. I was truly worried you might ignore me. How could that be? Hongxiu murmured. She quickly shifted the awkward conversation. Young Master Ku, your early visit must surely indicate something of great importance. Please, do share it with me directly. Chapter 25. Awakening of Source Power. Chowka pondered for a moment before speaking. Last night, I contemplated for quite some time and hesitated to consume that awakening pill. After much deliberation, I decided to seek your counsel today, hoping you might know if there are any dangers associated with taking it. Hongxiu shook her head. All I know is that the awakening pill is used to awaken one's perception of source power. Beyond that, I am truly not well informed. I see. Chowka replied, his tone tinged with helplessness. Do you know anyone who is well acquainted with this awakening pill? I went to great lengths to procure it. I cannot simply let it go to waste. Hongxiu chuckled lightly. Young Master can need not fret over this matter. To my knowledge, your good friend, young Master Bai Fan, awakened his source power perception using this very pill. Why not visit the Bai residence and inquire with him? He has first-hand experience and will surely be well-versed in this. Is this true? Chowka exclaimed with delight. Then I shall go find Bai Fan at once. With that, he swiftly turned and dashed toward the gate of the Chao residence. Hurry, young Master Ku, wait for me. Hongxiu called out anxiously. I will change my clothes and accompany you. There's no need. Chowka shouted back as he grew distant. Prepare lunch for me, and I shall return to dine. I know the way to Bai Fan's place. Watching Chowka's retreating figure, Hongxiu smiled and shook her head. The Chao Lu and Bai family stood in a triangular formation at the heart of the affluent district in Huahai City. After traversing a small square, Chowka arrived before the grand entrance of the Bai residence. The servants stationed at the entrance evidently recognized Chowka and made no attempt to hinder his entry. Upon seeing him, two attendants respectfully bowed in unison, greeting him. Good day, young Master Ku. Chowka waved his hand dismissively and, without pausing, stepped into the Bai estate. Once inside, he was taken aback. The Bai residence was no less impressive than the Chow family home. The grand courtyard was filled with numerous buildings, sprawling over an extensive area, leaving Chowka somewhat dizzy. As a traveler from another world, how could he possibly know where Bai Fan's room was? Fortunately, at that moment, a maid happened to pass by. Chowka quickly called out, "Excuse me, you there? Please wait a moment." The maid halted, and upon realizing she was being addressed by Chowku, she quickly bowed deeply. "Young Master Ke, you have called for this servant. How may I assist you? You know me?" Chowka was taken aback. "Do I often visit your Bai residence? Why did the attendants not stop me at the door? And how does even a little maid recognize me?" The maid stifled a giggle, covering her mouth. "What are you saying, young Master Ke? Do you not come here frequently? Everyone in the Bai residence knows that you and young Master Fan are good friends. You used to visit us often, and I dare say very few people here have not seen you." "Oh, I see," Chowka said, enlightenment dawning on him. He then looked around and asked the maid, "Where's Bai Fan? Which room does he occupy?" The maid regarded him with a puzzled expression, instinctively asking, "Young Master Ke, are you quite certain you have no other business? Surely you know better than I where young Master Fan resides." Chowka felt a twinge of embarrassment, internally grumbling, "How am I supposed to answer that? Should I tell you that I am not the Chowka you know, but rather a traveler from another world? What a ridiculous notion. Do you even understand what traveling means?" After a moment of frustration, he forced a smile. "Why do you ask such questions? Quickly lead me to young Master Fan. I have important matters to discuss with him." Seeing Chowka's earnest demeanor, the maid stifled a laugh. "Very well, follow me. However, it is still quite early. Young Master Fan is likely still asleep." "That is of no concern." Chowka waved his hand nonchalantly. "If he hasn't risen yet, I'll rouse him. He's as plump as a pig and sleeps far too soundly, not at all concerned that one day he might truly be mistaken for one." The maid giggled again, leading Chowka through winding paths until they finally arrived at a secluded courtyard. "Young Master Ke, this is young Master Fan's private courtyard," the maid said, turning to him. "I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not accompany you inside." She pointed towards a larger room within the courtyard. "Young Master Ke, that room is where young Master Fan resides. You may simply knock on the door." Chowka nodded, casually expressing his gratitude. "Thank you." The maid hesitated, scrutinizing Chowka for a moment before slowly departing, glancing back several times. In her mind, she was filled with curiosity. Young Master Ke, the notorious scion of Wahai City, had always looked down upon his servants. Yet today, he seemed entirely different, speaking so amicably and even expressing thanks. As she reflected on this, she could not help but gaze at the rising sun, murmuring, "The sun hasn't risen in the west, so why has young Master Ke changed his demeanor?" Once the maid had distanced herself, Chowka stepped into Bai Fan's courtyard. The yard was modestly sized, with a path of blue bricks winding through it, flanked by various flowers and plants that imparted a refreshing aroma in the early morning. Chowka, not one to appreciate such elegance, hastily approached Bai Fan's door, and without hesitation, he began to knock vigorously. The sound of his knocking resonated. Bang, bang, bang. Chowka continued this for a good quarter of an hour, yet there was still no response from Bai Fan. "Goodness, you glutton!" Chowka exclaimed in frustration. "If I call you a pig, you truly seem to be embracing that identity." With a deep breath, he summoned all his might and shouted, "Bai Fan, you plump fellow, stop sleeping and come open the door." Surprisingly, Chowka's voice proved effective. Moments later, Bai Fan appeared, draped in a green silk robe, his eyes bleary as he opened the door. "Who could that be?" Bai Fan muttered, squinting to see Chowka. With a flick of his sleeve, he turned to retreat into his room, grumbling, "Chow Lao Sin, why are you here so early, yelling like a banshee? What do you want? Do you have any idea how hard I labored last night? I'm still exhausted." Chowka sidestepped and entered Bai Fan's room, following closely behind him. "What were you doing last night that left you so drained?" Bai Fan chuckled. "What was I doing? You helped me win back those gold coins yesterday, so I took them to the Zui Xiong Lu and spent the night with 2 women. I feel utterly wrecked." Chowka scoffed, shaking his head. "I really cannot fathom why, as the eldest son of the Bai family, you would seek out such lowly establishments when you could have any fine lady you desire. Are you not concerned about catching some foul disease? That is rich coming from you." Bai Fan retorted, "My visits to brothels were learned from you. What, are you suddenly virtuous now? Looking down on me? Enough." Chowka snapped, feeling exasperated. "I didn't come here to debate that matter." At this moment, Bai Fan had reached the table in his room, plopping down onto a chair. He seized the water jug on the table and drank several hearty gulps, finally managing to dispel some of the drowsiness clouding his mind. Speak up. What brings you to me at such an early hour? He inquired nonchalantly as he set the jug down. I recall that you awakened your perception of source power through an awakening pill, Chowka stated as he settled into another chair, getting straight to the point. Indeed. Bai Fan nodded. Is there a problem? Chowka replied. I came in haste to ask you about this matter. Oh. Bai Fan paused, then realized. Are you considering using the awakening pill to perceive source power as well? Chowka earnestly nodded. Reaching into his pocket to retrieve the awakening pill he had acquired the previous day, placing it on the table. I wish to use this pill to awaken my perception of source power. However, I am entirely unaware of any potential dangers associated with taking it. So I specifically came to consult you. I see, Bai Fan chuckled, teasingly remarking. When did you, Chowka, the third young master, start to care about your cultivation? Isn't your philosophy of life based on enjoying oneself while leaving the fighting to your subordinates? Chowka waved his hand dismissively. Do not concern yourself with that. Just tell me what I need to know. Bai Fan contemplated for a moment before responding. Very well, I shall discuss the awakening pill with you, along with some taboos regarding its use. The primary effect of this awakening pill is to greatly amplify your perception for the duration of its efficacy, allowing you to sense the presence of source power around you. To be precise, the true purpose of the awakening pill is merely to make it easier for you to perceive source power, which offers no assistance for future cultivation endeavors. The optimal time to use this awakening pill is during the early morning, as the accumulation of source power overnight renders it more concentrated, facilitating the awakening of your perception. As for its side effects, there is nothing particularly alarming to note, except that when purchasing the awakening pill, you should inquire whether it contains an ingredient known as Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao. Chowka was momentarily taken aback. He had never even heard of this so-called substance. Chapter 26. Awakening of the Source Power. Part 2. The so-called dragon glue is, in fact, a secretion from the two-headed dragon. Seeing that Chowka was perplexed, Bai Fan provided a special explanation. Secretion. Hearing this, Chowka's face was filled with dismay. Brother, how could such a repulsive substance exist in this awakening pill? How am I supposed to swallow it? I might as well vomit it out before I even eat. Repulsive? Bai Fan was taken aback but quickly responded, Chow Lao San, where are your thoughts wandering? The secretion I mentioned is not the feces of the two-headed dragon. To be precise, it is a gelatinous substance that naturally exudes from the body of the two-headed dragon. This substance serves a protective function for the dragon and effectively reduces resistance while swimming, making it a rare medicinal ingredient. After Bai Fan's explanation, Chowka's expression gradually improved. If this dragon glue were indeed the dragon's excrement, he would rather forego taking the awakening pill than swallow such a thing. Just the thought of it was nauseating. After pondering for a moment, Chowka continued, Please elaborate on why it is crucial to ascertain whether the awakening pill contains dragon glue. What side effects does it possess? Cough, cough. Bai Fan cleared his throat. To put it simply, this dragon glue has an exhilarating effect. If taken in excessive amounts, it could even be used as a aphrodisiac. What? It has such properties? Chowka leapt to his feet. How could the awakening pill possibly contain such a substance? That's unscientific. Bai Fan waved his hand dismissively. Perhaps they wished to exploit the stimulating properties of dragon glue. As for the specifics, I'm not a doctor and cannot elucidate further. However, not every awakening pill contains this ingredient. Most of the time, dragon glue is included merely as an auxiliary material in the formulation. How can I be certain that the awakening pill I purchased does not contain dragon glue? Chowka asked, visibly frustrated. Due to its rarity, dragon glue is quite valuable. Bai Fan replied. Typically, an awakening pill containing dragon glue is priced between 50,000 to 80,000 gold coins. A pill without dragon glue will not exceed 40,000 coins. You can make a simple judgment based on this. Moreover, if the awakening pill is crafted by a highly experienced alchemist, the amount of dragon glue is strictly controlled. It merely enhances the user's excitement without producing aphrodisiac effects. I see. Chowka glanced at the awakening pill before him and remarked, I purchased this pill for 35,000 gold coins. So it should be the kind without dragon glue, right? Bai Fan nodded. That should be correct. Chowka let out a long sigh of relief. That's good. It prevents any unforeseen mishaps. Bai Fan chuckled. Even if your awakening pill does contain dragon glue, you need not worry. Should the effects kick in, you could simply visit the fragrant lounge to enjoy yourself. It's a win-win situation. Chowka shot Bai Fan a disdainful glance. You wretched, rotund fellow. Do you think I would be as shameless as you? I am a paragon of virtue. How could I engage in such sordid activities? Upon witnessing Chao Ke's righteous demeanor, Bai Fan couldn't help but express his contempt. Soon, the two began exchanging barbs, engaging in a lively quarrel. Unbeknownst to Bai Fan, Chao Ke had overlooked a critical point. Although he had purchased the awakening pill for 35,000 gold coins, this did not guarantee that it was free of dragon glue. Since the pill was acquired through an auction, any buyer with even a modicum of knowledge would hesitate to bid over 40,000 coins, uncertain of whether the pill contained dragon glue. If the awakening pill did lack this ingredient, then spending over 40,000 coins would amount to a financial loss. This crucial detail was entirely lost on Chao Ke, who thought he had struck a fantastic bargain, leading him to exuberantly bid 35,000 gold coins for the pill. After their argument subsided, Chao Ke waved his hand. All right, I won't bicker with you any longer. Didn't you mention that this morning is the most conducive time for the effects of the awakening pill? I shall use your place to take it and complete my source power perception. Fine. Bai Fan readily agreed. I have no more drowsiness. You can use my room. Just swallow the awakening pill like medicine, then calm your mind to experience it. Chao Ke followed his advice, tossing the awakening pill into his mouth before grabbing the water jug on the table and gulping down a few mouthfuls to wash it down. He then plopped down on Bai Fan's bed. Watching Chao Ke sit cross-legged with his eyes closed, Bai Fan softly said, Chao Lao-san, focus on awakening your source power perception. I'm feeling a bit hungry, so I'll see if there is anything for breakfast. If you encounter any issues, feel free to call for me, and I will come immediately. Thinking about food right after waking up, now I understand how your figure came to be. Chao Ke muttered under his breath, yet he did not open his eyes, merely nodding gently at Bai Fan. Seeing that Chao Ke had no objections, Bai Fan donned his outer robe and exited the room. Within the confines of the room, only Chao Ke remained. Initially, he exhibited no reaction. Everything seemed as it always had. Gradually, however, Chao Ke began to sense a shift within himself. He felt increasingly invigorated, accompanied by an enhanced perception. The sound of the breeze filtering through the window, the chirping of insects outside, and even the rhythm of his own heartbeat resonated clearly in his ears. Chao Ke understood that this state indicated the awakening pill was indeed taking effect. Thus, he concentrated all his attention on the surrounding elements, eager to perceive the existence of source power. After approximately half an hour, Chao Ke finally discerned that all objects around him were enveloped in a layer of white light, flickering like flames. Even the air was dotted with specks of this ethereal light, though faint and seemingly on the verge of extinguishing. This light emanated an extraordinary power that Chao Ke could feel intensely. Source power. A surge of joy flooded Chao Ke's heart as he confidently recognized the nature of these luminous manifestations, invigorating his spirits. Raising his hand, he cautiously attempted to touch the white light, his every movement deliberate, as if he feared that any sudden motion would cause the light to vanish. Slowly, steadily, Chao Ke's hand inched closer to the white light. Just as they were about to make contact, the luminous strands suddenly pulsed and flowed into the palm of his hand. Immediately, streams of radiant white light began to converge towards Chao Ke, initially slowly but gradually accelerating. Eventually, this phenomenon culminated in a magnificent spectacle reminiscent of the ocean's vastness. As countless beams of white light emerged seemingly out of thin air, transforming into flowing streams that entered his body and vanished without a trace. As the influx of white light increased, Chao Ke became aware of a minuscule vortex, the size of a grain of rice, gradually forming at the location of his dantian. This white vortex spun incessantly, not only absorbing the incoming white light but also emanating an immense power that coursed through Chao Ke's meridians, enveloping his entire being. Suddenly, a wave of unbearable pain surged throughout his body, compelling Chao Ke to stifle a cry. The process of absorption, rotation, release, and circulation continued relentlessly, and the intensity of his discomfort steadily escalated. However, he clenched his teeth, determined not to utter a sound, for this was Bai Fan's room, not his own residence. To cry out in pain would only invite ridicule, and thus, he maintained his dignity, even resorting to biting down on his clothing to suppress his anguish, refusing to emit a single groan. Eventually, the sharpness of the pain began to subside, allowing Chao Ke to exhale a long sigh of relief, knowing he had endured the most arduous phase. As the pain diminished and eventually vanished, a sensation of unparalleled clarity and comfort washed over him, nearly coaxing a contented sigh from his lips. This was a quintessential instance of the yin and yang principle. The previous agony was merely the process of the source energy reconstructing Chao Ke's body, expelling impurities and fortifying his muscles. enhancing the elasticity of his blood vessels and reinforcing his meridians. Of course, the process of transformation was excruciating, yet the reward of comfort that followed was undeniable. It was evident that with fewer bodily impurities, one would feel considerably healthier and more at ease. When Chowco opened his eyes once more, he found himself enveloped in a mass of dark, viscous substances, exuding a foul odor that threatened to induce nausea. A chuckle escaped his lips as he recognized this scenario. He had often encountered such scenes in novels, where the protagonist underwent physical transformation, resulting in the expulsion of these repulsive black substances. Just as Chowco rose to address the unsightly filth covering him, an overwhelming surge of stimulation suddenly erupted from his dantian. Chapter 27. The poison of Jiao Glue. As soon as the stimulating sensation enveloped him, Chowco felt as if he were surrounded by an inferno, burning with an unbearable heat, his mouth parched and tongue dry. This sensation rapidly spread throughout his entire body, as if it had seeped into every fiber of his being. It involuntarily reminded him of the previous night, of the enchanting Hong Xiu beneath him, her allure captivating him. What the hell? Chowco trembled. He never anticipated that this awakening pill would indeed contain Jiao Glue, and in considerable quantity. The intensity of this sensation was overwhelming. It was clear to him where this stimulation originated. His mind was filled with images of Hong Xiu unclothed, his gaze becoming increasingly dazed, his consciousness clouded, and his lower body swelling with desire. If he were unable to discern his predicament, his intelligence would be rendered virtually non-existent. Damn it! Which foolish alchemist concocted this awakening pill without controlling the amount of Jiao Glue? If you cannot manage the dosage, don't add it at all. Struggling to suppress the urges coursing through him, Chowco sought some method to cope with his predicament, but no viable solution emerged. Even dousing himself with water from the kettle on the table did little to alleviate the overwhelming stimulation. What to do? What to do? What should I do? Anxiety swelled within him. He understood all too well that he had fallen victim to this aphrodisiac like Jiao Glue, and his rationality would soon dissipate. Ultimately, he would become a mindless shell, driven solely by primal urges, and if that occurred, the situation would spiral out of control. Hong Xiu. There was no choice but to seek her out. After all, I have resolved to take responsibility for her. Finally, Chowco made up his mind. He would absolutely avoid places like the Zhuexiang Tower. The only one capable of alleviating the effects of the Jiao Glue was Hong Xiu. As his personal maid and, in essence, his woman, his feelings for her had grown over the past few days. After their encounter last night, he was determined to fully accept her. Thus, seeking out Hong Xiu was the most appropriate course of action, a means to contain the damage within manageable limits and protect the innocent woman. With this thought, Chowco hesitated no longer, hastily stepping out of Bai Fan's room and sprinting towards the Chow residence at his utmost speed. As he traversed the Bai family courtyard, Chowco encountered several servants, all bewildered, unaware of the cause of the third young master of the Chow family's frantic escape. Just as he was about to exit the Bai residence, the maid who had escorted him to Bai Fan's room returned from the market, colliding with him. Chowco's momentum was abruptly halted. He stumbled and steadied himself after a brief sway. The maid, however, was no match for Chowco's bulk and was sent stumbling back several steps, landing unceremoniously on the ground. Ouch. That hurt. Who is it? Can't you watch where you're going? The maid grumbled, rubbing her backside. Upon realizing it was Chowco, she sprang to her feet, bowing repeatedly. I'm so sorry. So sorry, young Master Ku. I didn't realize it was you. I didn't mean to say those things. Please don't hold it against me. Chowco stood frozen, his gaze fixed on the maid before him. In his mind, she appeared completely unclothed. Gazing at him with longing, raising a finger as if beckoning him closer. Young Master Ku, come here. I have been waiting for you. Seeing the flush of desire in Chowco's eyes, the maid shivered involuntarily, her voice trembling. Young Master Ku, what? What is wrong? Did you hear what I said? If you're not feeling well, I can fetch a doctor for you. Chowco's eyes widened, and he stepped forward, grasping the maid's shoulders tightly, panting heavily. Yet he found himself immobilized, caught in a moment of indecision. The maid, gripped by fear, could only stare up at him, utterly bewildered. After what felt like an eternity, still clinging to some semblance of rationality, Chowco gradually released her, letting out a tormented roar towards the heavens before making his way around the maid and bolting out of the Bai residence towards the Chow estate. Only then did the maid retreat a few steps, leaning against the gate of the Bai residence, gasping for breath and soothing her racing heart. The sensation Chowco had given her was akin to the fear of being devoured, nearly overwhelming her. Ignoring the maid's terror, let us return to Chaoku. The Chao and Bai residences faced each other across a triangular plaza, merely a few hundred meters apart, not a great distance. If he could return to the Chao estate and find Hong Xiu, he could resolve his current predicament. Had he succumbed completely to desire earlier, it would have been the unfortunate maid who bore the brunt of it. This realization brought him some relief, despite his rogue origins. He had a good heart and did not wish for any innocent person to suffer due to his current state. As he neared the gates of the Chao residence, his fading consciousness allowed him to relax. Once inside, even if he lost his wits, it would be manageable. After all, they were family. No one would abandon him in such a state. Hong Xiu Wunti let him suffer alone. At that moment, however, fate intervened once more. A figure appeared before him, blocking his path. Startled, Chaoku abruptly halted his advance and looked up at the person obstructing him. To his dismay, it was none other than Lu Hongyu, the daughter of the Lu family. Well, Chaoku. Lu Hongyu surveyed him from head to toe, mockingly asking, "What are you up to this early in the morning? You look like a mess." Chaoku averted his gaze, his voice hoarse. "I have no time for your nonsense. Step aside. Don't block my way." Lu Hongyu scoffed. "Oh please, Chaoku, don't try to intimidate me. I don't believe you dare to harm me here in the plaza." Chaoku battled against the rising tide of desire, struggling to speak. "I beg you, don't bother me right now. I have something important to attend to." With that, he attempted to sidestep Lu Hongyu and continue towards the Chao residence. As Chaoku passed by Lu Hongyu, she suddenly seized his shoulder and inquired with confusion, "Chaoku, every time you used to see me, you would fixate on me. Yet today you lack even the courage to glance my way. Have you engaged in something unspeakable? Are you afraid for me to find out?" Caught by Lu Hongyu, Chaoku halted, slowly turning his face, his crimson eyes wide open as a mischievous smile crept upon his lips. "Little girl, you have sought your own demise. Do not blame me for being ruthless." With that, before Lu Hongyu could react, he swiftly raised his hand and struck the nape of her neck. She had no time to utter a sound before she collapsed directly into his embrace. With the softness and warmth of her body in his arms, Chaoku, already nearing his limits, found it unbearable. It became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Raising his hand, he wedged Lu Hongyu under his armpit and continued to dash towards the Chao residence. Young Master Ke, the gatekeeper at the entrance of the Chao estate, upon seeing him return, hurriedly bowed in respect. Chaoku paid no heed to the attendant, maintaining his swift pace as he dashed through the gate and straight to his room. The attendant, watching Chaoku's retreating figure, felt perplexed. Is that not the young lady of the Lu family he is carrying? What on earth does this mean? This question was shared by more than just the gatekeeper. Throughout his swift journey back to his room, every Chao servant who caught sight of him pondered the same. Among them, a young maid who was quite close to Hong Xiu sensed the unusualness of the situation and hastily abandoned her task, running towards Hong Xiu's quarters. Meanwhile, at the Lu residence, two maidens resembling attendants slowly emerged from the main gate. Once outside, they could not help but glance around anxiously. One of the maidens remarked, "Xiao Hong, did you not say the young lady would be waiting for us at the gate? Where is she now?" The other maiden replied with urgency, "How would I know? Earlier this morning, the young lady expressed her desire to stroll outside, so I accompanied her to the entrance. However, I suddenly remembered that with the sun shining brightly, she would surely want to avoid the scorching heat. Thus, I asked her permission to fetch an umbrella, and she said she would wait for me here. But when I returned with the umbrella and found you, the young lady had vanished." Upon hearing this, the first maiden, alarmed, turned to the gatekeeper on duty and inquired, "Ague, have you seen where the young lady went?" Chapter 28. A catastrophe. Ague shook his head, saying, "How could I dare to gaze at the young lady? I truly do not know where she is gone. She was indeed here just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, she vanished." Upon hearing this, the young woman furrowed her brow and turned to another girl, exclaiming, "We must quickly split up and search for the young lady. We cannot allow her to wander alone outside. If anything unforeseen occurs, our lives will be in jeopardy." "Indeed," replied the other girl. The two of them dashed in opposite directions, failing to report the disappearance of their mistress to the Lu family. Chaoku hurriedly carried Lu Hongyu back to his chamber, unceremoniously tossing the unconscious girl onto his bed. In that moment, Chaoku's mind was consumed entirely by the sight of Lu Hongyu. With swift motions, he tore off his clothing. He approached the bed, his crimson eyes fixed on the girl, his mind overtaken by desire. What ensued was a progression that felt almost inevitable. The excruciating pain below jolted Lu Hongyu from her stupor. As she comprehended the scene before her, terror flooded her face, and she instinctively opened her mouth to scream. Chao Ke, witnessing her reaction, hastily covered her lips with one hand and seized her wrists with the other, forcefully pinning her to the bed. Lu Hongyu found herself unable to speak or move, enduring the ordeal passively, an unbearable situation for a young maiden. The combination of humiliation and pain caused her to shed tears, which cascaded down her delicate cheeks, splattering onto the bed. Tears? In his frenzied state, Chao Ke remained unfazed, instinctively repeating his actions, reveling in the ecstatic sensations. Approximately half an hour later, Hongxiu was the first to arrive outside Chao Ke's door, accompanied by a close maid. It was this maid who, having witnessed Chao Ke return with Lu Hongyu, sensed something amiss and sought out Hongxiu to investigate the situation. However, fortune was not on their side. Hongxiu was not in her room at that moment. She had gone to the market to procure ingredients for lunch, a task Chao Ke had assigned her. She could not afford to be negligent. Consequently, the maid waited a considerable time for Hongxiu's return. Upon hearing the maid's account, Hongxiu wasted no time and led her to Chao Ke's chamber. As soon as they paused, Hongxiu heard heavy breathing from within, and her vision blurred. Her legs weakened. Had she not steadied herself against the wall, she might have collapsed. The maid, too, heard the sounds, her face flushing with embarrassment and astonishment as she covered her mouth. Quickly, inform the old master that young Master Ku has caused a grave incident, and tell him to come and manage the aftermath, Hongxiu lamented, her expression filled with sorrow. Moreover, everything that transpires here must remain a secret. It is of utmost importance that no one else learns of this. In her heart, Hongxiu had always regarded Chao Ke as her one true love. Despite his many reckless behaviors, her feelings remained steadfast. She understood her lowly origins and how mismatched she was with the heir of such a prominent family. Even if Chao Ke were to disregard her humble beginnings, she could only ever be a concubine, never worthy of the primary wife's position. However, knowing this was one thing, facing the reality was another. When she learned that Chao Ke was engaged in such acts with Lu Hongyu, it felt as though countless needles pierced her heart, filling her with anguish. This sentiment is not hard to fathom. Any woman in Hongxiu's position would feel distressed witnessing the man she cherished with another. Yet, despite her turmoil, she did not lose her composure. She recognized Lu Hongyu's status, understanding the implications of Chao Ke's actions. If the Lu family were to discover what had transpired, a violent conflict between the Lu and Chao clans could ensue, an outcome neither she nor Chao Ke could withstand. Thus, she hurriedly instructed the maid to inform the old master of the unfolding events. The maid understood the gravity of the situation without hesitation, nodding in agreement before swiftly making her way to the old master's residence. Now, only Hongxiu remained outside Chao Ke's door. She suppressed her overwhelming sorrow, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and cautiously raised her hand to push against the door. When Chao Ke had entered, consumed by desire, he had neglected to ensure the door was tightly closed, allowing Hongxiu to gently push it open. As she stepped into the room, the sight before her was shocking. The scene of Chao Ke's unbridled frenzy and Lu Hongyu's limpness, her body marred with bruises, painted a harrowing tableau, further accentuated by the crimson stains beneath them. Grasping the reality of the situation, Hongxiu quickly turned to secure the door, locking it tightly. Such a scene must not be witnessed by others. Otherwise, how could Chao Ke and Lu Hongyu ever face the world again? Lu Hongyu was evidently in a state of complete exhaustion, her consciousness teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. If Chao Ke continued his actions, she would surely perish without a second thought. Furthermore, Chao Ke exhibited a disturbing lack of awareness. His gaze vacant and fixated on Lu Hongyu, oblivious to Hongxiu's presence. This struck Hongxiu as peculiar. A person as vibrant as herself entering the room should have elicited some reaction from Chao Ke, especially given the nature of their current activities. Contemplating this, a troubling possibility emerged in Hongxiu's mind. Perhaps Chao Ke had been bewitched or had ingested something that left him devoid of rationality, acting purely on instinct. Resolute in her thoughts, Hongxiu bit her lip and slowly approached Chao Ke's bedside, wrapping her arms around his broad shoulders from behind. After a brief moment, the old master, guided by the maid, hurriedly arrived at Chao Ke's door, listening to the sounds of gasping from within the room. Old Master Chao stamped his feet in anger. That scoundrel Chao Ke. While I might have turned a blind eye to his visits to the brothels in the past, I never anticipated that he would actually kidnap the Lu family's eldest daughter and force himself upon her. Is he not jeopardizing old Lu's very life? Truly, sigh. After a long, drawn-out sigh, old Master Chao glanced around, perplexed, and inquired of the little maid trailing behind him. Did you not say that Hongxiu was waiting for me at the door? Where is she? At that moment, The young maid wore an expression of disbelief, trembling as she raised her hand to point towards Chowk's room, stuttering, "Old master, I think I hear the moans of a woman from within, and it seems to be from Sister Hongxiu." "What?" Old Master Chow was taken aback by her words, feeling as if he had been struck by lightning. "What on earth is that girl Hongxiu doing? How did she end up in there?" As he spoke, he rubbed his hands together anxiously and began to pace outside the door, muttering to himself, "What to do? What can be done? Calm down. I must remain composed." Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Old Master Chow halted his steps and addressed the young maid. "You, go immediately and summon everyone from the Chow residence, including Chuaner, to wait outside my room. I have matters to discuss." "Yes," the maid replied hastily before turning and scurrying away. As Old Master Chow watched her figure disappear, his white brows furrowed tightly together, and he murmured, "What could have transpired to make Kua act so irrationally and commit such a monstrous deed?" He knew well that although Chao Ku was a wastrel, he was also quite timid. Even if given the courage, he would never dare to assault the Liu family's eldest daughter. This incident must have sprung from some unforeseen circumstance that awakened Chowk's baser instincts. Given the current situation, he could not recklessly intervene in Chowk's actions. The die had been cast, and all he could do was wait for them to finish and emerge before seeking clarity on the events that transpired. With these thoughts in mind, Old Master Chow slowly crouched down against the door, resignedly taking on the role of a sentinel, entering a state of painful waiting. Another hour passed, and finally, silence enveloped Chowk's room. Old Master Chow quickly rose to his feet, gently rapping on the door and speaking as softly as he could. "Chao Ku, Hongxiu, how are things inside? Are you both all right?" Chapter 29. The Revival Medical Hall after what felt like an eternity. The door to Chowk's room finally creaked open, revealing the weary figure of Hongxiu at the threshold. Despite her attempts to tidy herself up, the toll of her recent experiences was unmistakable. Her hair was in disarray, hastily tied back with a string, with strands cascading down her face. Her long dress was crumpled, evidently having been compressed repeatedly, and her complexion bore several bruises and love bites, while her once luscious lips appeared slightly swollen. Additionally, she was drenched in a sheen of sweat, as though she had just emerged from a water tank. It was a dismal sight indeed. Old Master Chow could not help but grimace as he stammered, "Hongxiu, what on earth transpired?" He leaned forward to peer into the room and continued, "Where is that scoundrel Chao Ku? Why has he emerged?" Reporting to the elder, Hongxiu leaned against the door, her voice feeble. "Young Master Ku has fallen into a deep slumber and likely cannot meet you for a while." "Sleep?" Old Master Chow paused in surprise. "What about Xiaoyu? How is she faring?" "This." Hongxiu pondered for a long moment before speaking gravely. "Miss Yu is in a dire condition, having fainted some time ago. Moreover, young Master Ku, he was overly vigorous, resulting in Miss Yu sustaining numerous injuries and losing a considerable amount of blood. In my humble opinion, we should summon a doctor for Miss Yu at once." Old Master Chow furrowed his white brows, observing the exhausted Hongxiu before inhaling sharply. "That scoundrel Chao Ku, is he indulging in debauchery or committing abuse? How could he have rendered both of you in such a pitiful state?" "Old Master," Hongxiu interjected urgently, "do not lay all the blame at young Master Ku's feet. From his earlier demeanor, it seems he was under the influence of some medication, having completely lost his senses, which led to these events. We should keep this matter under wraps until young Master Ku awakens, at which point we can determine the course of action. This is the most rational approach to resolving the issue." With that, Old Master Chow patted Hongxiu's shoulder and strode away decisively. Before long, Xiao Tao arrived at Chowk's chamber as ordered. By this time, the bear Chao Ku had been covered securely with a large quilt by Hongxiu. Xiao Tao first helped Lu Hongyu into her clothes, then took a towel to wipe the sweat from her body, exerting considerable effort to position Lu Hongyu properly beside Chao Ku on the bed. Once she had finished, Xiao Tao approached Hongxiu with the towel in hand. Seeing Hongxiu's battered and exhausted form nearly brought tears to Xiao Tao's eyes. As she carefully wiped the sweat from Hongxiu's face, she exclaimed, "Sister Hongxiu, why do you put yourself through this? Young Master Ku is such a wastrel. And Miss Yu is not even a close relation to us. You need not sacrifice yourself so completely." Hongxiu smiled faintly. "Xiao Tao, how can you speak of young Master Ku in such a manner? He is still our master. Unlike you, I am young Master Ku's personal maid, since childhood. This has destined me to be his woman. It is an unchangeable truth. Besides, had I not intervened, Miss Yu would likely have been harmed beyond repair by young Master Ku, and not only would he suffer, But our entire Chow family would face the wrath of the Liu family. As it stands, Miss Yu's life is safe, and there is still hope for redemption. After wiping the sweat from Hong Xiao, Xiao Tao pouted and said, "Indeed, how selfless you are, Sister Hong Xiao. You have saved young Master Ku and the entire Chow family with your body and virtue. But have you not considered your own fate? The best outcome now is for young Master Ku to take Miss Yu as his wife. They are well matched, so there should be no issue. And you? You would merely be a concubine. A concubine. Do you comprehend that? While referring to her as a concubine, it should be noted that a maid-turned-concubine holds little status, destined to be at the beck and call of others, and even her title would be prefixed with the term maid." Hong Xiao's expression dimmed as she sighed. "Xiao Tao, do not say such things. This is my destiny, one beyond my control. As long as I can remain by young Master Ku's side, I am willing to endure anything. This is my singular purpose in life." Xiao Tao looked at Hong Xiao with helplessness, shaking her head repeatedly. "Sister Hong Xiao, do you not see that this is folly?" After about half an hour, a knock sounded at the door. Xiao Tao opened it, and a person entered, respectfully stating, "Greetings. I am the doctor from the Revival Medical Hall, sent by old Master Chow to examine the patients." Xiao Tao gestured towards the bed, saying, "There you have it. All 3 patients are there." The doctor acknowledged with a nod and quickly approached the bed, stopping beside Hong Xiao. Seizing the opportunity, Hong Xiao sized up the doctor. She stood around 5 feet 6, her long hair elegantly tied up, clad in a flowing sky-blue dress, draped with a white shawl, and carrying a large medicine box that seemed somewhat disproportionate to her stature. Upon closer inspection, she had delicate eyebrows, a refined nose, and a petite mouth with bright, expressive eyes framed by an oval face, altogether exuding an air of remarkable beauty. The doctor introduced herself as being from the Revival Medical Hall, a place Hong Xiao knew well, for the Chow family was its primary, if not sole, shareholder. One might wonder if the Chow family is indeed the sole shareholder. Does that not imply that the Revival Medical Hall is owned by them? Not quite. While the Chow family covers all expenses, including daily necessities, they only receive 70% of the profits. This discrepancy primarily stems from the director and chief physician, Chong Sun Wubing. The complexities of this arrangement were not entirely clear even to Hong Xiao. However, being a doctor from the Revival Medical Hall meant she was affiliated with the Chow family, thus trustworthy. Moreover, the arrival of a female physician spared everyone potential embarrassment. Hong Xiao, quick-witted, discerned that this was undoubtedly the careful arrangement of old Master Chow. "May I inquire your name, esteemed doctor?" Hong Xiao sat up with effort, respectfully asking. The doctor raised her hand and replied, "There is no need for formalities. Given that you are fatigued, young mistress, my name is Chong Sun Ling. You may simply call me Ling Er." "Young mistress?" Upon hearing this term of address, Hong Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then replied bashfully, "Miss Ling Er, you must be mistaken. I am not what you refer to as a young mistress. I am merely—" Seeing Hong Xiao hesitate, Chang Sun Ling blinked her large eyes and, after a moment, finally understood. "Oh, I see now. You have yet to wed young Master Ku. Hence you do not qualify as the young mistress of the Chow residence, correct?" Hee. When old master notified me to attend to the patients, he did not mention it that way. He specifically requested that we send our best female doctor to treat young Master Ku's 2 wives. Upon hearing this, Hong Xiao's eyes lit up. The elder truly said that? Long Sun Ling smiled. "Of course, I have no need to deceive you, young madam." After listening to their conversation, Xiao Tao, who was nearby, remarked with profound meaning, "Young madam, there's no need for you to feel embarrassed. The old gentleman has already acknowledged your status. What is there to hesitate about?" Long Sun Ling, "You should promptly attend to the 2 young madams. They have both sustained considerable injuries." Long Sun Ling ceased any further chatter, set down the medicine box he had been carrying, and began to examine and treat Hong Xiao and Lu Hongyu. Observing Long Sun Ling's diligent efforts, a sweet sensation blossomed within Hong Xiao's heart. The words of old Master Chow, to a certain extent, indicated his stance. Young madam? Had she truly become the young madam of the Chow family? Although this had always been Hong Xiao's ultimate aspiration, the imminent realization of this dream now caused her to feel a twinge of anxiety. Such feelings are entirely natural. Anyone, at the moment when their greatest ambitions are within reach, cannot help but feel a sense of trepidation. This is merely a manifestation of fear that something so close at hand might slip away unnoticed. Hong Xiao was experiencing such a tumult of emotions, a blend of joy and worry, her heart filled with contradictions. After a considerable time, Long Sun Ling, having assessed the injuries of both Hong Xiao and Lu Hongyu, furrowed his brows in concern. Young madam, your injuries are primarily contusions caused by severe impacts. Although your physical strength has been severely depleted, it is not insurmountable. With the application of some medicine to dispel blood stasis and promote healing, you shall recover in a few days. Pausing momentarily, Long Sun Ling continued. As for the other young madam, the situation is more serious. She not only has contusions similar to yours, but also exhibits signs of bone fractures. He pointed to Lu Hongyu's swollen wrist and added, you see, both of her wrists display varying degrees of fractures, which will require extended periods of rest. This is not something that can heal in just a day or two. At this point, Long Sun Ling's expression grew exceedingly grave. Moreover, this young madam has also suffered severe lacerations in her lower body, accompanied by considerable bleeding. I truly cannot comprehend what Master Ku was thinking. How could he inflict such cruelty upon his own wife? Does he not understand the meaning of cherishing and protecting a delicate flower? Chapter 30. The gag order. Upon hearing this, Hong Shou couldn't help but smile bitterly. It cannot be entirely blamed on young Master Ku. My conjecture is that his actions stem from having consumed certain substances, which caused him to lose his rationality. Chang Sun Ling was momentarily taken aback. Substances? Could it be that he ingested spring medicine? Hong Shou shook her head. I cannot say for certain. All I know is that during our encounter, his gaze appeared vacant. He was merely indulging his own desires, behaving unlike a sane individual. Thus, I arrived at this hypothesis. Chang Sun Ling stepped past Hong Xiu and approached Chao Ko. After examining him closely, she slowly straightened up. You are correct, madam. Young Master Ku has indeed ingested Jiao Glue, which is why he is in this state. Jiao Glue? Both Hong Xiu and Xiao Tao gasped in unison. They were familiar with the substance, often criticized for its peculiar properties. Anyone with a modicum of common sense in this world, aside from someone like Chao Ku, was well aware of its implications. No wonder young Master Ku acted so recklessly. It turns out he consumed Jiao Glue. Xiao Tao remarked, but how could young Master Ku have ingested Jiao Glue? He must know its effects. Hong Xiu furrowed her brow slightly. This matter requires further investigation. The best approach would be to wait until young Master Ku awakens, and then we can inquire. After a moment of contemplation, Hong Xiu turned to Chang Sun Ling and said, Miss Ling, I would appreciate it if you could begin treating us. As she spoke, Hong Xiu pointed to Lu Hongyu. Especially this young lady. Her injuries are quite severe, and she will require your utmost attention. Chang Sun Ling inclined her head respectfully. This is my duty, madam. There is no need for such formality. Hong Xiu smiled gently and turned to Xiao Tao. Xiao Tao, please hurry and inform the elder master. Tell him that young Master Ku has been poisoned by Jiao Glue. Remember, do not speak of this to anyone else. Only the elder master should be informed. Understood. Xiao Tao replied before swiftly exiting the room. Meanwhile, Elder Chao stood at the entrance of his chamber, with a throng of servants gathered at the foot of the steps, all in a state of confusion. Chao Chuan, the elder's second son, lingered beside him. The crowd murmured among themselves, uncertain as to why the elder had summoned everyone to his private quarters. Clearing his throat, the elder proclaimed, How many of you saw young Master Chao return to the estate this morning? Step forward. At his command, no fewer than 10 individuals broke away from the crowd, advancing toward Elder Chao. Is this all? Is there anyone else? The elder scanned the assembly, continuing his inquiry. After a prolonged silence with no one else stepping forward, he nodded and waved his hand lightly. These individuals will remain, the rest may leave. Remember, do not speculate or inquire further about today's gathering. This is an order. Anyone who defies it will be summoned to answer for it. Yes. The servants, carefully chosen by Elder Chao, understood the gravity of the situation from his succinct words. Each was acutely aware of what was appropriate to know and what should remain undisclosed. Grasping this, they obediently adhered to the elder's command, refraining from any questions. As the surplus of individuals gradually dispersed, Elder Chao observed the remaining few. Come inside with me, he instructed, turning to stride into his chamber, following closely behind. Chao Chuan and the others filed in, with the last individual thoughtfully closing the door behind them, settling into his grand armchair. Elder Chao regarded the group with a serious expression. Aside from witnessing young Master Ku's return, did any of you see if he brought anyone back with him? Upon this inquiry, the individuals exchanged glances, and after a moment, one stepped forward. Reporting to Elder, this morning, young Master Ku returned with someone tucked under his arm. And that person was the eldest daughter of the Lu family, Lu Hongyu. Chao Chuan, startled by this revelation, turned urgently to the speaker. Xiang, what did you say? Young Master Ku returned with Xiaoyu? The servant named Xiang nodded. Indeed, Young master, he was indeed carrying Miss Lu upon his return, and she appeared to be unconscious, completely limp, which left a strong impression on us. Chao Chuan turned anxiously to his grandfather seated in the armchair. Grandfather, what is the meaning of this? Elder Chao glanced at his grandson, fully aware of his thoughts. He had previously been approached many times by Chao Chuan, who sought his assistance in proposing to the Lu family for Lu Hongyu's hand in marriage. However, the two elderly gentlemen, having long-standing grievances, could hardly reach a compromise. The Lu patriarch consistently evaded the topic, and whenever Elder Chao broached Lu Hongyu's name, the response was immediate hostility, leaving Elder Chao disheartened and the matter unresolved. Yet, the more unattainable something is, the more precious it becomes. This was true for Chao Chuan, who initially valued Lu Hongyu's appearance but had since developed an obsessive affection for her, bordering on the pathological. Regardless, upon hearing that Chao Ke had returned with Lu Hongyu, Chao Chuan's heart skipped a beat, a sense of foreboding rising within him that lingered, refusing to dissipate. Chuaner, do not be agitated. Elder Chao attempted to soothe him. Some matters are beyond our control. Until we have a definitive answer, remain calm and do not seek trouble. Elder Chao's words were deliberately ambiguous, intended to stabilize Chao Chuan's emotions. Indeed, upon hearing the elder's serious tone, Chao Chuan refrained from pressing the issue further and sat down, his face clouded with worry. Observing his grandson's despondent demeanor, Elder Chao shook his head in resignation and addressed the remaining servants. From this moment on, you are to forget that you witnessed young Master Ke's return this morning. And you must also forget that the eldest daughter of the Lu family was brought back to the estate. Should any information regarding this matter reach outsiders in the future, regardless of the reason or the individual responsible, all will face equal consequences. At this point, Elder Chao paused deliberately, allowing a moment to pass before softly inquiring, "Do you all understand what I have said?" The group of servants, despite their previous lack of awareness, now comprehended the gravity of the situation. Instantly, they all tensed up and shouted in unison, "Understood." Lord Chao nodded in satisfaction. "Good. As long as you all adhere to my directives, I shall not trouble you. Furthermore, once you leave, please relay this to one another. From this day forth, no one in the Chao residence is permitted to have any contact with the Lu family. Those who defy this order shall face expulsion at best, or execution at worst." "Yes." The servants responded in unison once more. Lord Chao waved his hand. "Very well, you may depart. Remember what you have said today. Let it not slip from your memory." After receiving Lord Chao's command, they cautiously pushed open the door and exited in a single file. Typically, while Lord Chao could be stern, he had never resorted to such threats as he did today. The severity of the situation was evident, prompting the servants to resolve that, come what may, this matter must remain buried within them. Not only must they remain silent, but they must also ensure that others do not speak. For they were all in the same predicament. If one were to confess, they would all suffer the consequences. At that moment, as the servants left Lord Chao's chamber, Xiao Dao hurriedly entered. Upon seeing her, Lord Chao quickly inquired, "Xiao Dao, do you have any news from Kur?" Xiao Dao glanced at Chao Chuan, then hastily approached Lord Chao and whispered in his ear, "Grandfather, Sister Hongxiu sent me to inform you that Dr. Chang's son has completed his examination. Young Master Ku has been poisoned with jellyfish toxin." "Jellyfish?" Lord Chao gasped, nearly uttering the words aloud, but quickly covered his mouth. "Even so." Chao Chuan, sitting nearby, furrowed his brow and turned to scrutinize Lord Chao and Xiao Dao, hoping to glean further information. Lord Chao cast a glance at Chao Chuan and then, using a discreet method of communication, instructed Xiao Dao, "Return to Hongxiu and attend to the three of them, especially Xiaoyu. Once she awakens, you must stabilize her emotions. She must not step out of young Master Ke's room. This matter is of utmost importance. We cannot afford any negligence." "Yes." Xiao Dao deeply bowed to Lord Chao, slightly inclined her head towards Chao Chuan, and then swiftly exited the room. At that moment, the chamber was finally left with only Lord Chao and Chao Chuan. Chapter 31. Chao Ku awakens. Chao Chuan, upon noticing the absence of anyone in the room, could no longer restrain himself and inquired of old Master Chao, "Grandfather, could you enlighten me on what transpired? What purpose does Chao Ke have in bringing back little Yue to our Chao residence? Has he committed some transgression against me?" "Your second grandson?" Old Master Chao, upon hearing this, narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean by that? Are you questioning me, your grandfather?" Chao Chuan hastily rose and bowed deeply. "I would never dare harbor such thoughts, grandfather. You have misunderstood. I am simply anxious about little Yuer's condition and thus ventured to ask. I beg you, do not take offense." Though Chao Chuan was preoccupied with concerns for Lu Hongyu, he had no intention of inciting Old Master Chao's wrath. Noticing the old man's expression darkening, he quickly admitted his fault, eager to avoid any reprimand. Taking a deep breath, Old Master Chao waved his hand dismissively. "You may leave for now. I am quite troubled and do not wish to discuss this matter further." After a brief pause, he added, "However, I must caution you, from this moment forth, without my permission, you are not to seek out Chao Ku. Furthermore, if today's events were to leak out, you would bear the consequences alongside him. Do not blame me, your grandfather, for being unyielding." Chao Chuan, shaken by these words, slightly inclined his body and replied respectfully, "Yes, I understand." With that, he did not linger, casting a grave glance at Old Master Chao before turning to exit the room. Watching Chao Chuan's departing figure, Old Master Chao furrowed his white brows in contemplation, reflecting, "It seems that Chuaner has developed quite a deep affection for little Yuer. If he were to discover Chao Ku's actions, their already tenuous relationship would undoubtedly fracture, leaving me, as their grandfather, in a precarious position." Lost in thought, Old Master Chao sighed deeply, overwhelmed by his concerns. Meanwhile, the Chao family had secured their affairs, closing the doors tightly to confine the news within their walls. In stark contrast, the Lu family was in a state of turmoil due to the disappearance of their eldest daughter. Old Master Lu, in a fit of rage, summoned nearly all his descendants, along with the household servants and guards, dispersing them throughout Wang Hai City to search every nook and cranny for Lu Hongyu. Yet, the outcome was brutally disheartening. Despite the Lu family's concerted efforts to comb through Wang Hai City, they uncovered no trace of Lu Hongyu, nearly driving Old Master Lu to the brink of madness. "Scoundrels! Useless fools! A bunch of incompetent imbeciles!" The echoes of Old Master Lu's furious tirade resounded from his study, leaving his assembled descendants in a state of fearful silence. "Wen Tian, have you confirmed that our men have thoroughly searched Wang Hai City?" After exhausting his anger, Old Master Lu finally paused to address his third son. Lu Wen Tian, with reddened eyes, stepped forward, replying, "Father, aside from the direct influence of the Chao and Bai families, we have indeed scoured every corner of Wang Hai City, yet little Yuer remains elusive." The absence of Lu Hongyu weighed heavily on Lu Wen Tian, who desperately wished for the ability to see his daughter's whereabouts instantaneously. Observing his son's distressed countenance, Old Master Lu shook his head in resignation. "Wen Tian, do not be overly anxious. It has only been a little less than 3 hours since Yuer went missing. Our men are stationed at all 4 city gates, and they have confirmed that she has not been taken out of the city. This indicates she remains within Wang Hai. As long as she is still within our city, we shall surely find her. At that time, I will see who possesses the audacity to abduct my granddaughter." Lu Wen Tian composed himself and asked, "Father, we will certainly continue our search for little Yuer, but should we not inform the city lord of her disappearance, so that official assistance may aid us in our quest? This way, if we inadvertently overstep during our search, we won't face endless repercussions. Are you suggesting we enlist Chao Hong's help?" Old Master Lu raised an eyebrow. "With our Lu family's strength, we can manage the search ourselves. Why involve the Chao family?" Lu Wen Tian patiently explained, "Father, we have already searched every possible location. The only remaining factions are the Chao family, the Bai family, and the government forces, all of which possess significant standing against us. If we were to confront them directly, we risk unnecessary complications and losses, which would be entirely avoidable. If we report Yuo's disappearance to the authorities, it grants us their backing. Even if we inadvertently offend the Chao or Bai families during our search, the government will provide us with protection." Old Master Lu, after considering his son's words, nodded slightly. "You raise valid points. In that case, go personally to the city lord's office and discuss this matter with Chao Hong. Ensure you secure his support." "Yes." Lu Wen Tian clasped his hands in salute, bowed slightly, and then departed for the city lord's office. Old Master Lu watched his son leave, then turned to the remaining family members, gesturing emphatically. "What are you all still doing here? Hurry and send people out to continue the search for little Yuer." "Yes." The Lu brothers, eager to escape their father's ire, wasted no time in responding, each hastily departing to fulfill his orders. In the ensuing days, the Lu family, alongside the officials of Wang Hai City, launched a grand search throughout the city for Lu Hongyu, turning every household into a flurry of unrest. Suspected locations and properties, including those of the Chao and Bai families, were thoroughly investigated under the guise of official authority. This prompted a furious response from Old Master Bai, who confronted Old Master Lu directly. Fortunately, Chao Hong, having received prior intelligence, intervened as the city lord to mediate, preventing the two elders from clashing. However, the younger Chao Hong found himself on the receiving end of their ire, caught in a predicament between the two. While chaos reigned outside, Chao Ke's chamber remained eerily tranquil. After 2 days of rest, Hong Xiu was once again capable of movement and, having dismissed Xiao Tao, seamlessly took over the responsibility of caring for Chao Ku and Lu Hongyu. At long last, after an extended period of unconsciousness, Chao Ku slowly awakened, bringing immense joy to Hong Xiu. "Young Master Ku, you have finally awakened." Chao Ku sat up, shaking his head in bewilderment as he scanned the room. "Sure. Where am I?" With a gentle smile, Hong Xiu teased, "Young Master Ku, you are in your own room. Surely, you haven't forgotten this place?" Upon hearing this, Chao Ku instinctively glanced around the room, and upon discovering Lu Hongyu lying beside him, he gasped in shock. "Lu Hongyu? How? How could she be in my bed?" Hong Xiu sat beside Chao Ku, taking his hand in hers, softly asking, "Young Master Ku, do you not recall anything from before your fainting spell?" "Fainting? Me?" Chao Ku responded incredulously. "Sure, you say I fainted? I have no memory of such a thing." After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Chao Ku suddenly trembled, murmuring, "I vaguely remember taking the awakening pill from the plump fellow. Then, I seemed to have discovered that the pill contained a component of gelatinous essence, prompting me to hastily return home, seeking your assistance to resolve this gelatinous toxin. And then, Lu Hongyu blocked my path at the triangular plaza. Could it be?" Upon reaching this thought, Chao Ku gazed incredulously at the still unconscious Lu Hongyu, exclaiming in astonishment, "Could it be that I brought Lu Hongyu back with me?" And then, Hong Xiu nodded, affirming, "Indeed, it is as you surmise. Under the influence of the gelatinous toxin, you assaulted Miss Lu." Upon hearing Hong Xiu's words, Chao Ku's mind erupted into a cacophony, leaving him in a state of bewildered emptiness, uncertain of how to proceed. After a brief silence, Hong Xiu gently spoke, "Young Master Ku, do not be overly distressed. The elder has already learned of this matter, and I believe he will devise a solution to this predicament. Even if the Lu family intends to trouble our Chao family over this incident, it shall not be an easy endeavor." Chao Ku responded with a soft acknowledgement, shifting his gaze to Hong Xiu, forcing a bitter smile, and awkwardly stated, "Regardless, I am at fault towards Lu Hongyu first and foremost. I will not allow my grandfather or our Chao family to suffer because of this." At this juncture, Chao Ku finally noticed the scars adorning Hong Xiu's face and furrowed his brow in concern. "Xiu, how did you incur these injuries? Did someone punish you for my mistakes? Tell me, was it grandfather? Or was it elder brother or second brother? I shall confront them." Hong Xiu's cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully rebuked, "What purpose would you serve by confronting them? These wounds upon me are, after all, a consequence of your actions. What? When did I cause you such harm?" Chao Ku protested, feeling utterly wronged. Faced with no alternative, Hong Xiu recounted the events of the day Chao Ku was poisoned in meticulous detail, leaving him utterly speechless. His mouth agape, as if an egg could fit within. "So, this is how it transpired." After listening to Hong Xiu's account, Chao Ku's face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered. "So, it appears that the victim in this affair is not solely Lu Hongyu but also you, Xiu." Hong Xiu lowered her lovely face, her expression suffused with shyness, unable to meet Chao Ku's gaze any longer. Chapter 32, Grave Consequences. After a moment of contemplation, Chao Ku finally lifted his arm, wrapping it around Hong Xiu's shoulder, and spoke in an exquisitely gentle tone. "Since circumstances have reached this juncture, I shall no longer hesitate. From this day forth, you shall no longer be a maid, but rather my fiancée, the future mistress of the Chao family." Though his words were tender, they bore an unwavering resolve, causing Hong Xiu's heart to quiver, soon flooded by an overwhelming sense of happiness akin to a geyser erupting. "Master Ku." Hong Xiu gazed at Chao Ku with deep affection, momentarily at a loss for words. Chao Ku's expression shifted to one of mild indignation as he admonished, "Xiu, why do you still call me Master Ku? Remember, you are now my fiancée. You should address me by my name. Our statuses are now equal." Hong Xiu lifted her face, as red as an apple, and shyly inquired, "Then, may I call you Brother Ku?" Chao Ku burst into hearty laughter. "Of course. The more endearing you address me, the happier I shall be. From now on, you shall call me Brother Ku. I will report this to my grandfather so he may share in the joy." Hong Xiu nestled her head against Chao Ku's chest and softly remarked, "I wonder if grandfather will accept me as his granddaughter-in-law?" Chao Ku gently caressed Hong Xiu's silky hair, reassuring her, "Fear not. You are so beautiful and virtuous, and you have made such significant sacrifices for me. My grandfather will surely not object." With a blissful smile, Hong Xiu paused for a moment before continuing. So, Brother Ku, how do you intend to address the situation with Miss Lu? You have put her in quite a predicament. She is still an innocent maiden and nearly faced dire consequences on her wedding night. It would be quite unreasonable not to provide her with an explanation. Chao Ke shook his head. I will certainly take responsibility. If she consents, I could also take her as my wife. However, this decision is not solely mine to make. If she has no interest in me and resolutely refuses, then I am powerless. Hong Xiu straightened up, gently patting Chao Ke's large hand. Now that you have awakened, you ought to visit grandfather and ascertain his thoughts on the matter. Your situation with Miss Lu is of significant consequence. If mishandled, it could jeopardize the entire city of Wanghai. May I inquire how this esteemed elder is addressed? Upon hearing Chao Ke's inquiry, both Old Master Chao and Chao Hong were momentarily taken aback. The elder chuckled heartily. Young Ku, have you truly lost your memory after 2 days of unconsciousness? To the point of not recognizing your grandfather Bai? Grandfather Bai? Chao Ke pondered the elder's words, suddenly enlightened. You are the head of the Bai family. Grandfather Bai Wanli? Oh. Grandfather Bai turned to Old Master Chao, teasingly remarking, Old Chao, your grandson is quite the actor. After having met me numerous times, he now chooses to be formal? Old Master Chao's expression darkened. Kuer, have you genuinely lost your memory? How can you speak to your grandfather Bai in such a manner? Do you not realize how impolite it is to address him so directly? Chao Ke quickly bowed again to Grandfather Bai, apologizing. Grandfather Bai, please do not hold my ignorance against me. I have just awakened and my mind is still hazy. Grandfather Bai waved his hand dismissively. Do not fret, Kur. I am not so muddled as to become irate over trivialities. Besides, he glanced at Old Master Chao. You should not frighten the boy unnecessarily. Kuro has not acted disrespectfully towards me. Old Master Chao huffed in displeasure, ignoring Grandfather Bai's jest, and turned to Chao Ku. Has Hong Xiu informed you of everything? Chao Ke nodded. Yes, Hong Xiu has told me everything. I came to seek your counsel regarding this matter. After a soft hum, Old Master Chao sipped his tea and then inquired, What are your plans? Without hesitation, Chao Ke replied, What plans are there? I will not evade responsibility. I shall marry both Lu Hongyu and Hong Xiu, and that will be that. With a loud crash, Old Master Chao slammed his teacup onto the ground, exclaiming in anger. Marry? You foolish boy think that is so simple? Hong Xiu has been your devoted maid since childhood and naturally belongs to you. Taking her as a concubine is expected. But what of Miss Lu? She is the daughter of the Lu family, a cherished jewel, and you think you can just marry her? Chao Ke raised his gaze, locking eyes with his grandfather, and retorted coldly, the daughter of the Lu family? What is so impressive about that? I am still the third young master of the Chao family. Is that not a suitable match? What objection could the Lu family possibly have? Furthermore, it is because of my prior misdeeds that I reluctantly agreed to take Lu Hongyu as my wife. In truth, I am the victim here. Get out. Old Master Chao was infuriated by Chao Ke's words, his face flushed with rage. You dare call yourself a victim? I commend your audacity. Miss Lu is the most beautiful woman in Wanghai City, with suitors aplenty, including many young lords from the capital who have traveled great distances for her favor. Old Lu has high hopes for his granddaughter to marry into a prestigious family, thus elevating the Lu family's status. What makes you think you can pursue her? Chao Ke scoffed. It matters not. If that is the case, let those young lords marry Lu Hongyu. To me, she is merely a responsibility. And I hold no feelings for her whatsoever. You. Old Master Chao was at a loss for words, pointing an accusatory finger at Chao Ke. It was Chao Hong who interjected, saying to Chao Ku, Third brother, you may have been indifferent before, but circumstances have now changed. Perhaps your recent awakening has left you with an incomplete understanding of the situation, or perhaps Hong Xiu has not fully informed you of Miss Lu's circumstances. Chao Ke was taken aback. Circumstances? Is there something I am unaware of? When I awoke, Lu Hongyu was lying beside me, and she appeared to be in no special condition. Chao Hong shook his head. You merely glanced at her. How could you discern anything from that? The reason Grandfather Bai, and I have gathered today is precisely due to this matter. As he spoke, Chao Hong stood up and handed a piece of paper to Chao Ke. His tone laden with significance. You should read this for yourself. It is the final diagnosis just received from the Rejuvenation Medical Clinic regarding Miss Lu. Chao Ke took the paper in astonishment and scrutinized it closely after casting a glance at Chao Hong. The final diagnosis clearly stated, Lu Hongyu, female, age 16. Mental state, comatose, multiple contusions present, classified as heart injuries, treatable. Severe lacerations in the lower region. After treatment, she requires prolonged bed rest. Bodily functions have suffered severe damage. Potentially fatal implications for future fertility. Further observation is necessary, and surgical options cannot be ruled out. My goodness. Chao gasped upon finishing the diagnosis. What? What on earth has happened? Is all of this truly my doing? Chapter 33. Serious consequences standing before Chao Ko. Chao Hong could not help but smile bitterly as he remarked, "Third brother, look at the state you've put Xiao Yu in. As a man, how can you simply say you don't care?" Chao Ko placed the diagnosis report on the table, disregarding Chao Hong's question entirely. Lost in thought, he muttered to himself. I never imagined my abilities in that regard were so formidable. To have brought a woman to such a state, who would have thought? Upon hearing Chao Ko's words, everyone present, including the two elderly gentlemen, wore expressions of disbelief. Chao Laozi slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming in anger, "You scoundrel! While we have all been racking our brains over this calamity, you, upon learning the full extent of the situation, can only lament about your own virility? Truly, you are a hopeless case," infuriating this old man. Chao Ko cleared his throat and interjected, "Grandfather, one cannot speak so lightly. I must take responsibility, right? You say I am unworthy to marry Lu Hongyu, so I shall obediently relinquish that hope. Yet you also claim I lack a sense of responsibility. What exactly do you want me to do?" With a cold smile, Chao Ko nodded vigorously. "Fine. If you fear offending the Lu family, then simply hand me over to them and let them decide my fate. That way, you need not exhaust yourselves concocting strategies." Chao Laozi's eyes widened in disbelief. "Chao Ko, do not think that surrendering yourself to the Lu family will bring about peace. It will only invite more formidable enemies to our door. As I mentioned before, Xiao Yu's beauty is renowned, and she is certainly not the cause of this turmoil." At that moment, the necklace hanging around Chao Ko's neck emitted a sound once more. "A beauty is a disaster? I beg to differ. The blame does not lie with Lu Hongyu. She is merely an innocent victim in this debacle, yet you, the true culprit, have the audacity to paint her as a calamity. Your ability to shirk responsibility is truly remarkable. I am in awe." Chao Ko exclaimed in frustration. "Why did you only emerge now? As a spatial manager with boundless abilities, how could you not detect the presence of gelatin in that awakening pill? And when I lost consciousness and unleashed my desires upon Lu Hongyu and Hong Xiu, why did you not intervene? Had you done so, this predicament could have been avoided." The necklace chuckled wryly. "Brother, when you pose questions, could you not engage your mind? I have already stated that I must navigate the constraints of the law while maintaining our connection. This is the extent of my capabilities. With merely a wisp of consciousness, how could I ascertain the contents of the awakening pill or prevent your actions? Besides, whether you were under the influence of gelatin or not, it would have been quite awkward for me to witness your intimacy with a woman." "Very well," Chao Ko conceded with a nod. "Since you say so, I shall not hold you accountable for your inaction. However, do offer me some advice. What should I, or rather the Chao family, do in this situation? Did you not hear? This matter could even implicate the crown prince. How am I, a mere ruffian, to resolve this?" The necklace fell silent for a moment before responding with conviction. "In truth, the Lu family is the only true victim in this affair. The young lords pursuing Lu Hongyu, including that so-called crown prince, are merely outsiders. To be more explicit, without Lu Hongyu's existence, would they care about the Lu family's fate?" Chao Ko furrowed his brow. "While that may be true, your if is fundamentally flawed. Lu Hongyu is a living, breathing person." Sighing in exasperation, the necklace retorted, "How did I come to choose such a dim-witted fool like you to assist me in capturing the nightmarish demon? Alas, what a grave miscalculation! Cannot you see the situation from a different perspective? Indeed, by being with Lu Hongyu, you have slapped the faces of those young lords pursuing her. Naturally, they would seek revenge. However, if you were to conceal this incident and annihilate the Lu family, how many of them would actually seek vengeance for the Lu family?" Chao Ko was taken aback. Concealing the matter regarding Lu Hongyu and exterminating her family? That would be akin to shooting oneself in the foot, regardless of the circumstances. Lu Hongyu is still alive, and those young lords have a glimmer of hope. If we were to follow your suggestion and wipe out the Lu family, Lu Hongyu would surely perish as well. Would that not extinguish their hopes entirely? No, no. Such an action would only lead the Chao family to ruin alongside the Lu family, addressing the symptoms, but not the root of the problem. Goodness, you are truly thick-headed." The necklace exclaimed in frustration. "Why do those young lords seek trouble with your family? It is simply because you have violated their ideal woman. This is a matter of a man's dignity, which is why they are pursuing you. However, if you were to annihilate Lu Hongyu and her family, the nature of the issue would shift entirely. How many would be willing to offend a family for a deceased woman? There are countless beautiful women in the world. Why risk everything for Lu Hongyu alone? I trust my explanation has clarified things for you? Upon hearing the necklace's reasoning, Chowka finally grasped the concept and exclaimed with excitement, I understand now. You are analyzing this from a psychological perspective. Those young lords view Lu Hongyu as their own, and thus, when I took her, they naturally sought vengeance. Yet, if I had not touched their woman and instead annihilated her family, they would merely lament Lu Hongyu's untimely fate, accepting that they were fated to be apart, and would not pursue the Chow family any further. The necklace affirmed, exactly. So, you should know what steps to take next without my guidance, correct? Chowka chuckled. Indeed, that is no longer necessary. A general direction will suffice. He then patted the necklace in his hand, marveling, you must have lived for millions of years to possess such insight. Your perspective is far more profound than that of this inexperienced youth. I must concede that. With that, Chowka swiftly turned and made his way back to Chow Laozi's chamber. Chapter 34. Breaking down one by one. Upon seeing Chowka return unexpectedly, Elder Chow, Elder Bai, and Chow Hong exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the intentions concealed within Chowka's demeanor. Grandfather, Elder Bai, brother. Chowka wasted no time and directly addressed the matter at hand. Have you devised any strategies to confront our current predicament? Elder Chow retorted with irritation. Devise a strategy? It's not that simple. Haven't I already conveyed that this situation is far too complex? We cannot act rashly. We must deliberate carefully. A single misstep could spell utter ruin for the Chow family. Chowka stepped closer, lowering his voice. Grandfather, what is there left to contemplate? If the Lu family and those noble heirs pursuing Lu Hongyu become aware of the true circumstances, the Chow family will have no escape left. Therefore, I suggest we take decisive action and eliminate the Lu family entirely. As he spoke, he mimmed a throat-cutting gesture. Elder Chow and the others shuddered at Chow Ku's words. Chow Hong, incredulous, exclaimed, Third brother, how could you entertain such an idea? This is sheer madness. Setting aside the difficulty of dealing with the Lu family, even if we could annihilate them, wouldn't we still face retribution from the noble heirs? What kind of devilish scheme is this? Chao Ku laughed coldly and meticulously explained his analysis regarding the necklace from earlier. Once he concluded, Elder Bai stroked his beard, nodding in agreement. What Ku suggests is not without merit. It's a psychological analysis that seems quite plausible. Elder Chao's expression turned grave, however. Even if Ku's reasoning holds water, it remains mere conjecture. Should events unfold beyond his predictions, the consequences could be dire. What then shall we do? Chao Ku clenched his fist forcefully. Grandfather, one must be resolute to stand firm. Rather than wallow in despair, we should test my approach. The Lu family is currently dispatching people to search for Lu Hongyu, correct? Let us seize this opportunity while their forces are scattered and strike them down one by one. After we eliminate a few, we can observe the reactions of those noble heirs. If they show no intent to assist the Lu family, then Chao Hong interjected, Grandfather, I believe third brother's plan is feasible. The Lu family is indeed disorganized at the moment. If we concentrate our superior forces and strike decisively, they will likely remain unaware of our involvement. I could also arrange for a couple of casualties on the city lord's side, further diminishing our suspicion. Regardless of the outcome, we can both gauge the noble heir's reactions and weaken the Lu family's strength. What is not to gain? Elder Chao smacked his lips and glanced disdainfully at Chao Ku and Chao Hong. You two rascals, how could your hearts be so merciless? To speak so lightly of violence and murder with a sly grin, Elder Chao continued, yet, I find this plan quite appealing. If that is the case, let us quietly sprinkle salt on the Lu family's wounds and allow that old scoundrel Lu Sheng to suffer. Elder Bai chuckled heartily. Count me in. I have long harbored disdain for that old Lu. Now that we have such an opportunity to ensure he never rises again, why not seize it? Let us convene and plan thoroughly. Our Bai family will fully support you, Chao family. Together, we shall turn Wang Hai City upside down. With the conversation reaching this pivotal point, the group cast aside their hesitations. Elder Chao, Elder Bai, and Chao Hong promptly began to formulate specific plans for their operation, leaving Chao Ke feeling rather sidelined. With a resigned sigh, Chao Ke rubbed his nose and left Elder Chao's chamber, meandering back to his own courtyard. The following day, torrential rain enveloped Wang Hai City in a shroud of mist. Lu Wenkai, the seventh master of the Lu family, was leading his retinue to conduct house-to-house searches in the western part of the city. Although the common folk loathed the Lu family's tyrannical behavior, they dared not voice their resentment, helplessly watching their homes being turned upside down. Just as Lu Wenkai exited one household after finishing the search, suddenly, a flurry of black figures emerged from all directions of the courtyard. These figures, swift as shadows and armed with steel blades, launched a frenzied assault on Lu Wenkai and his entourage without uttering a single word. Though Lu Wenkai had reached the 32nd tier of martial prowess, he was unprepared for the onslaught of these assailants. Within mere moments, he found himself overwhelmed by their coordinated attack. Most of the Lu family's aides were ordinary folk. Even the few with some martial skills stood no chance against these black-clad assailants. In less than a few breaths, Lu Wenkai's guards were ruthlessly slaughtered. At this moment, Lu Wenkai finally grasped the gravity of the situation. The sudden appearance of these assailants clearly indicated their intent to take his life. Realizing this, his spirit plummeted, and panic seized him as he shouted, "What do you intend to do? Do you know who I am? I am Lu's seventh master. Do you dare to harm a member of the Lu family in Wanghai City? Have you lost your minds? Are you seeking death?" Despite Lu Wenkai's desperate cries, the black-clad attackers remained silent, merely responding with cold laughter as their assault intensified. Lu Wenkai's heart sank further. Even if he rallied the Lu family, these assailants showed no signs of retreat. It was evident that they targeted him specifically. Today, it seemed, his fate was sealed. With this realization, Lu Wenkai gradually calmed himself. Surrounded by the black figures, escape was impossible. His only option now was to devise a way to alert the Lu family, preventing his brethren from falling victim to a similar ambush. Resolute, Lu Wenkai bellowed, summoning all his strength for a powerful strike that forced back the four assailants engaged in close combat. He then reached into his robes and retrieved a bamboo tube. With a gentle tap at the bottom, a red flare would shoot skyward, signaling imminent danger to any Lu family members nearby, prompting them to assemble and investigate, thus minimizing the risk of surprise attacks. However, Lu Wenkai's hopes were dashed. Just as he was about to strike the bottom of the bamboo tube, a 4-inch-long concealed dart suddenly flew in from nowhere, piercing the tube in an instant. Faced with this unforeseen turn of events, Lu Wenkai felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. His final struggle was effortlessly extinguished. In the brief moment of Lu Wenkai's dazedness, blades of steel surged from all directions, piercing his body with an astonishing swiftness. This singular assault shattered Lu Wenkai's form into numerous fragments, leaving him no time to utter a sound before he met his untimely demise. Subsequently, the cloaked figures swiftly began to clear away the bodies of the Lu family strewn across the ground, coupled with the relentless downpour washing away the bloodstains within mere moments. The surroundings returned to their former state. As the enigmatic assailants departed, it appeared as if no calamity had ever transpired. This was not an isolated incident. Under the torrential rain, nearly all the Lu family's dispatched squads fell victim to the mysterious black-clad attackers, including those from the local government of Wanghaicheng, leaving no survivors. Such an uncanny scenario rendered the elder Lu utterly speechless. He collapsed into his grand chair, rendered mute for an excruciating duration, grappling with the shocking reality that a significant portion of his sons and grandsons had been quietly slaughtered within a single day. Most astonishingly, he only learned of this grim news that very evening. Observing the elder's profound despondency, Lu Wenyu, Lu Wenzhou, and Lu Wentian, the three brothers, found themselves at a loss for words. In times past, the Lu brothers would gather in jubilant camaraderie. Now, they were left as the sole survivors. A thought so devastating it threatened to unravel them, for the deceased were their own brothers and nephews. Unbeknownst to them, tears streamed down the elder's face as he gazed at the trio, his voice trembling with sorrow. I, Lu Sheng, have long taken pride in the Lu family's flourishing lineage, often mocking the old Chow for his misfortunes. Yet, fate has turned against us. What began as a lively mourning has morphed into an eternal separation by nightfall, leaving only desolation in its wake. With tears glistening in his eyes, Lu Wenyu stepped forward and urged, "Father, do not grieve so deeply. Given the current circumstances, it seems that since the disappearance of little Yu, our family has unwittingly fallen into the machinations of others. They awaited our dispersal, ready to strike us down one by one." Lu Wenzhou spoke with palpable bitterness. Who are these fiends? What profound enmity could they harbor against our Lu family to employ such vile schemes? If I were to discover their true identities, I, Lu Wenzhou, swear by the heavens that I shall ensure they pay dearly for their bloodshed. Chapter 35. Misguided analysis. Lu Wentian patted his second brother's shoulder. Speaking earnestly, it is imperative that we devise a strategy to confront the unseen forces lurking in the shadows. In my estimation, the only factions in Wanghai City capable of targeting our Lu family team are three: the Chow family, the Bai family, and, of course, the government. Are you suggesting that the force scheming against us must be one of these three families? Lu Wenyu inquired. I cannot ascertain that just yet. Further analysis is required. Lu Wentian mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. First, we can eliminate the government from suspicion, as they have been assisting us in the search since the disappearance of Xiaoyer. Throughout this ordeal, the government has been diligent. And it was indeed a messenger from Chao Hong who delivered today's news. Otherwise, we would still be unaware of the fate of so many of our brothers additionally. The government has no motive to act against our Lu family, so we can dismiss them from our considerations upon hearing Lu Wentian's analysis. Everyone present, including Lu Leoi, nodded in agreement, without raising any objections. After a brief pause, Lu Wentian continued, among the three factions, the most suspicious is, without a doubt, the Chao family. It is well known that old Master Chao and our father have never seen eye to eye. However, this very animosity diminishes the likelihood of their involvement. Who would dare hope to marry Xiaoyer to their grandson, Chao Chuan? This illustrates her significance to the Chao family. They would not jeopardize her safety to threaten us. If they were to do so, any chance of Xiaoyer being with Chao Chuan would vanish entirely. Even if others were agreeable, Chao Chuan himself would never consent. Thus, based on the above points, while the Chao family cannot be completely exonerated, they should not be our primary focus of suspicion. Do you, grandfather and my two elder brothers, have any objections to my assessment? Lu Wenyu and Lu Wenzhou exchanged glances but remained silent. Lu Leoi, sitting in his armchair, nodded frequently, evidently in agreement with Lu Wentian's reasoning. Lu Wentian lifted a teacup from the table, taking a gentle sip before stating, "In my view, the Bai family is the faction most likely to strike against us. Recall when Xiaoyer first went missing. We collaborated with the government to investigate several of the Bai family's properties, and old Master Bai erupted in anger, even coming to confront our father. Such a reaction seems excessively vehement, does it not? Furthermore, the Bai family has historically conspired with the Chao family against us Lu family, although they only lent a hand. Their hostility towards us is evident, particularly during the struggle for control of the Wahai dock. Despite ultimately seizing it, the Bai family paid a substantial price, solidifying our enmity. If the Bai family truly sought to undermine us, it would be remarkably straightforward, as they could conceal their actions behind the Chao family. Should we harbor suspicions? They could easily divert our attention to the Chao family, allowing them to act against us with impunity. If my analysis holds true, then the Bai family is akin to a ravenous wolf, lurking in the shadows, waiting to strike. At this juncture, all three, including Lu Leoi, gasped in unison. Lu Wenzhou slammed his hand on the table, rising abruptly, and declared angrily, "Do they believe themselves untouchable just because they have targeted our Lu family? I shall gather men and obliterate the Bai family. Let us see how audacious they remain." With that, Lu Wenzhou strode towards the door, intent on rallying forces to confront the Bai family. "You fool! Come back!" Lu Leoi bellowed at Lu Wenzhou's retreating figure. Charging blindly at the Bai family will not solve any problems. It will instead alarm the enemy and jeopardize our plans. Hearing this, Lu Wenzhou halted and turned, anxiously asking, "Father, they have already slain several members of our Lu family, your own sons and grandsons. How can you remain so composed? I believe our family should mobilize all our forces to confront the Bai family. I refuse to believe we cannot overpower them." Lu Wenyu stepped forward, pulling Lu Wenzhou back into his seat, and admonished sternly, "If you are foolish, then you truly are beyond reason. The principle of catching a thief is to catch both the thief and the goods. Do you not understand such a simple concept? Catch what? What goods? The facts are laid bare before us. What more do we need?" Lu Wenzhou retorted, his face flushed with indignation. Lu Wentian sat beside Lu Wenzhou and spoke softly. "Second brother, do you think this is merely a childish game? Our Tontian Empire adheres to strict legal protocols. If you recklessly confront the Bai family, we will be seen as the unjust aggressors. Yes, while we may be able to withstand the Bai family's strength, we must also contend with the Chao family and the government. A coalition of these three forces would spell our doom. Our actions must be grounded in evidence. Do you grasp this?" Dejected, Lu Wenzhou slumped against the back of his chair. "If we do not confront the Bai family, what can we do? Must we simply swallow our grievances?" Lu Leoi replied solemnly, "We must vent our anger. We shall exact our revenge. However, now is not the opportune moment. With the grand competition approaching, it is crucial for the Lu family to secure a top position, as well as to recruit talented martial artists. This is our immediate priority. As for Xiaoyer's whereabouts, we can only conduct discreet searches to prevent the enemy from seizing the opportunity to strike us one by one. This matter will be entrusted to Wenyu. All actions must prioritize safety." "Understood." Lu Wenyu responded affirmatively. Lu Leoi nodded and continued, "I estimate that the ninth young master will emerge from his seclusion in a day or two. Once he does, Wonjo, you must protect him closely until the competition concludes. He embodies the future of our Lu family. As long as he flourishes, our lineage shall not fade. Understood, Lu Wonjo replied, albeit begrudgingly. Frustrated that he was prevented from confronting the Bai family, he felt further discontented at being assigned the task of protecting the ninth young master. Yet he complied. Lu Leia shot a glance at the sulking Lu Wonjo, choosing not to dwell on his discontent as he continued assigning tasks. As for monitoring the Bai family's movements, that duty will fall to Wentian. I need you to ascertain every detail of their activities and strive to find evidence of their machinations against us. This way, we can act with legitimacy. Additionally, you must pay a visit to the Chao family and the government, making every effort to secure their cooperation. If they agree to ally with us, then the Bai family will be left utterly isolated. Understood, Lu Wentian responded with determination. After a moment of contemplation, Old Master Lu waved his hand and said, "That's all I can think of for now. You may leave for the time being. Should any further matters or thoughts arise, feel free to come back and discuss them with me." Yes. The three Lu brothers rose together, deeply bowing to Old Master Lu before slowly exiting his room. As he gazed at the retreating figures of his sons, tears silently streamed down Old Master Lu's cheeks once more. In the Chao family courtyard, within Chao Ku's chamber, Xiao Tao had been officially assigned to serve both Chao Ku and the newly appointed young mistress, Hong Xiao. This arrangement filled the two friends, Hong Xiao and Xiao Tao, with immense excitement, as they chatted incessantly, as if their conversations would never cease. Lu Hongyu remained in a state of unconsciousness, while Chang Sun Ling visited daily to attend to her medical needs. According to Chang Sun Ling, Lu Hongyu's condition was gradually improving. However, her prolonged slumber was a manifestation of her subconscious desire to escape. In other words, Lu Hongyu was afraid of awakening, for doing so would force her to confront all that she dreaded, particularly the grievous incident involving Chao Ku. As for Chao Ku, he devoted all his energy to enhancing his cultivation, preparing diligently for the grand competition that was set to commence the following day. Chapter 36. Surge of power. Since Chao Ku awakened, he has felt his senses sharpened beyond compare. His eyes can perceive distant and intricate details. His ears can detect the faintest sounds, and his nose can identify scents previously undetectable. Even in tasting food, he is astonished to discern multiple flavors. Yet, what astounds him the most is his newfound ability to introspect. This so-called introspection allows him to visualize the location of his dantian, his blood vessels, meridians, and bones. It is indeed more effective than an X-ray. Chao Ku is filled with exhilaration. He understands that this transformation is entirely due to the awakening elixir he consumed. It is the awakening of the source power that has granted him all of this. Having experienced the wonders of the source power, Chao Ku resolutely swallowed the pill given to him by the necklace, hoping for a significant enhancement of his cultivation in a short time, to better prepare for the upcoming competition. However, just like the last time he consumed the awakening elixir, this pill unleashed in overwhelming force the moment it entered his abdomen. This power surged throughout his body, penetrating his limbs and bones. Simultaneously, it moved restlessly like a swarm of locusts, causing him excruciating pain akin to broken bones and torn muscles. Such agony was unlike anything Chao Ku had ever experienced before. Seated on his bed, he let out a cry of despair and collapsed onto the mattress. Chao Ku's sudden change startled Hong Xiao, who rushed to his side without a second thought. Grabbing his shoulders, she tried to calm him while shouting, "Kugu, what's wrong? Are you unwell?" In the throes of unbearable pain, Chao Ku had no energy to respond to Hong Xiao's queries, instinctively writhing in agony, wishing only to alleviate his suffering. At that moment, he even contemplated fainting, hoping to escape this torment. Having mounted Chao Ku's abdomen, Hong Xiao, seeing him tremble uncontrollably, realized that she could not restrain him alone. She urgently turned to the dazed Xiao Tao and exclaimed, "Tao, stop standing there in a daze. Quickly, go fetch the elder." Awakened from her stupor, Xiao Tao dashed off towards old Chao's room. Meanwhile, Hong Xiao continued to exert all her strength to keep Chao Ku steady, her heart beginning to fill with fear. She had been engrossed in conversation with Xiao Tao when Chao Ku consumed the pill and had not noticed his actions, leaving her utterly bewildered by his current state. Soon, the door swung open, and old Xiao entered the room. Upon witnessing the trembling Chao Ku, he was taken aback and exclaimed, "Kuer, has he fallen into a state of madness?" Without hesitation, old Xiao rushed to the bedside, helped Hong Xiao down, and then grasped Chao Ku's waist, lifting him effortlessly into the air. With swift motions, old Chow began to strike various acupoints on Chao Ku's body. Chao Ku, completely unaware, floated in the air, rising and falling with each of old Chow's strikes. After what felt like an eternity, old Chow finally shouted a command to cease, grasped Chao Ku's shoulders, and methodically applied pressure from his back down to his ankles. A series of bone-cracking sounds echoed as Chao Ku expelled a mouthful of dark blood, letting out a wretched cry before losing consciousness. With a single wave of his hand, old Chow gently lowered Chao Ku back onto the bed. Sighing deeply, he wiped the sweat from his brow and turned to Hong Xiu, saying, "All is well now. Ku-er is out of danger." His brow furrowed as he continued, "However, I am unclear about the specifics of this situation. According to my earlier examination, the total amount of source power within Ku-er is far beyond that of a novice merely awakening their perception. If I were to assess, I would confidently say that his cultivation level has already surpassed 25. In comparison, that so-called genius, Chuan-er, with his 9th level cultivation, is utterly insignificant. How is this possible?" Upon hearing old Chow's words, Hong Xiu and Xiao Tao were both taken aback, their mouths agape. Hong Xiu shook her head, stating, "Chao Ku has just consumed the awakening elixir and awakened his source power perception. Logically, reaching levels 1 or 2 would be impressive. How could he suddenly leap to 25? This defies all reason." Old Chow nodded, acknowledging her point. "Indeed, it is highly illogical. However, since Ku-er is unconscious, we cannot inquire further. We must wait for him to awaken. Regardless, his enhancement in strength is undoubtedly a positive development. In 2 days, at the competition, he will surely shine as a star." With a light chuckle, old Chow turned to leave, casually saying to Hong Xiu, "Since everything is settled, I shall take my leave. Ku-er is in your capable hands." Hong Xiu quickly stood and, along with Xiao Tao, bowed deeply to old Chow, respectfully saying, "Safe travels, grandfather." Old Chow waved his hand dismissively, his figure vanishing at the door. Chao Ku remained unconscious for a full day and night. When he finally awoke, less than 10 hours remained before the competition began. Elated to see her beloved awaken, Hong Xiu eagerly recounted how old Chow had treated him and shared the events of the past day and night that might interest him. Upon hearing that his cultivation had reached the remarkable height of 25, Chao Ku leaped in astonishment. "Xiu-er, you mean my cultivation is now at the mid-level of a martial sovereign?" Hong Xiu nodded excitedly. "Indeed, this is what the elder himself said. He would not deceive us." "Wonderful," Chao Ku exclaimed, raising his head to the heavens. "With my current cultivation, I cannot imagine who could possibly be my opponent in the competition. I will surely bring home the champion's trophy for the Chow family." Hong Xiu smiled gently. "Kugu, while it may be your aim to secure the trophy, it may not be so simple. Have you forgotten? Though you possess extraordinary strength now, do you truly understand how to wield it? You are like a tiger without teeth or claws, full of potential, yet unable to unleash it." Chao Ku, taken aback by her words, replied urgently, "You're right. I don't even know how to use my strength. How can I hope to win the competition? Xiu-er, stop smiling and help me think of a solution." Hong Xiu cast a glance at Chao Ku's anxious demeanor and softly remarked, "In truth, while you were still in a state of unconsciousness, my grandfather had already dispatched someone to inform you that as soon as you awaken, you are to go to him. He will personally guide you in this matter." Before Hong Xiu could finish her sentence, Chao Ku had already dashed out of the room, calling out as he ran, "Xiu-er, you mischievous little girl. My grandfather summons me, and you only tell me now? Truly, upon my return, I shall make sure to properly deal with you." Seeing Chao Ku sprint away, Hong Xiu hurriedly pursued him, exclaiming, "Brother Ku, please don't run. You haven't even put on your outer clothing." By the time Hong Xiu reached outside, Chao Ku's figure had vanished, leaving her to shake her head in resignation with a sigh. To summarize briefly, the following day dawned bright and clear, the azure sky appearing as if it had been washed anew, adorned only with a brilliant light blue, complemented by the rising sun, imparting an invigorating ambience. The hour was still early, well before breakfast. However, the streets of Wanghai City were already bustling with activity. Stalls lined both sides, and the sounds of buyers and sellers filled the air. Families meandered in groups, making their way towards the city's largest square, Tian High Square. This lively scene was entirely attributable to the fact that today marked the first day of the grand competition. The competition, akin to our own spring festival, held immense significance for Wanghai City and the surrounding towns. During these days, the populace could revel in the spectacle of practitioners battling, a time that every resident of Wanghai City eagerly anticipated each year. As the venue for the grand competition, Tian High Square had been meticulously arranged. with a grand arena standing 50 meters on each side, proudly situated at the square's center. The arena was open on 3 sides. While the northern side featured a grandstand constructed from massive timber, designated for the more influential families and factions of Wanghai City to observe the competition. The entire Tianhai Square was adorned with festive decorations, exuding a jubilant atmosphere. Along the square's perimeter, 10 ceremonial cannons were neatly positioned, evoking a sense of exhilarating anticipation in all who beheld them. Chapter 37. The commencement of the grand tournament. At this moment, the hour was still early. Although the arena was already thronged with citizens eager to witness the spectacle, the prominent factions of Wanghai City, such as the 3 illustrious families, the government officials, and some larger guilds, had yet to make their appearance. The customary start time for the tournament was at the hour of the snake according to the Tongtian Empire's timekeeping. Those who had arrived early were evidently intent on securing advantageous viewing positions. Their faces devoid of any anxiety as they indulged in delectable snacks and engaged in light-hearted conversations with family and friends, fully immersed in an atmosphere of joyous celebration. As the sun ascended steadily to its zenith, it was the presence of these people that upheld the illustrious reputation of the Chao family. Naturally, these individuals held unwavering loyalty towards the Chao family, and there were certain undisclosed secrets that the common populace could not fathom. The Chao family's entourage ascended the viewing platform from the left staircase, led by Chao Hong. Concurrently, the Lu family's contingent emerged from the right staircase, nearly in unison with the Chao family. At the forefront of the Lu family was none other than the esteemed patriarch, Lu Sheng. Following closely behind were his 3 grandsons, Lu Wenyu, Lu Wenzhou, and Lu Wentian. Further back were the exceptional talents of the Lu family's younger generation. Similar to the Chao family, trailing behind the Lu family were 4 elderly figures clad in black, holding a status comparable to the 5 guest elders of the Chao family. However, unlike the exuberance radiating from the Chao family, the Lu family members wore expressions of profound gloom, as though they were owed hundreds of gold coins. This demeanor incited an almost instinctive urge among onlookers to confront them. One must consider that it is only natural for anyone who recently lost a number of loved ones to exhibit such somber expressions. This is an undeniable aspect of human emotion. Yet, the mysterious circumstances surrounding the deaths of Lu family members were known to but a few in Wanghai City. Thus, the citizens, witnessing the Lu family's mournful visages amidst such a festive occasion, erupted into waves of derisive jeers. Did the Lu family believe their power granted them the right to scorn the common folk? Were they not adding to the discontent on this joyous day? Listening to the crescendo of disdain from the crowd, Lu Sheng's countenance darkened to such an extent that one might imagine water could drip from it. He lifted his gaze, slowly scanning the assembly of citizens below, and emitted a disdainful snort. The other Lu family members, however, displayed no outward reaction, remaining steadfastly behind Lu Sheng as if they had heard nothing at all. Upon reaching Chao Hong, the members of the Chao and Lu families took their respective seats. As the Lord of Wanghai City, Chao Hong paid his respects to the 2 venerable patriarchs, demonstrating his regard for them. Subsequently, the last of the 3 great families, the Bai family, led by Bai Laoji, ascended the platform in the 3rd wave. Similar to the Chao family, Bai Laoji was accompanied by a modest entourage, consisting of his eldest son, Bai Yu, and his grandson, the young master Bai Fan. Of course, there were also 3 black-clad guest elders accompanying them. The remaining individuals who ascended the platform comprised notable gang leaders and affluent merchants from Wanghai City. Their repute paled in comparison to that of the 3 great families, and even their seating was relegated to the back rows by the tournament's organizing committee. No one dared to voice any objections, after all. Who in Wanghai City would be audacious enough to challenge the 3 great families or the government? Such folly would surely invite disaster. Moreover, while these latecomers may appear respectable, they primarily relied on one of the 3 great families for their standing, obliged to pay tribute annually and to heed the commands of their patrons. Had it been otherwise, they would not have thrived so robustly within Wanghai City, amassing wealth with ease. Once seated, the positioning of these individuals revealed their allegiances. Those aligned with the Chao family naturally settled behind them, while those affiliated with the Lu family positioned themselves likewise. This was an unspoken rule that could not be transgressed. To sit incorrectly was to court ruin. As all designated attendees settled into their seats, a lengthy series of firecrackers erupted, accompanied by a flurry of petals and colorful streamers that cascaded from an unknown origin, creating a spectacular and breathtaking display in the sky. Amidst this swirling sea of blossoms, a man clad entirely in crimson, albeit with a somewhat awkward gait, slowly ascended the arena. Upon hearing the first words of the MC, Chao Ku, who had just sipped his tea, erupted in a spout of tea, creating a rather comical scene. Chao Chuan, seated to Chao Ku's left, cast a disdainful glance at him, remarking with a tone of disapproval, "In such a grand assembly, could you not conduct yourself with a modicum of decorum? Your behavior is hardly befitting of a scion of a prominent family." To Chao Ku's right, Hong Xiu hastily patted his back, aiding him to regain his composure while expressing concern. "Brother Ke, what has caused you such amusement or surprise?" Chapter 38. The drawing of lots. Lu Tang and Chao Ke raised their hands, wiping the moisture from the corners of their mouths, struggling to contain his laughter. Chao Ke gasped, This fellow named Aki is truly, utterly hilarious. Look at his exaggerated movements. Look at that blatantly suggestive name. He is entirely a peculiar individual, desperate for others to recognize his sexual orientation." Upon hearing Chao Ke's remarks, everyone, including Hong Xiu, looked at him with bewilderment, unable to comprehend the underlying meaning of his words. Noticing their reactions, Chao Ke realized he might have overthought the matter. It appeared that this world was not quite as familiar with such topics as his previous one, where such things were commonplace. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Chao Ke waved his hand dismissively and said with a hint of frustration, forget it. Let us continue watching the competition." The surrounding individuals regarded him with expressions akin to observing a lunatic, which greatly displeased the young Master Chao. Unable to restrain himself, he stood up and declared loudly, "You do not understand my words, hence you cannot fathom what is amusing about them, but that does not imply I am insane. My realm of thought is beyond the comprehension of you mere mortals." Chao Ke's declaration darkened the expressions of many around him. Yet due to his status as the young master of the Chao family, most could only harbor their ire silently. "Cool enough. Sit down," a deep voice interrupted, as the elder Chao could no longer remain silent. In such a public setting, Chao Ke's unrestrained outburst was utterly inappropriate, tarnishing the family name. The elder swiftly intervened, hoping to curtail Chao Ke's indiscretions before he spoke any further. With a slight curl of his lips, Chao Ke was about to retort when Hong Xiu quickly reached out and pulled him back into his seat. She then turned to the elder and apologized. "I beg your pardon, grandfather. Brother Ke merely lost control of his emotions for a moment. Please do not be angry. I assure you he will not repeat such a mistake." The elder Chao responded with a cold snort, turning his gaze back to the stage, disregarding Chao Ke entirely. In a fit of anger, Chao Ke swatted Hong Xiu's hand away. "Xiu'er, why are you stopping me? I found that host amusing, and I was simply laughing. Why must they regard me with such derisive looks? Am I now a joke in their eyes? And you, holding me back as if to affirm my wrongdoing?" Hong Xiu smiled gently and replied, "Brother Ke, have you not become more composed? In the gambling arena and at the auction, you exhibited the demeanor of a great leader. Why then, do you allow yourself to be provoked here? Setting aside the right or wrong of the matter, your status demands you not stoop to their level. If they fail to understand your sense of humor, so be it. What matters is that you find it amusing. However, as a representative of the Chao family, you must ensure no faults are found by the public. Remember, words can be fearsome." Chao Ke let out a long breath, shaking his head vigorously. With his roguish nature, he found it difficult to fully grasp Hong Xiu's counsel at that moment. Nevertheless, he recognized that her intentions were for his benefit, leading him to ultimately decide to heed her advice and refrain from further comment. On the stage, the host named Aki was delivering an extensive opening speech for the competition, showing no signs of stopping anytime soon. Chao Chuan closed his folding fan and leaned slightly towards Chao Ke, whispering, "Third brother, I heard you brought back Lu family's eldest daughter, Lu Hongyu, to our Chao residence a few days ago. Is that true?" Chao Ke was momentarily taken aback, instinctively replying, "Yes. Why? Does second brother not know about this?" Chao Chuan's expression stiffened upon hearing Chao Ke's affirmation. He quickly asked, "What did you bring little you back for? Where is she now? Is she all right?" Chao Ke frowned, a hint of wariness creeping in. In his mind, the events of that day, when he was poisoned, should have been known throughout the Chao residence. Why then was his own brother asking such questions? Was there something he was unaware of? Seeing Chao Ke's hesitation, Chao Chuan grew impatient. "I am asking you. Third brother, answer me." Hong Xiu, observing the situation, leaned closer to Chao Ke and whispered something in his ear. Chao Ke then nodded and smiled at Chao Chuan. This was all arranged by grandfather. If you have any questions, it would be best to ask him. I dare not speak out of turn. With that, Chao Ke turned his attention back to Hong Xiu, ignoring his brother. Chao Chuan snorted heavily, lost in thought. Chao Ke stole a glance at Chao Chuan, then at the Lu family's direction, a smirk of derision creeping onto his lips. The minor incidents occurring on Chao Ke's side did little to disrupt the proceedings of the competition. After Aki finished reading the opening remarks, the city lord, Chao Hong, took the stage to deliver his address, followed by various guests who would publicly draw the matchups for this year's competition. According to the rules, each faction could only send 2 contestants to participate. The Chao family had long since settled on Chao Chuan and Chao Ke. The drawing yielded favorable results, placing the brothers in separate halves of the bracket. Given the elimination format of the competition, they would not face each other until the finals. Much to the excitement of the elder Chao, if both Chao Ke and Chao Chuan could reach the finals, the Chao family would undeniably emerge as the grand victors. However, the 2 brothers did not exhibit the same enthusiasm as their grandfather. To them, their placements were inconsequential, as they held unwavering confidence in their abilities. Meanwhile, the elder Lu, having reviewed the matchups, smiled slightly. The Lu family's greatest hope, Lu Tong, often referred to by the elders as a martial genius, had been placed in the same half as Chao Chuan. This meant Lu Tong would not encounter his primary rival, Chao Ke, until the finals. Additionally, Lu Tong's fellow competitor, Lu Long, was in the same bracket as Chao Ke, allowing Lu Ting to gauge Chao Ke's strength ahead of time. In the elder Lu's eyes, this was a stroke of divine favor in the arrangement. Reflecting on these matters, the elder Lu signaled to Lu Wentian, who understood immediately. He turned to a robust young man seated beside him and said softly, "Little Nine, once the competition begins, you must pay close attention to a contestant named Chao Ke. According to your grandfather and our analysis, this Chao Ke likely possesses the same innate talent for cultivation as you." Oh, the robust youth was none other than Lu Tong, the Lu family's brightest hope. Surprised by Lu Wantian's words, he exclaimed, "That is impossible. My gift should not be shared by anyone else." As he spoke, Lu Ting lifted his gaze towards the Chao family's direction. At that precise moment, Chao Ke inadvertently glanced towards the Lu family as well. The gazes of the 2 individuals collided fiercely in the air, a formidable rivalry. At the moment their eyes met, a singular thought simultaneously emerged in both of their minds. Chao Ke fixed his intense stare on Lu Tong, who, in turn, returned the gaze unwaveringly, and from their exchanged glances, they both discerned the burgeoning flames of combat intent. Chao Ke disdainfully curled his lip, raised his right hand toward Lu Tang, formed a fist, extended his thumb, and then slowly turned his fist, pointing his thumb downwards. This was an unabashed act of provocation. In the face of Chao Ke's arrogance, Lu Ting remained unfazed, merely huffing softly as he withdrew his gaze and quietly remarked to his uncle Lu Wentian, "This Chao Ke is indeed intriguing. Rest assured, uncle, I shall exercise caution." Observing Lu Tong's indifference, Chao Ke scoffed lightly, choosing not to comment further as he redirected his attention to the situation on the arena. At that moment, the first match had commenced on the stage, featuring 2 boys, around 15 or 16 years of age, fervently exchanging blows. The excitement of the bout naturally incited a chorus of cheers from the audience below, and in an instant, the entire Tianhai Square was abuzz with noise, as if the grand competition had reached a fever pitch right from the outset. Unlike the unworldly common folk who had never witnessed such events, the actions of the 2 battling youths appeared to Chao Ke as nothing more than child's play, so gentle, so slow, devoid of any semblance of lethality. This rendered Chao Ke's heart quite bored. In truth, this was an inevitable outcome. Chao Ke had consumed 2 potent pills. First, the awakening pill, which contained an excess of dragon glue, followed by the mysterious capsule gifted to him by a necklace. Under their combined influence, Chao Ke was undoubtedly among the elite of his peers, boasting an impressive cultivation level of 25, an achievement that the vast majority of his contemporaries could scarcely fathom. Were these not merely 2 children engaged in frivolous antics? Chao Ke mused softly. Had I known this so-called grand competition would be so tedious, I would not have harbored such high expectations. Indeed, the greater the anticipation, the greater the disappointment. Hong Xiu stifled a laugh behind her hand. "Brother Ko, do refrain from lamenting. Had this been merely a few days prior, your prowess would have seemed negligible in their eyes. Now, even if you find their movements beneath your notice, there are still lessons to be gleaned in other areas, such as strategies for handling unexpected situations. Though your innate strength is exceptional, you must be wary of your evident shortcoming, your lack of combat experience." Chapter 39. The mysterious brothers. Chao Ke nodded earnestly and replied, "My dear wife, you are absolutely right. I will certainly strive to follow your guidance, so please rest assured." Observing Chao Ke's serious demeanor, Hong Xiu felt a warm flush creep onto her cheeks. She playfully struck his chest and retorted, "Brother Ke, you are incorrigible. Are you teasing me?" Xiao Ke gently seized her delicate hand and whispered, "I am only concerned for you. How could I ever jest at your expense? You truly worry too much." Caught in the public gaze, Hong Xiu's face reddened further, and she shyly lowered her head, enveloped in a profound sense of happiness. At that moment, a voice suddenly interrupted from beside them. "Hey." Xiao Chuan cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Ku and Hong Xiu, coldly remarking, "I say, you two have had enough. In such a public place, could you not tone it down a bit? Displaying affection so openly is quite unbecoming." Hong Xiu quickly lifted her head and apologized. "I'm sorry, young Master Chuan. Before she could finish, Xiao Ke pulled her into his embrace and scoffed at Xiao Chuan. "What are you, Xiao Chuan? What right do you have to meddle in my affairs? Is it illegal for me to flirt with my own wife?" The heavenly empire remained silent. "Yet you wish to play the tyrant here? Oh, is it because I, your younger brother, already have a wife, that you are filled with envy and resentment? Humph. Such matters cannot be forced. True, as the second son of the Chao family, you could easily find a bride on the street, but to find someone like Hong Xiu, with whom I share mutual affection, I suggest you abandon that hope." Xiao Chuan was left speechless, his face burning with embarrassment as he could only point at Xiao Ku, eyes wide, utterly at a loss. "You two little rascals, quiet down." A low growl came from the elder Chao, whose furious gaze fell upon them. "You brothers should unite rather than bicker. Your antics are bringing disgrace to the Chao family." Upon hearing the elder's reprimand, Xiao Ku and Xiao Chuan exchanged glances and simultaneously huffed, falling silent. Unbeknownst to them, in the crowd across from the arena, two young men were intently watching the Chao family. On the surface, these two youths appeared unremarkable, yet during this grand competition in Wanhai City, the Lu family had produced a martial arts prodigy named Lu Ting, who seemed to share the same half-region as Xiao Ku. The likelihood of facing him was quite high. Should that moment arrive, one must prioritize personal safety. "Even if you are no match for Lu Ting, I will ensure we accomplish our mission." The young man in black waved dismissively. "Brother, you jest. I'm not boasting, but with my cultivation level, I truly do not regard the so-called talented youths of Wanhai City." The young man in blue shook his head at the black-clad youth's confidence, but said nothing further, casting a pensive gaze back toward the stands. As time passed, the competition proceeded smoothly, with some promising martial arts talents already noted by spies from the three major families for future recruitment. After yet another match concluded, the MC, Aki, gracefully ascended the stage and exclaimed in a charming voice, "Oh my, this competition is truly exhilarating. So thrilling, so intense. Are we not all delighted?" However, the audience below showed little enthusiasm for Aki's interactive hosting style, offering no response and instead erupting into a chorus of boos, leaving Aki feeling quite embarrassed. With no choice but to abandon her efforts to enliven the atmosphere, Aki impatiently announced, "The next match features Chao Ku of the Chao family against Li Fei from Li Village." With that, she turned and exited the stage without a backward glance. At that moment, Chao Ku was already fighting off sleep. In his eyes, the seemingly exciting contest felt as dull as a film played in slow motion. Not rising immediately was the best he could manage. Dozing off briefly was inevitable. Upon hearing Aki announce that it was his turn, Hong Xiu's heart raced, and she urgently shook Chao Ke's arm while softly calling, Brother Ke, wake up. It's your turn." It took a full minute before Chao Ke finally opened his bleary eyes, instinctively wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, and mumbled, "Oh, is it my turn? All right, I'll get up now." With that, Chao Ke groggily stood, swaying unsteadily as he made his way toward the arena. The stands, elevated significantly above the arena for the comfort of esteemed guests, posed a challenge for a half-asleep Chao Ke, who, oblivious, stumbled and stepped right off the edge. No one, including Elder Chao, had anticipated this action. As they realized Chao Ke intended to jump from the stands, it was too late to intervene. A series of sounds whoosh, crack, and a yelp echoed as the unfortunate Chao Sin Shao fell flat on the ground, his right leg twitching before he lay there motionless. "Oh dear." Both Elder Chao and Chao Hong sighed in unison, their brows furrowed as they closed their eyes in dismay. Chao Ku's foolish antics left the entire Chao family feeling humiliated, and they all turned their heads in unison, signaling their disassociation with him. Only Hong Xiu rushed down the stairs to check on her beloved to see if he was hurt. What a disgrace. Xiao Chuan spat in disgust. How could I have such a foolish brother? Truly, a misfortune for our family. In stark contrast to the Chao family's reaction, The Liu family seated on the opposite side appeared rather contemplative. Elder Liu exchanged glances with the Liu brothers, perplexed by Chao Ku's behavior. Was it truly just his foolishness? Elder Liu furrowed his brows deeply, fixated on Chao Ku, who was being helped up by Hong Xiu. Though he said nothing, he was lost in thought. After a fit of coughs, Chao Ku finally stood, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and sheepishly grinned. Xiu, I'm so sorry. I was dozing off and completely forgot I was sitting high up. He then glanced back at the direction of the Chao family and added, I've embarrassed you all. As Hong Xiu helped straighten his clothes, she gently reassured him, Brother Ku, don't say that. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. Who has he dozed off and lost track of reality at times? Surveying the audience around him, whose faces were alight with joy, Chao Ku let out a cold laugh. Seizing the moment, he leaned closer to Hong Xiu's ear and softly murmured, Xiu, you are the kindest to me. Rest assured, your brother Ku is certainly no fool. Let others laugh if they wish. What matters is that you understand me. As he spoke, Chao Ku playfully winked at Hong Xiu. Chapter 40. The strange contest. Upon hearing Chao Ku's words, Hong Xiu momentarily paused, gazing at him in confusion, uncertain of his true intent. Chao Ku gently patted her shoulder, uttering no further remarks, before turning away and descending the stage. At that moment, his opponent for the first match, Li Fei from Li family village, had been awaiting for quite some time. Naturally, he had witnessed Chao Ku's clumsy fall from the platform and, like most others, responded with a disdainful smile. Were it not for Chao Ku's status as the third young master of the Chao family, Li Fei would consider competing against such an opponent an affront to his own abilities. A person like Chao Ku, who could stumble off the platform while merely walking, was evidently a pampered young master, here merely to flaunt his status and partake in a bit of training. Hence, the look in Li Fei's eyes when he regarded Chao Ku was laced with contempt. Unperturbed by this disdain, Chao Ku climbed onto the stage with a blissful grin, repeatedly cupping his hands and bowing to the audience, resembling a modern celebrity at a fan meet and greet. Observing Chao Ku's lackadaisical demeanor, the MC, Aki, deliberately cleared his throat and quipped, Young Master Chao, do come forth promptly. Everyone is eager to witness your prowess. Let us refrain from engaging in frivolous distractions, shall we? At Aki's words, Chao Ku remained unperturbed, cheerfully responding before scampering towards Aki and Li Fei, waving amicably at Li Fei with a smile. In response to Chao Ku's gesture, Li Fei courteously inclined his body slightly, acknowledging the courtesy. After all, Chao Ku was indeed the young master of the Chao family. And even though Li Fei looked down upon him, he could not display his disdain too overtly. Provoking the Chao family could spell disaster for his future. Aki glanced at Chao Ku and then at Li Fei, announcing in a booming voice, Chao Ku, the Chao family faces Li Fei of Li family village. The match commences now. As soon as he finished speaking, Aki turned and exited the stage, leaving the arena to the two combatants. With everything in place, Li Fei bowed slightly to Chao Ku and quietly declared, Young Master Chao, be cautious. I shall commence my attack now. Chao Ku took 2 steps back, placing his hands before his chest, a stiff smile gracing his face as he stammered, I must inform you, my strength is quite formidable. So do not be surprised if you find yourself weeping in defeat. Li Fei, upon hearing this, let out a derisive laugh and retorted, Young Master Chao need not concern himself with me, only focus on your own safety. With that, Li Fei lunged forward, his right fist becoming a blur as it aimed directly at Chao Ku's chest. Chao Ku, startled by the attack, cried out in alarm, his face a mask of panic as he stumbled backward, exhibiting no semblance of technique. Li Fei's initial strike merely grazed the corner of Chao Ku's clothing without making contact. Nevertheless, Li Fei's heart swelled with cold amusement. Chao Ku's performance was the epitome of amateurism, hardly qualifying him as a practitioner. Even if he had fortuitously evaded the first strike, defeat was still inevitable. With this in mind, Li Fei's confidence soared, reaching new heights, considering that perhaps Chao Ku was merely concealing his true capabilities. Lu Wenzhou jested, a martial genius, opting to flee in disarray rather than confront his foe head-on? That simply defies logic. In my view, Chao Ku is entirely a good-for-nothing, living off the fat of the land, utterly devoid of strength. Conclusion drawn. Lu, when he waved his hand dismissively, I beg to differ. Have you not noticed? Despite Chao Ku's current predicament, he has yet to be struck by Li Fei. Is this merely coincidence? Lu Wenzhou scoffed, that merely reflects Li Fei's own lack of skill. Had it been our 9th young master, he would have dispatched Chao Ku in a single blow, leaving no room for evasion. Lu Wenyu nodded thoughtfully. There is some merit in what you say. Chao Ku's movements are not only frantic and awkward, devoid of any form. Such qualities are unbecoming of a practitioner. Thus, our previous assessments may warrant reconsideration. Lu Wenyi frowned. Elder brother, how can you think this way? If Chao could truly wish to conceal his strength, how could we discern his lack of skill? Everything he does is but a ruse to mislead us. Chapter 41, Victory. Listening to the continuous debate among his three sons. Unable to reach a consensus, the elder Lu could not help but furrow his brow and mutter under his breath. You three, silence yourselves. At this point, what purpose does it serve to discuss whether our initial judgment was correct? Regardless of whether Chao Ku is merely putting on a facade or is truly incompetent, our sole focus must be on managing ourselves. As long as we do not falter, the championship shall undoubtedly belong to the Lu family. Upon hearing their father's words, the three Lu brothers exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, acknowledging the elder's wisdom. Humph. Lu Ting, who had remained quiet until now, let out a slight hum. As grandfather said, even if Chao Ku is a martial arts prodigy like myself, I shall ensure he never sees the sun after the competition. One genius is quite sufficient for How High City. As time passed, Chao Ku's contest had already extended for nearly half an hour, an unprecedented duration compared to previous matches. The combatants, despite their comparable abilities, were merely adolescents with relatively shallow martial arts prowess. As the battle wore on, their source energy would inevitably wane, leading to swift conclusions in earlier bouts. However, Chao Ku was an obvious exception. From the moment he began his duel with Li Fei, he had been frantically fleeing, never making a single move in return. In contrast, his opponent Li Fei had thrown hundreds of punches and kicks, each executed with utmost effort in a bid to subdue Chao Ku swiftly. As a result, Li Fei was now drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted. Finally, Li Fei paused in his relentless pursuit, crouching down with his hands resting on his knees, panting heavily as he stammered, Keiko, young master, what kind of contest is this? You're merely practicing long-distance running. Can we not conduct the match properly? At this rate, even if it turns dark, we will not determine a victor. Seeing Li Fei halt his chase, Chao Ku plopped down on the edge of the arena, gasping. Do you think I want to run like this? I am being chased by you, you rascal. If you have the ability, then stop pursuing me. Li Fei, hearing this, could not help but curse under his breath, thinking, Chao San Xiao, could you be any more shameless? To shift the blame for the situation entirely onto me? In a duel, is there anyone who only focuses on fleeing? Do you dare to face me head-on? However, these thoughts remained unspoken, as Li Fei dared not provoke Chao Ku further. After all, even if he had several lives, they would not suffice against Chao Ku's wrath. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, Li Fei continued, Young Master Ku, our contest has dragged on for quite some time, significantly slowing the competition's pace. What do you think of this? Let us each deliver one strike and see whose strength prevails. The loser need not persist, but can simply concede and step down. Would that not be straightforward and beneficial for both parties? Chao Ku contemplated for a moment, then solemnly nodded, responding with a serious demeanor, Indeed, your suggestion is quite commendable. Balancing the larger picture while maintaining goodwill, and it certainly saves time. Li Fei felt a surge of joy at Chao Ku's praise. So, you agree to my proposal? Chao Ku shook his head vigorously. Who said I agree to your method? I merely stated that your idea is decent. Do you not understand human language, or are you simply incapable? Do you think I'm mad enough to engage in a direct clash with you? You assume I would willingly concede, thinking I'm outmatched? Such folly is blinding. I, Chao Ku, challenge you. If you have the ability, catch me and kick me off the stage. If not, do not bother with your foolish suggestions. Understand? Chao Ku's words left Li Fei seething with rage, his hands and feet trembling. Li Fei realized he had never encountered such an absurd martial artist. Someone who was not only adept at evasion but also spoke with such audacity, utterly unashamed. Truly a unique individual. With no other choice, Li Fei summoned the dwindling source energy within him and charged toward Chao Ku. There must be a victor in this contest, if others would not cooperate. He would have to rely on his own strength. Seeing Li Fei rush at him, Chao Ku quickly scrambled to his feet, resuming his comically frantic escape. The ludicrous scenario from the beginning of the contest reemerged. Some events, when they first occur, evoke a sense of novelty, yet as they become repetitive, they lead to sensory fatigue. Just like the current spectacle, at first, it was Chao Ku fleeing and Li Fei pursuing, with the crowd denouncing Chao Ku's disgraceful behavior. As time wore on, however, with Chao Ku fleeing once more, no one felt compelled to voice their disdain. It was not that the spectators were unwilling to express their grievances, but rather they had grown accustomed to the absurdity of it all and felt no need to articulate any further scornful remarks. With the absence of insults, mockery, or applause, The entire Tianhai Square fell into an unsettling silence, a quiet that bred an oppressive atmosphere, leaving many feeling inexplicably uncomfortable. Of course, time did not halt for anyone's whims. And soon another quarter of an hour had elapsed. It was unclear whether it was fatigue or some other factor. But the perpetually fleeing Chao Ke found himself cornered against the edge of the stage. One more step back, and he would tumble off. Seeing this, Li Fei let out a long, silent sigh of relief. His efforts had finally borne fruit. With this realization, he felt no hesitation. Opening his arms wide and pushing toward Chao Ke's chest. At that moment, Li Fei believed that Chao Ke had reached the end of his rope. A mere push would send him off the stage, securing Li Fei's victory in this absurd contest. However, the unfolding events were rarely aligned with one's expectations. And what transpired next left Li Fei utterly dumbfounded. Just as Li Fei thrust his palms forward, a sudden spark ignited in Chao Ke's eyes. And the frantic expression vanished, replaced by a sly smirk. Upon witnessing this transformation, an ominous thought surged within Li Fei's mind. However, Chao Ke did not afford him the slightest opportunity to react. With his left hand forming a hook, he swiftly seized Li Fei's wrist. Following that, Chao Ke gently shifted his body, forcefully pulling Li Fei backward, and Li Fei felt an overwhelming force emanating from his wrist, propelling him forward against his will. As he passed by Chao Ke, the latter's idle right hand grasped the belt at Li Fei's waist and, using Li Fei's forward momentum, hurled him away with ease. Li Fei, who had been struggling to regain his balance, found himself utterly powerless to resist after this maneuver. With a prolonged scream of despair, he soared through the air, flailing helplessly towards the crowd beneath the platform. The spectators, taken aback by the sudden arrival of Li Fei, hurriedly scattered to the sides, clearing ample space for his descent. With a resounding thud, Li Fei crashed onto the ground, sending dust swirling into the air. On the platform, Chao Ke adjusted his attire nonchalantly and remarked with an air of casualness, "Oh dear, Li Fei, how could you have lost your footing and fallen from the stage? Were you intentionally yielding to me? It truly fills me with a sense of guilt." While Chao Ke spoke thus, the entire Tianhai Square was devoid of such sentiments. Everyone had witnessed the explosive display of skill he had just demonstrated. The fluidity of his movements was far beyond that of an ordinary individual. Li Fei, sprawled on the ground, struggled to rise, feeling as though he had lost all strength in his waist, his upper and lower body seemingly disconnected and beyond his control. In response, the event staff rushed over, quickly assisting the injured Li Fei and hurrying him to seek medical attention. Chao Ke naturally descended from the platform and sauntered toward the stands. As he passed, the crowd parted instinctively, revealing their reverence for him. This reaction was entirely understandable. Chao Ke's final two moves had made a significant impression, and his earlier absurd behavior was now perceived as a tactic to disorient his opponents. In an instant, he established himself in the minds of nearly everyone as a multifaceted individual, possessing both skill and intellect. Observing Chao Ke's retreating figure, Elder Lu raised an eyebrow and chuckled coldly. Indeed, this Chao Ke is the martial arts prodigy of the Chao family. Just judging by the speed of his last two strikes, it is evident he has reached heights unattainable by an ordinary practitioner. With that, Elder Lu turned his gaze toward Lu Ting and inquired with a smile, "Little Nine, how confident are you in dealing with this Chao Ke?" Chapter 42. The Sea Village. Longy Lu Tung shook his head solemnly. It's difficult to say at this moment. After all, Chao Ke's true explosive power was remarkably brief, merely 2 moves. I cannot ascertain his precise strength based solely on these 2 actions. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Ting chuckled. However, rest assured, grandfather, no matter how talented he may be, he will certainly not be my match. Ultimately, he will meet his demise at my hands. Upon hearing this, the elder Lu's face brightened with delight, and he nodded enthusiastically, clearly pleased with the confidence Lu Ting exhibited. The 3 Lu brothers, overhearing the conversation between the grandfather and grandson, expressed their support with beaming smiles, except for Lu Wentian, who furrowed his brow, remaining silent and non-committal. Now, let us return our attention to our protagonist, Chao Ke. After the competition, he swaggered back through the crowd to the viewing platform, reveling in the astonished and reverent gazes directed at him, adopting a demeanor of enjoyment. Once Chao Ke settled back into his seat, Xiao Chuan cast him a disdainful glance and remarked, "How can you still have the audacity to flaunt yourself? It took you over half an hour to defeat a nameless opponent like Li Fei. With such abilities, if you were to face a true expert, you would only end up eating humble pie. Do you understand? You clearly have no notion of how high the heavens are, or how vast the earth is." Chao Ke, undeterred, chuckled in response and countered, Dear second brother, do you truly comprehend just how high the heavens are and how thick the earth is? Chao Chuan was taken aback by Chao Ke's unexpected retort, leaving him momentarily flustered and unsure of how to respond. Chao Ke turned his gaze to Chao Chuan, speaking deliberately. Confidence is indeed a virtue, but it must be tempered with discernment. Do you understand? When confidence turns into blind arrogance, it becomes delusion, and that distinction is paramount. I may have taken over half an hour to deal with Li Fei, and perhaps you could dispatch him in a mere incense stick's duration. However, is it sufficient to judge a situation solely by its surface? If everything were as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, how could there be so many intricate schemes in this world? As he spoke, Chao Ke gently patted Chao Chuan's shoulder, his tone earnest. Second brother, the essence of my words is to remind you to refrain from viewing others through a rigid lens. For one day, you may find yourself at the mercy of someone else. Be mindful. Chao Chuan felt the heat rise to his cheeks from Chao Ke's veiled admonition and brusquely shrugged off Chao Ke's hand, his expression darkening. All right, Chao Ke, you've grown quite audacious, haven't you? You've learned to lecture your elder brother. I assure you, you will regret your words today. Just wait. Chao Ke shrugged indifferently. I shall continue to wait, as always. At this point, the fraternal bond had frayed, and the warmth of brotherhood had dissipated. It was not entirely Chao Ke's fault for rising above. Before his arrival in this world, Chao Chuan had already held a low opinion of him, viewing him as a mere wastrel. This sentiment had festered over time and had now become a matter of course, after Chao Ke's arrival and his exploits in this realm. Although Chao Chuan was largely unaware of the details, he could certainly sense the changes in Chao Ke. Such transformations were unacceptable to him. Imagine the discomfort of someone who had long been outshone suddenly finding themselves surpassed by someone they had once deemed inferior. Chao Chuan's psyche was ensnared in a web of turmoil. Chao Ke, the quintessential second-generation heir, had lived a life of indulgence, preoccupied with pleasures and gambling, never having exerted any significant effort in cultivation. In contrast, Chao Chuan dedicated himself to relentless training, consistently honing his skills while shunning distractions. Although his demeanor might come off as somewhat arrogant, he adhered strictly to boundaries, save for his affections for Lu Hongyu. Grandfather, please do not take offense. The second and third brothers are still young and lack understanding. There is no need for you to lower yourself to their level, Chao Hong consoled. The elder Chao waved his hand, signaling that he bore no ill will. Once Chao Hong straightened up and cast his gaze back to the arena. The elder's expression gradually grew serious, his white brows knitting together in deep thought. The competition continued to unfold in an orderly manner. Following Chao Ke's peculiar match, the subsequent contests appeared far more conventional, with numerous young masters showcasing their skills and pushing the atmosphere of the event to new heights. The Tianhai Plaza buzzed with excitement. The applause resounding as the audience's enthusiasm was effectively ignited. Everyone clapped in unison, shouting encouragement for the competitors on stage, creating a lively scene. As the competition progressed, dusk began to settle in, with over 50 exhilarating matches having already transpired by the evening. Following yet another contest, the announcer, Aji, stepped onto the stage and, using a sound amplification device, declared, "Next up is the final match of today's competition, featuring Zhang Xiang from the City Lord's Manor against Long Yi from the Sea Village." Upon hearing Aji's introduction, murmurs of discussion rippled through the plaza, as the name of the so-called Sea Village elicited blank expressions from the crowd, including the newly appointed City Lord, Chao Hong. Despite the collective curiosity, no one dared to voice their questions, as it was reasonable to expect that the rising fame of Wang Hai City's competition would attract young talents from distant villages. After a brief silence, they set aside their inquiries and resumed their exuberant cheers. Zhang Xiang, the participant in this match, was a formidable asset under Chao Hong's command. At under 20 years of age, he had already reached the 8th level of cultivation, placing him among the elite of his peers. In the City Lord's Manor, Zhang Xiang was held in high esteem, regarded by Chao Hong as a trusted confidant. Chao Hong smiled as he watched Zhang Xiang make his entrance. Turning to the elder Chao to say, "Grandfather, this is the Zhang Xiang I often mentioned to you. His capabilities are exceptional and his diligence is unparalleled. He is truly a rare talent." Lowering his voice, he added, "Most importantly, Zhang Xiang is exceedingly loyal to me, making him an indispensable ally." The elder Chao nodded in approval, responding quietly, "Indeed, Honger, you must cultivate more subordinates like him. This will be beneficial not only for you, but for our entire Chao family." "Yes," Chao Hong replied respectfully. At this moment, both Zhang Xiang and Long Yi from the Sea Village had stepped onto the stage. Zhang Xiang stood impressively tall, towering over 6 feet, his muscular frame clad in a light purple warrior's garb. with a square jaw and a face that radiated vigor. He exuded an aura of strength akin to a formidable mountain. Standing opposite Zhang Xiang, Long Yi appeared considerably more delicate in comparison to the robust figure of Zhang Xiang. With a height of around 1.80 m, he possessed a well-defined physique with a tapered waist. His muscles were strong yet not as exaggerated as Zhang Xiang's. However, what truly captivated everyone's attention were Long Yi's exceptionally long legs. By the standards of our world, Long Yi could undoubtedly be regarded as a quintessential European gentleman from Country X. Gazing at Long Yi, Zhang Xiang clasped his fists together and boomed in a deep voice. "I am Zhang Xiang from the City Lord's mansion, and I kindly ask for your guidance." Long Yi, his face adorned with a smile, returned the gesture with a bow, saying, "I am Long Yi from High Village, and I too hope for your leniency." Chapter 43. A stark disparity. After exchanging pleasantries, the two retreated a couple of steps. Suddenly, Zhang Xiang crouched slightly before launching forward like a streak of light, charging directly toward Long Yi. Upon witnessing Zhang Xiang's immediate full-force assault, Long Yi exclaimed, "Excellent." He raised his right hand, positioning it horizontally toward Zhang Xiang, while stepping back slightly with his left leg, his entire body seemingly rooted in place, awaiting Zhang Xiang's strike. Seeing Long Yi show no intention of evasion, Zhang Xiang felt no obligation to hold back. In midair, he swung his right leg in a powerful arc toward Long Yi. With a resounding thud, Zhang Xiang's right leg collided solidly with Long Yi's right hand. The ensuing spectacle left the entire Tianhai Plaza in a state of astonishment. Zhang Xiang, who had launched a full-on assault, was now propelled backward at an even greater speed than he had advanced, soaring about 20 meters before landing awkwardly on the ground. Even after his fall, he could not halt his retreat, stumbling backward repeatedly. In stark contrast, Long Yi, who had been on the defensive, remained steadfast in his position, wearing an unyielding smile, as if nothing had transpired. The spectators were struck by the scene, thoughts of skillful mastery filling their minds. Even Chao Chuan, who prided himself on being a martial arts prodigy from the Lu family, found himself reconsidering his stance. Prodigy? How impressive can that be? I, Chao Chuan, am also a martial arts genius. If I were to face that Lu family genius in the competition, the outcome would depend on our true abilities. I have considerable confidence in myself. However, the current situation seemed to have spiraled beyond Chao Chuan's control. He overheard Chao Ku and Hong Shou's conversation, which, though quiet, resonated clearly with him. The speaker's unintended words struck deeply, causing a significant blow to Chao Chuan's self-assurance. 15th level, such a remarkable feat. Though reluctant to accept Chao Ku's judgment, he could not deny its validity. When Chao Hong introduced Zhang Xiang to the elder Chao, he clearly heard that Zhang Xiang was at the 8th level. While that might not have impressed him, he realized he could not match Long Yi's effortless ability to repel Zhang Xiang. Thus, Chao Chuan's previous arrogance faded, replaced by a furrowed brow and a serious expression as he intently observed Long Yi on the stage, lost in thought. Like Chao Ku and Hong Xiu, the audience erupted in discussions regarding Long Yi's true capabilities. The astonishment on Chao Hong and the elder Chao's faces, along with the Lu family's shock and Lu Ting's serious demeanor, underscored the profound impact Long Yi had on all present. Meanwhile, the two combatants resumed their clash. Zhang Xiang darted and maneuvered with remarkable speed, attacking Long Yi from all angles, creating a dizzying spectacle. In contrast, Long Yi maintained his calm demeanor, seemingly rooted to the stage, effortlessly blocking Zhang Xiang's assaults with his hands, exuding an air of leisure. Regardless of Zhang Xiang's relentless attacks, Long Yi consistently thwarted his strikes with ease, gradually instilling a sense of helplessness within Zhang Xiang. Yet, despite the evident gap in their strengths, Zhang Xiang was reluctant to concede defeat. This was his inaugural major competition, and the thought of surrendering while his opponent remained composed and smiling was unbearable. Furthermore, with his master, the city lord Chao Hong, watching from the northern stands, surrendering would be a matter of principle. Thus, even though Zhang Xiang recognized he was no match for Long Yi, he persisted with his utmost effort, refusing to abandon the fight. Conversely, Long Yi, seemingly without any intention to conclude the match, opted to remain in a defensive stance, prolonging what should have been a swift resolution for nearly half an hour without a definitive outcome. In the central position of the stance, Chao Hong leaned toward the elder Chao and whispered, "Grandpa, this Long Yi clearly possesses far superior skills than Zhang Xiang. Why does he not attack to conclude the match, but instead opts for a passive defense?" The elder Chao pondered for a long moment before shaking his head in confusion. "I cannot fathom this either. How about this? Send someone to investigate Long Yi's background. I suspect his information submitted to the competition committee may be misleading. For instance, I have never heard of his hometown, Haitsuan. Chao Hong questioned. Do you mean to suggest that Long Yi has undisclosed motives for participating in this competition? The elder Chao nodded. It must be so. If he truly hails from a small village, he could not have attained such prowess. There is certainly something concealed that we are unaware of. Regardless, since Long Yi has come here to compete, it indicates he has his own agenda. We must uncover the truth before the Liu family does. A talent like Long Yi must not fall into their hands, as it would pose a grave threat to our Chao family. Yes, with the elder Chao's assertion. Chao Hong felt a sense of urgency and quickly whispered a few instructions to his wife, Yu Yunting. Yu Yunting, her expression grave, nodded in understanding and promptly descended from the stands to execute Chao Hong's directives. Not only the elder Chao held such insights, almost simultaneously with Yu Yunting's departure. Members of the Liu and Bai families also hastily left their seats, their objectives mirroring Yu Yunting's. At that moment, Long Yi, who had been in a defensive posture throughout, revealed a knowing smile. He had observed the movements of the three major families and had orchestrated this display to draw their attention, particularly that of the Chao family. Now that his intentions had been fulfilled, there was no longer a need for delay. With a powerful shout, Long Yi declared, Brother Zhang, be cautious. I shall now initiate my counterattack. In the next instant, he seized Zhang Xiang's ankle with lightning speed as the latter had just kicked at him. Chapter 44. The disheartened Chao Chuan confronted with Long Yi's sudden aggression, Zhang Xiang, who had been attacking with all his might, was clearly unprepared. He did not make any evasive movements and was swiftly seized by Long Yi's powerful grip around his ankle. A sense of urgency gripped Zhang Xiang's heart as he summoned all his strength to break free from Long Yi's hold, attempting to retract his leg. However, no matter how forcefully he struggled, Long Yi remained immovable. Do not waste your energy in futile resistance. Long Yi's somewhat mocking voice rang out. Deep down, you must have realized that the disparity in our strengths cannot be measured merely by the surface. The reason our battle has persisted for so long is simply because I have other intentions. As he spoke, Long Yi slowly turned to face the suspended Zhang Xiang, continuing, now that my objective has been achieved, there is no longer any need for us to continue this contest. Barely had he finished speaking when he exerted force with his arms, and with a swift motion, hurled Zhang Xiang away, sending him flying through the air for a distance of 50 or 60 meters before crashing down hard onto the ground below the arena. Witnessing this turn of events, the entire Tianhai Square fell into an eerie silence once more. One move. Chao Ku, seated in the stands, furrowed his brow tightly. It seems my previous assessment was rather conservative. Long Yi's cultivation undoubtedly exceeds the 15th level. It is impossible to achieve such a decisive victory without possessing double the strength of one's opponent. The Chauk is right. Hong Xiu was equally astonished. Indeed, had Long Yi unleashed his full power from the outset, his match with Zhang Xiang could have concluded in an instant. Chao Ku turned to glance at the elder Chao. Grandfather, Long Yi appears to be far from an ordinary individual. Do you think? Elder Chao nodded knowingly. Yes, I have already dispatched your elder brother to address this matter. A talent like Long Yi is not one that our Chao family can afford to overlook. Chao Ku shook his head. Grandfather, that is not my point. Do you not think that someone of Long Yi's caliber would attract the interest of other forces? Our Chao family, and even the factions within Wanghai City, certainly cannot be the first to recognize his potential. Have you considered this? Elder Chao paused, taken aback by the implication. Are you suggesting that Long Yi is already affiliated with another force, and that his participation in our competition is driven by ulterior motives? Chao Ku cast a sidelong glance at Long Yi, who was waving to the audience from the arena, and chuckled lightly. Precisely. If Long Yi is not allied with any other force, it would indeed be a boon for our Chao family. However, if he is already a member of another faction, then his presence in our contest must harbor some intention, and we must remain vigilant. Elder Chao nodded thoughtfully. You make a compelling argument, Kerr. While I had contemplated this notion, I was too focused on Long Yi's talents and inadvertently developed a strong desire to recruit him. After hearing your insights, I must reassess which of these considerations holds greater significance. Chao Hong, seated beside Elder Chao, chuckled. Well said, third brother. When did you begin to approach matters with such clarity and comprehensiveness? I am genuinely impressed. Chao Ku waved his hand dismissively. I simply cannot believe that such fortune could fall into our laps without consequence. Have you all noticed how Long Yi chose the precise moment to launch his final attack on Zhang Xiang? It is rather intriguing, is it not? The timing? Chao Hong and Elder Chao exchanged puzzled glances, each perceiving the confusion in the other's expression. Chao Ke, recognizing their lack of understanding, continued. The timing I refer to is when he decided to strike and conclude his contest with Zhang Xiang. If I am not mistaken, it was shortly after we, along with the Liu and Bai families, dispatched individuals to investigate his background that he resolutely initiated his counterattack. Realization dawned on Chao Hong. So, are you implying that our every move has been under Long Yi's scrutiny? Exactly, Chao Ke affirmed. This indicates that his participation in our competition is aimed at drawing our attention. Chao Hong nodded in agreement. Long Yi undoubtedly has ulterior motives. This has been apparent to grandfather for some time. I have also instructed my sister-in-law to arrange for someone to delve into Long Yi's true origins. Regardless of any potential recruitment, understanding his genuine intentions is of utmost urgency. Our Chao family cannot simply open our doors to wolves and tigers with hidden agendas. If we do so, we would not deserve the scale and strength we currently possess. Oh? Chao Ke was taken aback by Chao Hong's words, respectfully addressing Elder Chao. It seems you have long since formed a judgment regarding Long Yi, grandfather. I truly have been overstepping my bounds. Elder Chao stroked his long beard, chuckling. What nonsense are you speaking, Ke? It is delightful to see you, once a reckless scion, now perceiving matters with such clarity and depth. It brings me great joy. Grandfather. Chao Ke's face flushed with embarrassment. How can you say such things about your own grandson? Seeing the exasperation on Chao Ke's face, both Elder Chao and Chao Hong erupted in laughter. Caught between Chao Ke and Elder Chao, Chao Chuan listened to their conversation with increasing discomfort. The sudden rise of Chao Ke cast a shadow over Chao Chuan, once the favored grandson before Elder Chao. Not only had Chao Ke's cultivation inexplicably surged, but his intellect had also ascended to heights that Chao Chuan could only envy. This was something Chao Chuan had never anticipated. Previously, Chao Chuan had maintained an air of superiority, striding through Wang Hai City with an air of invincibility, basking in compliments and accolades. Yet now, the prowess Chao Ke displayed in the competition was something Chao Chuan knew he could never match, demonstrating that Chao Ke had indeed surpassed him in cultivation. Furthermore, Chao Ke's analysis of Long Yi was not only thorough but also resonated with Elder Chao's own judgments, a situation that felt utterly infuriating to Chao Chuan. Reflecting on this, Chao Chuan felt overshadowed by Chao Ke's achievements. The once ignored, frivolous younger brother had now surpassed him, a reality that was intolerable for someone as petty as Chao Chuan. Thus, before Chao Ke and the others could fully enjoy their moment, Chao Chuan abruptly stood, offering a slight bow to Elder Chao, his voice brimming with indignation. Grandfather, since there is no match for me today, I am feeling unwell and shall return home. Without waiting for Elder Chao's response, he turned and strode away toward the stands below. Chao Hong looked puzzled as he watched Chao Chuan's retreating figure. What has gotten into the second brother? He never mentioned feeling unwell before. Old Master Chao waved his hand and spoke with profound significance. Let him be. Perhaps there are matters he has yet to comprehend. I believe that after a while, when he comes to terms with it, all will be well. Upon hearing this, Chao Hong responded with a vague understanding. Meanwhile, Chao Ke, seated on the other side, scoffed dismissively, showing no regard for Chao Chuan's actions. The grand competition continued unabated. Scoundrel! What a damn scoundrel! Chao Chuan muttered under his breath as he navigated through the crowd, leaving Tianhai Square. He could not fathom how everything had changed so drastically from the previous day to the onset of the competition. Chao Ke, that debauched youth, had suddenly transformed into the brightest star of the Chao family, while his own proud cultivation was being surpassed repeatedly by Chao Ke and Long Yi. It felt as though the heavens were playing a cruel joke on him. Just when he had been exalted to the heights, they had swiftly released their grip, allowing him to plummet, shattered and utterly defeated. Unconsciously, he made his way towards the Chao residence, appearing utterly dejected. This blow was profoundly searing, even fatal. For the typically arrogant Chao Chuan, stumbling along, he was unaware of how he had returned to the Chao manor. The guards and servants, upon seeing the return of the second young master, greeted him with respect. However, the troubled Chao Chuan showed no response, lost in his own thoughts, leaving the servants exchanging puzzled glances. Thus, Chao Chuan meandered through the halls of the manor in a daze, his awareness of time slipping away. When he finally lifted his head again, he found himself unwittingly standing outside Chao Ke's courtyard. What bad luck! How did I end up here? Chao Chuan shook his head in disdain, preparing to turn away. At that very moment, he inadvertently noticed a light emanating from within Chao Ke's room. Wait, that's odd. Aren't the third brother and Hong Shou at Tianhai Square watching the competition? Why is there light in the third brother's room? Who could possibly be inside? This thought ignited an impulse within Chao Chuan, as an inexplicable feeling urged him to enter Chao Ke's room. There, he sensed, lay something he desired. So, he quickened his pace, stepped into the courtyard, approached Chowke's door, and without knocking, raised his hand to push it open. Chapter 45. Unexpected complications upon entering Chowke's room. The first sight that greeted Xiao Chuan was the figure of Xiao Tao sitting by the bed. Aside from her, it appeared that another person was lying on the bed, but due to the angle, Xiao Chuan could not immediately discern the identity of this individual. Young Master Chuan? Xiao Tao, who had been drowsily dozing, suddenly jolted awake at Xiao Chuan's unexpected entrance without knocking. You weren't at Tianhai Square with the old master and the others watching the grand competition? How come? How come you are here all of a sudden? Xiao Chuan did not respond to Xiao Tao's inquiry. Instead, he approached her thoughtfully. Xiao Tao, it's getting late. Although the third young master and Hong Xiu have yet to return as a maid, you shouldn't be lingering in your master's chamber, should you? As Xiao Chuan drew closer, Xiao Tao's heart raced, and she stammered. I was waiting for young Master Ke and young mistress to return. In saying this, Xiao Tao shifted her body further into the bed, attempting to obscure the person lying behind her. Observing her unnatural movements, Xiao Chuan's heart stirred, and he coldly remarked, Xiao Tao, who is lying behind you? There is no need for you to conceal it. I can see quite clearly. With that, Xiao Chuan swiftly stepped forward and grasped Xiao Tao's shoulder. The petite maid could hardly withstand his strength and was easily pushed aside. Now unobstructed, Xiao Chuan clearly beheld the person on the bed. His mouth fell agape in disbelief. Xiao Yue, he exclaimed. Indeed. The one lying on Xiao Ke's bed was undoubtedly Lu Hongyu. After several days of unconsciousness and severe injury, she showed no signs of awakening, lying motionless. Today, Xiao Ke was to accompany his grandfather to participate in the grand competition in Wanghai City, and naturally, his fiancée Yi Hongxiu would accompany him. Thus, Xiao Ke had arranged for Xiao Tao to care for Lu Hongyu in his room. No one had anticipated that Xiao Chuan would accidentally return to the Chao residence and enter Xiao Ke's chamber. Seeing his beloved, Xiao Chuan was overwhelmed with emotion. He grasped Lu Hongyu's shoulders and shook her vigorously, calling out, Xiao Yue, please wake up. It's me, your Chuan Gu. Xiao Tao, having been pushed aside, realized that Xiao Chuan had discovered Lu Hongyu. Fearing the consequences, she hurried to his side and grasped his shaking hands, her voice trembling. Young Master Chuan, please be gentle. Miss Yue is gravely injured and cannot withstand such agitation. Gravely injured? At her words, Xiao Chuan's expression hardened, and he ceased shaking Lu Hongyu. Turning to Xiao Tao, he demanded coldly, how did Xiao Yue sustain such injuries? Explain yourself. Xiao Tao trembled under Xiao Chuan's piercing gaze, hesitating for several seconds before reluctantly saying, Young Master Chuan, please do not press me. I cannot divulge this. If you truly wish to know, you must ask the old master. Do not use my grandfather to intimidate me. Xiao Chuan shouted. This is Xiao Ke's room, and since Xiao Yue is here, it must be related to that scoundrel Xiao Ke. Suddenly, a look of realization crossed Xiao Chuan's face. Oh, I understand now. Wasn't it said that Xiao Ke brought Xiao Yue back to the residence? So all along, Xiao Yue has been hidden in his chamber. What does Xiao Ke intend to do? Could it be? Clearly, Xiao Chuan had arrived at the worst conclusion possible. His goddess, Lu Hongyu, had been violated by Xiao Ke. With this thought, an unbridled fury surged within Xiao Chuan. He swiftly threw off the covers that had been draped over Lu Hongyu. By now, Lu Hongyu had been dressed by Xiao Tao and Hong Xiu, but as it was still early autumn, they had not clothed her excessively. She wore merely a simple nightgown, leaving her fair neck, delicate arms, and slender legs exposed. Xiao Chuan's gaze was drawn to the bruises marring her exposed skin, blue and purple marks that were stark against her porcelain complexion. Even after several days had passed since her assault, the bruises had not entirely faded. Instead, they appeared to be worsening, a distressing sign of her injuries. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Chuan could no longer contain himself. His eyes filled with bloodshot fury, veins throbbing in his neck and forehead, he ground his teeth and shouted in a frenzy. Xiao Ke, you vile scoundrel! How dare you do this to Xiao Yue? From this day forth, I, Xiao Chuan, will be your mortal enemy. With that, Xiao Chuan embraced Lu Hongyu's fragile form and strode purposefully toward the door. Xiao Tao, witnessing this, rushed forward, blocking his path. Young master, you cannot take Miss Yue away. If the old master finds out, none of us can bear the consequences. Get out of my way. Xiao Chuan's agitation was palpable. Grandfather? I have already told you, do not use him to intimidate me. Today, even if my grandfather himself stands before me, I will stop at nothing to take Xiao Yue with me. She is mine, Chao Chuan's. What does Chao Ke think he is, keeping her in his bedroom? With this, Chao Chuan paid no heed to Xiao Tao's obstruction and carried Lu Hongyu out of the room, striding away with determination. Watching Chao Chuan's retreating figure, Xiao Tao felt a chill run through her. She realized that matters had spiraled out of control. However, the current predicament was beyond the control of a mere maid. Chao Chuan was a cultivator. If he were to truly unleash his fury, there would be no escape for her. Yet, Xiao Tao was not foolish. Although she lacked the strength to stop Chao Chuan, she understood the gravity of this situation for Chao Ke and the entire Chao family. Within moments, she resolved to hurry to the competition venue and inform Chao Ke of everything that had transpired. At that moment, the first day of the grand competition was drawing to a close. As night fell and dinner time approached, many spectators were enjoying snacks while watching the matches on stage. Combining sustenance with entertainment, Chao Ke finished the last morsel of pastry and contentedly remarked to Hong Xiu, "Xiu'er, you truly thought ahead to bring some food. Otherwise, we would have gone hungry." Nearby, old Master Chao nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, Xiu'er is meticulous. Moreover, the pastries you made are absolutely delightful, worthy of being called heavenly delicacies." Hearing such praise from her beloved and the old master, Hong Xiu felt a blush rise to her cheeks and bashfully replied, "Actually, I merely dabbled. It is Sister Tingo who is truly gifted and capable. If she were here, the responsibility for the food would not have fallen to me." Chao Hong smiled gently and said, "Xiu'er, there's no need for you to be modest. Everyone in the entire Chao residence speaks highly of you. It is indeed a stroke of good fortune for the third brother to have you as his wife. As for my wife, Tinger, she has far too many responsibilities to manage throughout the day. There are certain matters that she simply cannot handle, much like now. If we were to wait for her to prepare our meals, we would surely starve." "Ha ha." The eldest brother spoke with genuine humility. Hong Xiu responded with respect. Sister-in-law's reputation in Wanghai City is indeed illustrious. Who would not envy your good fortune, brother, in having such a virtuous wife? Regardless of the circumstances, sister-in-law is a paragon for us women. I can only aspire to reach her standards." Old Master Chao laughed heartily. "Xiu'er, there is no need to belittle yourself. Both you and Tingo are immensely satisfactory to this old man. You are both exemplary daughters-in-law of the Chao family." Observing Hong Xiu's bashful countenance, Chao Ke interjected, "Must you elevate every matter to such grand heights? Do you not tire of it? Good is good, and bad is bad. It need not be so complicated. You admire me, and I should not undervalue myself. To speak fairly, there is indeed a distinction between you and sister-in-law, particularly in terms of perspective. Xiu'er, you must strive to improve. Do not tarnish the reputation of our Chao family daughters-in-law." Hong Xiu shot Chao Ke an exasperated glance. "Brother Ke, are you not doing exactly what you criticize? You certainly know how to put on airs." "Ah, Xiu'er, you cheeky girl, are you teasing your husband? Just wait until I return home to deal with you." Chao Ke replied with mock menace. As Chao Ke and his wife playfully bickered, Old Master Chao and Chao Hong shared hearty laughter, enveloped in this warm, familial atmosphere that anyone would find delightful. At that moment, a discordant voice broke through the cheerful ambience. Xiao Tao, drenched in sweat, rushed onto the platform, kneeling beside Hong Xiu and whispering urgently in her ear. After hearing Xiao Tao's account, Hong Xiu's expression shifted to one of shock as she turned to confirm. "Tao, what you say is true." Xiao Tao nodded resolutely, "Absolutely true." Chapter 46. Turmoil. Seated beside Hong Xiu, Chao Ke observed her unusually pale complexion and promptly inquired, "Xiu'er, has something happened at home? Isn't Xiao supposed to be watching over Lu Hongyu for us? How did she end up here?" Upon hearing his words, Hong Xiu turned to him with a grave expression and replied, "Brother Ke, indeed an unforeseen incident has occurred. Just moments ago, the young master returned to the manor, and for reasons unknown, he barged into our room. Naturally, he saw Xiao Yu lying on the bed. Xiao Tao failed to stop him, and he took Xiao Yu away." Listening to Hong Xiu's account, Chao Ke's brows furrowed with anger as he whispered, "What did you say?" "Chao Chuan took Xiao Yu away." With that, Chao Ke sprang to his feet, his face a mask of fury. In truth, Lu Hongyu held little significance in Chao Ke's heart. If he were to admit even a modicum of affection, it would merely stem from the guilt of having wronged her in the past. As a result, Lu Hongyu and Hong Xiu occupied entirely different standings in Chao Ke's mind. Nevertheless, Lu Hongyu was still regarded as a woman of his own, and as such, he would not permit any other man to harbor intentions towards her, let alone act upon them. Thus, when Chao Ke heard that Chao Chuan had taken Lu Hongyu, a surge of rage ignited within him. compelling him with an almost primal impulse to confront Chao Chuan and rend him to pieces. After all, Chao Ke's true identity did not belong to this realm of Ling Tian, and he shared no blood ties with the Chao family. Although Old Master Chao and Chao Hong treated him with kindness, he regarded them as family. Conversely, Chao Chuan viewed him as a thorn in his side. Therefore, Chao Ke felt no obligation to curry favor with Chao Chuan. If he were to loathe him, he would bear no psychological burden. It was precisely for this reason that Chao Ke now contemplated how to deal with Chao Chuan. You fool! Do you not know your own worth? How dare you covet my woman? Truly, you are blind to your own insignificance. My woman, regardless of my feelings towards her, is a matter solely for me. No one else has the right to interfere, not even you, Chao Chuan. In the eyes of others, you may be my second brother, but to me, you are nothing more than a pile of filth. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Chao Ke's face darkened, and without uttering a word, he descended the platform and strode toward the Chao manor. Observing Chao Ke's abrupt departure, Old Master Chao and Chao Hong exchanged bewildered glances. Old Master Chao turned to Hong Xiu and gently asked, "Xiu'er, what has transpired? What is wrong with Ke? Why did he leave the competition prematurely?" Hong Xiu, initially poised to pursue Chao Ke, halted at the old man's inquiry and respectfully responded, "Grandfather, just now Xiao Dao brought news that young Master Chuan has returned home and intruded into my room with Brother Ke, taking Xiaoyu away." What? Both Old Master Chao and Chao Hong were taken aback by Hong Xiu's explanation. How could the second son have entered the third son's room? Chao Hong's expression turned grave as he remarked, how could the second son possibly learn of Xiaoyu's presence in the Chao manor? Old Master Chao waved his hand dismissively. What good does it do to dwell on this now? Given the expression on Ke's face when he left, he is likely truly enraged. Here is the plan. Honger, as the city lord, you cannot leave your post without permission. I will return with Xiu'er to prevent a confrontation between Ke and Chuan. Once the competition concludes, you may return to the manor. Understood. Chao Hong recognized the gravity of the situation and promptly agreed without further discussion. Old Master Chao nodded, rising to his feet as he instructed Hong Xiu and Xiao Dao, "You two, come with me as we hasten back to the manor." With that, Old Master Chao turned to explain to the 5 guest elders of the Chao family before leading Hong Xiu and Xiao Dao down from the platform, swiftly pursuing Chao Ke. The commotion within the Chao family did not go unnoticed by the Lu and Bai families. Old Master Bai approached Chao Hong's side and seated himself in the place formerly occupied by Old Master Chao, quietly asking, "Honger, what has happened? Why did the old Chao leave in such a hurry?" Chao Hong had nothing to conceal from Old Master Bai, who was already aware of the situation concerning Lu Hongyu. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, Chao Hong recounted the events in full to Old Master Bai. Upon hearing Chao Hong's account, Old Master Bai raised his eyebrows in surprise and remarked, "This is quite serious. You must handle this matter with care. If the Lu family learns of it, it could spell great trouble." Chao Hong nodded, "Precisely because we fear such a consequence. Grandfather has left to pursue Chao Ke." Old Master Bai acknowledged with a nod. Placing a hand on Chao Hong's shoulder, since old Chao has rushed back, it is likely that there will be no major issues. After all, this is a family matter for the Chao family. As an outsider, I cannot interfere. If your grandfather requires any assistance from the Bai family, he need only send word, and I will not hesitate to help. Chao Hong clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "I thank you, Grandfather Bai, for your kindness." "Think nothing of it." Old Master Bai smiled lightly before returning to his seat. Meanwhile, within the Lu family, Lu Wentian leaned towards Old Master Lu and quietly asked, "Father, judging by the reactions of the Chao and Bai families, it seems something significant has occurred." Old Master Lu's eyes glimmered with insight. If even old Chao cannot remain seated, it must be a matter of great importance. There is no doubt about it. The question is, what exactly has transpired? When I saw Chao Ke leave, his expression was dark, and Old Master Chao departed as if his backside were on fire. "And we?" Lu Wentian cautiously probed. Old Master Lu contemplated for a moment before issuing his orders. "You go and investigate. See if you can uncover what has transpired within the Chao family, and whether there are any opportunities or weaknesses we can exploit. If so, we shall seize the moment to teach the Chao family a profound lesson." "Yes." Lu Wentian bowed slightly before hastily descending from the platform. Returning to our protagonist, Chao Ke, the third young master of the Chao family, strode forth with a stormy expression, resembling a harbinger of wrath as he made his way. People hurriedly stepped aside, unwilling to provoke the notorious troublemaker of the Chao family. Within a mere tea's duration, Chao Ke arrived at the gates of the Chao manor. The gatekeepers, upon recognizing their third young master, quickly bowed in greeting. I ask you, have you seen Chao Chuan leave? As soon as he steadied himself, Chao Ke urgently questioned the gatekeepers. The gatekeepers were momentarily taken aback. Chao Ke's inquiry was quite unusual. The Chao family prided itself on strict decorum, and it was rare for someone like Chao Ke to address his elder brother by name. Despite his notorious reputation as a libertine, the staff knew he harbored a certain fear of Chao Chuan deep down. However, given Chao Ke's murderous expression and uncharacteristic words, the gatekeepers were left bewildered, struggling to comprehend his demeanor. However, in response to Chao Ke's inquiry, the servants exhibited neither the courage to withhold information nor to evade the question. After exchanging glances, one of the leading attendants stepped forward and replied, Esteemed third young master, the second young master has not ventured out since returning half an hour ago. He is likely still within the estate. Upon confirming the whereabouts of Chao Chuan, Chao Ke hesitated no longer. Before the attendant could finish, he vanished from their sight in an instant. The gatekeepers exchanged bewildered looks, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. Just as their confusion deepened, Old Master Chao and Hong Xiu approached. Old Master, young mistress. The attendants hastily bowed in respect as the two drew near. Old Master Chao raised his hand. I must inquire, has Ke returned? The same attendant who had answered Chao Ke stepped forward again and said, in response to your inquiry, Old Master, young Master Ke has only just returned a moment ago. Upon hearing this, Old Master Chao and Hong Xiu exchanged a glance before hastily making their way into the Chao residence. Gui, what on earth is happening? One attendant asked the leading servant. First it was young Master Chuan, then young Master Ke, and now Old Master and young mistress. Everyone seems so distraught and flustered. The leading attendant rolled his eyes and retorted, If you ask me, who should I inquire? It's best we refrain from prying into our master's affairs. The other attendants, upon hearing their leader's words, prudently sealed their lips. After a while, Xiao Tao finally returned, panting heavily. She had initially been accompanying Old Master Chao and Hong Xiu, but their urgent pace left her, a mere maid without any cultivation, unable to keep up. Consequently, she had fallen behind and only just made it back to the estate. Observing Xiao Tao's breathless state, the gatekeepers rushed toward her, and the leading attendant quietly asked, Xiao Tao, has something significant transpired in the Chao residence? Why are both the old master and the second and third young masters behaving so unusually? Xiao Tao caught her breath, shot a disdainful glance at the attendant, surveyed her surroundings, and replied dismissively, You lot are no longer children. Stop inquiring about matters that do not concern you. Why are you so gossipy? Akin to some old wives? Be cautious. Knowing too much could cost you your heads. With that, she disregarded the attendants and swiftly slipped into the Chao residence. Chapter 47. The disappearance of Chao Chuan. When Xiao Tao arrived in Chao Ke's room, she found him seated at the table, his expression fluctuating between stormy and calm. Remaining silent, Hong Xiu stood anxiously behind him, her face etched with concern for her beloved, seemingly at a loss for words. Only the elderly Mr. Chao paced back and forth in the room, burdened by heavy thoughts. Being a perceptive young woman, Xiao Tao quickly discerned that Chao Ke and the others had not located Chao Chuan, who had taken Lu Hongyu, and were thus in a state of agitation. As a maid, she felt it inappropriate to interject in their turmoil. After a brief pause upon entering, she discreetly poured tea for the three of them and quietly took her place to the side, saying nothing. Grandfather. After a lengthy silence, Hong Xiu broke the tension, addressing the elder Chao. What shall we do now that we cannot find young Master Chuan? Alas, Mr. Chao sighed deeply, expressing a sense of helplessness. I do not know. Chuan is not usually so reckless. Perhaps this situation regarding Xiao Yu has driven him to such impulsiveness. Impulsive? Chao Ke scoffed. He fancies Lu Hongyu, but she does not return his affections. I care not for his intentions. Lu Hongyu belongs to me. Chao Ke. If Chao Chuan dares to covet my woman, he must first reckon with my fists. Should I find him, I will make him unrecognizable to his own parents. The scoundrel. Hearing this, Mr. Chao furrowed his brow. Ke, how can you speak so? Chuan is your own elder brother. Elder brother? Chao Ke retorted scornfully. If he truly valued our brotherhood, he would not have taken Lu Hongyu without consent. His actions show no regard for our bond. He is declaring war on me. Chao Ke. Very well. If he wishes to play, I shall engage him to the end. You are being foolish. Mr. Chao's beard bristled with anger. Do you not understand the gravity of our situation? The Lu family is watching us closely. If they discover the truth about Xiao Yu and the assassination attempt, it will lead to a catastrophic conflict between our families. Do you truly desire such a scenario? Chao Ke glanced at Mr. Chao. The one lacking foresight is Chao Chuan. Not me. He has the audacity to bring shame upon me. Can I simply endure? Would that still make me a man? Mr. Chao wished to argue further, but was halted by Chao Ku, who continued, Grandfather, spare me the empty rhetoric. It is futile. Our immediate priority is to locate Chao Chuan. As you said, if the Liu family discovers him and Lu Hongyu first, we will be irreparably exposed. As for our grievances, we shall settle them upon his return. After a moment's consideration, Mr. Chao nodded. Then we have no choice but to proceed as you suggest. I shall send someone to find Chao Chuan. You too, wait here for news. With that, he took a final, lingering glance at Chao Ke before leaving the room. Once Mr. Chao's figure vanished at the door, Hong Xiu slowly took a seat beside Chao Ke, gently grasping his hand and speaking softly. Brother Ku, you should not speak to grandfather in that manner. Regardless of respect, you owe him gratitude for his concern. You do not know how anxious he was upon hearing that Xiaoyu was taken by young Master Chuan. He hurried home, fearing for your safety. Such worry does not deserve your attitude. Chao Ke cast a sidelong glance at Hong Xiu, coldly retorting, What? Are you now reprimanding me as well? Hong Xiu smiled tenderly. I am not reprimanding you, merely reminding you. There are things you may hate, strike out against, or rage about. But you should not hurt those who care for you in the process. Do you understand what I mean? Chao Ke slowly closed his eyes, pausing in silence before exhaling deeply. Xiu'er, your expectations of me are reasonable. However, I am no saint. I do not weigh every action against right and wrong. My approach to life is more about following my heart. After all, I am but a rogue. Having said this, Chao Ke stood and walked toward the door. Noticing his departure, Hong Xiu quickly inquired, Brother Ke, where are you going? Without pausing, Chao Ke responded softly, I am feeling troubled and wish to take a stroll. You and Xiao Tao need not follow. Just wait for me here. Watching Chao Ke's retreating figure, Hong Xiu furrowed her brows, reflecting on his earlier words. Puzzled by his self-description as a rogue. If his past behaviors were frivolous, they should be labeled as that of a dandy, not a rogue. Where did this self-characterization come from? Contemplating this conundrum without resolution, Hong Xiu could only shake her head in resignation, exchanging silent glances with Xiao Tao. Meanwhile, Chao Ke wandered aimlessly through the Chao estate, eventually finding himself in the rear garden. This garden was expansive, adorned with flowers, trees, rockeries, and a small lake, complete with long bridges and pavilions, a veritable paradise filled with birdsong and floral fragrance. As night fell and time grew late, the usual gardeners and workers had long since retired, leaving the garden tranquil, with only the occasional chirp of insects or song of birds piercing the silence. Walking along the path, Chao Ke's tumultuous thoughts gradually settled, bringing him a sense of calm. Following the corridor bridge, he reached the pavilion in the center of the small lake. Sitting on a stone bench and gazing up at the luminous moon and countless stars, his heart felt as if it had become clear and serene. Hong Xiu was right. I should not have spoken to grandfather in that way. Chao Ke mused to himself. Even if he is not my biological grandfather, he has treated me with kindness. I ought to show him more respect. As he reflected, he shook his head self-deprecatingly, revealing his remorse. At that moment, the ruby necklace hanging around Chao Ke's neck emitted a sound again. Rather than lamenting here, you should hurry to find Chao Chuan. Chao Ke scoffed. Find Chao Chuan? You make it sound easy. I am not a satellite with precise location capabilities. In this vast sea of humanity in Wai City, how am I to locate Chao Chuan? The necklace chuckled. Indeed, a mere mortal like you cannot know Chao Chuan's whereabouts. But I am different. Who am I? I am the esteemed space manager. There is nothing that can escape my gaze if I wish to know. Chao Ke's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this. So you do know where Chao Chuan is now? The necklace responded affirmatively. When Xiao Tao informed you that Chao Chuan had taken Lu Hongyu away, I sensed that something ominous was afoot. Consequently, I allowed my spirit, which was bound to the necklace, to return to the Chao residence in hopes of locating Chao Chuan. Fortunately, my timely decision enabled me to trace his whereabouts. Initially, Chao Chuan merely brought Lu Hongyu back to his chamber, but for reasons unknown, perhaps feeling his room was insecure, he stealthily carried Lu Hongyu away again, slipping out of the Chao estate through the back door and taking refuge in an inn. After confirming his location, I returned to the necklace, only to find you lamenting here. What has transpired? Do not concern yourself with my troubles, Chao Ke replied anxiously. Now that you are aware of Chao Chuan's whereabouts, we must hasten to find him. This matter is of utmost importance. We cannot afford to delay. The necklace, taken aback, inquired, will you not inform your grandfather? Chao Ke shook his head. No need. With grandfather present, I would find it difficult to discipline Chao Chuan. Please, Lead me to him at once. Very well. The necklace acquiesced, recognizing Chao Ke's insistence, and guided him out of the Chao residence, swiftly making their way to the inn where Chao Chuan was staying. Meanwhile, at the Lu family estate, the grand competition had concluded, and Elder Lu had returned with all members of the Lu family. However, brothers Lu Wenyu and Lu Wenzhou did not retire to their respective chambers. Instead, they accompanied Elder Lu to the study, awaiting the return of Lu Wentian. Lu Wentian, the third son of the Lu family, had been dispatched by Elder Lu to investigate the situation at the Chao household, a matter of great urgency for the Lu clan. Before long, footsteps echoed outside the study, and Lu Wentian entered like a flash of light. Upon his return, Lu Wenzhou quickly rose to his feet and inquired, "Third brother, what has transpired at the Chao estate? Did you uncover anything?" Lu Wentian first bowed respectfully to Elder Lu before explaining. The exact events at the Chao estate remain unclear. However, shortly after returning, Elder Chao issued a command for the entire city to search for his second grandson, Chao Chuan, for reasons unknown. Even more perplexing is that Chao Ke quietly slipped out of the back door of the Chao residence, appearing rather anxious. I have already dispatched someone to continue tracking him. Searching for Chao Chuan Chao Ke escaping the Chao estate. What connections do these events hold? Upon hearing Lu Wentian's account, Elder Lu fell into a deep silence. Chapter 48. Brothers at odds. Lu Wenyu stepped forward and inquired of the contemplative Elder Lu. "Father, should we dispatch some personnel to ascertain what the Chao family is plotting?" Elder Lu nodded thoughtfully. "Very well. The Chao family has stirred quite a commotion. There must be something of great significance behind it. We shall discreetly monitor their movements. Perhaps we can unveil their true intentions." After a moment of reflection, Elder Lu raised his head and instructed his three sons, "Wenyu, take some men and keep an eye on the household servants of the Chao family who are scattered about in search of Chao Chuan. Strive to uncover any hidden truths among them." "Yes," Lu Wenyu replied promptly, clasping his fists in respectful acknowledgement. "Wenzhou," Elder Lu continued with his directives. "You must personally go out and closely observe that rascal Chao Ke. If you discover anything, report back to me immediately. However, you tend to act recklessly, unlike Wenyu and Wentian, who are more cautious. This time, remember, it is better to do nothing than to alert the snake in the grass." "Understood," Lu Wenzhou responded, slightly perturbed by Elder Lu's admonition, his mind wandering elsewhere. Elder Lu, noticing Wenzhou's gloomy demeanor, shook his head in resignation and turned to Lu Wentian. "As for you, Wentian, the Chao family has left the competition early today. As one of the three prominent families, it would be improper for our Lu family to seem indifferent. You should pay a visit to the Chao family and convey our willingness to assist them in any capacity they might need." "Assist the Chao family?" Before Lu Wentian could voice his thoughts, Lu Wenzhou interjected, his eyes wide with disbelief as he exclaimed, "Father, what do you mean? You send me and my elder brother to covertly follow the Chao family's people while publicly extending a hand of friendship? I truly fail to comprehend." Lu Wenyu smacked Lu Wenzhou on the back, exclaiming in frustration, "Second brother, if you are foolish, you truly do it to the extreme. Father is merely putting on a show of goodwill. Do you genuinely believe he intends to assist the Chao family? I always tell you to think more critically in such matters. Why can you not seem to remember?" Feeling the sting from Wenyu's slap, Lu Wenzhou pouted. "Could you articulate your thoughts more clearly in the future? If you continue to present only one side of the story, it makes my contemplation exceedingly arduous. Not everyone possesses your keen intellect." Elder Lu, observing Lu Wenzhou's discontent, could not suppress a smirk. He waved his hand gently, saying, "Proceed with my arrangements. You have all worked hard today. I am quite weary and wish to rest." "Yes, we take our leave." The three brothers bowed in unison and exited Elder Lu's chamber. Meanwhile, Chao Ke, guided by the necklace, navigated through the streets towards the northern district of Wanghai City. As previously mentioned, the Chao family, along with the Lu and Bai families, forms the triumvirate of influential clans residing in the affluent center of Wanghai City, marking the geographic heart of the city. The distances from the triangular plaza of the three major families to the city's four gates are nearly equal. Apart from the central affluent district, Wanghai City is divided into four distinct areas: the northern commercial district, the western impoverished district, the eastern military district, and the southern mixed district, each with clear distinctions. Chao Ke's destination was a sizable and located in the northern commercial district. One might wonder why Chao Chuan, now needing to conceal himself, would choose to stay in such a prominent establishment. However, it is not difficult to understand. Chao Chuan, the second young master of the Chao family, has been accustomed to luxury since childhood. Even in his current predicament, he would not deign to stay in a shabby inn. Upon arriving at the inn, Chao Chuan remained blissfully unaware, resting in his room. Lu Hongyu lay on the bed, covered with a pristine white blanket, her complexion pale as before, devoid of color, appearing quite haggard. Sitting quietly beside Lu Hongyu, tears glimmered in Chao Chuan's eyes. It pained him to witness the woman he cherished in such distress. "Shaiwei, you need not fear any longer. I, Chao Chuan, have rescued you from the clutches of that scoundrel Chao Ku," he murmured tenderly, gazing at Lu Hongyu's delicate features. "From now on, I shall always be by your side, ensuring no one harms you. We shall live happily together. What do you say?" As he spoke, Chao Chuan gently caressed Lu Hongyu's cheek and continued, "Shaiwei, do you know how deeply I love you? Your joys, your sorrows, your anger, and your melancholy are all etched into my heart. You are my sky, my earth, my goddess, my everything." At this, Chao Chuan lowered his head, dejected, and lamented, "Yet, you are so proud, so disdainful of my proposals. Do you know how much it pains my heart?" With a deep breath, Chao Chuan looked back at Lu Hongyu with gentleness. "But all that is behind us now. We have ultimately found our way back to each other. It was fate that led me to discover you in your unconscious state, a bond neither of us can escape. Perhaps I should even thank that bastard Chao Ku. Were it not for him, you would never have had the chance to lie before me. You cannot imagine the joy I feel at this moment. It is beyond words. As if I might burst from happiness." Just then, as Chao Chuan poured forth his heartfelt sentiments, a sinister voice echoed from outside his room. "Who?" Startled, Chao Chuan trembled involuntarily, standing abruptly and gazing towards the door, his voice quivering with uncertainty. Chao Chuan had never anticipated that someone would find him so swiftly. When he had carried Lu Hongyu into the room, he had merely closed the door gently, neglecting to lock it. Thus, following his inquiry, the door was forcefully pushed open. Chao Ku's figure appeared in the doorway, his expression cold and scornful as he fixated on Chao Chuan, stepping deliberately into the room. "Chao Ku?" Chao Chuan gasped, his mouth agape in astonishment, stammering, How did you find me here?" Chao Ku sneered, casting a glance at Lu Hongyu, and nonchalantly replied, "You brought my woman to this inn. Would you kindly explain your intentions, dear second brother? Your dear woman?" Upon hearing Chao Ku's reference to Lu Hongyu, Chao Chuan's astonishment faded, replaced with fervent indignation. "Who is your woman? There is no woman of Chao Ku here. Your woman, Hongxiu, has always been by your side. Hasn't she?" Chao Ku curled his lip. "Of course, Hongxiu is mine, but you, Chao Chuan, should be quite aware that I am not referring to her. I mean Lu Hongyu." Such delusions. Chao Chuan was teetering on the edge of hysteria. "What are you, Chao Ku, to dare claim that Xiaoyu is your woman? With your debauched appearance, do you really believe you are worthy? Truly, your mind must be muddled." Chao Ku spread his hands, feigning helplessness. "Do you think I desired this? Had I not accidentally taken advantage of Lu Hongyu, I would have ignored her completely. Only a fool like you would harbor such infatuation for her." Upon hearing Chao Ku's words, the last vestiges of clarity in Chao Chuan vanished. His eyes burned crimson, breath heavy, fists clenched tightly, veins bulging, a clear manifestation of his impending rage. To this, Chao Ku appeared oblivious, continuing his soliloquy. "Do you think Lu Hongyu's scars came from nowhere? Do you wonder why she remains unconscious? I must apologize. It is all my doing, for my prowess in that regard overwhelmed her, leading to her current state." "Shut your mouth," Chao Chuan bellowed, interrupting Chao Ku's tirade, as he swung a fist violently towards Chao Ku's chest. In the face of Chao Chuan's sudden onslaught, Chao Ku exhibited no sign of alarm. He casually raised a hand, effortlessly deflecting what seemed to be a titanic blow from Chao Chuan. With a derisive snort, his expression was laced with mockery. "Chao Chuan, do you truly believe I am still the same debauched youth you once pummeled? Let me be frank, 10 of you combined would stand no chance against me. The gulf between us is far wider than you can possibly imagine." Before his words had fully dissipated, Chao Ku's body suddenly sank, and with lightning speed, his left foot lashed out, delivering a fierce kick to Chao Chuan's abdomen. A piercing scream escaped Chao Chuan as his body arched like a shrimp, propelled by Chao Ku's forceful kick until he collided with the wall with a resounding crash, finally coming to a halt. Even so, the wall bore the brunt of the impact, yielding a gaping crater several meters wide, causing the entire room to tremble as if on the brink of collapse. In that instant, Chao Chuan lay prostrate on the ground, utterly incapacitated. He felt as though a tempest raged within him, a searing pain coursing through his body. With every ounce of his strength, he forced himself to swallow the blood that had risen to his lips. Chapter 49, Exposure of Movements. struggling to lift his head. Chao Chuan's face was a canvas of astonishment and dread. Chao Ke, when did you become so powerful? Chao Ke maintained an innocuous smile as he approached Chao Chuan, bending slightly as he quipped. Haven Tea, I already told you? I am no longer the Chao Ke you once knew. I am an entirely different Chao Ke, one you could never have anticipated. Chao Chuan let out 2 cold laughs. It seems I have underestimated you. Your actions have merely concealed your true strength. Haven Tea they? How foolish of me to believe you were merely a good-for-nothing scion, allowing you to slip entirely under my radar. It is indeed ironic that my younger brother, whom I have always looked down upon, turns out to be a prodigious genius in cultivation, defeating me with a single move. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, a series of mournful laughs escaped him, resonating with a hint of desolation, which left Chao Ke speechless. The truth in Chao Ke's earlier words was undeniable. He was not the Chao Ke that Chao Chuan had in mind. He was a time traveler, merely donning the identity of Chao Ke in this world. However, these revelations were beyond Chao Chuan's comprehension. In his perception, the disparity in Chao Ke's abilities was merely a product of deliberate concealment. Chao Chuan's thoughts were entirely reasonable. Yet they left Chao Ke in a state of helplessness, involuntarily mocking in his heart. Oh, my dear elder brother, I speak the truth, yet you refuse to believe me. Insisting on your misguided notions. This is entirely your own folly. No wonder I didn't clarify. With this thought, Chao Ke felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. The anger that had flared up due to Chao Chuan taking Lu Hongyu away dissipating entirely. Chao Chuan, you are simply unqualified to contend with me, especially when it comes to matters of women. As he spoke, Chao Ke stood up. You are so foolish that I can hardly be bothered to deal with you. However, listen well. I know you have feelings for Lu Hongyu, but she is now my woman, my Lu Hongyu. You would do well not to entertain any further thoughts about her. I may overlook your first offense, but I cannot guarantee your safety a second time. With that, Chao Ke approached the bed, lifted Lu Hongyu in the blanket, and strode toward the door. Chao Ke. Just as Chao Ke was about to exit the room, Chao Chuan, still prostrate on the ground, summoned all his strength and bellowed darkly, you were fully aware of my deep affection for Lu Hongyu yet still forcibly took her, disregarding our brotherly bond, and you dare tell me not to covet her? This is truly devoid of justice. I lament having you as my brother. Yes, in terms of martial prowess, I acknowledge that I am not your match, but be cautious. Not everything can be seized by brute force. Lu Hongyu is your woman? How audacious of you to claim that. I will see, he continued with derision, when Lu Hongyu awakens, whether you will still possess such confidence. Chao Ke merely paused for a moment, not looking back as he carried Lu Hongyu and pushed open the door, leaving behind only Chao Chuan's unrestrained laughter. As Chao Ke left the inn and stepped onto the streets, it was already midnight. The streets of Wanghai City were still adorned with colorful lights due to the ongoing competition, yet the sidewalks were devoid of pedestrians, the long avenues steeped in silence. A stark contrast to the vibrant decorations. Chao Ke carried Lu Hongyu and embarked on the path back to the Chao residence. As he walked, he gazed down at Lu Hongyu, her seemingly translucent skin and breathtaking beauty illuminated by the streetlights, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. Ah, Chao Ke chuckled softly. What a captivating disaster you are. Do you realize how many men have been bewitched by your perfect visage, bringing me untold troubles? Now, even my own elder brother has severed ties with me because of you. Why must you appear before me at such a moment, intercepting my path when I unwittingly consumed the Jiao glue? Yet Lu Hongyu remained unresponsive, her eyes tightly shut, lost in unconsciousness. As Chao Ke felt the softness and resilience of her delicate body in his arms, a ripple of emotion stirred within him. After all, beauty is a temptation to any man, and Chao Ke, a mere rogue, lacked the restraint of a paragon like Lu Xianghui, faced with Lu Hongyu's overwhelming allure. How could the fiery young Chao Ke withstand such temptation? Just as he became entirely absorbed in Lu Hongyu's beauty, the ruby necklace hanging around his neck suddenly exclaimed, Chao Ke, beware, there is murderous intent. Startled by the necklace's warning, Chao Ke's body jolted, and without hesitation, he sprang forward, his feet barely touching the ground. Before he could land, a thunderous blast erupted from where he had just stood, creating a massive crater, a profound impact of raw power. Who dares to ambush this young master? Once steady on his feet, Chao Ke swiftly turned, shouting in challenge. Before him, approximately 30 meters away, a burly man with a fierce demeanor advanced, his face twisted with fury, as if he intended to tear Chao Ke apart. You, who are you? The imposing presence of the man caused a tremor of anxiety to grip Chao Ke, his voice quaking as he inquired. The man halted about 7 or 8 meters from Chao Ku, first casting a concerned glance at Lu Hongyu in his arms, then unleashing a thunderous roar. So it is you, Chao Ku, who has taken our Lu Hongyu. No wonder the Lu family has scoured every corner of Wanhai City without finding her. Chao Ku's heart skipped a beat as he instinctively asked, "You are from the Lu family?" "Indeed." The man thundered, "I am Lu Wanzhou, the second lord of the Lu family. Lu Hongyu's own second uncle. The Lu family, second lord?" A forced smile crept across Chao Ku's face. "I did not recognize the esteemed presence of my second uncle. Get lost." Lu Wanzhou seemed to know only how to roar. "Who do you think you are, Chao Ku? To call yourself my little nephew?" After a brief pause, he bellowed, "Hand over Lu Hongyu at once. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless." In truth, Lu Wanzhou's appearance at this critical juncture was no coincidence. As previously mentioned, the elder Lu had tasked him with monitoring Chao Ku. Initially, Lu Wanzhou had reservations about this assignment. He believed he ought to be engaged in more significant matters rather than tailing a 15 or 16-year-old boy in the dead of night. Little did he know that it was this very youth who would bring him profound astonishment. As Lu Wanzhou followed the intelligence provided by Lu Wentian, he was overwhelmed with joy upon discovering the whereabouts of Chao Ku, who was cradling Lu Hongyu in his arms. This revelation stirred a profound excitement within Lu Wanzhou. The Lu family had endured tremendous sacrifices in their quest to locate Lu Hongyu, with many family members falling prey to an unknown force due to their scattered efforts. To this day, they had not unearthed a single corpse. All of this turmoil stemmed from the disappearance of Lu Hongyu. Thus, when Lu Wanzhou saw Chao Ku emerging from the inn, holding Lu Hongyu, he lost all semblance of calm judgment and rushed forward to confront Chao Ku. Chao Ku, oblivious to the turmoil surrounding him, was acutely aware of the dire consequences that would ensue if Lu Hongyu's whereabouts were revealed. Therefore, he remained vigilant, watching Lu Wanzhou closely to prevent any sudden assault aimed at seizing Lu Hongyu. Meanwhile, he silently conferred with his necklace in his mind. "Brother Necklace, can you discern the specifics of Lu Wanzhou's cultivation level? Is there any possibility that I could?" "Stop right there." The necklace sighed. "With your current strength, you cannot possibly contend with Lu Wanzhou. His cultivation surpasses even that of your elder brother, nearing the formidable height of level 40. Level 40. Chao Ku gulped hard at this revelation. "Then hurry and devise a plan. If Lu Hongyu is truly taken from us, all our previous efforts will have been in vain." Chapter 50. Instant Kill. The necklace let out a bitter smile, saying, "You want me to come up with a solution? What can I possibly do? What resides within the necklace is merely a fragment of my soul. Assisting you with reconnaissance is already my limit. Aiding you in combat? Spare me that." Chao Ku observed Lu Wanzhou approaching, his brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment. "What can be done? This is truly driving me to a dead end." The necklace paused momentarily, then gravely stated, "The only course of action left is to request reinforcements. Does the Chao family not possess any special distress signal? Hurry and summon assistance." Chao Ku's heart stirred, and he nodded in agreement. "It seems we have no other choice." With that thought, he no longer hesitated. He turned and gently placed Lu Hongyu, whom he had been cradling, onto a step by the street, leaning her back against a pillar. Given the dampness and chill of the night, he removed his coat and draped it over her to shield her frail body from the cold. Once he had completed these tasks, Chao Ku stood upright and flashed a grin at Lu Wanzhou. "Second Uncle Lu, if you wish to take Lu Hongyu away, you'll have to ask for my permission first." Lu Wanzhou halted his advance, scoffing, "Chao Ku, I recognize you as a prodigy in cultivation. But do you truly believe that this alone equips you to contend with me? Such naivety. Some matters cannot be resolved solely by talent, such as experience. You are but a lad of 15 or 16. No matter how extraordinary your gifts, your cultivation level tops out at around 20. Meanwhile, I may not be a genius, but I have lived over 20 years longer than you, and it is this very span of time that has forged an insurmountable chasm between us. I concede that had you been born earlier or had another 15 or 20 years passed, your prowess would undoubtedly surpass mine. However, the present reality cannot be altered. You are no match for me." Such excessive words, Chao Ku retorted dismissively. Sometimes, one should refrain from speaking too confidently, for this world is rife with unexpected occurrences. As his words fell, Chao Ku abruptly raised his right hand skyward. Unbeknownst to him, a fist-sized object had materialized in his grasp, cloaked in black. Unremarkable even when placed in plain sight. However, Lu Wanzhou was all too familiar with it. "A signal device? You intend to call for reinforcements?" Lu Wanzhou's words slipped out almost instinctively. With a sharp crack, a red streak erupted from the object in Chao Ke's hand, soaring through the pitch-black night sky like a meteor, leaving a long tail of flame in its wake, creating a sight as splendid as fireworks. Once fired, the device became useless. Chao Ke casually discarded it onto the ground, eyeing Lu Wenzhou with a smirk. Did you really think me foolish? Aware that I am no match for you, yet still taking risks? Now, my people will see the signal I've sent and rush to my aid. At that point, let us see what you can do. Lu Wenzhou shook his head. A child remains a child. I will require little time to deal with you. Before your Chao family's reinforcements arrive, you shall find yourself prostrate at my feet. Chao Ke's expression turned serious. Is that so? If so, come and try. Prepare yourself to receive my strike. Having sent out the distress signal, Chao Ke knew Lu Wenzhou could not afford to delay any further. Without further ado, Lu Wenzhou charged toward Chao Ke. Chao Ke blinked, and in the blink of an eye, Lu Wenzhou stood before him. Without hesitation, as soon as Lu Wenzhou steadied himself, his fists rained down upon Chao Ke like a torrential downpour. Lu Wenzhou's assault was far superior to that of the youths in the grand competition. To Chao Ke, those competitors appeared as mere children, their attacks akin to slow-motion scenes in a film, lacking any real threat. Lu Wenzhou, however, was a different matter altogether. With a cultivation level exceeding 40, he surpassed Chao Ke by a staggering 15 levels. Facing Lu Wenzhou's onslaught, Chao Ke found himself struggling immensely. By the time Chao Ke realized he needed to evade, Lu Wenzhou's fists were already mere inches from his chest. There was no time to react. He could only cross his arms defensively in a feeble attempt to shield himself. A series of loud thuds resounded as Chao Ke was sent hurtling backward by Lu Wenzhou's single strike, the disparity in their cultivation levels glaringly evident. After flying several meters, Chao Ke crashed to the ground, gasping as a crimson spray of blood erupted from his mouth, indicating severe internal injury. Lu Wenzhou observed Chao Ke, who was laboriously attempting to rise, with a derisive smile. Chao Ke, do you see? This is the consequence of absolute power disparity. No matter how talented you may be, you cannot withstand my assault. With that, Lu Wenzhou turned and strode towards Lu Hongyu, harboring no intention of taking Chao Ke's life. After all, Chao Ke was the third young master of the Chao family. Should he truly kill Chao Ke, it would ignite an all-out conflict between the Chao and Lu families. Lu Wenzhou's plan was to repel Chao Ke and return to Lu Manor with Lu Hongyu, where they would clarify matters before deciding how to proceed. While Lu Wenzhou's intentions were understandable, allowing him to carry out his plan would expose everything, including the assault on Lu Hongyu and the assassination of Lu family members. Such revelations would provoke a relentless vendetta from the Lu family against the Chao family. Additionally, those noble suitors pursuing Lu Hongyu would not spare Chao Ke or the Chao family. Fully aware of these implications, Chao Ke felt a surge of anxiety. As he watched Lu Wenzhou approach Lu Hongyu, he found himself utterly powerless. Lu Wenzhou's earlier strike had drained Chao Ke of any will to resist. The stark gap in their cultivation levels was not just empty rhetoric. This left Chao Ke in a state of utter despair, helplessly watching Lu Wenzhou advance toward Lu Hongyu. Unable to intervene. It's over. A sense of defeat enveloped Chao Ke. Just then, the necklace around his neck let out a soft sigh. It seems I must intervene personally. I owe this little brat a debt. Before the words had fully escaped, a golden streak of light shot forth from the necklace, hurtling toward Lu Wenzhou. Unbeknownst to Lu Wenzhou, who had just incapacitated Chao Ke, the latter still retained the capability to resist. Coupled with the lightning-fast speed of the golden light, Lu Wenzhou had no time to react and was struck directly. The golden light pierced through Lu Wenzhou's left chest, entering his body, only to emerge from his back as if unimpeded by any obstacle, maintaining its original velocity as it completed a wide arc before re-entering the necklace on Chao Ke. From the moment the golden stream of light appeared until it returned to the necklace, what we describe as complex transpired in less than a fleeting second in reality. By the time Chao Ke comprehended the situation, everything had already concluded. Lu Wenzhou, positioned several meters ahead of Chao Ke, suddenly spewed a mouthful of blood, his face reflecting disbelief as he slowly lowered his gaze toward his chest, where he had been struck. Upon seeing the wound, Lu Wenzhou could not help but let out a dreadful scream before collapsing backwards onto the ground. There, on his chest, where the golden stream had made contact, a gaping hole had formed, wide enough for an adult's fist to pass through without resistance. It was precisely where the heart resided. Who could have anticipated that such a slender beam of light could inflict such a horrific injury upon Lu Wenzhou's torso? It was evident that, following this strike, Lu Wenzhou's heart had been obliterated, leaving him with no chance of survival. As Lu Wenzhou lay on the ground, blood gushed from his nostrils and mouth, contrasting starkly with the massive wound on his chest. This wound, despite its gruesome appearance, curiously did not bleed at all. The surrounding area was charred, as though seared by fire. Minutes later, Chao Ke managed to rise unsteadily to his feet. As he staggered to Lu Wenzhou's side, he found Lu Wenzhou's eyes rolled back, clearly on the brink of death. What in the world was happening? Chao Ke addressed the necklace. Did you not claim to be merely a fragment of soul, incapable of striking? How then did you manage to kill Lu Wenzhou? The necklace responded in a somber tone. How dare you question me? Do you have any idea the risk I took to deliver that blow? Indeed, I have left but a remnant of my soul within your necklace, devoid of any offensive capability. Yet that does not imply I am powerless to assist you. I merely feared detection by the Codex. Just now, you were cornered. And if I had not intervened, the consequences would have been dire. Therefore, I had no choice but to take that risk and aid you. However, due to this act, I shall have to remain silent for a considerable time. The Codex is now focused on me, perhaps for an extended period. I will be unable to communicate with you. Do not forget your responsibilities. Take care of yourself. With that, the necklace fell into a profound silence, and Chao Ke realized that the spatial overseer on the other end had severed their connection. Chapter 51. An unexpected encounter with Lu Wenti. And Chao Ke gazed at the motionless Lu Wenzhou, and then shifted his attention to Lu Hongyu, who was leaning against a pillar. With a weary shake of his head, he murmured to himself, although I harbor intentions of accepting Lu Hongyu as my wife, it is unfortunate that one after another, members of the Lu family have met their demise at my hands. I truly do not know how to explain this to her upon her awakening. While the events that transpired may be deemed coincidental, they ultimately stemmed from my own errors. Had the awakening pill I ingested not contained the essence of the flood dragon, perhaps the situation would not have escalated to this point. With a sense of futility, Chao Ke dragged his feet over to Lu Hongyu's side, gently sitting down beside her. Supporting himself with his hands on the ground, he gazed up at the sky, sinking into a profound silence. Before long, the sound of slicing air echoed in the distance, and figures began to streak towards him at an astonishing speed. In mere moments, 5 individuals clad in black appeared before Chao Ke. These 5 were indeed elite members of the Chao family, dispatched by Old Master Chao to search for Chao Chuan's whereabouts. Upon spotting the distress signal emitted by Chao Ke, they hastened to his side. Upon their arrival, the group scanned the surroundings before one of the black-clad figures stepped forward, cupping his fists in respect as he inquired, "Third young master, what has transpired here? Was it you who sent the distress signal?" Chao Ke nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it was I who sent the signal. He gestured towards the lifeless body of Lu Wenzhou lying nearby and continued, "This individual is Lu Wenzhou, the second master of the Lu family. Given the current circumstances, it appears he has departed for the Yellow Springs. We cannot leave him here. You must take care of him and ensure that no trace remains." The 5 black-clad figures were taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief. The leader stepped forward again and respectfully asked, "Might I inquire as to the reason for Lu Wenzhou's demise here?" "However, third young master, yes, indeed. I was the one who killed Lu Wenzhou." Chao Ke confessed without hesitation. This was a desperate move. Should he divulge that the true culprit behind Lu Wenzhou's death was the necklace around his neck? Such a claim would surely render him a madman in their eyes. Moreover, no one would believe such a story. Thus, to avoid unnecessary complications, he took the responsibility for Lu Wenzhou's death upon himself. While the vast disparity in their strengths rendered this explanation hard to believe, it was still more credible than the truth. Upon hearing Chao Ke's admission, the 5 black-clad figures exchanged bewildered glances, their shock palpable. After a moment, the leader commanded 2 of the black-clad members to remove Lu Wenzhou's body. Once this task was complete, the leader turned back to Chao Ke and glanced at the still unconscious Lu Hongyu, softly asking, "Is there anything else, third young master? Should we assist in escorting Miss Lu back to the residence?" Chao Ke waved his hand wearily. "There is no need for your assistance with Lu Hongyu. I will carry her myself. Furthermore, you must dispatch individuals to thoroughly search the surrounding area for any remaining members of the Lu family. The fact that I killed Lu Wenzhou must remain a secret from them. Do you understand?" Noting the seriousness of Chao Ke's last 2 statements, the black-clad leader furrowed his brow and replied, "Third young master, it is not that we do not heed your orders, but we indeed have our own tasks to attend to. You must be aware that Old Master sent us here primarily to locate the missing second young master. If we abandon our mission to search this vicinity, would that not?" Chao Ke interrupted with a cold snort. "You need not search for Chao Chuan any longer. He is currently resting in the guest room of the inn up ahead. he is unlikely to move for a while. Thus, you will have completed Old Master's instructions, and you may proceed with the task I have assigned to you. The leader of the black-clad figures was taken aback. He could not fathom how Chao Ku had so swiftly located Xiao Chuan's hiding place. Yet, since Chao Ku had stated it so confidently, he had no reason to refuse and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The leader then issued a few brief orders to one of his subordinates, who quietly replied, "Understood," and quickly dashed toward the inn indicated by Chao Ku. Chao Ku cleared his throat a couple of times and slowly rose to his feet. He then lifted Lu Hongyu's arm and hoisted her onto his back. However, as he did so, he stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance, prompting the black-clad leader to rush forward to steady him. Chao Ku offered a faint smile. "I am fine. I am merely a bit fatigued." The leader withdrew his hands, standing respectfully to the side. Chao Ku gestured, "You need not remain here any longer. Hurry and search the surroundings. Remember, if you encounter any members of the Lu family, they must be eradicated without mercy. Not a single person who knows the cause of Lu Wenzhou's death must return safely to the Lu residence. This is of utmost importance. I entrust this to you." "Understood." The black-clad leader's expression turned serious as he replied quietly. Without further hesitation, he turned and led his subordinates away, swiftly vanishing from Chao Ku's sight. Chao Ku raised his hand and tore off a substantial piece of fabric from his long robe, draping it over Lu Hongyu's head. This served as a precaution, ensuring that her face would be concealed from any potential encounters with members of the Lu family on their return journey, thereby reducing the likelihood of complications. After completing these tasks, Chao Ku set off towards the Chao residence. After a short while, weary from his exertions, Chao Ku finally arrived at the grand entrance of the Chao residence, with Lu Hongyu still on his back. The house servants, noticing the third young master carrying someone, hurried forward, eager to assist him in lowering the person he carried. Chao Ku shook his head, indicating that they need not offer their help. "I can manage on my own." With that, he parted the crowd and made his way inside the residence. At that moment, a figure emerged from within, striding towards Chao Ku. This individual was tall and possessed an air of scholarly elegance, his eyes sparkling with intelligence, clearly a person of remarkable shrewdness. "Oh, third young master Chao." Upon seeing Chao Ku approach, the individual broke into a warm smile and greeted him in a familiar manner. Chao Ku, taken aback, paused and scrutinized the person before him, perplexed as he inquired, "Might I ask who you are? I do not believe we have met before." The man maintained his warm smile, responding amiably, "Indeed, third young master, and I have not had the pleasure of an introduction. But I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. It is a rare fortune to meet you today." Chao Ku furrowed his brow, although the man had spoken at length. He had yet to clarify his own identity. Seemingly perceiving Chao Ku's thoughts, the man laughed heartily and said, "I am Lu Wentian. And though I am 3 years your senior, if you wish, you may call me Uncle Lu." "Lu Wentian?" At this, Chao Ku was taken aback, suddenly realizing the gravity of the encounter. He exclaimed, "Could it be that you are the third master of the Lu family, Lu Wentian?" The individual slightly clenched his fist and declared, "It is indeed I." Upon acknowledging Lu Wentian, a wave of relief surged within Chao Ku. How astute was his decision to tear off the garment, concealing Lu Hongyu's visage on his back. Who could have anticipated encountering Lu Wentian within the confines of his own Chao residence? Had Lu Hongyu's face remained uncovered, the situation would have escalated dramatically. Reflecting on this, Chao Ku could not help but smile awkwardly. "Ah, it is a visit from Uncle Lu. I extend my greetings to you," he continued. "Might I inquire about the purpose of your late-night visit to our Chao residence?" "Ah, you are too courteous," Lu Wentian responded with an air of refined elegance. "Today, our elder Lu observed your grandfather departing from the grand competition, and out of concern for your Chao family, he requested me to inquire if there is any assistance our Lu family could offer. Hence, I find myself here at this late hour." "Oh," Chao Ku nodded in understanding. "In that case, I shall not delay you further, Uncle Lu. I will take my leave now." With that, Chao Ku attempted to bypass Lu Wentian and exit the area. However, before he could take more than a couple of steps, Lu Wentian reached out to stop him. A pang of anxiety struck Chao Ku as he feared that Lu Wentian might discover Lu Hongyu concealed on his back. Thus, he cautiously regarded Lu Wentian and, with a quivering voice, inquired, "Uncle Lu, is there something else?" Lu Wentian shook his head. "I have just departed from your grandfather's presence. And since there is nothing pressing on my end, it is fortuitous to encounter you, young Chao. I naturally wish to engage in further conversation." Upon hearing this, Chao Ku let out a silent sigh of relief and forced a smile, It is indeed thrilling to see you, Uncle Lu, and I have much to discuss. However, the hour is late, and I find myself rather fatigued. Shall we postpone our conversation until another time? Lu Wentian nodded, seemingly in agreement with Chao Kue's sentiment, which allowed the latter a moment of relaxation. Yet, Lu Wentian's subsequent remarks sent Chao Kue's heart racing once more. Young Chao, why do you carry a woman on your back at this late hour? Moreover, she is covered by a piece of tattered cloth. As he spoke, Lu Wentian leaned in closer, as if attempting to peer through the fabric to discern the identity of the concealed individual. Chapter 52. What is wrong? Upon noticing Lu Wentian approaching, Chao Kue was immediately alarmed and hurriedly took a step back, maintaining a distance from him. Trembling, he stammered, Lu, Uncle Lu, the person on my back is my fiancée Yi Hongxiu. She had a delightful time today and, having had a few more drinks with me, has fallen asleep. Yes, she is indeed asleep, and it's truly inconvenient for her to meet you. Hongxiu? Lu Wentian replied, his face a mask of confusion. But I sense a certain familiarity about her. Especially her dress. It evokes an uncanny sense of deja vu. Chao Kue shuddered. What are you saying, Uncle Lu? You know how girls are. They adore beauty. Once a beautiful dress catches their eye, it's only natural for them to acquire it. Perhaps the long dress Hongxiu wears is quite popular on the streets, which might explain your sense of familiarity, don't you think? Lu Wentian's brow subtly furrowed, though unnoticed by others. Oh, is that so? Perhaps I am overthinking it. Chao Kue forced a smile. Yes, that must be it. The more one sees, the more fixed their thoughts become. It's simply human nature. Lu Wentian nodded, shifting the topic with a light-hearted tone. Today at the competition, I was truly impressed by your remarkable performance, third young master. With just 2 moves, you sent your opponent off the stage. Your cultivation has indeed broadened our horizons. Uncle Lu, you flatter me. Chao Kue shook his head. These trivial tricks of mine are mere childish play in your eyes. I am quite aware of my limitations. So please refrain from such praise. It leaves me bewildered. Lu Wentian waved his hand dismissively. Ah, third young master, such humility. In my view, you are undoubtedly the leading contender for the championship. Chao Kue was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled. Uncle Lu, what do you truly think when you say that? Am I really the frontrunner for the championship? I doubt it. As he spoke, Chao Kue cast a sidelong glance at Lu Wentian and continued in a somber tone. A few days ago, at the auction, that evil soul stone was purchased by your Lu family, correct? Don't think I'm unaware of everything. We both know its significance, and it's clear your family is determined to possess it. Moreover, my elder brother inadvertently mentioned that your family seems to have produced a martial genius. If we consider these 2 matters together, should I not draw certain conclusions? Lu Wentian's eyes gleamed with intensity. He snorted coldly. What are you implying, third young master? Chao Kue smirked. I speak plainly before clear-headed individuals. Why the need for such questions, Uncle Lu? My intention is simply to convey a message to that genius in your Lu household. In this world, he is not the only one endowed with such talent. I shall await him on the final stage. At this juncture, Chao Kue no longer concealed his intent. His piercing gaze met Lu Wentian's without a hint of weakness. Lu Wentian was clearly taken aback by Chao Kue's directness. His purpose in confronting Chao Kue was to verify the various speculations regarding him, expecting that Chao Kue would be evasive. Yet, to his surprise, their exchange had barely begun when Chao Kue boldly issued a challenge to Lu Tong to await him on the final stage. Such a confident declaration. As Chao Kue spoke, the boldness emanating from him astonished the usually thoughtful Lu Wentian, as if the hundreds of talented youths participating in the competition were mere ants in Chao Kue's eyes. Furthermore, the implications of Chao Kue's words were unmistakable. The final stage is not easily attained. After all, just today, many extraordinary talents emerged in this first round of the competition. Take that high village S. Long Yi. For instance, he undoubtedly possesses the strength to contend with your Lu family S. Lu Tong. In this context, Chao Kue's assertion to meet Lu Ting in the finals clearly implied, if Lu Ting, hailed as an unparalleled talent of the Lu family, cannot reach the finals, he is unworthy to be my opponent. He might as well quietly retreat to avoid further embarrassment. High village S. Long Yi, a young talent? What are they to me? Mere ants. With this understanding, Lu Wentian regarded Chao Kue with a grave expression, unsure of how to respond. Thus, the two maintained their gaze, locked in silence, creating an oddly tense atmosphere. Before long, a voice shattered this tension. Kuer? Wentian? What are you two doing? Squabbling? It was none other than old Master Chao. Word of the events surrounding Chao Kue and Chao Chuan had swiftly reached the old master, who feared that Chao Ke might inadvertently encounter Lu Wentian upon returning home. Hence, he had come out specifically to intervene. Upon reaching the entrance of the Chao residence, he found the two caught in a silent standoff, prompting him to speak up to defuse the situation. Grandfather, Chao Ke and Lu Wentian withdrew their gazes and bowed respectfully to Old Master Chao. Oh. Old Master Chao squinted slightly, casually commanding, Kur, why have you returned so late? Where were you off gallivanting? Hurry back to your room and get some rest. Do you not know there is a major competition tomorrow? Yes, grandfather. Chao Ke responded dutifully. He understood that while the old master's words seemed to carry a hint of reproach, they actually served to extricate him from his predicament. With Lu Wentian's probing, it would have been difficult for Chao Ke to escape alone, and the longer he lingered, the greater the risk of exposing Lu Hongyu on his back. The old master's timely appearance resolved this issue perfectly. Thus, after subtly nodding to Lu Wentian, Chao Ke boldly carried Lu Hongyu away. As Chao Ke departed, Lu Wentian felt an inexplicable sense of unease, a lingering discomfort that he could not shake off. As if an inner voice warned him that letting Chao Ke go would mean relinquishing hope and inviting disaster. Wentian, my good nephew. Old Master Chao observed Lu Wentian's pensive expression and spoke solemnly, return and inform your father that our Chao family appreciates his concern. Regardless of what transpires within our family, we shall resolve it ourselves, without needing assistance from the Lu family. Oh, Lu Wentian absent-mindedly replied, bowing once more to Old Master Chao before stepping heavily out of the Chao residence, disappearing into the vastness of the night. As Lu Wentian watched the figure of Chao Leoi fade into the distance, a cold chuckle escaped his lips. He said little more, turning his form towards the small courtyard where Chao Ke resided. Wentian, are you suggesting that that young rascal Chao Ke has returned to the Chao residence? Upon hearing Lu Wentian's report, the elderly Lu furrowed his white brows, his voice laced with incredulity. If Chao Ke has safely returned to the Chao household, then why has Wenzhou yet to come back? Did I not assign him to keep an eye on that brat? Where could he possibly be now? Lu Wenyu stepped forward, his tone subdued as he inquired, Father, should we not send out a few men to search for the whereabouts of our second son? I am concerned. A tremor coursed through Lu Leoi's heart. Although Lu Wenyu did not articulate his fears, Lu Leo, being a man of insight, could easily fathom his son's unspoken thoughts. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he nodded in agreement. Indeed, that would be prudent. Wenyu, take a larger group with you. You must bring Wenzhou back to me. Yes. Lu Wenyu replied resolutely, clasping his fist before turning on his heel and striding out of the room. Once Lu Wenyu's silhouette vanished from sight, Lu Leoi turned to Lu Wentian and inquired, Wentian, based on your observations, does this Chao Ke possess extraordinary talents, particularly in martial arts? Lu Wentian, his expression grave, nodded affirmatively. I can now state with absolute certainty that Chao Ke is no ordinary individual. In our conversation, he exhibited no concealment of his own prowess, even audaciously instructing me to relay to the ninth young master that he, Chao Ke, would await his challenge on the stage of the grand finals. Did Chao Ke truly say such a thing? Lu Leoi asked with urgency. Lu Wentian confirmed with a nod. Indeed, without a doubt. Very well, Lu Leoi chuckled. This clarity of our objective is advantageous, no matter how gifted Chao Ke may be. He shall never be a match for our ninth young master. Let us not forget that sinister soul stone is in the possession of our Lu family. Even if Chao Ke shares the same innate talent for cultivation as the ninth young master, without that stone, his hopes of victory are utterly dashed. When he and the ninth young master face each other on the arena, it will mark the day of Chao Ke's demise. The Chao family is destined to lose a remarkably gifted scion. Let us see how old Chao dares to contend with me. Observing the exhilarated demeanor of Lu Leoi, Lu Wentian hesitated, words caught in his throat. His mind remained entrenched in an unsettling sensation that something was amiss. Yet, should he articulate this feeling, he could not provide a coherent rationale. Thus, even amidst his internal turmoil, he refrained from further reporting to Lu Leoi. After all, conjecture without evidence was wholly insubstantial. Lu Wentian, wise in many things yet momentarily befuddled, perhaps should have voiced his instinctive concerns. If he had, Lu Leo, as an astute observer, might have discerned the crux of the issue. In such a case, the predicament facing the Lu family would have unfolded quite differently. Chapter 53. Collaborating with the tiger to skin it the next day, the grand competition continued. As the members of the Chao family appeared in the stands, many discerning spectators easily noticed a subtle difference. Chao Chuan, the second young master of the Chao family, and Hong Xiao, the fiancé of Chao Ku, were conspicuously absent from the family's ranks. While Hong Xiu's absence was somewhat understandable, after all, she was still an unmarried young lady, and it was reasonable for her to avoid the limelight. Chao Chuan's absence was entirely unexpected. It was known that today's competition would feature the trials of the lower bracket, in which Chao Chuan was a participant. Could it be that the second young master of the Chao family was opting to forego this competition? Below the stands, some curious onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. Before long, when the Lu family's team arrived, the whispers intensified. Old Master Lu raised his hand dismissively. Though our Lu and Chao families have had our differences in Wanghai City, it has never escalated to the point of covertly harming one another. Why would I have any reason to target that young rascal, Chao Chuan? Hearing this, Old Master Chao chuckled lightly, then snorted. Then why are you sitting beside me this early in the morning, inquiring about our affairs? What is your intent? Old Master Lu glanced around to ensure there were no eavesdroppers, and then spoke softly to Old Master Chao. To be frank, last night not only did your second grandson go missing, but my second son, Lu Wenzhou, has also inexplicably vanished, with no trace of him to be found, causing me considerable distress. Oh? Old Master Chao's face registered shock. Wenzhou has gone missing as well? Indeed. Old Master Lu sighed helplessly. I had originally sent Wenzhou out last night on an errand, but never did I expect that this middle-aged man would simply disappear into thin air. Currently, Wenyu is leading a search for him throughout the city. Old Master Chao nodded, observing the troubled expression on Old Master Lu's face without offering a word, seemingly waiting for him to continue. After a pause, Old Master Lu added, in fact, many individuals from the Lu household have gone missing recently, including several of my sons and grandsons, and even my most cherished granddaughter, Xiaoyu. It was only a few days ago that I received news from the city lord's mansion, revealing that most of my sons and grandsons have been slaughtered by a mysterious force. Such a thing actually occurred? Old Master Chao's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Indeed. Old Master Lu slammed his thigh in frustration. My Lu family, once thriving and filled with life, now faces the sorrow of losing our loved ones, and I have yet to find a single body among them. Old Master Chao, filled with indignation, clasped Old Master Lu's shoulder. What malevolent force could be behind such devastation, inflicting such losses upon your family? Truly, the heavens have turned a blind eye. Old Master Lu looked at him gratefully. Thank you, Old Chao, for your comforting words in this time of distress. It is in adversity that true friendship reveals itself. I never anticipated that despite our long-standing differences, you would offer solace during my most trying times. Old Master Chao patted him affectionately, saying, we have known each other for decades. Rivalry is one thing, but our bond is a different matter entirely. Old Master Lu nodded resolutely. In light of this, I will speak candidly. With our family suffering continuous losses, and now your direct kin also missing, it is evident that a formidable force is targeting our three families. Our Lu family appears to be their primary target, while your Chao family is next in line. Therefore, why do we not unite our strengths to uncover this lurking menace and eradicate it? This way, we can ensure our safety. So, this is what you have been circling around to say? Old Master Chao chuckled. I have no objections to the alliance between our families. Moreover, if necessary, I can persuade Old Bai to join us. With the three families united, we need not fear even if the sky were to fall. Wait, Old Chao. Do not approach Old Bai. Old Master Lu raised his hand urgently, halting Old Master Chao. Do you not understand? If we are under attack, the Bai family stands to gain the most from our misfortune. Thus, it is highly likely that this mysterious force targeting us is indeed the Bai family. Until we have irrefutable evidence proving their innocence, we cannot disclose our alliance to Old Bai. Old Master Chao was amused by Old Master Lu's reasoning, yet feigned a frown and hesitantly inquired, You suspect Old Bai of plotting against us? Surely not. One must always be cautious. Old Master Lu replied vehemently. Regardless of whether they are involved, we must remain vigilant. Very well, I shall heed your counsel, Old Master Chao conceded. So, it is settled. Old Master Lu smiled eagerly. Once tonight's competition concludes, I will have Wentian discreetly visit your residence to discuss the specifics of our alliance. There are too many eyes here, so I shall take my leave with that. Old Master Lu clasped Old Master Chao's shoulder, expressing gratitude with a nod before returning to his seat. Once Old Master Lu had distanced himself, Old Master Chao turned to the now flushed Chao Ku and remarked with a hint of irony, What a twist of fate. That old Lu would seek an alliance with the very mysterious force he despises. Is this not amusing? Chao Ku, having overheard every word exchanged between the two elders, could no longer contain his laughter at old Master Chow's comment, his mirth echoing as he pounded the armrest of his chair, thoroughly entertained. Fortunately, the competition had yet to commence, and the bustling crowd at Tianhai Square paid little heed to Chow Ko's exuberance. If old Lu were to discover that our Chow family was the very mysterious force targeting his Lu family, he would surely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. Chow Ko's eyes sparkled with glee. Old Master Chow snorted. This is entirely of their own making. Chapter 54. The appearance of long see this is what one calls the consequences of one's own actions. Chow Ko smirked lightly, expressing a sense of schadenfreude. The grandfather and grandson exchanged glances, and then they both involuntarily burst into laughter. At that moment, Chow Hong, leading the forces of the city lord's mansion, ascended the platform. Upon seeing his grandfather and brother laughing so heartily, curiosity piqued within him, and he hurried to sit beside the elder Chow, inquisitively asking, "Grandfather, what has you and third brother so amused?" Chow Lazizi smiled without replying, while Chow Ko leaned forward and succinctly recounted everything that old Master Lu had mentioned earlier. After listening, Chow Hong wore a beaming smile. The development of this situation is rather unexpected, isn't it? We were racking our brains to figure out how to scheme against the Lu family, and they just delivered themselves to us. Chow Ko snapped his fingers in delight. Is it any wonder that the Lu family's fortunes have run dry? Chow Lazizi waved his hand, interjecting, in that case, we need not be courteous with them. Honger, Kur, after today's grand competition concludes, accompany me to my study, and we shall discuss our next course of action in detail. Such a providential opportunity should not be squandered. If we fail to teach the Lu family a lesson, we would truly be remiss in acknowledging heaven's intentions. Understood. Chow Ko and Chow Hong both clasped their fists in respect, responding earnestly. Setting aside the secretly delighted Chow family trio, the grand competition commenced with great fervor. The Tianhai Square was a bustling sea of humanity, with scarcely a spot to stand as voices mingled in a cacophony of excitement. As on the previous day, the competition was still presided over by the effeminate Aji. When he pranced onto the stage, Chow Ko nearly spat out the tea he had just sipped. For today, Aji was clad in a tight-fitting crimson outfit. While one could honestly say Aji had a commendable physique, his garish red attire, combined with his overly delicate mannerisms, rendered him decidedly awkward to behold. Casting a glance at the solemn Chow Lazizi, Chow Ko could not help but inquire, "Grandfather, don't you find this Aji fellow somewhat peculiar?" Chow Lazizi shook his head noncommittally. "Is that so? I have not perceived anything unusual. What precisely is out of the ordinary?" Chow Ko was taken aback. "Grandfather, are you jesting? Look at Aji. His physique, his attire, his gestures. How can anyone consider that normal?" Chow Lazizi regarded him quizzically. "Kur, are you suggesting that Aji's somewhat feminine demeanor and attire are inappropriate? How can you speak so of him? His preferences and habits are his own, and they have no bearing on us. If we dislike it, we should simply keep our distance instead of ridiculing him. What a fuss over nothing." Chow Ko felt momentarily speechless, as if he had swallowed a fly, a sensation of discomfort washing over him. Ignoring his grandfather, he turned to Chow Hong. "Elder brother, what do you think? Do you share grandfather's perspective?" Chow Hong, feigning concern, replied, "Third brother, are you unwell today? Why fixate on Aji's peculiarities? Some individuals are simply born different. It is not a matter of their choosing. You need not trouble yourself with such matters. This is illogical." Chow Ko muttered, bewildered. How can the people of Ling Tian continent not feel curious or disdainful towards someone like Aji? It truly baffles me. Chow Lazizi's expression grew slightly stern. "Kur, cease your unfounded speculations and focus on the competition. Perhaps among the upcoming contestants, you may encounter your future adversaries. To secure victory, one must know both oneself and one's opponents, ensuring triumph in every battle until the ultimate crown is claimed." "Yes, grandfather," Chow Ko replied, somewhat disheartened, reluctantly shifting his attention back to the competition. This year's competition attracted a multitude of participants, necessitating a division into two halves by drawing lots, with the champions of each half ultimately vying for the title. The first day saw the contests of the upper half, and naturally, today was designated for the lower half's trials. The Lu family's prodigy, Lu Ting, was set to make his appearance today. He was the primary focus of Chow Ko's observations. As Aji continued his hosting duties, the competition proceeded smoothly. The contestants' remarkable performances elicited cheers from the audience, creating an atmosphere of vibrant excitement. Yet, as Chow Ko watched, his eyelids slowly drooped. Being a delinquent at heart, It was impossible for him to remain alert while witnessing the sluggishly paced contests. It was akin to being lulled into a trance. However, with Chow Lazizi sitting beside him, Chow dared not openly succumb to slumber, opting instead for discreetly stealing a few moments of drowsiness. Thus, in a state of semi-consciousness, time swiftly passed by, and the 13th match was about to commence. Everyone, please quiet down. Aji returned to the stage, utilizing a sound amplification device to raise his voice. I understand the previous match was quite thrilling, and your excitement is perfectly natural, but please trust me, the upcoming contests will only get more exhilarating. Such raucous noise will only hinder the progress of the competition. Upon hearing Aji's words, the audience gradually quieted. Aji nodded. That's better. Like everyone here, I too feel exhilarated watching these talented youths compete fiercely on stage. My heart races with anticipation. However, let the concluded matches remain in the past. There is no need for us to argue in favor of any particular contestant. With over 100 competitors, we cannot support them all, can we? Clearing his throat, Aji surveyed the crowd, noticing that all eyes were now on him. And he smiled in satisfaction. Next, we shall witness a match between Zhao Hu from Zhao Village and Long Si from Hai Village. Do you all recall the astonishment we felt during yesterday's match when Long Yi, also from Hai Village, showcased his prowess? Long Si, bearing a name that indicates their brotherly bond, does he possess an equally remarkable strength? Let us await the spectacle. With that, Aji slightly turned, gesturing for the contestants to take their positions. Two young men strode confidently onto the stage. On the left stood Zhao Hu, a towering figure with a physique reminiscent of a bear, over 2 meters tall, his muscles bulging like iron. His fierce expression exuded an aura of intimidation. On the right was Long Si, approximately 1 meter 80 tall, clad in sleek black attire that allowed for agile movement. His every action graceful and light as if he bore no weight. Unlike Zhao Hu, Long Si wore a face etched with determination, radiating an air of unwavering confidence. Zhao Hu and Long Si took their positions at either side of Aji. Aji looked at Zhao Hu, then at Long Si, and smiled. Are both of you adequately prepared? Zhao Hu grunted in a low voice. I have long been prepared, and shall undoubtedly devour this fellow known as Long Si. Long Si disdainfully curled his lip, retorting, Aren't you afraid the wind might cause you to trip over your own tongue? Just make sure you don't come crying to me for mercy later. As they exchanged fierce glares, the atmosphere crackled with their burning combat intent even before the contest had commenced. Aki, observing the eager hostility between the two, couldn't help but feel a sense of amusement. It was precisely the fervor he had hoped for. Thus, he proclaimed with clarity, Now, let the 13th match begin. No sooner had the words left his lips than Aki dashed off the stage with remarkable speed, as though fearing he might inadvertently become a casualty of their impending clash. His hasty retreat elicited laughter from the entire audience, all of whom were now fully engaged, their attention riveted on the two young combatants on the stage. With the illustrious Long Yi's reputation preceding him, the entrance of Long Si had piqued the curiosity of the crowd. Everyone yearned to witness whether these two youths from Haitsuan possessed a similarly prodigious martial prowess. Old Master Chow slightly turned towards Chow Hong, speaking in hushed tones, Honger, I tasked you with investigating the origins of that boy named Long Yi. What have you discovered? Chow Hong's face flushed with embarrassment as he replied, Grandfather, I beg your pardon, I have utilized nearly all the resources of the city lord's estate, yet I could not uncover the whereabouts of this Haitsuan. It seems that both Long Yi and the current contender, Long Si, have shrouded their backgrounds in secrecy. Old Master Chow nodded thoughtfully. A village, no matter how small, should be traceable within the jurisdiction of our Tongtian Empire. Your inability to find it implies that Haitsuan likely does not exist. Here's what we shall do. After this match concludes, you will inquire with Long Yi and Long Si about their purpose for participating in the grand competition under the guise of official capacity. Should you uncover any information, be sure to notify me at the Chow residence. Yes, I shall comply without fail. Chow responded dutifully. Meanwhile, atop the stage, Zhao Hu and Long Si could hardly contain their eagerness to engage in battle. Zhao Hu bellowed, summoning all his strength as he propelled himself forward, transforming his entire body into a formidable weapon aimed at the distant Long Si. Despite Zhao Hu's ferocious advance, Long Si remained unperturbed, casually raising his fist to meet the oncoming assault. Chapter 55, Contest of Source Power. With a dull thud, Long Si and Zhao Hu collided fiercely. The ensuing scene plunged the entirety of Tianhai Square into astonishment. Zhao Hu, who had been charging forward with great vigor, came to an abrupt halt after the collision, trembling uncontrollably and unable to advance any further, frozen in place. In contrast, Long Si maintained his indifferent demeanor, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he observed Zhao Hu's futile struggles to push past him. Both were exerting themselves. Yet a temporary equilibrium was established. The transition from the rapid charge to the current standoff was jarringly surreal, evoking a sense of unreality. In truth, the two were secretly channeling their source power, engaging in a perilous contest of strength. This contest hinged upon the depth of their source cultivation. The one with the superior force would ultimately claim victory. Despite the straightforward nature of this competition, few cultivators were willing to engage in such a manner. For the stakes were dire. A single misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Most spectators at the arena, being ordinary individuals and not practitioners, lacked understanding of the covert source power clash between Long Si and Zhao Hu. However, they were not oblivious to the spectacle before them. Zhao Hu, towering and seemingly forged from steel, when charging with full force, could easily be imagined crashing through a wall, even without the enhancement of source power. Yet, before the relatively slender Long Si, Zhao Hu found himself incapable of gaining even an inch, revealing a significant disparity in their strengths. In that moment, the crowd buzzed with speculation, curious about the enigmatic Long Si and his brother Long Yi, who had appeared the previous day, along with the village of Haitsuan from which they hailed. How could such a humble village produce such formidable siblings? In the stands, the drowsy Chao Ku was now entirely alert, intently focused on Long Si at the center of the arena, his brows furrowed in concentration as he muttered. To think they would start with a contest of source power. Is this truly necessary? The elder Chao reflected. This Long Si is certainly on par with the Long Yi from yesterday. Chao Hong nodded in agreement. Indeed, Long Yi's effortless defeat of Zhang Xiang was astonishing enough. Who would have guessed that Long Si, hailing from the same village, possesses such prowess? There must be more to this than meets the eye. Hong, there's no need to wait further. Immediately send someone to contact Long Yi and ascertain their intentions for participating in this grand competition. Chao Ke commanded. Yes, sir. Chao Hong responded respectfully before swiftly rising from his seat and hurrying down the stands to attend to the matter himself. Others, like the Liu and Bai families, mirrored the Chao family's urgency, recognizing that the confrontation between the Long brothers was unprecedented in the realm of internal power. Unless both parties withdrew their energies or an equally skilled expert intervened, the contest could only conclude when one emerged victorious. The situation facing Long Si and Zhao Hu adhered to this principle. If they continued to directly pit their source power against one another, Long Si could manage. But Zhao Hu might find himself overwhelmed. Thus, Zhao Hu was compelled to muster the last of his strength, striving to shatter the equilibrium between them in hopes of ending this precarious clash. However, not all circumstances bend to human will. As Zhao Hu unleashed his full force in a desperate strike, Long Si adeptly adjusted his source power output, restoring their balance once more. This equilibrium indicated that Zhao Hu's attempts to terminate their direct contest had utterly failed. Faced with this outcome, Zhao Hu felt a wave of despair wash over him. Heavens! Is this a jest? I am nearly exhausted, yet cannot extricate myself from Long Si's grip. What am I to do? Surrender? That would be utterly humiliating. Observing Zhao Hu's contorted visage, Long Si chuckled. What is this? Wishing to end this stalemate? Such a lovely thought. Did you seek my consent before making that decision? Zhao Hu's square face flushed crimson as he struggled to respond. We are merely engaged in a contest, Long Go. There is no need for such seriousness. After all, such a perilous direct comparison of source power could lead to dire consequences for our lives. Perhaps we could simply withdraw our energies and part ways? Withdraw? Long Si smirked. You think you can just suggest that? Do you take me for someone easy to persuade? You were quite boastful at first, were you not? Threatening to devour me whole. Well then, come and try it. I shall be waiting here. Zhao Hu could only manage a bitter smile, his voice trembling as he replied, That was my folly for underestimating your strength, Long Go. Please, have mercy and let us part ways. Long Si shook his head. Instead of groveling here, why not simply surrender? If you concede, I shall naturally withdraw my power. Surrender? Zhao Hu shot an incredulous glance at Long Si. Are you insulting me? Do you not know that in the Tongtian Empire, the most despised individuals are not the ordinary powerless folk, but the cultivators who surrender to their foes? I can accept defeat, even a humiliating one, but I cannot surrender. Once I do, my life as I know it is over. Must I spell this out for you? Long Si paused, pondering, is such a custom truly upheld in your Tongtian Empire? It seems rather oppressive. Zhao Hu, unable to hear Long Si's musings, forced a smile and replied, What did you say? Could you speak up? I can't quite catch that. Long Si shot Zhao Hu an exasperated glance, opting not to clarify. Very well then, I shall indulge you. On my command. We shall both withdraw our energies. At Long Si's words, Zhao Hu felt a wave of relief wash over him and quickly nodded in agreement. With Zhao Hu's consent, Long Si wasted no time. 3, 2, 1, release. He commanded, and both simultaneously channeled their source power, finally separating. Long Si took a slight step back, his single arm gracefully sweeping through the air, returning to his chest with an air of nonchalance. In stark contrast, Zhao Hu stumbled backward several steps, barely managing to regain his footing, swaying precariously before remaining upright. Soon after, a trickle of crimson blood escaped from Zhao Hu's lips, mingling with the sweat on his chin, trailing down his neck and splattering onto the ground, creating a small, dark stain. Faced with such a predicament, Zhao Hu finally exhaled deeply. At this moment, he had relinquished all desire to continue battling Long Si, as he had come to a profound realization. Long Si's prowess was simply beyond his capacity to contend with. Merely escaping with his life was already a concession from Long Si. Thus, Zhao Hu discreetly offered a faint smile to Long Si and softly remarked, "Thank you, Brother Long. Now, please, do strike me down." Although Long Si was unable to discern Zhao Hu's words from afar, he could infer the essence from the movement of his lips. Gradually nodding, Long Si raised his right hand and gently waved it towards the trembling Zhao Hu. Chapter 56. The entrance of Lu Ting. Zhao Hu, already on the verge of collapse, was propelled into the air by Long Si's gentle wave, his massive form soaring as if spring-loaded. Moments later, he executed several graceful spins in midair before crashing down onto the ground beside the arena, groaning and unable to move. On the platform, Long Si stood with his nostrils flared, arms crossed, and coldly uttered a single word, "Thank you," without waiting for Aki, the tournament's host, to speak. He turned and strode away, leaving his destination unknown. When Aki finally ascended the stage, he found the aftermath of the previous match peculiar. One contestant had been carried away for medical attention, while the other had vanished entirely. This strange scenario left Aki feeling quite embarrassed. He had intended to interview the enigmatic Long Si, as the lineage of the Long brothers had sparked immense curiosity among the prominent families of Wanhai City. Just moments ago, members from the 3 leading families had sought him out, eager to glean more information about the Long brothers. However, Aki, as the tournament's host, was no more informed than they were and could not provide any more valuable intelligence. The 3 families, having scoured for traces of Long E without success, had tasked Aki with coaxing information from Long Si. Naturally, Aki dared not defy the wishes of the 3 families. After all, opposing them in Wanhai City would be a folly most dire. Thus, as soon as Long Si's match against Zhao Hu concluded, Aki swiftly ascended the stage, hoping to fulfill the assignment given to him by the families under the pretense of a post-match interview. To his dismay, Long Si had seemingly anticipated his intentions and left before Aki could engage him, leaving Aki in a precarious position after boasting to the families about his ability to accomplish the task. After lingering on the stage for some time without other options, Aki coughed awkwardly and, utilizing the amplification device, announced, "Next, please enjoy the 14th match, featuring Qin Dong from Qin Family Village against Gu Ping from the Xiangrui Trading Company." With that, he hastily exited the stage without lingering, for he needed to explain to the 3 families why he had failed to fulfill his task. Angering them could signal the end of his own prospects. In the stands, Chao Hong, Lu Wentian, and Baiyu had returned to their respective family positions. It seemed that Aki was unable to assist them in uncovering the origins of the Long brothers. Observing the events unfold on the stage, Chao Hong shook his head in resignation and sighed. Chao Ka pondered for a moment before turning to Chao Hong. "Elder brother, do you think the Long brothers are intentionally avoiding us?" Chao Hong nodded. "It is evident. During today's tournament, the Long Yi who appeared yesterday did not show, and Long Si departed faster than a rabbit. They clearly wish to evade detection." Chao Leo, the elder of the Chao family, responded thoughtfully, "Indeed. The actions of the Long brothers indicate that they are not yet ready for us to find them. In that case, let us observe patiently how far they can progress in this competition." Chao Hong furrowed his brow. "Grandfather, do you not find it strange? The Long brothers possess such remarkable abilities. They need not participate in this tournament. As we previously analyzed, their presence here must serve a purpose. And within the entire Wahai City, the only entities that could fulfill their needs are the 3 families. Why then do they avoid us and refuse to engage?" Chao Leoi smiled faintly, not immediately answering Chao Hong's inquiry. Instead, he turned to Chao Ku. Upon noticing the elder's gaze, Chao Ku instinctively pointed to himself in surprise. Chao Leoi nodded, his eyes brimming with encouragement. Lowering his head in contemplation, Chao Ku gradually spoke. If I were in a situation where I did not know the other party, yet required something from them, I would certainly first demonstrate my sincerity. By this logic, the Long brothers' current evasion is easily understood. If they are indeed exceptional martial arts talents, their participation in the tournament would be to attract the attention of the three families. However, merely gaining entry into the families would not suffice for them. With their talents, they could achieve even more, requiring them to showcase their abilities before the families to gain proper recognition. If the Long brothers indeed think this way, they must be aiming to seize the tournament's crown before approaching us. At that point, how could we not take them seriously? How could we deny them the best treatment? Chao Leoi gently patted Chao Ku's shoulder, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. You are correct. The Long brothers' current aspirations likely fall within this realm. Even if they harbor ulterior motives, winning the tournament would provide them with significant leverage in negotiations. Thus, their avoidance of us is entirely reasonable. Understanding dawned on Chao Hong as he nodded. So, grandfather, shall we await the final results of the tournament? Precisely, Chao Leoi affirmed. The Long brothers do not wish for us to engage with them. Even if we were to find them, it would be futile. Furthermore, if we cannot reach the Long brothers, the Lu and Bai families will also be unable to do so. Therefore, we need not rush. Let us patiently await the outcome. Understood. Chao Ku and Chao Hong respectfully clasped their fists in salute, acknowledging their elders' final decree. Others, including the Lu and Bai families, shared the same assessment. Lu Leoi and Bai Leoi, both having collaborated with Chao Leoi to establish the formidable three families, possessed comparable acumen. Thus, the three families reached a tacit agreement without the need for discussion, adopting a unified strategy. Regardless of the clandestine arrangements made by the three families, the tournament would proceed as planned. In the ensuing matches, each contestant showcased their unique abilities, delivering exhilarating performances that elevated the audience's excitement to new heights. Amidst this intense competition, time seemed to accelerate, and before long, the sun dipped below the horizon, ushering in the night unnoticed. Finally, after the conclusion of the 47th match, Aki returned to the stage. Displaying signs of fatigue after a day of speech, he nevertheless maintained his fervor as he proclaimed in an electrifying voice, nearly shouting, "Next, we will witness the final match of today's tournament, the last bout of the entire lower bracket. Following this match, the first phase of the tournament will come to a close. Of course, the competitor in this grand finale is none other than the frontrunner for the championship, Lu family's ninth young master, Lu Ting. Let us all extend the warmest applause to welcome the unparalleled prodigy of Wahai City." Accompanied by Aki's commentary, the entirety of Tianhai Square was engulfed in a fervent uproar. Even prior to the grand competition, whispers of the Lu family's once-in-a-century martial arts genius had circulated among the populace. Now, at last, they were to witness this extraordinary talent in the arena. An event akin to a pilgrimage for these ordinary individuals. Consequently, all spectators, including those seasoned powers in the stands, erupted in wild cheers to greet Lu Teng's entrance. Amidst the resounding shouts and jubilations, the ninth son of the Lu family, Lu Teng, ascended the stage with a leisurely gait. As he walked, he waved his right hand, frequently acknowledging the nearly frenzied crowd below, embodying the demeanor of a successful individual basking in boundless glory. Observing Lu Teng's ostentatious display, Chao Ku scoffed disdainfully, muttering under his breath, "What is so remarkable about him? It's merely a result of effective prior promotion. When it comes to genuine skill, he may not stand a chance against me." Startled by Chao Ku's comment, the elder Chao turned to him and inquired, "Kur, what exactly do you mean by this so-called promotion?" Chao Ku's expression darkened as he hastily explained, "This promotion refers to, well, it's essentially pre-event publicity. The reason Lu Ting enjoys such high support among the citizens of Wanghai City is that the Lu family has amplified his cultivation talent in advance, naturally creating a sensational effect akin to the adoration of a star." Promotion? The elder Chao paused, momentarily taken aback, and fell into a brief silence. Chapter 57. Propaganda. Chao Ku observed that the elder Chao had fallen into deep contemplation, prompting him to explain in detail, "Grandfather, do not underestimate the power of propaganda. Nowadays, subtle and discreet actions often yield the most favorable outcomes. Of course, when dealing with the Lu family, covert operations are indeed the optimal choice. However, there are many other matters that require overt methods to establish credibility, much like the concept of public sentiment, the Tongtian Empire, and indeed the entire Spirit Heaven continent, suffers from its most significant drawback, the insularity of information. This issue cannot be resolved by merely a handful of individuals. It is an inevitable consequence of the continent's developmental stagnation. Nevertheless, we can transcend this predicament and implement our own unique methods of disseminating information. Have you not noticed? The Liu family has already embarked on this path. To be blunt, the Liu family has outpaced our Chao family in this regard. The popularity of Liu Ting in Huahai City is a direct testament to the Liu family's emphasis on information dissemination and utilization, long before the grand competition. I heard you mention the emergence of a martial genius from the Liu family. In the past, such news would have been closely guarded, as families feared jealousy might harm their prodigy. Yet, the Liu family took the opposite approach, subtly spreading Liu Tong's existence and allowing the voices of the common folk to promote him, resulting in the current fervor surrounding his appearance. However, if you believe the Liu family's control over information is merely for transient fame, you are gravely mistaken. In my humble opinion, the Liu family has secured at least 3 significant advantages from this endeavor. First and foremost, they have garnered public support. In an era devoid of war, with peace reigning and the populace enjoying prosperity, while such a state is desired by all, the unfulfilled dreams of heroism linger in the hearts of many. Liu Ting's rise fulfills this longing, and with the Liu family's deliberate promotion, he swiftly becomes a hero in the eyes of the people, as evidenced by the fervor of the audience. Secondly, the Liu family has enhanced its visibility and recognition among the populace. In Huahai City, the Chao Liu, and by families stand on equal footing. In a battle of strength, none can overpower the others. Yet, this overlooks a crucial factor, the support of the masses, which I referred to as public sentiment. The Liu family has successfully established Liu Tong's prominence among the people. As he gains fame, so too does the Liu family, benefiting them immensely. To illustrate, all 3 families have businesses catering to the public in Huahai City, and the success of these enterprises hinges entirely on public support. If the people favor the Liu family, they will naturally patronize their establishments, leading to a decline in customers for the Chao family. This is merely a microcosm. If such occurrences multiply, the Chao family could ultimately be dragged down by the Liu family. Lastly, there is Liu Tong's safety. Many factions conceal their talents, fearing that they may fall victim to sabotage. While this is a valid strategy, the Liu family's approach of placing Liu Ting in the public eye seems far more prudent. Liu Ting is now a public figure in Huahai City, and following his appearance in today's grand competition, he has reached a level of widespread recognition. Wherever Liu Ting goes, he will become the focal point of public attention. Even if some adversarial factions wish to harm him, they must consider how to silence the voices of the masses. Moreover, as Liu Tong's notoriety grows, it will attract the attention of more formidable forces, such as the royal family of the Tongtian Empire. In such a scenario, the Liu family ascends to great heights, and the Chao family will merely appear as insignificant ants in their eyes. Chao Ke paused momentarily before adding, "What I just expressed stems entirely from my upbringing on Earth. If you too hail from Earth, you would likely share my perspective. The breadth of experience and knowledge naturally broadens one's horizons and leads to a more comprehensive understanding of issues. This is merely a product of one's environment, not a testament to my intellect. On Earth, I was but a rogue." The elder Chao, beaming with pride, patted Chao Ku's shoulder. "Which of my descendants, Chao Tianlong, is not of worth? Your current performance brings me great joy, my dear Ke. Since you have discerned the Liu family's strategy, do you have any countermeasures in mind?" Chao Ke pondered briefly before responding with a nonchalant smile. "Grandfather, why must you inquire about such a simple matter? Regardless of how impressive their propaganda may be, Liu Tong must first secure victory in the grand competition. Only then can he establish his true heroism in the hearts of the people. Remember, being a hero is not merely about words. Thus, the solution becomes apparent. Should I defeat or even eliminate Liu Ting in this competition, the Liu family's aspirations will be utterly thwarted." The elder Chao nodded. "If you can indeed vanquish Liu Tong, then the Liu family's prior propaganda will have merely paved the way for your success. Their efforts will serve as the stepping stone for the Chao family's ambitions." Chao Hong raised a fist, excitement radiating from him. The Liu family's confidence in Liu Tong's strength is precisely why they orchestrated such arrangements. Little did they know, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. "Our third brother's strength has long surpassed Liu Tong's." Chao Ke waved a hand dismissively. "Brother, your words are surprising. The true measure of strength between Liu Tong and myself remains to be seen. I have not yet fully surpassed my own doubts. Nonetheless, I shall exert every effort to thwart the Lu family's schemes. The three generations of the Chao family exchanged glances, each reflecting the fervor and yearning found in the other's eyes. Meanwhile, Lu Ting, already stationed on the arena, exuded an air of elegance in his deep blue long robe. His demeanor poised and graceful, complemented by his handsome features. Amidst the enduring cheers from the crowd, Lu Ting reveled in the moment, closing his eyes and standing tall, arms outstretched, embodying the essence of a hero. Observing Lu Ting's actions, Aki, standing nearby, showed no inclination to intervene. In fact, a peculiar emotion flickered in Aki's gaze. Had Chao been privy to this, he would undoubtedly gasp in disbelief and incredulity, exclaiming, "You actually have an interest in Lu Ting? How absurd." After a prolonged pause, Aki stepped forward casually, gently tugging at Lu Ting's arm and softly suggesting, "Ninth young master, shouldn't we proceed with the competition? The day is growing late." At this, Lu Ting lowered his arms, reluctantly opened his eyes, and nodded. "Very well, summon my opponent forth." As Aki noticed Lu Ting's lack of objections, a radiant smile spread across her face. "The ninth young master is truly approachable," she remarked, understanding that I, along with the audience, have been watching the competition all day and are somewhat fatigued. Thus, you graciously forego the enjoyment of this tidal wave of applause to proceed with the contest. How utterly touching. I truly adore this." Lu Ting involuntarily shivered, quickly stepping aside and stammering, Aki, please get to the point. Spare us the unnecessary embellishments." With a playful flick of her wrist, Aki raised her right hand, delicately gesturing with her fingers before bringing the microphone to her lips. "Now let us welcome the opponent of young Master Lu, the fourth young master of the Bai family, Baiju." As she spoke, Aki made an inviting gesture, and from behind the stage, a young man clad in white strolled forth. It was evident that this white-clad youth was none other than Baiju, as mentioned by Aki. Upon realizing that Lu Ting's opponent was also a member of the illustrious three great families, the audience erupted in a cacophony of excitement. It was well known that the participants dispatched by the three great families were formidable contenders, often surpassing their peers in cultivation. The fact that these two exceptional individuals would face each other in the very first round of the competition was undeniably a twist of fate. Even the esteemed elders, Old Master Chao and Old Master Lu, turned their gazes towards Old Master Bai simultaneously, both eager to observe the expression of their counterpart in the face of such a daunting challenge for their disciples in this initial round against a prime contender for the championship. However, to the surprise of both elders, Old Master Bai remained composed and unperturbed, maintaining an air of tranquility amidst the tension. His demeanor offered no indication of anxiety, which caused both Old Master Chao and Old Master Lu to furrow their brows, their expressions grave as they redirected their attention back to the arena. Chapter 58. The True Power of Lu Ting. Baiju, with an air of composure, approached Lu Ting, casting a smile at the arrogant figure before him. He softly remarked, "Young Lu, I trust that you, being the genius you are, will show some leniency during this match." "Rest assured, Brother Bai," Lu Ting replied with an air of confidence. "I am always measured in my approach and would never jeopardize the harmony between our families." In response, Baiju merely smiled faintly and turned to Aji. "In that case, might we commence the contest, esteemed host?" Though Aji held a bias towards Lu Ting, he dared not be negligent in the face of Baiju's inquiry. As soon as Baiju finished speaking, Aji respectfully affirmed, then announced to the audience, "The final match is upon us. Baiju from the Bai family versus Lu Ting from the Lu family. Let the contest begin." With that, Aji swiftly exited the stage, leaving the arena to the two competitors. Baiju positioned his right hand behind him, leaning slightly to the side, his feet shoulder-width apart. He gestured towards Lu Ting, beckoning him forward with a smile. "The arena is set, Brother Lu. Please come forth and allow this humble Bai to witness your prowess, to see if the genius in the eyes of the populace truly lives up to its reputation." Lu Ting responded ominously, "As you wish." No sooner had he spoken than he leaped forward, resembling a shooting star, accompanied by a faint rush of wind, directly charging at Baiju. In the face of Lu Ting's fierce advance, Baiju remained unperturbed. As Lu Ting neared, Baiju swiftly brandished his hands, launching an assault. The initially offensive Lu Ting found himself furrowing his brows under Baiju's relentless strikes. Each of Baiju's movements conjured invisible gusts of force that sent Lu Ting's airborne form staggering, almost losing control and crashing down. But the encounter was far from over. While engaging Lu Ting, Baiju effortlessly maneuvered his body to evade Lu Ting's momentum. After a series of muffled impacts, the two passed each other, Lu Ting finally landing on solid ground. In that fleeting exchange, a tempest surged within Lu Ting. The seemingly unassuming Baiju was, in fact, a formidable practitioner. From their brief interaction, Lu Ting discerned that his opponent's true cultivation level was undoubtedly no less than a remarkable 15th tier. Brother Bai truly surprises me, Lu Ting remarked with a shadowy countenance. If I am not mistaken, your cultivation must rival that of the Long brothers, am I correct? Baiju turned, shaking his head. I cannot ascertain the precise level of the Long brothers' cultivation, so I am unable to answer your question. Brother Bai is being modest. Lu Ting waved dismissively. Among my contemporaries, I have yet to encounter anyone who can meet my advance with such composure as you have. It is precisely because I am aware of my own level that I can accurately gauge yours. Oh? Baiju paused, slightly taken aback. You can discern my cultivation level? Lu Ting nodded. It is not difficult. If you, Brother Bai, were to compete against someone significantly beneath your level, you too would easily discern their true capabilities. It is merely a matter of observation. Baiju, shaken by Lu Ting's words, felt his earlier tranquility dissipate, replaced by a serious gaze fixed on Lu Ting. So, you believe your cultivation far surpasses mine. Do you not fear the folly of underestimating your opponent? Lu Ting smirked. Underestimate? Brother Bai, you overrate yourself. Very well. Since you inquire so earnestly, I shall demonstrate a fraction of my true power, allowing you a glimpse of my capabilities. With that, Lu Ting raised his right hand, fingers curling as he exerted force, unleashing a radiant white light that enveloped his palm. This seemingly simple gesture sent waves of astonishment rippling through Tianhai Square. Is this the manifestation of source energy? How is it possible for a mere youth to command such power? Indeed, this is the externalization of source energy. Only those at the 20th tier can achieve this. Remarkably, it appears Lu Ting has already surpassed that threshold at such a young age. Truly, he is the foremost cultivation genius of Wanghai City. As the audience marveled, Lu Wentian, with a slight smile, mused, perhaps I have been overly concerned. Given the prowess of the 9 young masters, even if they resort to underhanded tactics, they need not fear, as their strength speaks for itself. Indeed, Lu Laoyizi, with pride, stroked his beard, casting a lofty glance at the distant Chao and Bai elders. Have you 2 old fellows observed? Our Lu Ting is the genuine cultivation prodigy, the genius among geniuses. May your envy and jealousy fester. Haraha. On the stage, Baiju faced Lu Ting, his expression betraying his mounting gravity. Without hesitation, he dismounted, raising his fist in a defensive stance, embodying the spirit of a true warrior. In truth, Baiju's cultivation had reached a commendable 17th tier, a level that would typically command respect among peers. Yet, the presence of the sinister nightmare and the unexpected arrival of the space manager had rendered Lu Ting and Chao Ke's powers far superior. If one were to encapsulate Baiju's predicament in a phrase, it would be born at an inopportune time. Despite this, Baiju resolved to exert every ounce of effort against Lu Ting. Surrender was not an option. Yielding would be a betrayal of his relentless dedication and the hopes of the Bai family. Thus, with no retreat in sight, Baiju, fully aware of his disadvantage, steeled himself to confront Lu Ting head-on, perhaps hoping for a miracle, a triumph of the weak over the strong. Noticing Baiju's determination, Lu Ting regarded him with a mix of amusement and disbelief. Brother Bai, I understand that persuading you to concede is futile, but do you truly believe that sheer will can bridge the vast chasm of our power disparity? Baiju replied resolutely, the outcome can only be revealed through combat. Why waste words, Lu Xian? Come forth. I await the opportunity to witness the true might of your 20+ tier cultivation. Very well, since it is so, I shall humbly comply. Lu Ting responded with a hint of irony. No sooner had the words left his lips than Baiju witnessed Lu Ting's figure abruptly vanish before his eyes. Such swiftness caused Baiju, who had previously resolved to fight to the death, to feel a chilling dread wash over him in an instant. Chapter 59. The ever-evolving power. When Lu Ting's figure reappeared on the arena, he had unconsciously positioned himself behind Baiju. Without delay, Lu Ting, his right hand aglow with the brilliance of source energy, thrust his palm downwards in a decisive strike aimed at the nape of Baiju's neck. It was only at this moment that Baiju, having witnessed Lu Ting's earlier disappearance, reacted, without a hint of hesitation. He sank his body downward just in time to narrowly evade Lu Ting's initial blow. Not only did Baiju successfully dodge, but he also seized the opportunity to counterattack. With a crouch, he forcefully twisted at the waist, lifting his right leg in an attempt to strike Lu Ting with the heel of his foot. Faced with Baiju's sharp retaliation, Lu Ting merely smiled disdainfully, raising his right hand to intercept the incoming attack. Observing Lu Teng's response, Bai Ju could not help but sigh inwardly. He quickly retracted his extended leg, pushing off with both feet to leap forward, thus increasing the distance between himself and Lu Ting to approximately 10 meters. Seeing Bai Ju retreat, Lu Teng showed no inclination to pursue vigorously. Instead, he stood firm and spoke mockingly, "Brother Bai Si, are you truly so afraid to engage in a genuine exchange with your younger brother?" Bai Ju, with a serious expression, retorted, "Lu Cheng, are you mocking me? I do not deny my reluctance to collide with your source energy-imbued body. The reason for this is well understood by both of us. Why must you ask?" As Bai Ju articulated, he dared not engage with Lu Teng's right hand enveloped in source energy, fully aware of the terrifying power it possessed, something far beyond his current capabilities. This understanding is easily grasped. Cultivators below level 20 cannot unleash source energy externally. Though they can utilize it, they ultimately rely on their physical bodies for attacks, at best augmenting their fists with internal energy for enhanced speed, strength, and hardness. In this phase, source energy serves merely as an auxiliary. Once a cultivator surpasses level 20, they can, like Lu Ting, release source energy, while they still cannot hurl it as a weapon. Their primary means of attack transitions from their physical bodies to the enveloping source energy. In the context of the ongoing match, no matter how hard Bai Ju fought, his methods were limited to physical strikes. Lu Teng, however, could use his source energy-encased hand to withstand Bai Ju's assaults, resulting in a clash between flesh and energy. Such a confrontation represented two entirely different realms of existence. The outcome would inevitably see Bai Ju's body shredded by Lu Teng's source energy, with no other possibilities to consider. Bai Ju's acute awareness of this reality compelled him to avoid Lu Teng's right hand during his attacks, a decision born of necessity. With a chuckle, Lu Teng began to stride purposefully towards Bai Ju, stating slowly, "Brother Bai Si, I genuinely admire your ability to reach this level solely through your innate talent. However, this contest must yield a victor and a vanquished. Even though I respect heroes, I cannot show you any mercy." Assuming a defensive posture, Bai Ju fixed his gaze on the approaching Lu Teng, seething, "Now that we are on the arena, we are rivals. I, Bai Ju, do not require your mercy. Spare me the theatrics. Unleash all your abilities. I will meet them head-on." "Very well. Your spirit is commendable, Brother Bai Si," Lu Teng proclaimed. "In light of your indomitable courage, I shall not disappoint you." As his words fell, an immense white light erupted from Lu Teng, illuminating the entire Tianhai Square as if it were midday. With the sudden brilliance, all spectators, including the members of the three prominent families in the stands, instinctively shut their eyes, a primal response to the blinding radiance, which posed a risk of overwhelming their vision if they dared to look. After a moment, as the dazzling light subsided, the audience cautiously reopened their eyes. What greeted them left them utterly astonished. Lu Teng's form was completely enveloped in a fiery white glow, leaving no part of him exposed. The crowd could only discern the contours of his face through the luminous haze, while finer details remained obscured. However, these superficial changes paled in comparison to the overwhelming aura emanating from Lu Teng. Though intangible, this presence was palpable, evoking the sensation of confronting an ancient behemoth, one that commanded reverence and instilled an oppressive fear, tightening every breath in the onlookers. The realization hit the crowd. Lu Teng had unleashed his source energy externally. He had reached level 30. Gasps echoed across Tianhai Square. Lu Teng had previously exhibited prowess beyond level 20, enough to astound everyone. Now, enveloped in source energy, he demonstrated the capabilities only attainable by a cultivator of level 30. This revelation stirred a shock that transcended mere surprise. If Lu Teng had already achieved such levels at his age, he was indeed a prodigy of unparalleled caliber. Chapter 60. Surrender. Lu Wentian pondered for a moment, organizing his thoughts before solemnly stating, "Father, you must recall that when our young master was first born, he did not exhibit any remarkable talent for cultivation. His rapid advancement in prowess, to be precise, has only occurred within the last 6 months." Old Master Lu was taken aback by these words. Indeed, 6 months ago, the young master's abilities were inferior to those of his siblings. This is an undeniable fact. However, he has since explained to us that his sudden comprehension of the essence of martial arts, his enlightenment of the Tao, has led to such astonishing progress in such a short time. Was it truly as the young master claimed? Lu Wentian fixed his gaze intently upon old Master Lu. "Father, with your profound cultivation and vast experience, Do you genuinely believe that even a practitioner enlightened to the truths of martial arts could elevate their prowess by over 20 levels in merely 6 months? Old Master Lu trembled slightly, disbelief washing over him as he stared at Lu Wentian, exclaiming, "Wentian, you cannot be doubting the young master. He is our Lu family's sole hope." Clearing his throat, Lu Wentian replied resolutely, "Father, you know I am well aware of your sentiments. Yet, have you considered that if the young master's meteoric rise in strength is not as he professes, merely the result of enlightenment, then there exists a significant uncertainty. And such uncertainty may not bode well for our Lu family." Upon hearing this, Old Master Lu began to grasp his son's implications. Lu Wentian was concerned that Lu Teng's ascension could be achieved through dubious means, those often referred to as unorthodox paths, or even through sinister methods that could corrupt one's very character. If that were the case, it would spell catastrophic consequences for the entire Lu family. Old Master Lu furrowed his brow. I believe the young master would not resort to such means. He has always been introverted and confined to his home. How could he have encountered any nefarious paths to enhance his abilities? I am inclined to think he has achieved his success through sheer diligence. Lu Wentian redirected his gaze to the arena, muttering softly, "Let us hope so, otherwise." Though they broached the topic, both father and son were instinctively avoiding the heart of the matter, fearing that Lu Teng's strength might indeed be derived from the very avenues they dreaded. Lu Teng, in the eyes of the public, had become a figure of awe, almost divine. Have we not seen how the entire Tian'ai Square remains enraptured by the shock of Lu Qing's prowess, unable to extricate themselves from it? In every gaze, besides astonishment, there burgeons an ever-growing admiration. Thus, both Old Master Lu and Lu Wentian reveled in the glory that Lu Teng had bestowed upon their family, immersed in this honor. Unwilling to delve deeper into the troubling truths they had begun to recognize, Lu Teng's abilities could not possibly be solely the result of his own efforts. His achievements were entirely a product of the assistance from the nightmarish dream. Yet, neither Old Master Lu nor Lu Wentian were aware of this. And no matter how astute they were, they could not fathom Lu Teng's true secret. How could they anticipate that what Lu Cheng brought to their family, besides the current glory, was also an irreversible doom? At that moment, Lu Teng finally made his move on the arena, enveloped in a radiant white light. Leisurely striding towards the poised Baiju. "Bai Sigu, I trust you now comprehend the true disparity between us," Lu Cheng remarked, laced with a hint of mockery and disdain. "At present, I am fully enveloped in source energy. How will you withstand my onslaught? Will you merely evade? Humph. I see no reason to prolong this contest." Baiju instinctively retreated 2 steps, responding nervously, "Lu Teng, are you suggesting I surrender? Do not harbor such delusions. Even if I were to perish at your hands today, I shall never concede." Lu Teng chuckled, falling silent as he propelled himself forward, transforming into a streak of light, trailing a long white tail towards Baiju. Anticipating Lu Teng's sudden assault, Baiju had evidently prepared himself, swiftly dodging to the right in an attempt to evade Lu Teng's strike and counterattack. However, the vast chasm in their strengths rendered Baiju's plans futile. Before he could complete his evasive maneuver, the incredibly swift Lu Teng had already reached him, launching a relentless barrage of attacks without a moment's delay. Countless fist shadows, imbued with white light, inundated the astonished Baiju in a torrential wave. Realizing he had no avenue for escape, Baiju reluctantly braced himself to confront Lu Teng's onslaught. A cacophony of impacts resounded as Lu Teng's flames surged violently, enveloping both him and Baiju entirely. At this scene, Old Master Bai could no longer remain seated. Baiju was the future hope of the Bai family. If he were to be slain by Lu Teng in the arena, it would signify their utter ruin. Overcome with concern, Old Master Bai sprang to his feet, channeling his source energy, and shouted, "Lu Teng, show mercy. The Bai family concedes on behalf of Baiju. I beseech you, spare his life." Upon hearing this, the entire Tian'ai Square erupted in astonishment. Everyone wore expressions of disbelief, unable to comprehend why Old Master Bai would make such a decision. As previously stated, in the Ling Tian continent, surrender is regarded as the most despicable and ignoble act. Once a cultivator concedes, they will bear the scorn, derision, and ostracism of others for the rest of their lives. Such grave consequences are not something an ordinary person could endure. Thus, when Old Master Bai declared their surrender, doing so in the name of the Bai family, an uproar ensued. Old Master Chao, taken aback, swiftly approached Old Master Bai, exclaiming, "Old friend, what madness is this? You are actually conceding? Do you not realize the monumental losses this will inflict upon your family?" Old Master Bai nodded in appreciation of his friend's righteous indignation. Old Chow. My decision is rooted in reason. Some matters require sacrifice. I believe Baiju's safety outweighs the losses incurred by surrender. Given that, what is there left to hesitate over? Old Master Chow paused, intending to voice further objections, but, you. Before he could finish, Old Master Bai raised a hand to silence him. Old Chow. I am acutely aware of your concerns. Let us consider it from another perspective. If it were your grandsons, Chao Ku, or Chao Chuan, Chao Hong in the arena, would you stand idly by as they face death for the sake of pride? Upon the inquiry of the venerable Bai, the esteemed Chao was rendered speechless. Thus, with a heavy sigh, Bai lamented, empathy is paramount. The motives behind my actions should be clear to you. At this juncture, Bai's tone shifted ominously as he continued. Moreover, I cannot simply concede. Should the Lu family aspire to triumph and acclaim, they ought to first seek the consent of the Bai family. With that, Bai disregarded Chao entirely and turned to the arena, addressing Lu Ting with a commanding voice. Lu Ting, though my son has been enveloped in your radiant light, I remain acutely aware of his plight. He has succumbed to unconsciousness and is incapable of further resistance. Thus your victory is assured. Why must you resort to such ruthless measures, using the veil of light to inflict harm upon my son? What are your true intentions? At this moment, the audience at Tianhai Square instinctively redirected their gaze toward the arena. Despite the pleading undertone in Bai's words, the implications were laced with a sense of moral condemnation, painting Lu Ting as a figure of notoriety. Indeed, the crowd had previously lauded Lu Ting as a hero of Wanghai City, a prodigy of unparalleled talent, admired and envied. However, this did not imply that any misdeeds on his part would be overlooked. Earlier, Lu Tong had deliberately enveloped both himself and Baiju in the radiant light during their confrontation, hoping to eliminate Baiju under its cover, thereby removing an obstacle to his future endeavors. Yet, he could not have anticipated that Bai would publicly declare his surrender in defense of Baiju's safety, revealing his true intentions. This unexpected turn of events caught Lu Tong entirely off guard. The Lu family's prolonged efforts at self-promotion aimed to secure widespread support for Lu Tong, facilitating their ascent unimpeded. However, should the public discover that Lu Tong harbored malicious intent to eliminate his opponent, all the painstaking efforts of the Lu family would be rendered futile. This exemplifies Bai's cunning. While I may face scorn for my surrender, in just a few utterances, I have redirected the spotlight onto you, Lu Tong. The audience's concerns have shifted from my family's capitulation to the nefarious actions you may have undertaken within the confines of the radiant light. If I gain no advantage, you too shall not continue to bask in the glory of a hero. Consider this: who would rally behind a hero of despicable character, devoid of honor? Words that pierce the soul, a dual-edged strategy, shrewdly executed, with rhetoric as sharp as a blade. Chapter 61. Lu Hongyu awakens given that old Master Bai had articulated his thoughts to such an extent. What recourse was left for Lu Tong amidst the brilliance of white light? Even though he was chosen by the evil nightmare, his youth rendered him somewhat short-sighted. It was inevitable that he would fall into the traps laid by a person as composed and worldly as old Master Bai. With no other options, Lu Ting reluctantly abandoned his intent to eliminate Baiju, retracting the dazzling white light that surrounded him, thus revealing both himself and Baiju to the spectators. Only then did the audience grasp the current state of the two individuals. Lu Ting appeared unscathed, maintaining the same poised demeanor he exhibited upon his initial entrance. In stark contrast, Baiju's condition was a vivid testament to his earlier struggle. His once refined composure had vanished entirely. His garments bore numerous tears, and his face was marred with bruises, rendering him almost unrecognizable, a clear indication of the brutal beating he had just endured at Lu Ting's hands. At that moment, Lu Ting held Baiju by the collar, and it was this grip that prevented the unconscious Baiju from collapsing immediately, allowing him to precariously remain upright. However, the limpness of Baiju's arms made it abundantly clear to the onlookers that he was utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance. Grandfather Bai. Lu Tong addressed the elder seated in the stands with a slight bow, his tone respectful. What are you saying? You have completely misunderstood my intentions. I assure you, my duel with Bai Sigu was conducted in the spirit of friendly competition. I harbored no desire to harm him, let alone take his life. I implore you to see this clearly. As he spoke, Lu Ting loosened his grip on Baiju, who, bereft of support, crumpled to the ground. At that moment, a figure swiftly descended from the Bai family's section of the stands, moving with an ethereal grace. In the blink of an eye, Baiju's uncle, reached the arena and began assessing Baiju's injuries. Bai Yu, after a brief examination, called out to old Master Bai, "Father, rest assured, although Ju Air is gravely injured, his life is not in jeopardy." Upon hearing this, old Master Bai exhaled a sigh of relief. Bai Yu, having reported back, wasted no time and lifted the unconscious Bai Ju, turning to hastily depart in search of a physician for his nephew. Uncle Bai, at that moment, Lu Tung called softly. A smile gracing his lips, "I must advise you, the majority of Bai Si Gu's injuries were inflicted by my source power. To fully heal him will require more than just an ordinary physician." Bai Yu shot an icy glare at Lu Ting, grinding his teeth as he retorted, "Lu Ting, I am well aware of such an obvious fact. Spare me your feigned compassion. The injury you inflicted upon my nephew will not be forgotten. We, the Bai family, will remember this. Go back and inform your elders that from this day forth, the Bai and Lu families shall walk separate paths. We shall see what the future holds." Lu Ting offered a non-committal smile. "Uncle Bai, there is no need to intimidate me. Hasn't your family long desired to deal with the Lu family? Regardless of today's outcome, the result would have been the same. Under the pressure of the crowd, I have spared Bai Si Gu this time, but should we cross paths again, do not expect me to show mercy." "Humph." Bai Yu scoffed disdainfully, choosing not to respond further, and with that, he departed the arena, carrying the unconscious Bai Ju, melding into the enveloping darkness. With his eldest son finally tending to Bai Ju's medical needs, old Master Bai felt a measure of relief. However, he had no intention of remaining seated any longer. Since the contest between Lu Ting and Bai Ju was the final event of the day, he waved his hand decisively, leading the Bai family away from the stands. Observing the retreating Bai family, old Master Lu felt a surge of satisfaction. "Take that, Bai family. Now you've tasted the consequences. Do you see the strength of the Lu family now? This is merely the beginning. Once I gather evidence of your family's treachery against us, I shall ensure your complete and utter ruin." Clearly, old Master Lu had already made up his mind, holding the Bai family responsible for the kidnapping of Lu Hongyu and the attacks on the Lu family's offspring. Such an accusation against the Bai family felt unjustly heavy. By the time Chao Ku, under the guidance of old Master Chao, returned to the Chao residence with the family, the moon hung high in the sky, signaling that it was nearly midnight. Yet, old Master Chao showed no inclination to rest. He summoned several key members of the Chao family, including a few elder guests, and they collectively made their way to his study, seemingly to discuss pressing matters. Chao Ku was among them, but his thoughts were consumed with concern for Hongxiu and Lu Hongyu. Having not seen the two women all day, he was unable to quell his anxiety, fearing a repeat of the incident from the previous day when Chao Chuan had attempted to abduct someone. Therefore, Chao Ku requested a brief leave from old Master Chao, wishing to check on them first. Old Master Chao, well aware of his grandson's intentions, simply replied, "After you see them, hurry back to my study." He then led the Chao family away. Rushing to his room, Chao Ku found the light still aglow within, indicating that Hongxiu had yet to retire for the night. Filled with excitement, he pushed open the door and entered. At that moment, Hongxiu, clad in a robe, was reclining against the headboard. Her waist and long legs nestled beneath the covers, leisurely engrossed in a book. Upon hearing the door open, she lifted her head and, upon seeing Chao Ku, quickly set her book aside, sitting up with concern. "Brother Ku, you're back." Chao Ku settled beside her on the bed, gazing at her illuminated face, which appeared even more radiant in the soft light. "I'm back," he replied happily. Hongxiu pulled back the covers, preparing to rise, but Chao Ku grasped her wrist. "Hongxiu, where are you going?" "Naturally," she replied, "since Brother Ku has returned so late, you must be hungry. I'll prepare a meal for you. We can't let you go to bed on an empty stomach." Chao Ku smiled, gently holding her small hand. "There's no need for that. I only came to check on you. I still have to go to the old master's study to discuss some matters, and I cannot predict when I will finish. You need not wait for me. Just go to sleep." Hongxiu paused, a hint of surprise crossing her face. "It's so late, and you still have matters to discuss? Can't it wait until tomorrow? Why the rush? Did something significant happen during today's competition that left you unprepared?" Chao Ku sighed, shaking his head. "You've hit the nail on the head. Until today, we had no idea of Lu Teng's true capabilities. He has reached level 30. He has attained level 30 at such a young age." Upon hearing this, Hongxiu trembled in shock. "Brother Ku, you must be jesting. Level 30? Lu Teng has managed to achieve such a level at merely a teenager's age? That is utterly inconceivable." Chao Ku let out a deep sigh, observing that everyone, upon discovering this matter, wore an expression strikingly similar to yours, utter disbelief that Lu Teng possesses such extraordinary prowess. "Initially, I believe that my current abilities far surpass those of Lu Tong. However, it now appears that in his eyes, I am merely a jest. Can you fathom the frustration this incites? Frustration? You are aware of such feelings? Just as Chowka's words fell, a somewhat hoarse voice emerged slowly. Scum like you deserves to be torn apart by my ninth brother, sparing the world from your ceaseless harm. Upon hearing this voice, both Chao Ku and Hong Xiu widened their eyes in astonishment, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Their gazes simultaneously darted to the other side of the large bed, where Lu Hongyu had been lying in a prolonged stupor. Indeed, the sudden voice belonged to Lu Hongyu herself, who after 5 or 6 days of unconsciousness had finally awakened. At that moment, Lu Hongyu squinted her large eyes, glaring fiercely at Chao Ku, as though she wished to devour him whole. Faced with such a gaze from Lu Hongyu, Chao Ku felt an unsettling chill creep down his spine, akin to a venomous serpent slithering upon it. This compelled him to spring from the bed as if propelled by springs, pointing in Lu Hongyu's direction and exclaiming loudly, You are awake? Of course I am awake, Lu Hongyu replied, maintaining a countenance steeped in grievance, her eyes fixed on Chao Ku as she spoke ominously. Not only have I awakened, but I also vividly remember the heinous acts you committed against me. Chao Ku took a moment to steady his racing heart and awkwardly responded, Xiaoyuer. Allow me to explain. The reason I acted as I did was entirely due to silence. I do not wish to hear it. Lu Hongyu cut him off, hastily covering her ears and shouting in a frenzy. Left with no recourse, Chao Ku turned to Hong Xiu in desperation, hoping she might intervene and soothe Lu Hongyu, at least to temper her current agitation. Hong Xiu, understanding Chao Ku's unspoken plea, nodded obediently and spoke softly. Brother Ku, the old master is waiting for you. I shall handle this. Xiaoyuer will be fine. You attend to your matters. Chao Ku cast a lingering glance at the furious Lu Hongyu before nodding to Hong Xiu. Then, I entrust everything to you. With that, Chao Ku turned and strode decisively out of the room. Once his footsteps faded into silence, Hong Xiu smiled gently, shifting her body closer to Lu Hongyu and softly saying, Sister Xiaoyuer, now that we are alone, would you care to converse with me? Lu Hongyu shot a sidelong glance at Hong Xiu. And who are you? What could we possibly discuss? Hong Xiu replied, I am your sister. There are many matters we can discuss, especially concerning Chao Ku. Chapter 62. Melancholy. Upon hearing that Hong Xiu wished to discuss Chao Ku, Lu Hongyu's countenance darkened, and she replied in a low tone, Do not utter that scoundrel's name in my presence. To me, the name Chao Ku is an absolute taboo. Whoever mentions it, I shall sever ties with him without hesitation. Sever ties, you say? Hong Xiu responded with a slight, unimpressed smile. Truth be told, I am indifferent to whether you choose to sever ties with me. We are hardly acquainted, and our paths have crossed only due to Chao Ku. If I do not discuss him with you, what else can we talk about? Lu Hongyu turned to gaze at Hong Xiu, her expression shifting as she recognized her. I remember you now. You were Chao Ku's maid, the one who accompanied him when he gambled with my fourth brother, Lu Tong, correct? Hong Xiu nodded. Indeed. Your memory serves you well. I was that maid. To be precise, my true identity at the time was Chao Ji's attendant. As for the present, thanks to you, Miss Lu, I have become Chao Ji's fiancée. Lu Hongyu was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. She understood the distinction between an attendant and a maid, but her confusion lay elsewhere. Thanks to me? What have I done to facilitate your change in status? I did not request Chao Ku to elevate you from maid to fiancée. Hong Xiu regarded Lu Hongyu's somewhat pallid visage and gently said, At that time, in this very room, Chao Ji's actions towards you must still linger in your memory. The sudden mention of this left Lu Hongyu unprepared, her expression shifting dramatically as she exclaimed, Why bring that up? What do you intend? To mock me or to wound me? Speak. Hong Xiu raised her delicate hand and tenderly stroked Lu Hongyu's hair. Little you, in my eyes, you are like a dear sister. How could I find amusement in your misfortune or seek to harm you? My intention in mentioning this is simply to reveal the true nature of Chao Ku to you. The true Chao Ku? Lu Hongyu was taken aback. Indeed, the true Chao Ku, Hong Xiu affirmed with conviction. It is true that Chao Ji's past actions inflicted substantial harm upon you, and you have every right to resent him, curse him, or even strike him. However, have you ever contemplated why he engaged in such behavior, particularly towards someone of your esteemed lineage? Do I need to think about it? Chao Ku is notorious in our Wanghai city as a debauched scion. Women, gambling, he indulges in both. His brothel is his bedroom, and the casino is his playground. Who is unaware of this? Initially, he violated me, evidently out of desire. Desire for my beauty, perhaps? Hong Xiu interjected with a knowing smile. If you truly believe that, you are gravely mistaken. I do not deny that you possess extraordinary beauty, little Ewer. You are, in fact, the most exquisite girl I have ever encountered. However, deep within Chao Ji's heart, he harbors no genuine affection for you. Lu Hongyu dismissively shook her head. Isn't that a gross misrepresentation? That lecher, who even finds interest among the common women of the brothel, must surely. Hong Xiu chuckled softly. Some truths cannot be discerned through hearsay alone. Little Ewer, if you truly understood Chao Gu, your perception of him would differ vastly. It is not entirely your fault. Even I have only recently begun to grasp the reality of who Chao Gu is, though he still carries a roguish demeanor. There is much more to him than the label of debauched scion. Do you recall when Chao Gu gambled with your fourth brother, Lu Tong, and rolled 3 consecutive 18-point hands? Did you truly think that was mere luck? Furthermore, the guest in the 11th VIP room who caused your family significant losses was none other than my Chao Gu. Have you ever encountered a young man of merely 15 years who possesses a cultivation level of 25? This is the true Chao Gu, the one you dismiss as inconsequential. Lu Hongyu stared, dumbfounded. How could this be? The Chao Gu you describe is entirely different from the one I have heard of. Hong Xiu patted Lu Hongyu's shoulder. There is more to it. I have previously mentioned that within Chao Ji's heart, he may have felt a fleeting admiration for your unparalleled beauty. However, that is merely a fleeting sentiment, entirely distinct from genuine affection, and love is an entirely different matter. The act of violation stemmed solely from his unfortunate consumption of a toxic substance. At that moment, he was not in control of himself. Afterward, he confided in me about that incident. When you encountered him in the Triangular Plaza, he intended to leave swiftly to return to Chao Manor and seek a remedy for the poison. Yet you obstructed him repeatedly, which led to the tragic outcome that followed. Little Ewer, while you are undoubtedly the primary victim, can you honestly claim that all the blame rests solely on Chao Gu? As Hong Xiu finished, her gaze bore into Lu Hongyu, eager to discern her reaction. Lu Hongyu, however, appeared lost and helpless, murmuring to herself, he consumed the toxic substance. I blocked his path. The drug took effect. Who can be blamed? Why did it turn out this way? As thoughts flooded Lu Hongyu's mind, tears began to stream down her pale cheeks, leaving long trails upon her pillow. Indeed, the truth of the matter was unexpected for this young girl. Having lost the most precious aspect of her youth, she found herself confronted with the grim reality of sharing in the responsibility. The mere contemplation of such an outcome was enough to shatter her. If only Chao Gu had not ingested the toxin. If only she had not encountered him at that moment, if only her curiosity had not led her to impede his path, would none of this have transpired? Yet, the world is not governed by such hypotheticals, nor is there any remedy for regret. Those involved must inevitably face the consequences, and shockingly, even the primary victim must bear some of the weight. Reflecting on these thoughts, Lu Hongyu's already fragile psyche could scarcely endure. Tears became her sole means of release. Hong Xiu, leaning against the headboard, chose not to utter another word. As a woman herself, she comprehended the turmoil within Lu Hongyu's heart and refrained from intruding upon her solitude. Some matters require personal understanding and digestion, much like the situation at hand. Turning her thoughts back to Chao Gu, he departed his courtyard in a state of melancholy, his mind heavy as he made his way to the study of Lord Chao. Lu Hongyu's awakening only deepened the sorrow that had already enveloped him due to Lu Ting's formidable prowess, leaving him more despondent and lost than ever. He was uncertain of how to proceed, how to contend with Lu Ting, how to explain himself to Lu Hongyu, how to face the entirety of the Lu family. Lu Ting, with a cultivation of at least 30 levels, was he truly a match for someone at his own 25? Enveloped in a powerful aura, others can shield their entire being, while I can merely cloak a single part of my body. In the event of a confrontation, my fate would undoubtedly mirror that of Bai Jiuqiang today. Lu Hongyu. Despite the heinous act I committed against her, largely driven by the insidious effects of the Jiao Jiao drug, remains a victim of my transgressions. Regardless of the circumstances, I cannot evade the responsibility for the harm inflicted upon her. Yet, what thoughts occupy Lu Hongyu's mind? Would she consent to remain by my side as my wife? And if she were to refuse, what course of action would I undertake? The Lu family has become my adversary, and by extension, the entire Chao clan's enemy due to this affair. Moreover, my faction has already sent numerous members of the Lu family to the afterlife. The animosity between our families runs deep and is firmly entrenched. Presently, the Lu family is oblivious to the fact that the Chao family orchestrated their misfortunes. Were they to uncover the truth, would it not provoke an all-out clash, resulting in mutual destruction? In summary, the relationship between Chao Ku and the Lu family is exceedingly intricate. On one hand, As a spatial manager, he seeks to uncover the whereabouts of the sinister nightmare. On the other hand, driven by a man's duty to provide, he desires to take Lu Hongyu as his wife. Lastly, he aims to aid his clan in utterly dismantling the Lu family, ideally leaving no trace behind. This convoluted web of circumstances only serves to deepen Chowka's frustration. "Damn it!" Chowka exclaimed, unaware of his outburst. "Heaven, do you not understand? I am merely a rogue. Just a rogue. You permit me to act foolishly and engage in brawls without issue, but do not compel me into schemes and family feuds. These are entirely different realms, are they not? You are orchestrating my demise." With that, Chowka halted his stride and seated himself upon a stone bench, seething. "I shall cease this charade. I, Chowka, refuse to partake any longer. Allow me to return to Earth, where I can continue my life as a rogue." In a fit of indignation, he removed the ruby necklace that hung around his neck, scrutinizing it before bellowing, "Do you realize it is your presence that has led me here? Embroiled in these troublesome affairs? It is all because of you." With a determined gesture, he exerted all his strength to hurl the necklace far away. With a resounding splash, the necklace soared through the air, landing 50 meters away in a pond, vanishing beneath the water's surface. Sighing heavily, Chowka prepared to lament his misfortunes when, unexpectedly, a brilliant crimson light erupted from the depths of the pond. This beam, as wide as a bowl, shot up into the night sky, creating what appeared to be a blood-red rainbow against the darkness. Chapter 63. The mysterious space. Upon witnessing the enchanting sight, Chowka was momentarily taken aback. He hurriedly rose to his feet, taking a few brisk strides to the edge of the pond, where he gazed intently at the source of the crimson light. Through the crystalline waters, he could distinctly see the necklace he had previously discarded, now quietly resting at the pond's bottom. The blood-red radiance emanated from the gemstone pendant of the necklace. Curiosity piqued, Chowka noted that the pond was shallow. He decided to shed his shoes, roll up his trousers, and wade into the water. Treading carefully upon the slick mud at the pond's bottom, he slowly made his way towards the necklace. By the time he reached it, the beam of light emitted by the necklace had gradually dimmed, no longer maintaining its columnar form. Nevertheless, the red gemstone continued to radiate a dazzling brilliance, as if it had a tale to share with Chowka. Bending down, he retrieved the necklace from the water, clutching it in his right hand. The moment it breached the surface, it unleashed a flash of red light. This time, instead of ascending towards the heavens, the light spiraled around Chowka, resembling a vibrant ribbon dancing gracefully in the air. Enraptured, Chowka found himself immobile, enveloped by the crimson glow, while his eyes shimmered with a strange red luminescence. In contrast to his frozen physical state, Chowka's consciousness drifted into a realm awash in red, rather than a world. It was more fitting to describe it as a space, a crimson expanse devoid of anything else. "Where on earth am I?" he mused, bewildered by the overwhelming redness that surrounded him. Lowering his gaze, he inspected his own body, finding no apparent abnormalities. "Is anyone there?" he called out, his voice echoing in vain. "If there's a living soul, please come forth and explain how I ended up in this place." Despite his pleas, the crimson space remained silent, devoid of any response or echo, sending a chill down his spine. "Am I dead?" he pondered anxiously. "Is this the fabled underworld?" However, after a moment's reflection, he swiftly dismissed that notion. "If I were truly dead, I would expect to encounter specters, Yama, the judges of the dead, or the messengers of death. Yet, none were present. It appears I have inadvertently entered a different plane or space. Fortunately, being from Earth, where tales of deities, demons, and alternate realms abound in literature." Chowka quickly grasped his situation. Recognizing this as a different realm, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. "There's no need to panic," he concluded, settling onto the ground. "Come forth, whoever summoned me here. You must have a purpose for bringing me to this place. Let us converse openly without delay." Clearly, Chowka surmised that the necklace was the catalyst for his arrival, and the swirling crimson light was likely the source of this phenomenon. Indeed, shortly after his declaration, a figure of a young woman materialized before him. The girl was enshrouded in a cloak of blood-red aura, obscuring her true appearance, leaving only her feminine silhouette discernible. As she approached, she spoke softly, "I must admit, I underestimated you, rogue. Your ability to deduce the situation in mere moments is quite impressive." Chowka scoffed. "There's no need for flattery. My insights stem from the creativity of novelists who have vividly depicted the myriad peculiarities of the universe. My extensive reading has equipped me to form such conclusions. Your praise is unwarranted." The figure smiled slightly, unfazed. "Regardless, your presence here signifies a connection between us." Before she could continue, Chao Ku abruptly interrupted, raising his arm. Stop right there. I didn't come here by choice. You dragged me into this. If you seek someone with whom you share a bond, release me. I'm not the one you desire. Taken aback by his forthrightness, the figure nodded reluctantly. Very well. I shall dispense with pleasantries. Let us get to the point. Finally, Chao Ku grinned. If only you had started like this, we could have avoided wasting time. The figure seemed momentarily taken aback, eventually responding with irritation. Chao Ku, based on my observations, while you may be somewhat erratic, I did not expect you to be so abrasive. What has gotten into you? Have I offended you? Chao Ku shot her a glance, scoffing. I don't know who you are or why you are concealed within this necklace, but since you emerged when I was about to discard it, you must have a desire for me. Am I wrong? During this exchange, the figure had moved closer and sat opposite him, creating an atmosphere akin to that of old friends catching up. I am not like the space manager who seeks dangerous tasks from you. The nightmarish dream? What could a mere rogue from Earth have to do with such matters? She remarked with a hint of irony. Perhaps it is my innate charm, Chao Ku replied proudly. So what if I am a rogue? Aren't all of you powerful beings bound to treat me with respect? After all, you need me, do you not? The figure chuckled softly. You, my dear, truly possess an astonishing level of audacity. Nevertheless, since you are the only one I can reach out to, Chao Ku, with a sense of resignation, replied, Speak plainly, what is it that you require of me? I am acutely aware of my limited abilities and recognize that I am no match for you. You have sought me out only because you find yourselves ensnared by some unseen force, compelled to resort to this desperate measure. I understand all of that. However, let me be clear, I cannot guarantee that I will be of any assistance. I can only do my utmost. And mind you, I have my own principles. Immoral deeds are beyond my willingness to undertake. The figure waved a hand dismissively. Indeed, I do seek your help. Yet your current capabilities are woefully inadequate. You require time to enhance your skills. There is no need to rush my affairs. Chao Ku, taken aback, retorted with irritation. No need to rush? Then why have you pulled me here? Why engage me in this idle chatter? Are you unaware of how precious my time is? Are you simply indulging in frivolity? The figure, now visibly perturbed, responded, How can you turn your back on me so swiftly? I brought you here precisely because I sensed your intention to discard me, and I feared the consequences. Besides, are you not also troubled by Lu Ting's prowess? Chao Ku's heart stirred, and he exclaimed, So you possess a means to confront Lu Ting? The figure chuckled lightly, affirming, Lu Ting is merely a minor obstacle. His meager cultivation poses no challenge to me. You speak so lightly of it. Chao Ku scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at the figure. In your eyes, he may seem insignificant, but to me, he looms as an insurmountable mountain. My cultivation stands at a mere 25 levels, while his is at least 30. How am I to contend with him? Banter, perhaps. The figure raised a finger. I shall impart to you a technique that will aid you against Lu Ting. Your success will hinge on your ability to master it before confronting him. Chao Ku's spirits lifted. What technique? Pray, enlighten me. The figure pondered for a moment before intoning. This art is known as 9 Transformations Divine Skill, my signature technique. Should you master it fully, even when faced with the true essence of the nightmarish evil, you can retreat unscathed. To withstand the nightmarish evil and emerge whole? Chao Ku gasped in astonishment. Such a powerful technique. What are we waiting for? Teach me at once. Patience, the figure interjected, raising a hand. This 9 Transformations Divine Skill is divided into 9 tiers, each further subdivided into 3 segments, upper, middle, and lower, totaling 27 segments. Each segment will grant you an additional skill. Moreover, this technique will complement your current practices, enhancing and supporting one another. However, noticing the figure had paused, Chao Ku eagerly pressed, however, What? Please, continue. Chapter 64. Is it coincidence that books are written? The figure contemplated for a moment before continuing, however. Given your current cultivation level, you can only complete the first phase of the first level of my 9 turns divine skill. Chao Ku was taken aback by these words. What do you mean? The figure replied solemnly, in other words. You can only master one skill through the 9 turns divine skill. One skill? Chao Ku's mouth fell open in disbelief. What good is that? The difference in cultivation between Lu Ting and me is at least 5 levels. You're telling me that you can only teach me one skill? Are you mocking me? Do you expect me to bridge a 5-level gap with just one skill? Come on, are you a fool summoned by a monkey? The figure, hearing this, became indignant. How dare you speak like that? If it's because you forgot to brush your teeth, I wouldn't mind helping you. As she spoke, the figure made a grotesque gesture towards Chao Ku, as if genuinely intending to assist him with his dental hygiene. Of course, Chowka would not let this figure come close to him. It was a joke. He could tell she was no ordinary being, and if she were to help him brush his teeth, he might lose his entire mouth in the process. Thus, upon seeing her move, Chowka quickly planted his hands on the ground and shuffled backward, putting distance between them. Let me tell you, we gentlemen use words, not fists. You'll still need my assistance in the future. If you harm me, I might just quit this whole thing. The figure looked at Chowka's panicked expression and couldn't help but chuckle. Look at your little courage, trying to imitate others with your taunting skills. You truly overestimate yourself. Despite her words, the figure had no intention of truly reprimanding Chowka. She remained seated, calmly steering the conversation back on track, saying in her usual manner, "Do not underestimate this one skill. It is enough for you to make Lu Tung submit." Really? Chowka gazed at her incredulously. One skill could allow me to defeat Lu Ting? Surely you jest? I have no need to boast, the figure replied, her tone becoming more serious. Once you truly master this skill of mine, you will understand that my words are not in vain. An hour later, when Chowka's consciousness returned to his body, the red gemstone necklace he had once held in his hand was now hanging around his neck once more. Not only that, but Chowka had fully mastered the first layer of the first level of the 9 turns divine skill taught by the figure. He raised his hands in excitement, speaking to himself fervently, "Lu Tung, do you think that because your cultivation exceeds level 30, you can dominate the competition among our age group? You are mistaken. I shall make you acutely aware that there are heavens beyond heavens and people beyond people." With that, Chowka leaped out of the pond, disregarding his drenched clothes, and raced toward the study of old Master Chow. Earlier, he had felt disheartened and somewhat despondent, overwhelmed by the challenges before him. However, with the figure's appearance and the hope it instilled in him, the seemingly insurmountable Lu Ting no longer appeared daunting. How could Chowka not be exhilarated? He clearly remembered that upon returning to the Chow residence today, old Master Chow had summoned him to discuss certain matters. Although he had delayed due to his encounter with the figure, he was eager to inform his grandfather about mastering a skill that could secure victory, alleviating any concerns old Master Chow might have. Before long, when Chowka arrived at his grandfather's study, he was greeted by a scene that took him by surprise. Old Master Chow, Chow Hong, and several elder guests from the Chow family stood together in the center of the room, while on the left side stood Lu Wentian from the Lu family, and on the right was Bai Yu from the Bai family, creating a tense standoff among the three factions. Particularly, Lu Wentian and Bai Yu glared at each other, as if they were sworn enemies. What is going on? Chowka waited for a while, but none from the three groups acknowledged him, so he took the initiative to speak, cautiously asking, "Uncle Lu, Uncle Bai, what brings you all to my grandfather's study? And judging by the atmosphere, are you planning to fight here?" Upon hearing Chowka's voice, everyone in the room finally noticed his presence. Chow Hong hurried over to Chowka's side and whispered, "Little third, why are you only just arriving? Keep your voice down. Can't you see that the Lu and Bai families are about to clash?" Clash? Chowka was momentarily stunned, glancing at Bai Yu and then at Lu Wentian, incredulously asking, "If the Bai and Lu families want to fight, let them do so. Why come to our Chow family?" Chow Hong chuckled wryly. Who could have anticipated? He then briefly explained the situation to Chowka. It turned out that the standoff between Lu Wentian and Bai Yu in old Master Chow's study arose purely by coincidence. Earlier that day, before the grand competition began, Old Master Lu had approached Old Master Chow to discuss a potential collaboration to address the current crisis. At that time, they had agreed that after the competition, the Lu family would send someone to the Chow residence to discuss the specifics of their cooperation. Lu Wentian had arrived for that purpose. In contrast, Bai Yu's presence in Old Master Chow's study was entirely unexpected. During the grand competition, Bai Ju and Lu Tung had engaged in a highly unequal match, resulting in Bai Ju being severely injured and Lu Tung emerging victorious with ease. However, it was precisely because Bai Ju was injured that Bai Yu had to rush to old Master Chow's place in the middle of the night. The details were worth elaborating. After Bai Ju faced Lu Tung in the last attack on the stage, old Master Bai intervened to prevent any fatal consequences, saving Bai Ju's life, but he fell into a deep coma. Bai Yu had to carry his nephew away from the competition venue in search of a doctor to treat Bai Ju's injuries, fearing irreversible consequences due to a delay in treatment. However, things were far more complicated than Bai Yu had anticipated. After consulting 3 or 4 doctors, each one shook their head, expressing their inability to help Bai Ju, a bizarre outcome that left Bai Yu utterly furious. When the final doctor confirmed his powerlessness, Bai Yu erupted, berating the room full of doctors for their incompetence, claiming they were merely charlatans who could not even treat injuries sustained in a competition. He then issued an ultimatum: either heal Baiju or get out of Wanghai City. Caught in a bind, the doctors resorted to a diversionary tactic, advising Baiju that the most skilled physician in Wanghai City was the head physician of the Huichun Medical Hall, Changsun Wubing. Due to the passage of time, Changsun Wubing had long since ceased practicing medicine and now spent his days at the rejuvenation clinic in tranquil retirement. To heal Baiju's injuries, the intervention of Changsun Wubing himself was imperative, offering a glimmer of hope. However, in order to summon this esteemed physician, it was essential for old Master Chow to personally intervene. For Changsun Wubing had long been known to regard only old Master Chow with favor in the entirety of Wanghai City. Thus, Baiju, the esteemed Bai family elder, hurriedly made his way to the Chow residence, contemplating how to persuade old Master Chow to request Changsun Wubing to examine and treat Baiju's condition. Upon arriving at the Chow estate, Baiju unexpectedly encountered Lu Wentian, who had also just entered. The enmity between the Lu and Bai families had escalated to a point of no return, and the two men, upon meeting, could hardly maintain any semblance of civility. Were it not for the presence of the Chow family members, it was highly likely that Baiju and Lu Wentian would have resorted to violence. This palpable tension in the study was the true source of the atmosphere that enveloped them. Some observers might wonder why, despite Baiju being injured by Lu Teng, numerous physicians seemed powerless to remedy the situation. The answer lies in the nature of Lu Teng himself. He was, after all, a successor of the malevolent nightmare arts. Although Lu Teng had yet to fully master his abilities, the essence remained the same. Baiju's injuries, while outwardly resembling typical internal wounds, were far more complex internally. During the competition, Lu Teng had harbored intentions to kill Baiju, but old Master Bai had seen through his scheme and intervened. However, would Lu Teng simply allow Baiju to escape unscathed? The answer is an unequivocal no. At the very moment when Bai Guang was withdrawn, Lu Teng stealthily infused a strand of his source energy into Baiju's body, unbeknownst to anyone. This was the primary reason Lu Teng had been seen holding Baiju's collar before the audience. It was during this moment that he had executed his covert maneuver. Due to the subtlety of Lu Teng's actions, which were executed clandestinely, even the astute old Master Bai failed to detect the underlying treachery, allowing Lu Teng to succeed effortlessly. This source energy was not ordinary. It contained the very essence of the nightmare arts. To put it plainly, as long as this source energy resided within Baiju, his injuries could never be properly healed. The only viable course of action would be to expel this malevolent energy from Baiju's body before any treatment could commence. Yet, could an ordinary physician accomplish such a feat? Regardless, Baiju and Lu Wentian both arrived at the Chow residence simultaneously. Once Chow Hong conveyed everything to Chow Ku, the latter suddenly grasped the situation and, with a hint of sardonic amusement, remarked softly, "The affairs of this world truly are remarkable." It seems to embody the adage, no story is without its twists. Chapter 65, Two-Faced and Treacherous, with deeper implications? Chow Ku leisurely took 2 steps forward, positioning himself in the midst of the 3 parties, and declared in a resonant voice, "In this room, I hold the lowest status. It is not my place to take the lead. However, since the elders have chosen to remain silent, allow me to share a few words." With that, Chow Ku turned slightly towards Baiju and offered a slight bow. "Uncle Bai, let us converse for a moment." Baiju nodded, showing no signs of resistance or dissatisfaction. He understood that the young man before him was a close friend of his son, Bai Fan. Despite his previously tarnished reputation, he had gained notoriety following yesterday's battle and had become a prominent figure in Wanghai City. Since he wished to speak, Baiju was willing to listen. Chow Ku cleared his throat and spoke earnestly. "First and foremost, I wish to address Brother Baiju's injuries. In essence, Baiju was injured during his duel with Lu Teng. On the surface, it may seem justified for the Bai family to blame the Lu family and hold a grudge. However, Uncle Bai, do you not understand? In a contest, one must rely on their true abilities, and fate determines life and death. If Baiju had indeed perished at Lu Teng's hands, it would have been entirely normal. From this perspective, the Bai family's grievance against the Lu family appears somewhat unreasonable. Our Chow family stands united with the Lu family, for this was not their fault. The Bai family seems to be making a fuss over nothing." As Chow Ku finished speaking, he observed Baiju's expression darken considerably. With a fierce glare at Chow Ku, Baiju turned his gaze toward old Master Chow. "Are you saying that the Bai family is making a fuss? Uncle Chow, do Chow Ku's words reflect your sentiments as well?" Old Master Chow furrowed his brow, glancing at the composed Chow Ku. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, Ku's words represent our Chow family's stance, and I share the same view. Upon hearing Old Master Chow's confirmation, Lu Wentian's face broke into a broad smile, adopting an expression of apparent agreement. Uncle Chow and Chow could speak wisely. In a contest, one must accept fate regarding life and death. There should be no post facto blame. It is refreshing to see clarity in this world. The Chow family truly understands the situation. As for your Bai family wishing to treat us Lu family as enemies, feel free, for even without today's events, our families would never have walked the same path. After speaking, Lu Wentian cast a provocative sidelong glance at Bai Yu, clearly indicating that he found amusement in the Bai family's predicament. Such a scene left Bai Yu unable to maintain his composure. His face flushed with anger as he slightly cupped his fist towards Old Master Chow, indignantly stating, "Since Uncle Chow has expressed his stance, what more can I say? Everything the Chow family has done today is noted by me, by you, and by my entire Bai family. From this day forth, we shall part ways, and our family shall have no further connection." With that, Bai Yu turned abruptly and strode out of the study. Old Master Chow, noticing Bai Yu's intent to leave, quickly signaled to Chow Hong, who understood and took the opportunity to follow Bai Yu out of the study. Once the two had vanished through the door, Chow Ku swaggered up to Lu Wentian, a smile gracing his features. "Uncle Lu, are you pleased with how I handled the Bai family?" Lu Wentian clapped Chow Ku on the shoulder, replying joyfully, "Your words were filled with sincerity and wisdom, my dear nephew. How could I possibly be dissatisfied? Furthermore, your remarks conveyed the Chow family's enthusiasm for our alliance." Chow Ku nodded, leaning slightly toward Lu Wentian, and whispered, "Given that our family's alliance is inevitable, we are now comrades in arms. Today, I witnessed Lu Teng's remarkable prowess, and I cannot help but feel concerned. Perhaps at some point in the future, Lu Teng and I may encounter one another in the arena, and when that time comes." As he spoke, Chow Ku winked at Lu Wentian. If Lu Wentian did not grasp the implication, it would indeed be a disservice to himself. Lu Wentian laughed heartily, nonchalantly responding, "Rest assured, my nephew. Upon returning, I will certainly inform our young master that allies shall never be harmed by the Lu family." That is reassuring. Chow Ku's expression reflected a weight being lifted from his shoulders, imbued with a sense of relief. "With this, I can finally enjoy a few peaceful nights of sleep. My dear nephew, you jest." Lu Wentian patted Chow Ku's shoulder once more, remarking, "You are a true talent. How could you genuinely lose sleep?" Both Chow Ku and Lu Wentian exchanged knowing glances, erupting into a hearty laugh that transformed the previously tense atmosphere of the study into one of harmony and tranquility. Subsequently, the discussions regarding the cooperation between the Chow and Lu families commenced. Such negotiations were not suited for a rogue like Chow Ku, so he took his leave from Old Master Chow's study. Before departing, Old Master Chow, seizing a moment when Lu Wentian was distracted, stealthily approached Chow Ku, eager to inquire about the reasoning behind his earlier statements. In truth, the Chow and Bai families were genuine allies, while the Lu family represented their bitter enemies. Old Master Chow wished to clarify this apparent contradiction. However, to his surprise, as he approached Chow Ku, the latter preemptively gestured to silence him, effectively stifling the question that was on the tip of the old man's tongue. "Grandfather, there is no need for further inquiry. I, Chow Ku, have my own plans." Chow Ku whispered softly before swiftly disappearing, leaving Old Master Chow standing there, bewildered and at a loss. Upon leaving Old Master Chow's study, Chow Ku hurried towards the entrance of the Chow residence. As he arrived, he found Chow Hong grinning broadly as he bid farewell to Bai Yu, who still wore an expression of anger and paid little heed to Chow Hong. Just as Bai Yu was about to exit the Chow residence, Chow Ku rushed in front of him, blocking his path. "Uncle Bai, you cannot leave just yet." Seeing Chow Ku obstruct his way, Bai Yu's anger flared anew as he shouted, "Chow Ku, do not overstep your bounds. Your earlier words in the study have made your position clear. Yet you still prevent me from leaving the Chow residence? Are you seeking to provoke me further, or do you wish to challenge me to a duel? How could I dare to engage you in combat?" Chow Ku waved his hand dismissively, chuckling, "I only seek to clarify a few matters. I mean no offense." "Clarify?" Bai Yu scoffed derisively. "What is there left to explain? Your esteemed self, the third young master of the Chow family, speaks with such eloquence that I am unable to bear it," Chow Hong remarked, casting a glance at his younger brother and then at the visibly agitated Bai Yu. He continued in a soothing tone, "Dear Uncle Bai, do not let anger cloud your judgment. Allow my younger brother to express his thoughts. Should he, once again, speak without thought as he did in the study, you need not exert yourself. As his elder brother, I shall promptly subdue him." Upon hearing Chow Hong's words, Chao Ke's face darkened, and he shot an incredulous glance at his elder brother. Internally, he mused, is he truly my biological brother? It certainly does not seem so. Subduing me? Surely, he jested. Bai Yu pondered for a moment before reluctantly nodding. Since the lord of the city has spoken, I shall listen to what you, Chao Ke, have to say. However, I must make it clear that if your words do not please me, do not blame me for my wrath. That is only natural. Chao Ke replied with a smile. In truth, if Uncle Bai could calm his mind and reflect upon the events of the past few days, you would not be as incensed as you are now. Perhaps you would even come to understand my intentions. Oh? Bai Yu paused in surprise. You have openly aligned yourself with the Lu family. How could I possibly remain unperturbed? Understand you? This is hardly a jest. Chao Ke remained undeterred and continued. Lu Wentian believes my words because he is unaware of the truth. Do you, Uncle Bai, believe my words simply because you are also uninformed? At this, Bai Yu trembled slightly. Are you implying? Chao Ke nodded. Consider this, Uncle Bai. Could our Chao family truly ally with the Lu family? Such a union would indeed be a marvel of the ages. I am the one who violated Lu Hongyu and concealed her. It was I, along with my Chao family, who took part in the demise of the Lu family's younger generation, including Lu Wentian. It can be said that the Lu family's current predicament is largely due to my actions. I, Chao Ke, and my family are the true instigators, the architects of their misfortune. In your estimation, could two families such as ours genuinely unite? Before Bai Yu could respond, Chao Hong interjected, Little brother, since you possess such clarity regarding the current situation, why did you utter those previous words in the study? Are you aware of how deeply your remarks could wound the Bai family? Chao Ke regarded Bai Yu with a broad smile. That is precisely why, upon leaving the study, I hurried here to offer my explanations to you, Uncle Bai. Chapter 66. The true intentions. Bai Yu pondered briefly before nodding. Very well, since you insist. Let us engage in a thorough discussion. However, prior to that, your Chao family must promptly send someone to summon Chang Sun Wu Bing from the Rejuvenation Medical Hall to attend to Bai Ju's ailments. I fear that further delay might lead to unfortunate consequences that none of us wish to witness. Chao Hong responded naturally, rest assured, Uncle Bai. I will personally make the trip to Rejuvenation Medical Hall and request Uncle Chang Sun's assistance in my grandfather's name. He will certainly be able to heal Bai Ju's injuries. As for the rest of you, this is not the most suitable place for a conversation. Ever since I moved from the Chao residence to the city lord's estate, my old room has remained vacant. You may use it for your discussions, with the assurance that you will not be disturbed. Chao Ke said, in that case, Uncle Bai, please follow me to my brother's room. Bai Yu nodded and addressed Chao Hong earnestly. Chao Hong, I entrust you with Bai Ju's matters. Uncle Bai, you need not be concerned. I will do my utmost. Chao Ke assured solemnly. Once Chao Ke and Bai Yu reached Chao Hong's room, Bai Yu made himself comfortable, sitting down on a stool, and said to Chao Ke in a low voice, now that we are undisturbed and completely secure, please share your true thoughts with me. Chao Ke smiled faintly, settling across from Bai Yu, and calmly stated, as I mentioned earlier, the animosity between the Chao and Lu families is irreconcilable. We cannot possibly become allies. That is obvious. Bai Yu retorted, slightly irritated. I am already aware of that. What I wish to know is your genuine intentions and strategies. Spare me the circumlocution and get to the point. Understood, Uncle Bai, Chao Ke replied respectfully. But before that, I would like to pose a question. A question? Bai Yu was taken aback. What question? Chao Ke, let me remind you that I am the one asking questions, not you. Chao Ke waved his hand, please. Do not be agitated, uncle. Allow me to explain. My question is pivotal to the entire situation, so I must ask. If the Chao and Bai families truly wish to eradicate the Lu family, how shall we deal with Lu Teng? Bai Yu snorted disdainfully. Lu Teng? In the eyes of you young ones, he may seem formidable, but in the presence of true masters, he is nothing of consequence. Whether it be your Chao family or our Bai family, any genuine expert, such as a guest elder, could easily reduce him to mere smoke. Chao Ke chuckled. Indeed. Uncle Bai, you speak wisely. Given this, why must the Chao and Bai families continue to endure and not decisively sever ties with the Lu family? Isn't that self-evident? Bai Yu replied. You have pursued Lu Hongyu, but she is not merely a simple girl backed by the Lu family. She is pursued by numerous noble scions. If we were to confront the Lu family openly, this affair could be exposed. At that point, the opposing forces would not be limited to the Lu family. Those noble scions would also join the fray. Such a scenario is one we would all prefer to avoid. It appears you comprehend these truths, uncle. Chao Ke remarked coldly. If you understand, do you still believe our two families can contend with Lu Ting? At this, Bai Yu found himself somewhat perplexed. Lu Hongyu is Lu Hongyu, and Lu Ting is Lu Ting. How can they be conflated? Why cannot they be conflated? Chao Ke replied earnestly. Lu Hongyu captivates noble scions with her breathtaking beauty, while Lu Ting, with his extraordinary talent, attracts the attention of powerful factions eager for talent. Uncle Bai, consider this carefully. If you were to eliminate Lu Ting, regarded as a limitless potential by those factions, would they simply let you off the hook? Lu Ting's talent has no rival in the Ling Tian continent since ancient times. Such a promising individual is undoubtedly a target for hidden sects and immense powers. I can assert that these factions would view Lu Ting as a future asset for their own endeavors, although I cannot guarantee success in this matter. I am among the few capable of attempting it. You? Bai Yu exclaimed, incredulous. I must concede, nephew, your previous actions have indeed exceeded everyone's expectations. However, to defeat Lu Ting, a formidable opponent at over level 30, may be beyond your reach. Chao Ke smiled enigmatically, offering no further explanation, regardless. We are not yet at the point of openly confronting the Lu family. Thus, I spoke those words in the study that you were reluctant to hear for two reasons. First, to stabilize the Lu family, and second, to establish the arena rules before them. Consider this, your Bai family's Baiju lost to Lu Ting in the arena, due to the rules of the competition, where life and death are left to fate. If an incident were to occur with Lu Ting in the arena, the Lu family would have no grounds to pursue retribution. They would be forced to swallow their indignation, unable to retaliate. After all, it is the Lu family that has been using this rationale to placate your Bai family. Upon witnessing the somewhat sinister expression on Chao Ke's face, Bai Yu felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively shivering. He tentatively inquired, so you mean to say that in the study, you intentionally framed Baiju's injury as an arena incident, so that neither side could turn against the other, while also attempting to win over Lu Wentian to endorse the arena rules, thereby securing a rationale for retreat when it comes time to deal with Lu Ting? Precisely. Chao Ke nodded nonchalantly. Now that Uncle Bai understands, I can consider today's discourse well worth the effort. The friendship between our Chao and Bai families remains as deep-rooted and unshakable as ever. Would you not agree, Uncle? Bai Yu fixed his gaze upon Chao Ke's face, momentarily at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he finally sighed. I never imagined that the prodigies of your generation extend far beyond merely Lu Ting. Compared to Lu Ting, the reckless brute, you, Chao Ke, are truly the more formidable presence. Uncle Bai overestimates me. Chao Ke replied dismissively. Sometimes, it is only when one is pushed to their limits that they reveal their true potential. Perhaps I am merely a product of such pressure. Very well. Bai Yu resolutely declared after a moment of contemplation. Since you have devised a comprehensive plan, our Bai family will naturally lend our full support. I shall return and relay your words to our elder. I am confident he will have no objections. With that, Bai Yu wasted no time, rising to bid farewell to Chao Ke before hastily exiting the room to return to the Bai residence. After bidding farewell to Bai Yu, Chao Ke prepared to return to his own courtyard, where Lu Hongyu had already awakened. It was imperative to soothe the young lady, otherwise matters could become troublesome. For she was, after all, the catalyst for this entire affair. Chapter 67. Comfort. When Chao Ke hurriedly returned to his courtyard, it was already past midnight. Standing outside his door and gazing at the still-lit lantern within, the usually thick-skinned Chao Ke found himself engulfed by an unexpected sense of awkwardness. Previously, when Lu Hongyu lay unconscious, he had entered his room without a shred of hesitation. However, now that Lu Hongyu had awakened, he found himself grappling with an emotional barrier. One might empathize with Chao Ke. Inside the room lay a woman whom he had assaulted. Any individual with a semblance of normality would find themselves in a similar predicament. This was merely a common human sentiment, and even if our protagonist hailed from a rough background, the situation would remain unchanged. Chao Ke raised and lowered his right hand several times, taking a full 15 minutes to muster the courage to push open the door. Why am I being such a coward? He muttered in frustration. Lu Hongyu is just a young girl. How could I, Chao Ke, possibly be afraid of her? With renewed determination, he once again lifted his hand toward the door. However, before his fingers could touch the wood, they froze mid-air. What if I go in there? How will I face Lu Hongyu? What if she is angry? What if she scolds me? What if she hits me? How could I dare to confront her? After much contemplation, Chao Ke ultimately surrendered to his fears and plopped down onto the ground. Here I am, Chao Ke, a man of great wisdom and experience, having faced countless battles and quarrels. And yet, I am being subdued by a mere girl. How utterly humiliating. Just then, a figure flitted past the entrance of the courtyard. Xiao Tao entered, balancing two covered porcelain jars, humming a soft tune as she walked. Upon seeing her, Xiao Ke felt as though he had encountered a savior. He quickly rose and approached Xiao Tao. Startled by his sudden appearance, Xiao Tao nearly cried out. Upon recognizing him, she exhaled a sigh of relief. "Third young master. It's you. I thought I had encountered a ghost in the dead of night. You truly scared me." Xiao Ke, with a furrowed brow, pointed to himself. "Have you ever seen a ghost as handsome as I am?" Xiao Tao giggled. "I've never seen one. If I do, I'll be sure to call you to come and see." "You little girl, how dare you speak to your master like that?" Xiao Ke feigned anger. "It's so late. Why aren't you asleep, wandering around here?" Xiao Tao sighed softly. "Miss, you woke up, and the young mistress asked me to prepare some thin porridge." She raised the two jars in front of Xiao Ke. "See, this is what I'm bringing. How can I sleep?" Xiao Ke nodded thoughtfully and tentatively inquired. "You must have gone into the room earlier, right?" "Earlier?" Xiao Tao replied, bewildered. "Of course, I went in. Otherwise, how could I follow the young mistress's orders?" "Third young master, are you?" Xiao Ke waved a hand, softly asking, "Since you've been in the room, did you observe Lu Hongyu's condition? Was she crying? Throwing a fit? Cursing? Or was she just being unreasonable?" "Miss you?" "When I entered, she was quietly lying down. She wasn't throwing a fit or cursing as you described," Xiao Tao answered. "Oh, I see. No, that doesn't make sense. Her reaction is completely illogical." Xiao Ke frowned, muttering to himself in confusion. Observing Xiao Ke's distress, Xiao Tao suddenly smiled knowingly. "Third young master, you've been pacing at the door. You must be too embarrassed to face Miss you, hence your hesitation to enter. Am I right?" Upon hearing Xiao Tao articulate his worries, Xiao Ke's expression shifted. "Not at all. What do you mean afraid to enter? Have I ever feared anything? A mere Lu Hongyu can't intimidate me." "Xiao Tao, you're just joking." Before he could finish, Xiao Tao gently pushed open the door and entered the room, calling out loudly, "Young mistress, Miss you, third young master has returned." Yu Xiao Ke was left speechless, utterly astonished. He never imagined that before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Tao would have completely revealed him. With no other option, he followed Xiao Tao into the room. As he stepped inside, Lu Hongyu furrowed her brows and turned her head away, seemingly unwilling to look at him. Hongxiu smiled slightly. Accepting the two jars from Xiao Tao, "Ke, have you finished dealing with matters at the old master's place?" "Ah, yes, it's all taken care of." Xiao Ke replied absently. "It's so late. Why haven't you and Xiao Yu gone to bed yet?" Hongxiu placed the jars on the table and gestured for Xiao Tao to leave. Understanding, Xiao Tao bowed to everyone and slowly exited the room. Once the door was secured, Hongxiu gracefully approached Xiao Ke, linking her arm with his and guiding him to sit on the bed. "Ke, I had someone prepare some porridge. Miss Yu has been unconscious for quite a while and must be very hungry. Why don't you feed her some?" Xiao Ke finally grasped Hongxiu's intention and quickly seized the opportunity. "Of course, it is only natural for me, as her husband, to feed Xiao Yu when she is hungry." "Whose husband are you? You scoundrel!" Lu Hongyu retorted furiously. "Even if I starve, I want to allow you to feed me. You needn't pretend to be kind." Hearing her words, Xiao Ke felt a wave of disappointment and embarrassment wash over him. He glanced at Hongxiu, whose expression was one of sympathy. Hongxiu leaned closer to Lu Hongyu, speaking softly, "Miss you, look, your injuries haven't healed yet. And you've been unconscious for days without much to eat. You're very weak. Shouldn't we drink the porridge first? At least it will give you some strength, which will greatly aid your recovery." Lu Hongyu turned her head to meet Hongxiu's concerned gaze and replied, "I have no problem with the porridge, but I absolutely refuse to let that scoundrel feed me. I haven't forgiven him yet." Hongxiu nodded. "All right, then I'll feed you. That should be acceptable, right?" Lu Hongyu responded with a soft sound of agreement. Hongxiu walked to the table, lifted one of the jars, and opened the lid, gently blowing on the contents. "Ah, such fragrant porridge, and still steaming. Just looking at it makes one's appetite awaken." With that, Hongxiu sat beside Lu Hongyu, gently propping her up against the headboard, and began to feed her mouthful by mouthful. Xiao Ke observed the scene, feeling increasingly like an extraneous presence. The discomfort of his situation weighed heavily on him. With no other choice, he stood up, visibly dejected. "Well, you two carry on. I'll take my leave." "Leave? Where are you going?" Before Xiao Ke could take a step, Hongxiu hastily inquired, "Is this not your bedroom, your home? Where else do you intend to go? Moreover, do you not have anything to say to Xiao?" Xiao Ke, at a loss for words, shook his head. "Shower. Please do not put me in a difficult position. Am I not the person you know well? What time is it now for me to utter anything? Even if I wished to speak, would anyone care to listen?" Before Hong Xiu could respond, Lu Hongyu interjected, Chao Ku. Sister Xiu'er told me that your initial actions were entirely due to mistakenly consuming the gel. Is this true? Chao Ku paused, instinctively replying, Indeed. It was the effect of the gel that led me to commit such inhumane acts. Lu Hongyu nodded, calmly stating, If that is the case, I can temporarily overlook your transgressions, and you need not leave your room to deliberately avoid me. Upon hearing Lu Hongyu's words, Chao Ku felt a surge of relief and plopped back onto the bed. Since Xiao Yuer has spoken, I shall certainly remain. Lu Hongyu cast a glance at Chao Ku. However, now that I am awake, it would be inappropriate to linger in your room. You should prepare to escort me back to Lu Manor swiftly. After all, I have been away for quite some time, and my family must be quite anxious. Chao Ku's heart tightened at the mention of returning to Lu Manor. My lady, are you jesting with me? If you return, all my plans will be thwarted. Please, do not jest. You cannot return just yet. After pondering for a long moment, Chao Ku resolved firmly, You are currently weak and unfit for travel. In my opinion, you should stay here to fully recuperate before returning to Lu Manor. Lu Hongyu frowned. Chao Ku, I merely wish to go home. Your hesitation suggests you harbor other intentions. Feeling the pressure from Lu Hongyu's inquiry, Chao Ku, now agitated, exclaimed, I have stated that you cannot go anywhere. Did you not hear me clearly? This decision is for your own good. Do not be ungrateful. With that, Chao Ku stood up again and addressed Hong Xiu. I cannot handle this situation any longer. Xiu'er, I leave Xiao Yuer in your care. I need to step outside for some fresh air. As soon as he finished speaking, Chao Ku made no further delay, striding out of the room and vanishing into the vastness of the night. Chapter 68. A return as Chao Ku's figure vanished at the doorway. Hong Xiu shook her head helplessly and sighed, Sister Ware, why must you torment yourself? Since you have realized that the entire situation is not solely Chao Ku's fault, you should not speak to him so coldly as you did earlier. How can he possibly bear it? Sister Xiu, Lu Hongyu said, her expression pained and desolate. I understand the reasoning, but it is not so simple in practice. Every time I see Chao Ku's face, I am reminded of his terrifying and contemptible demeanor during that incident. I cannot forgive him, at least not yet. Gently stroking Lu Hongyu's silken hair, Hong Xiu responded with compassion, Sister Yuer, it is all right. As a woman myself, I understand everything you are feeling. Let us take our time. Perhaps, as you spend more time with Chao Ku, you will discover his merits and even come to love him deeply. After all, he is your first man. Tears streamed down Lu Hongyu's cheeks once more. She had lost count of how many tears she had shed today, nestled in Hong Xiu's embrace. She resembled a wronged child, slowly beginning to sob uncontrollably. Women are truly troublesome. At that moment, Chao Ku had arrived at the entrance of the Chao residence. Plopping down on the steps and grumbling incessantly, is it such a crime to have been with her once? Why must I accommodate her in everything? How absurd. The servants stationed at the gate of the Chao residence were baffled by Chao Ku's behavior. One brave servant approached cautiously, tentatively inquiring, Young Master Ku, what brings you to the gate at this late hour? Would it not be better to return to your chamber and rest? Before the servant could finish, Chao Ku waved his hand dismissively. You need not concern yourselves with me. It is stifling inside. Here, the view is expansive and the sky is vast. Quite pleasant. I must say, I see no need for you to continue watching the gate tonight. I shall keep watch myself. The other servants exchanged incredulous glances. They could hardly believe their ears. The third young master of the Chao family intended to guard the gate himself? What was happening? Were they being made the subject of a joke? Or had young Master Ku lost his mind? Seeing the servants remain speechless, Chao Ku turned back in surprise. I say, you lot, if I tell you to leave, then leave. Why are you still standing there, dazed? Do you wish for me to repeat myself? And no. The servants quickly shook their heads, forcing smiles as they glanced at one another. They hastily bowed to Chao Ku before turning to enter the residence, leaving him alone on the steps. When a master gives an order, the servants must comply, especially when it benefits them. Honestly, who would wish to stand guard in the dead of night? Who would not prefer to lie comfortably in bed and enjoy a good night's sleep? Since someone else was willing to take on the duty of guarding the gate, why would they not seize the opportunity? Thus, upon confirming that Chao Ku was not jesting, the servants left without hesitation. At last, the world was quiet. Chao Ku reclined on the steps, murmuring to himself, since arriving in this world, I have never truly enjoyed myself. Every day is filled with deceit and schemes, the constant pursuit of cultivation. It is exhausting. With that, Chao Ku leisurely propped up his leg. How wonderful it is now, to think of nothing, to care for nothing, simply to admire the vast expanse of stars above. This is the life of leisure I long for. Leisure? You have not yet reached a point where you can indulge in leisure. A somewhat ironic voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Chowka recognized that this voice belonged to the figure hidden within his necklace. Do you know? In my previous world, I was merely a ruffian, Chowka said with a self-deprecating smile. A ruffian? Do you understand? It means living unrestrained, doing as one pleases, enjoying life as one desires. I find that I prefer my former self over this life of a young master. You cannot remain lost in your memories. It will hinder your future development. The figure advised earnestly. A savior? Chowka scoffed. That insufferable space manager. I wonder what went wrong in his mind to choose me for such a daunting task. I am just a ruffian. How could I ever become the savior you speak of? The figure dismissed his disdain. Why can't you? Have you not heard the saying, where there's a will, there's a way? I am certain the space manager's judgment is sound. He chose you from the masses for a reason. All you need to do is give your utmost effort to fulfill the task he has assigned you. Easy for you to say, Chowka retorted, rolling his eyes. Enough of this tedious conversation. Let's talk about you instead. I have always wondered, how is it that you, also hidden within the necklace, have escaped the space manager's notice? Discover me? Huh. The figure chuckled. Am I so easily found? While my cultivation is certainly inferior to that of the space manager, as long as I remain within this necklace, he will never find me. Even if I told you now, you would not comprehend it. You will understand when your cultivation reaches my level. Chowka nodded. Very well. It seems you refuse to divulge anything. It's not that I refuse to speak. The figure's tone carried a hint of helplessness, but knowing too much would not benefit you at this stage. Enough, I understand, Chowka interjected, changing the subject. So, how do you exist now? As a fragment of spirit? Or in a physical form? The figure paused slightly before responding. Spirit? Physical form? Those terms feel so distant to me. How should I put it? I suppose I exist now as a fragment of spirit. Chowka pondered for a moment, then said solemnly, Can you assist me, as the space manager did when he helped me eliminate Lu Wenzhou? Perhaps by eliminating Lu Wentian, or at the very least Lu Tung. The figure chuckled. You really are quite adept at seeking shortcuts. Do not harbor such wishful thoughts. If I could act, I would have done so long ago. Why would I waste time here conversing with you or begging for your assistance? True. Chowka laughed heartily. I suppose I asked a redundant question. After a brief silence, Chowka suddenly remarked, I remember when I first saw you within the necklace. Your figure was so enchanting, captivating to the core. Even though I could not discern your true appearance, it was easy to surmise that your physical form must be that of a great beauty. Get lost. The figure scolded with irritation. Is there nothing in your head besides beautiful women? What is so strange about that? I am, after all, a ruffian. Besides, the desire to appreciate beauty is inherent to all. You cannot forbid me from admiring lovely women, can you? Fantasizing is not a crime. Chowka replied as expected. It was not until early the next morning that the servants of the Chow household, heading to the morning market, discovered Chowka sprawled at the entrance, sleeping soundly like a dead pig. On the third day of the grand competition, all contestants had made their appearances. Whether it was the meteoric rise of the Long brothers, the astonishing debut of Chao Ku, or Lu Tong's extraordinary performance, all were widely celebrated. This year's competition had become more captivating and anticipated thanks to their presence. Unsurprisingly, the grand venue, Tianhai Square, was already bustling with spectators before the competition even began. People were densely packed, with barely a sliver of space between them. The crowd's volume naturally escalated, filled with discussions about the contestants, debates over the battles, and speculations about the eventual champion. The atmosphere was akin to a boiling pot, alive with various sounds. In the previous 2 days, the matches had eliminated half of the contestants. Today, if all went smoothly, the remaining matches would conclude, and those who triumphed would secure a place among the top 32 competitors. At that point, the true brilliance of the competition would unfold, as only the elite would have survived 2 rounds of eliminations. Thus, the contest would be even more evenly matched, more exhilarating, and aesthetically pleasing. Everyone awaited the outcome with great hope. With the thunderous sound of cannon fire, led by the lord of Wanghai City, Chao Hong, the 3 prominent families, the Chao, Bai, and Lu families, along with other influential figures from Wanghai City, took their places in the stands. Once they were seated, the host of the competition, Aki, gracefully ascended the stage. Good day, esteemed audience. I am Aki, the host of this grand competition. With an enthusiastic and resonant voice, Aki approached the edge of the stage. Addressing the audience, today marks the 3rd day of the competition, where we will determine the 32 strongest contenders. Let us welcome the first two competitors of today's match, from the Chow family, Chao Ku, and from the ship gang, Ruan Lu. Upon hearing that Chao Ku would be the first contestant, the crowd erupted into cheers. For his performance 2 days prior had already earned him significant favor in the hearts of the audience. Chapter 69, The Ship Gang. Ruan Lu amidst the cheers of the audience, Chao Ku gracefully ascended the stage, his demeanor calm and poised. Clad in a flowing aquamarine robe, he resembled a refined young gentleman, exuding an aura of elegance that completely overshadowed any hint of his former ruffian persona. Trailing half a step behind him was his opponent for the day, Ruan Lu, a member of the esteemed ship gang from Wahai City. Ruan Lu stood under 7 meters tall, his gait reminiscent of a gorilla, hunched over with shifty eyes darting about, arms nearly reaching his knees, and legs short yet muscular. In stark contrast to the suave Chao Ku, Ruan Lu projected an air of sleaziness, almost furtive. Upon reaching Aki's side, the latter beamed with a smile and respectfully handed over the microphone, addressing Chao Ku with deference, "Master Ku, the audience is quite curious about your remarkable performance in the competition the other day. It seems puzzling, given your previous reputation in Wanhai City. How did you suddenly emerge as such a formidable presence in the competition? Have you been concealing your true capabilities?" As soon as Aki posed this audacious question, a wave of astonishment rippled through Tianhai Square. No one anticipated that a mere competition host would dare to ask such a sensitive question in front of the third young master of the Chao family. Indeed, many shared Aki's curiosity regarding Chao Ku's prowess, yet few would have the audacity to voice it, especially in the presence of the individual in question. After all, Chao Ku was no ordinary figure. He was the third young master of the prominent Chao family, a force whose mere stomp could send tremors throughout Wanhai City. To provoke him with such a question could lead to dire consequences. To the surprise of all, Chao Ku responded to Aki's seemingly pointed inquiry with a composed smile, effortlessly stating, "I understand that my past actions may have led many to perceive me as a frivolous wastrel. However, the truth is not entirely as it appears. My nature is quite carefree, and this has often led me to act on impulse, disregarding the feelings of others. Ultimately, this is merely a misunderstanding. I have nothing to hide. Previously, people focused on my lifestyle rather than my cultivation, and I lacked the opportunity to showcase my abilities. Today, I solemnly declare to everyone that I am not a wastrel, but rather a young man of ambition, akin to many practitioners." Following his declaration, the square erupted into a cacophony of discussion, as spectators mulled over the true implications of Chao Ku's words. It felt rather unnatural for someone long deemed a wastrel to suddenly deliver such passionate rhetoric, leaving many feeling somewhat bewildered. Amidst the chatter, Chao Ku remained unfazed, having anticipated this reaction. In truth, Aki was only able to pose such a pointed question because it was Chao Ku who had suggested it beforehand. Chao Ku was acutely aware that his previous reputation was nothing short of infamous, presenting a significant obstacle to his aspirations. He needed to reshape the public's perception of him, and the competition presented a prime opportunity. This strategy mirrored the Lu family's approach with Lu Tong, aiming to garner public support and establish a heroic image to ultimately revive their family's fortunes. The three prominent families in the audience recognized this all too well. Understanding Chao Ku's intentions, the Chao family remained silent, content to benefit from Chao Ku's efforts, as his rising reputation would only enhance the family's standing. Both the Lu and Bai families adopted a stance of tacit acceptance regarding Chao Ku's maneuvering. Neither the Bai family, who had long aligned themselves with the Chao family, nor the newly allied Lu family, intended to obstruct him. After all, undermining an ally would be a disgraceful act that could severely damage one's own reputation and credibility. Thus, in this favorable environment, Chao Ku's plan for redemption could proceed unimpeded. Enough about me, let us focus on the competition. After allowing the audience to ponder for over 5 minutes, Chao Ku resumed, "Today is a significant occasion. We should not waste more time on my affairs." With that, he turned to Aki and, with a respectful gesture, announced, "Aki, please declare the commencement of the match." Understanding the importance of timing, Chao Ku wisely chose to conclude his remarks, redirecting the audience's attention back to the competition. Aki promptly complied, swiftly announcing the start of the first match. Before stepping off the stage to leave the arena to Chao Ku and Ruan Lu, "Master Ku seems to be working diligently to reshape his image," Ruan Lu remarked, his voice low as he faced Chao Ku. "If only you had known this would be the case today, why not act differently from the start?" Chao Ku raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at the grinning Ruan Lu, and queried softly, What do you mean by that, Brother Ruan? Let us speak plainly. Ruan Lu retorted dismissively. Your intentions are clear to me, even if others might be oblivious. So, you wish to cleanse your image and establish your prestige? Do you think you are worthy of being a hero? Chao Ke scoffed lightly. Whether I am worthy or not is of little concern to you, is it? After a moment of contemplation, he feigned realization, saying, I see. You hail from the Ship Gang, the foremost gang in Wahai City, which has long aspired to challenge the three prominent families for supremacy. It makes sense that you would harbor disdain for me. Ruan Lu smirked noncommittally. Indeed. Our Ship Gang seeks to surpass your three families and become the most formidable force in Wahai City. You three families are merely playing house. True power should embrace meritocracy and elevate the capable, ensuring robust growth and prosperity. Capable individuals? Chao Ke chuckled softly. Are you referring to a being such as yourself? A primitive man? Upon hearing these words, Ruan Lu's face instantly turned pale, and he retorted sharply, You are the primitive man. Your entire family embodies that notion. Open your golden eyes and see clearly. How could my esteemed Sixth Lord resemble a primitive man? Clearly, Chao Ke's words struck a sensitive chord within Ruan Lu. Due to his unique physique, Ruan Lu had endured ridicule since childhood, being labeled with various derisive nicknames such as primate and monkey. These taunts left indelible scars on his soul. As he matured and sought refuge among the three prominent families for his future cultivation, he arrived at the Bai family first, only to be dismissed by their servants due to his unremarkable appearance, which left him feeling utterly humiliated. Fortunately, he found solace with the Ship Gang. Yet, in Ruan Lu's heart, the animosity towards the three families, especially the Bai family, had become deeply entrenched. Thus, even when facing Chao Ke, who had made quite the impression in the first round, Ruan Lu felt no respect or deference. Instead, he contemplated how to defeat Chao Ke, planning to humiliate the arrogant three families with his victory. This chain of events fueled Ruan Lu's current agitation, a fact unbeknownst to Chao Ke. Oh, quite the temper you have, Chao Ke remarked nonchalantly, dismissing Ruan Lu's fury. Is it permissible for you to belittle our three families while I cannot jest about your imposing stature? Scoundrel! Ruan Lu gritted his teeth. I knew there was not a decent person among the three families. Very well, today you shall witness my prowess. You shall know that in Wahai City, you are not the only prominent family. With that, Ruan Lu, without hesitation, crouched slightly before springing forth with incredible speed towards Chao Ke. Come on. Chao Ke laughed heartily, advancing rather than retreating. He propelled himself towards Ruan Lu with a swift motion. In the next moment, the two collided fiercely in midair. Ruan Lu launched a barrage of over a dozen punches, each aimed with precision at Chao Ke's vital points, each strike imbued with potent force, devoid of any feigned moves. Should any of these connect, it would be sufficient to incapacitate Chao Ke. However, Chao Ke was no novice. With a cultivation level of 25, he could hold his own against the entire competition. Aside from Lu Tong, without any intention to evade, Chao Ke unleashed over a dozen punches in response, meeting Ruan Lu's blows head-on. The air was filled with a series of explosive sounds that reverberated through the skies. Chapter 70. The slaying of Ruan Lu. As Chao Ke and Ruan Lu separated, they had exchanged positions. After the initial round of confrontation, both had fought evenly, gaining no significant advantage over the other. Turning around, Chao Ke chuckled. I never expected, Brother Ruan, that despite your unremarkable appearance, your cultivation is quite commendable. You actually managed to withstand my attack. Ruan Lu smirked. Chao Ke, do you think you're impressive? Surprised that I could take your hit, are you? Don't worry. The best is yet to come. Today, I will make you remember this deeply. Oh, Chao Ke smiled involuntarily. I truly must witness this. With that, he launched into another attack, taking the initiative in the second round. Ruan Lu showed no signs of fear. As he watched Chao Ke charge towards him, he crouched slightly, steadied his stance, and raised his long arms high towards the heavens, then brought them crashing down. Ruan Lu's movements were perfectly timed. As his arms descended, Chao Ke had just reached his front. Although it appeared that Chao Ke had initiated the attack, in reality, he was about to face a defensive situation. Yet, Chao Ke merely smiled wryly. Despite Ruan Lu's advantage in reach, he was undeterred, for in terms of actual strength, Chao Ke held an undeniable superiority that could not be easily dismissed. As Ruan Lu's impending strike approached, Chao Ke's body suddenly sank, landing heavily on the arena. He then spread his arms wide and let out a tremendous roar. The sound reverberated like thunder, shaking the entire arena. causing spectators to instinctively cover their ears, and birds in the sky to nearly plummet to the ground. Moreover, this roar conjured a fierce gale, emanating from Chaoku and sweeping outwards in all directions, stirring up a whirlwind of dust that engulfed the surrounding space. Those spectators closest to the arena found themselves unable to maintain their footing, collapsing like cut wheat. Even those further back felt the forceful wind, nearly gasping for breath. In an instant, the grand competition descended into chaos and clamor. Could Chaoku's roar truly possess such terrifying might? The one who felt this most acutely was none other than Ruanlu, who stood merely a few meters away. His attack, aimed directly at Chaoku, was rendered futile by the overwhelming gale, lifting him helplessly into the air. After his roar, Chaoku cast a condescending glance at the flailing Ruanlu and scoffed. With a swift motion, he leaped into the air, quickly reaching Ruanlu's side. Hatred blinds your eyes, preventing you from seeing the truth about yourself and others. Chaoku's voice echoed in Ruanlu's ears, hauntingly calm. Ruanlu, in the face of true power, mere hatred is futile. Remember this. Before you confront others, first assess your own strength. If you do not, it will only be you who suffers disgrace. As he spoke, Chaoku raised his right arm high. His fist clenched tightly. In the next moment, a burst of white light erupted like flames, enveloping his entire right arm in a dazzling glow. At that moment, Ruanlu perceived a profound change in Chaoku. The gentility he once exuded had vanished, replaced by an aura of pure terror, as if standing before a deity governing life and death. Observing Ruanlu's face contorted with fear, Chaoku smiled darkly. Since you harbor such deep-seated hatred for the three great families, there is no room for reconciliation between us. Rather than allowing you to grow into an enemy of the three families, it is better to eliminate you here and now on this grand stage. Before his words had fully settled, Chaoku's right arm, still shrouded in radiant light, struck fiercely at Ruanlu's chest. No. Ruanlu, suspended in midair and devoid of any leverage to resist, could not withstand the onslaught. With a piercing scream, Chaoku's arm pierced through Ruanlu's chest. As if encountering no resistance at all, merely extending his arm to seal Ruanlu's fate. At that moment, although Ruanlu's chest had been penetrated, he felt no pain. His mind was engulfed in chaos, his consciousness slowly fading into obscurity. Such was the fate of one who overestimates himself. Chaoku, glancing at Ruanlu's now stiffened visage, softly advised, in your next life, do not allow hatred to blind your eyes. With that, Chaoku slowly withdrew his arm from Ruanlu's chest. Without Chaoku's support, Ruanlu could no longer maintain his form, plummeting freely towards the arena below. As Ruanlu's body neared the ground, the impending gruesome scene threatened to result in a gruesome demise, the impact likely to shatter his skull and splatter blood everywhere. Witnessing this imminent horror, the audience gasped collectively, with many timid souls covering their eyes. Yet, the anticipated gruesome moment did not occur. The sound of a skull shattering did not resonate. Instead, Chaoku descended before Ruanlu, catching him gently. Though you are my enemy, I shall allow you a complete corpse. Chaoku murmured to himself, reflecting his innate kindness. Upon hearing such words from him, the concealed figure within his necklace scoffed. Chaoku, you've gone too far. You've killed him, and yet you care about whether he has a complete corpse? Calling yourself a kind-hearted person? How can you utter such words? Chaoku smiled lightly, neither confirming nor denying. You wouldn't understand. Even enemies possess their own dignity. Humph, I can't be bothered to argue with you. The figure retorted, falling silent once more. Meanwhile, the competition arena erupted into cheers. As everyone had witnessed Chaoku's decisive strike that pierced Ruanlu's chest, a display of formidable power. Yesterday, Lu Teng had similarly showcased his prowess, easily defeating Baiju and solidifying his reputation as a prodigy. Today, although Chaoku did not exhibit the same overwhelming display of power, the mesmerizing white light was more than enough to send the spectators into a frenzy. Chaoku, Chaoku, Chaoku. Gradually, the jubilant cheers transformed into a chorus dedicated solely to Chaoku. This fervent resonance spread until nearly all the spectators were fervently and uncontrollably chanting his name. The spectacle of thousands united in acclaim evoked in Chaoku a fleeting sensation of being transported back to Earth. It resembled the electrifying atmosphere of a concert featuring a superstar of unparalleled stature. The overwhelming impact ensnared him completely, leaving him utterly captivated. Standing tall with his body erect and arms raised high, Chaoku relished the adulation, savoring the profound satisfaction and honor it bestowed upon him. This was the essence of being a great star. What an exhilarating experience it was. In his heart, Chao Ke was already bursting with joy. Lu Teng, aware that he could not openly eliminate Bai Ju, understood that if he were to act overtly, the Bai family would not let the matter rest. Thus, he resorted to subterfuge, revealing the flaws in his character. To aspire to be a hero and earn the people's adoration while harboring such unscrupulous intentions is a contradiction. Consequently, after being publicly exposed by the elderly Bai, Lu Ting did not receive any cheers from the audience, which was entirely predictable. In the stands, Lu Teng glowered at Chao Ke, his face a stormy mask of resentment and jealousy, his teeth clenched tightly. Lu Wentian, noticing Lu Teng's demeanor, attempted to console him, saying, "Young one, there is no need for anger. The Chao family is now our ally. Chao Ke's accolades do not harm the Lu family. After all, the future of both our families relies on you and Chao Ke. You should support one another. It is only through mutual care that our alliance can solidify. And with a strong alliance, we can possess greater resources to confront our hidden adversaries. This is our imperative. Do you understand what my third uncle has conveyed?" Lu Teng remained silent, slowly closing his eyes and giving a faint nod. Lu Wentian sighed deeply, genuinely fearing that Lu Teng would harbor animosity towards Chao Ke, jeopardizing the sincerity of their collaboration. If the newly formed Lu Chao alliance could not endure, how could it possibly thrive?